Theodore Robert Bundy was born on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, at the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers. His birth marked the beginning of what would become one of America's most notorious criminal sagas. His mother, Eleanor Louise Cowell, was just 22 years old and unmarried, a situation that brought deep shame to her deeply religious family in the conservative society of the 1940s. The identity of Ted's biological father remains one of the enduring mysteries surrounding the case. His birth certificate originally listed his father as unknown, though various theories have emerged over the decades. Some sources suggest Lloyd Marshall, an Air Force veteran and Penn State graduate, while others point to Jack Worthington. The most disturbing theory, suggested by some family members, was that Ted's grandfather, Samuel Cowell, might have been his biological father through incest, though DNA testing in 2020 reportedly disproved this claim. To hide the shame of illegitimate birth, the Cowell family devised an elaborate deception that would profoundly impact Ted's psychological development. For the first 3 years of his life, Ted lived in Philadelphia with his maternal grandparents, Samuel Connect Cowell and Eleanor Miriam Longstreet. He was raised believing his grandparents were his parents, and that his mother Louise was actually his older sister. This fundamental lie about his identity would later be cited by psychologists as a crucial factor in his psychological formation. The early signs of Ted's disturbing nature manifested remarkably young. At age 3, his aunt recounted a chilling incident where she awoke from a nap to find young Ted standing by her bed, smiling, with kitchen knives arranged around her sleeping form. This early fascination with weapons and potential violence would prove to be an ominous harbinger of what was to come. In 1950, Louise moved with 4-year-old Ted to Tacoma, Washington, where they lived with her Uncle Jack, a music professor at the College of Puget Sound. The following year, Louise married Johnny Culpepper Bundy, a hospital cook and Army veteran who would adopt Ted and give him his surname. Despite this stable family arrangement, Ted reportedly felt little respect for his stepfather, whom he considered beneath him due to Johnny's working-class background and limited education. The Bundy household expanded with the addition of 4 more children, but Ted remained emotionally distant from his new family. His childhood neighbor, Sandy Holt, later described him as someone who liked to terrify people and liked to be in charge, characterizing him as a bully who derived pleasure from causing fear, suffering, and pain. As Ted grew older, more troubling behaviors emerged. During his teenage years, he began exhibiting voyeuristic tendencies, peering into windows and stealing items that caught his interest. Fellow students and neighbors noted his ability to lie convincingly and his complete lack of remorse when caught in wrongdoing. Despite these red flags, Ted managed to maintain a facade of normalcy that would serve him well in his later criminal career. The revelation of his true parentage came during his late teens or early 20s, though accounts vary about exactly when and how he discovered the truth. Some sources suggest a cousin revealed it by showing him his birth certificate, while others indicate he discovered it himself. Regardless of the method, this discovery reportedly filled Ted with lifelong resentment toward his mother for the deception and for never telling him about his real father. Ted's academic performance in high school was adequate but unremarkable. He was described as shy and introverted, struggling to connect with his peers despite his intelligence. These social difficulties would later fuel his need for control and manipulation that characterized his adult relationships and criminal behavior. The psychological foundation for Ted's future crimes was being laid during these formative years. The combination of identity confusion, early exposure to violence through his disturbing behaviors, lack of stable male role models, and the fundamental deception about his origins created a perfect storm for the development of antisocial personality traits. Mental health experts who later studied his case would point to this period as crucial in understanding how a seemingly normal child could develop into one of America's most prolific serial killers. Ted Bundy's college years marked a crucial transformation period that would shape both his public persona and his private descent into violence. In 1966, at age 19, he enrolled at the University of Puget Sound but soon transferred to the University of Washington in Seattle. Initially unfocused academically, Ted struggled with his identity and future direction, changing majors from Chinese to urban planning before finally settling on psychology. During the spring of 1967, Ted met Stephanie Brooks, a pseudonym used to protect her identity. a wealthy, sophisticated student from California who embodied everything Ted aspired to possess: money, class, and social status. Brooks represented the life of privilege that Ted desperately wanted, but had never known. Their relationship became intense, with Ted completely infatuated by her elegance and social connections. However, the relationship was doomed by Ted's immaturity and lack of direction. In the fall of 1968, Brooks grew tired of Ted's aimless attitude and ended their relationship, later telling friends that she couldn't see a future with someone who lacked ambition and clear goals. This rejection devastated Ted and would become a pivotal moment in his psychological development. Many experts later theorized that his subsequent victims, predominantly attractive young women with long, dark hair parted in the middle, bore a striking resemblance to Stephanie Brooks. The breakup sent Ted into a psychological tailspin. He dropped out of the University of Washington and drifted aimlessly for several months, working various menial jobs and struggling with depression. In early 1969, he made a journey to Burlington, Vermont, to research his origins, finally confirming the truth about his illegitimate birth and the identity deception that had defined his early years. This discovery only deepened his resentment and sense of abandonment. Ted's fortunes began to change in the fall of 1969 when he re-enrolled at the University of Washington with a renewed sense of purpose. During this period, he met Elizabeth Klopfer, also known as Liz Kendall, at the Sandpiper Tavern in Seattle. Their meeting marked the beginning of a 6-year relationship that would span Ted's entire known killing spree. Klopfer, a divorced single mother working as an administrative assistant at the University of Washington, was immediately attracted to Ted's charm and apparent gentleness with her young daughter, Molly. The relationship with Klopfer provided Ted with stability and a semblance of normalcy, but it was also marked by his emotional unavailability and manipulative behavior. Klopfer later described their relationship as tumultuous, with Ted frequently disappearing for days without explanation and displaying sudden mood swings that left her confused and hurt. Despite these red flags, she remained devoted to him, desperately wanting the commitment that Ted seemed unwilling to provide. During this period, Ted also became involved in local Republican politics, working on campaigns and developing connections that would later serve as character references. His political involvement gave him an air of respectability and helped him develop the charming, persuasive persona that would make him so effective at luring victims. He even received a letter of recommendation from the Republican governor of Washington after working on his re-election campaign. In 1972, Ted graduated from the University of Washington with a degree in psychology, earning distinction for his academic performance. One of his professors was so impressed that he wrote in a recommendation letter, "I regret Mr. Bundy's decision to pursue a career in law rather than to continue his professional training in psychology. Our loss is your gain." This academic success marked a high point in Ted's legitimate achievements, but it also provided him with psychological insights that he would later use to manipulate and control his victims. Ted's volunteer work at a crisis hotline during this period introduced him to Rule, a former police officer turned crime writer who was also volunteering at the facility. Rule later described Ted as charming, intelligent, and seemingly compassionate, qualities that made their later friendship all the more shocking when she realized the truth about his double life. Their work together at the crisis center, where Ted counseled suicidal callers, provided a stark contrast to the violence he would soon inflict on innocent women. In 1973, Ted was accepted to law school at the University of Utah, but not before executing a calculated plan for revenge against Stephanie Brooks. During a business trip to California in the summer of 1973, Ted rekindled his relationship with Brooks, presenting himself as a mature, successful man headed for law school. He courted her intensively, and she was impressed by his apparent transformation. When Brooks finally agreed to marry him, Ted abruptly ended the relationship without explanation, leaving her confused and hurt. This act of revenge satisfied Ted's need for control and retribution, but it also marked a turning point toward his more violent tendencies. The psychological profile that emerged during these college years revealed a complex individual capable of great charm and apparent empathy, while harboring deep-seated rage and narcissistic tendencies. Ted's ability to compartmentalize his life, maintaining loving relationships while simultaneously developing homicidal fantasies demonstrated the sophisticated psychological manipulation that would characterize his later crimes. The foundation was now set for the horror that would begin in 1974, as Ted's need for control and his rage toward women would soon take its most deadly form. The year 1974 marked the beginning of Ted Bundy's known killing spree, a period that would terrorize the Pacific Northwest and forever change how America viewed serial crime. The transformation from fantasy to reality appears to have been triggered by his rejection of Stephanie Brooks and his growing confidence from his academic and political successes. The first known attack occurred on January 4, 1974, when Ted broke into the basement bedroom of 18-year-old Joni Lenz in Seattle. He brutally bludgeoned her with a metal rod from her bed frame and sexually assaulted her with a speculum taken from her dresser. Miraculously, Lenz survived the attack, but suffered permanent physical and neurological damage. This assault established the pattern of extreme violence and sexual sadism that would characterize all of Ted's subsequent crimes. 1 month later, on February 1, 1974, Ted committed what is considered his first murder when he abducted 21-year-old Linda and Healy from her basement bedroom near the University of Washington campus. Healy, known for giving the morning ski reports on local radio, vanished without a trace from her bed, leaving behind only bloodstains on her pillow and nightgown. Her disappearance marked the beginning of a terrifying pattern that would claim the lives of numerous young women across multiple states. Throughout the spring and summer of 1974, Ted's killing spree escalated with methodical precision. In March, 19-year-old Donna Gail Manson disappeared from the Evergreen State College campus in Olympia. April saw the disappearance of 18-year-old Susan Elaine Rancourt from Central Washington University. May brought the abduction of 20-year-old Roberta Cathy Parks from Oregon State University. Each victim fit a similar profile: attractive, college-aged women with long, dark hair parted in the middle. The most audacious and public of Ted's early crimes occurred on July 14, 1974, at Lake Sammamish State Park, where thousands of people were enjoying a beautiful summer day. On this single day, Ted abducted 2 women, 23-year-old Janice Ott and 19-year-old Denise Naslund. Multiple witnesses observed a handsome young man with his arm in a sling, introducing himself as Ted and asking for help with his sailboat. This bold daylight abduction in front of numerous witnesses demonstrated Ted's growing confidence and his ability to exploit people's natural tendency to help someone who appeared injured and harmless. Janice Ott was seen leaving with the man calling himself Ted around 12:30 p.m., with witnesses noting she asked if her bicycle would fit in his car, to which he replied, "It will fit in the trunk." Denise Naslund disappeared later that afternoon while walking to the restroom. The bodies of both women were found 2 months later in a wooded area near Issaquah, along with the remains of other victims. Ted's methods during this period revealed sophisticated planning and psychological manipulation. He typically approached victims in public places while feigning injury, using crutches, a sling, or a cast to appear vulnerable and non-threatening. This ruse exploited his victims' compassion and their natural instinct to help someone in apparent distress. Once he gained their trust and lured them to his car, he would overpower them with weapons he had concealed in his Volkswagen Beetle. His car had been modified for his crimes, with the passenger seat often removed to create space for victims to lie hidden as he drove away. He kept tools of restraint and violence readily available: handcuffs, rope, a crowbar, and other weapons that he used to control and ultimately kill his victims. The level of premeditation involved in these modifications and preparations demonstrated that Ted's crimes were not impulsive acts, but carefully calculated attacks. The investigation into these disappearances was hampered by the lack of coordination between different jurisdictions and the unprecedented nature of serial killing at the time. Detective Robert Keppel of the King County Sheriff's Office emerged as the primary investigator, painstakingly compiling evidence and witness descriptions. The similarities between cases, the victims' physical appearance, their disappearances from college campuses, and the mysterious man named Ted began to form a pattern that would eventually lead to Ted's identification. During this killing spree, Ted was simultaneously maintaining his relationship with Elizabeth Klopfer and attending law school at the University of Utah, which he began in September 1974. His ability to compartmentalize his life was extraordinary. He could commit brutal murders one day and return home to play the role of loving boyfriend and dedicated student the next. Klopfer later recalled noticing changes in Ted's behavior during this period. He seemed more distant, was often absent for unexplained periods, and had developed what she described as a cold look in his eyes. The psychological dynamics driving Ted's escalation during this period reveal a complex interplay of narcissism, sexual sadism, and an insatiable need for control. Each successful attack fed his sense of power and superiority, while the media attention and public fear only reinforced his belief in his own cleverness and invincibility. The fact that he could continue his normal life while secretly being responsible for such horror gave him a godlike sense of power over life and death that became increasingly addictive. By the end of 1974, Ted had likely killed at least 8 women, though the exact number remains unknown. His confidence was growing, his methods were becoming more refined, and his geographical reach was expanding as he moved between Washington, Oregon, and Utah. The foundation had been laid for what would become one of the most extensive and terrifying murder sprees in American criminal history. The beginning of Ted Bundy's downfall started with a routine traffic stop that would eventually unravel his carefully constructed facade. On August 16, 1975, in the early morning hours, Utah Highway Patrol Trooper Bob Hayward attempted to stop Ted's Volkswagen Beetle for a minor traffic violation in Salt Lake City. Ted's suspicious behavior, turning off his headlights and speeding through stop signs in an apparent attempt to evade the officer, immediately aroused Hayward's suspicions. When Trooper Hayward finally stopped the vehicle, he discovered a collection of items that painted a sinister picture: handcuffs, an ice pick, a crowbar, rope, a ski mask with eye holes cut out, and notably, the front passenger seat had been removed. Ted claimed he had simply been to see a movie and offered innocent explanations for each item, but the combination was too suspicious to ignore. He was arrested on charges of possession of burglary tools. The arrest proved to be the breakthrough that investigators across multiple states had been desperately seeking. The items found in Ted's car matched descriptions from the attempted kidnapping of Carol Duranch in November 1974. Duranch, an 18-year-old woman from Murray, Utah, had narrowly escaped when a man identifying himself as Officer Roseland attempted to handcuff her after claiming someone had tried to break into her car at a shopping mall. During their struggle, he had inadvertently fastened both handcuffs to the same wrist, allowing Duranch to escape. When presented with a police lineup, Duranch positively identified Ted as her attacker. This identification provided investigators with their first concrete link between Ted and the string of disappearances that had plagued the region. Detective Robert Keppel, who had been investigating the Washington murders, immediately recognized the significance of this arrest. The investigation that followed revealed the methodical nature of Ted's crimes and his sophisticated ability to evade detection. Keppel had spent months analyzing thousands of automobile registration records, feeding them into mainframe computers to identify potential suspects. Ted's name had appeared on the list due to witness descriptions of a man named Ted driving a light-colored Volkswagen Beetle, but he hadn't stood out among the hundreds of other potential suspects until his arrest. Meanwhile, detectives in Colorado had been investigating the murder of Karen Campbell, a 23-year-old nurse from Michigan who had disappeared while vacationing at the Wildwood Inn in Snowmass Village in January 1975. Campbell had vanished after leaving the lobby of the ski resort where she was staying with her fiancé. Her nude body was found a month later on a dirt road outside of town, beaten to death with a blunt instrument. During a search of Ted's car and residence, investigators found hair fibers that forensically matched samples taken from Karen Campbell, providing crucial physical evidence linking him to the Colorado murder. Additional evidence included witness testimony placing a man matching Ted's description at the Wildwood Inn on the night of Campbell's disappearance. On February 23, 1976, Ted went on trial in Utah for the attempted kidnapping of Carol Duranch. Despite his confident demeanor and attempts at self-representation, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Judge Stuart Hansen, presiding over a bench trial that Ted had requested instead of a jury trial, found him guilty of aggravated kidnapping. Ted was sentenced to a term of 1 to 15 years in the Utah State Prison. During this period, Elizabeth Klopfer was grappling with the horrifying possibility that the man she loved could be responsible for the disappearances and murders she had been reading about in the newspapers. The similarities were too numerous to ignore. Ted's physical appearance matched witness descriptions. He drove the same type of car, and his behavior had become increasingly erratic. Despite her emotional attachment to him, Klopfer made the difficult decision to contact police in both Seattle and Salt Lake City, providing them with Ted's name and personal information. Her calls to police added crucial weight to the mounting evidence against Ted. Detective Keppel later credited Klopfer's information as being instrumental in solidifying Ted as a serious suspect. However, her decision to cooperate with authorities came at great personal cost, as she struggled with guilt and conflicted feelings about potentially sending the father figure in her daughter's life to prison. While Ted was imprisoned in Utah, Colorado authorities were building their case for Karen Campbell's murder. The evidence was strong enough that in October 1976, Ted was charged with first-degree murder in Campbell's death. The extradition process began, with Colorado authorities requesting Ted's transfer to stand trial for murder, a charge that carried the potential death penalty. Ted's behavior during his imprisonment revealed his manipulative nature and his continued belief in his own superiority. He spent hours in the prison law library, studying legal precedents and planning his defense strategies. Fellow inmates later reported that Ted seemed to enjoy the attention his case was generating and appeared confident that he could beat the charges against him. The psychological evaluation conducted during this period provided the first professional assessment of Ted's mental state. He was diagnosed by Dr. Al Carlisle as having antisocial personality disorder, though Ted himself was dismissive of any suggestion that he had psychological problems. The evaluation noted his superficial charm, his lack of genuine empathy, and his grandiose sense of self-worth, all classic indicators of psychopathy. As 1976 drew to a close, Ted was preparing for his transfer to Colorado to face murder charges, still maintaining his innocence and confident in his ability to manipulate the legal system. What he hadn't anticipated was that his imprisonment would only provide investigators more time to build their cases, and that his own arrogance would lead to decisions that would ultimately seal his fate. The stage was set for the dramatic events that would unfold in 1977, including 2 daring escape attempts that would captivate the nation and lead to even more horrific crimes. Ted Bundy's 2 spectacular escapes from custody in Colorado became legendary examples of his cunning and the dangerous underestimation of his capabilities by law enforcement. These escapes would not only demonstrate his intelligence and determination, but would also lead to some of his most heinous crimes and ultimately to his final downfall. The first escape, Aspen Courthouse in January 1977, Ted was extradited from Utah to Pitkin County, Colorado, to stand trial for the murder of Karen Campbell. The move to the small mountain town of Aspen presented opportunities that Ted was quick to recognize and exploit. The Pitkin County Courthouse, where he was to stand trial, was located in the same building as the jail and law library, a setup that would prove fatally flawed. Ted was allowed to serve as his own attorney, a decision that gave him unprecedented freedom of movement within the courthouse. The judge had ruled that he didn't need to wear leg shackles or handcuffs during court proceedings, allowing him to walk freely to the law library located on the 2nd floor of the building. This privilege was granted based on his status as an educated defendant representing himself and the belief that he posed minimal flight risk. During the months leading up to his escape, Ted carefully studied the courthouse layout and routine, noting security weaknesses and planning his move. Over the months, I had noticed a number of opportunities to just walk right out, Bundy later told prison psychologist Dr. Al Carlisle in recorded phone conversations. I'd thought a great deal about escape, and I don't know if I had the guts to do it, quite frankly. On June 7, 1977, Ted finally seized his opportunity. While researching in the law library, he noticed that the guard had stepped outside for a smoke break, leaving him alone. The windows are open, and the fresh air is blowing through, and the sky was blue, and I said, "I'm ready to go," and walked to the window and jumped out, Ted later recounted. He leaped from the 2nd-story window of the courthouse and immediately headed for the surrounding mountains. Ted's escape plan was remarkably unprepared. "I had no plan. I had nobody helping me. I had no money. I had no nothing," he admitted. For 6 days, he survived in the mountains by breaking into cabins for food and shelter. Eventually, hunger and the harsh mountain conditions forced him back towards civilization. He stole a car in Aspen, but his inexperience with manual transmission caused the vehicle to stall and weave erratically, attracting the attention of Deputy Sheriff Rick Krolichek, who arrested him. Despite the failure of his first escape, Ted had proven that he was capable of exploiting security weaknesses and that underestimating him was a dangerous mistake. The escape also provided him with valuable experience and confidence that he would use to plan his second, more successful attempt. The second escape, Garfield County Jail. Following his recapture, Ted was transferred to the Garfield County Jail in Glenwood Springs, Colorado, where security was believed to be more robust. However, this facility would prove equally vulnerable to Ted's ingenuity and determination. The jail was located in an older building with construction features that Ted would exploit to his advantage. During his imprisonment in Glenwood Springs, Ted began losing weight, dropping from his normal 175 pounds to approximately 140 pounds. This weight loss was not accidental. It was a calculated part of his escape plan. Ted had discovered that he could access the ceiling of his cell through a light fixture, but the opening was too small for his normal-sized frame. By deliberately starving himself, he made his body small enough to fit through the narrow passage. Ted also used his time in jail to study the building's structure and the guards' routines. He learned that the jailer lived in an apartment adjacent to the jail, and that there was access to this apartment through the ceiling space above the cells. He spent months carefully widening the opening in his cell's ceiling and planning his route through the building's infrastructure. On December 30th, 1977, Ted put his plan into action. Using law books and pillows arranged under his blanket to simulate a sleeping body, he created the illusion that he was in his cell. He then squeezed through the opening he had prepared in the ceiling and crawled through the building's ductwork and plumbing passages. The route led him to a closet in the jailer's apartment, which was unoccupied at the time. Once in the apartment, Ted put on civilian clothes he found there and simply walked out of the building into the night. His escape wasn't discovered until late Saturday afternoon of December 31st, giving him nearly 18 hours of head start. This time, Ted was far better prepared for life as a fugitive. Flight to Florida. Ted's second escape demonstrated the criminal sophistication he had developed during his years of planning and killing. Rather than heading for the mountains as he had during his first escape, Ted had prepared a more elaborate plan for disappearing entirely. He made his way to Denver, where he boarded a flight to Chicago. From Chicago, he took an Amtrak train to Ann Arbor, Michigan, then drove south to Atlanta, Georgia, before finally boarding a Trailways bus to Tallahassee, Florida. His choice of Florida was strategic. It was far from the western states where he was known to law enforcement, had a warm climate suitable for a fugitive, and was home to a large state university where he could blend in among the student population. He traveled under the alias Chris Hagen, using identification he had either stolen or forged during his journey. By January 8, 1978, Ted had arrived in Tallahassee and taken up residence at the Oak House, a rooming house near the Florida State University campus. He was now over 2,000 miles from Colorado, with a new identity and apparent freedom to start over. However, the psychological compulsions that had driven him to kill before had not been satisfied by his escape. They had only been temporarily suspended. Psychological analysis of Ted's escapes revealed crucial aspects of his personality and psychological makeup that would prove important in understanding his overall criminal behavior. His ability to plan meticulously while maintaining the facade of a cooperative prisoner demonstrated his capacity for long-term deception and manipulation. The risks he was willing to take, including the potentially fatal jump from the courthouse window, showed his narcissistic belief in his own abilities and his willingness to gamble everything for freedom. The fact that both escapes were accomplished through intelligence and planning rather than violence also reflected Ted's preference for psychological manipulation over physical confrontation when possible. He derived satisfaction not just from the freedom his escapes provided, but from the intellectual challenge of outwitting the authorities and the media attention his dramatic flights generated. However, the escapes also demonstrated the dangerous underestimation of Ted's capabilities by law enforcement. The privileges granted to him because of his education and apparently cooperative demeanor reflected a fundamental misunderstanding of his true nature. This pattern of underestimation would continue to plague the investigation throughout his criminal career. The stage was now set for the final and most horrific chapter of Ted's criminal career. Free in Florida with a new identity, He was positioned to commit crimes that would surpass even his previous acts of violence in their brutality and audacity. The escapes that had seemed like victories would ultimately lead to his final downfall and execution. Ted Bundy's arrival in Florida marked the beginning of the most brutal and reckless period of his criminal career. Free from the constraints of prison and emboldened by his successful escapes, Ted was now operating in an environment where he was unknown to local law enforcement, giving him a dangerous sense of invincibility that would lead to his most heinous acts. The Chi Omega Massacre in the early morning hours of January 15, 1978, just 1 week after his arrival in Tallahassee, Ted launched an attack that would become synonymous with his name and cement his place in criminal history. At approximately 3 a.m., he entered the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University through a faulty back door lock. What followed was 15 minutes of unprecedented brutality that would forever traumatize a university community and shock the nation. Ted moved through the sorority house like a predator, attacking sleeping victims with a piece of firewood he had brought as a weapon. His first victim was 21-year-old Margaret Bowman, whom he brutally bludgeoned in her bed before strangling her with pantyhose. The savage nature of the attack was evident from the skull fractures and other injuries found on her body. Lisa Levy, a 20-year-old criminology student, was Ted's second victim that night. She was also beaten and strangled, but the attack on Levy revealed an even more disturbing aspect of Ted's violence. He bit her left buttock, leaving distinctive teeth marks that would later become crucial evidence in his prosecution. The bite mark demonstrated the sexual nature of Ted's violence and his complete loss of control during the attack. Two other Chi Omega residents, Karen Chandler and Kathy Kleiner, were also brutally attacked but survived. Chandler suffered a broken jaw and lost several teeth, while Kleiner sustained a broken jaw and severe lacerations. Both women were left with permanent physical and emotional scars from their encounters with Ted, but their survival provided crucial testimony about the attacks. The total time Ted spent in the sorority house was estimated at less than 15 minutes, during which he attacked 4 women in their beds. The speed and efficiency of the attacks demonstrated both his experience as a killer and the depth of his rage. More than 30 witnesses were within earshot of the sorority house during the attacks, yet none heard anything due to the swift and brutal nature of Ted's assault. The Cheryl Thomas attack, Ted's violence didn't end at Chi Omega. Approximately 8 blocks away from the sorority house, he broke into the basement apartment of 21-year-old FSU student Cheryl Thomas. Thomas was brutally beaten with the same piece of firewood, suffering a dislocated shoulder and fractures to her jaw and skull in 5 places. The attack left her with permanent deafness in her left ear and equilibrium damage that ended her promising dance career. Thomas survived only because her attack was interrupted by a neighbor who called 911 after hearing sounds of violence. Police found a semen stain on Thomas's bed and a pantyhose mask containing hair similar to Ted's, providing additional physical evidence linking him to the crimes. The attack on Thomas showed that Ted's rampage was not limited to the sorority house, but represented a broader pattern of violence against young women in the area. The Kimberly Leach murder, Ted's final known murder, was also his most shocking, involving a child victim that horrified even hardened investigators. On February 9, 1978, 12-year-old Kimberly Diane Leach was summoned to her homeroom at Lake City Junior High School to retrieve a forgotten purse and never returned to class. Ted had abducted the young girl in broad daylight from her school, demonstrating an unprecedented level of audacity and recklessness. For 7 weeks, Kimberly's disappearance sparked an intensive search involving hundreds of volunteers and law enforcement officers. Her partially mummified remains were finally found in a pig farrowing shed near Sewanee River State Park, 35 miles northwest of Lake City. The condition of the body and the remote location where it was discovered spoke to the premeditated nature of Ted's crime and his familiarity with the area. Forensic examination revealed that Kimberly had been sexually assaulted before having her throat cut and her genitals mutilated with a knife. The extreme brutality of the crime against such a young victim represented a new low in Ted's criminal career and demonstrated his complete lack of moral boundaries. The murder of Kimberly Leach would ultimately result in Ted's 3rd death sentence and was often cited as the crime that sealed his fate. Attempted abduction of Leslie Parmenter. Ted's reckless behavior during his Florida crime spree extended beyond his successful attacks. On February 8, 1978, the day before abducting Kimberly Leach, Ted attempted to abduct 14-year-old Leslie Parmenter in a Jacksonville parking lot. Ted approached Parmenter, identifying himself as Richard Burton, Fire Department, but retreated when Parmenter's older brother arrived and confronted him. This incident was particularly significant because Leslie Parmenter was the daughter of the Jacksonville Police Department's chief of detectives. Ted's attempt to abduct the daughter of a high-ranking police official demonstrated either incredible audacity or a complete loss of judgment. The failed abduction attempt provided additional evidence of Ted's presence in Florida and his continued predatory behavior. Psychological deterioration. The crimes Ted committed in Florida revealed a significant deterioration in his psychological state and criminal methodology. Unlike his earlier murders, which were characterized by careful planning and disposal of evidence, the Florida attacks were reckless, public, and left substantial physical evidence. The fact that he attacked multiple victims in a single location during a short time frame suggested a loss of the control and calculation that had previously characterized his crimes. Several factors likely contributed to this deterioration: the stress of being a fugitive, the psychological pressure of his escapes, and possibly the satisfaction he derived from successfully evading capture for so long. The escalation in violence, from primarily targeting college-aged women to attacking a child, also suggested that his previous crimes were no longer providing the psychological satisfaction he craved. The sexual nature of the attacks, evidenced by the bite mark on Lisa Levy and the assault on Kimberly Leach, revealed the deeply pathological nature of Ted's motivations. These crimes were not simply about killing. They were about complete domination and the expression of sexual violence that had been building throughout his criminal career. Investigation and evidence. The Florida crimes provided law enforcement with more physical evidence than any of Ted's previous attacks. The bite mark on Lisa Levy would prove particularly crucial, as dental impressions could be matched to Ted's teeth with scientific precision. Hair fibers found at multiple crime scenes, eyewitness testimony, and other physical evidence created a web of proof that would be much more difficult for Ted to explain away than the largely circumstantial evidence from his earlier crimes. The investigation was also aided by improved communication between law enforcement agencies and the development of better forensic techniques. The lessons learned from Ted's earlier escapes and the difficulties in building cases against him in other states led to a more coordinated and thorough approach to gathering evidence in Florida. The horror of Ted's Florida crimes marked the end of his career as a serial killer, but they also ensured that he would face the ultimate penalty for his actions. The evidence gathered from these attacks would prove sufficient to secure not just convictions, but death sentences that would survive the lengthy appeals process. Ted's final rampage had satisfied his immediate violent impulses, but it had also sealed his fate in ways that his earlier, more careful crimes had not. Ted Bundy's Florida trials marked a watershed moment in American criminal justice, becoming the first nationally televised murder trials and transforming Ted from a notorious criminal into a macabre celebrity. The proceedings revealed both the strength of the evidence against him and his extraordinary ability to manipulate public perception even while facing the death penalty. Capture and initial proceedings. Ted's final capture came on February 15, 1978, when Pensacola police officer David Lee pulled over a stolen orange Volkswagen Beetle for erratic driving. The driver initially identified himself as Kenneth Meisner, but his suspicious behavior and appearance led to his arrest. After several days in custody and extensive questioning by multiple law enforcement agencies, Ted finally revealed his true identity. The revelation that the man in custody was the escaped Colorado murder suspect and one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives sent shockwaves through law enforcement. Ted had been on the run for 46 days, during which he had committed some of his most brutal crimes. His capture in Florida set the stage for legal proceedings that would captivate the nation and establish new precedents for high-profile criminal trials. The Chi Omega trial. Ted's first Florida trial began on June 25, 1979, in Miami-Dade County, where the case had been moved due to extensive pretrial publicity in Tallahassee. The decision to televise the proceedings was groundbreaking and controversial, marking the first time cameras were allowed in a criminal trial of this magnitude. The media coverage transformed the courtroom into a theater and Ted into a performer who seemed to relish the attention. One of the most significant aspects of the trial was Ted's decision to represent himself, dismissing his experienced defense attorneys in favor of acting as his own counsel. This decision was seen by many legal experts as a critical error, but it allowed Ted to cross-examine witnesses, present evidence, and address the jury directly, opportunities he used to try to charm and manipulate the proceedings. The prosecution's case was built on multiple forms of evidence that created an overwhelming picture of Ted's guilt. Nita Neary, a Chi Omega sister who had returned to the house shortly after the attacks, provided crucial eyewitness testimony. She described seeing a man matching Ted's description leaving the sorority house carrying a piece of wood, and her subsequent identification of Ted proved devastating to his defense. The bite mark evidence proved to be the prosecution's most powerful weapon. Forensic odontologist Dr. Richard Sovereign testified that the bite mark left on Lisa Levy's left buttock matched Ted's dental impressions with scientific certainty. The prosecution presented enlarged photographs of the bite mark alongside impressions of Ted's teeth, creating a visual comparison that was compelling to the jury. This forensic evidence represented a new development in criminal prosecution and established important precedents for the use of bite mark analysis in court. Additional evidence included hair fibers found at the crime scene that matched samples taken from Ted, eyewitness testimony placing him in the area at the time of the attacks, and physical evidence from his apartment and possessions. The cumulative weight of this evidence created a case that even Ted's considerable charm and legal maneuvering could not overcome. During the trial, Ted's behavior revealed the complex psychology that had driven his crimes. He appeared confident, even cocky, often smiling and waving at the cameras. His cross-examination of witnesses was skilled and sometimes effective, demonstrating the intelligence and legal knowledge that had helped him evade capture for so long. However, his obvious enjoyment of the attention and his inability to show genuine remorse for his alleged crimes created a disturbing spectacle that horrified observers. On July 24, 1979, after less than 7 hours of deliberation, the jury found Ted guilty on all counts: 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman, and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder for the attacks on Cheryl Thomas, Karen Chandler, and Kathy Kleiner. The speed of the verdict reflected the overwhelming nature of the evidence against him. The penalty phase of the trial revealed the depth of impact Ted's crimes had on the victims and their families. Emotional testimony from survivors and family members painted a picture of lives forever changed by his violence. Despite Ted's attempts to present mitigating evidence and his own testimony asking for mercy, the jury recommended death sentences for both murder counts. The Kimberly Leach trial, Ted's second Florida trial, began on January 7, 1980, in Orlando, where the case had been moved from Lake City. This trial focused on the abduction and murder of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, a crime that had shocked even those familiar with Ted's previous violence. The prosecution of a child murder case required different strategies and presented unique emotional challenges for all involved. The evidence in the Leach case was largely circumstantial but compelling. Eyewitnesses placed Ted in Lake City on the day of Kimberly's disappearance. Fiber evidence linked him to the victim, and his behavior during the time period was consistent with having committed the crime. The discovery of Kimberly's body in a remote location that Ted could have known about further strengthened the prosecution's case. During this trial, Ted executed one of the most bizarre moments in American legal history when he married Carol Ann Boone while she was testifying as a character witness. Boone, a former co-worker from Washington State who had maintained her belief in Ted's innocence, had moved to Florida to support him during his trials. Ted's knowledge of Florida law allowed him to exploit a legal loophole that recognized declarations of marriage made in open court as legally binding. The courtroom marriage was calculated theater designed to humanize Ted in the eyes of the jury and generate sympathy. When Ted asked Boone, "Will you marry me?" while she was on the witness stand and she responded yes, he completed the ceremony by stating, "Then I do hereby marry you." The judge's presence made the union legally valid under Florida law, though it was denied by jail officials when they later applied for a formal marriage license. Despite the dramatic gesture and Boone's passionate testimony about Ted's character, the evidence against him was sufficient for conviction. On February 7, 1980, the jury found Ted guilty of first-degree murder and kidnapping in Kimberly Leach's death. 3 days later, he was sentenced to death for the 3rd time, ensuring that even if his other death sentences were overturned on appeal, he would still face execution. Media coverage and public fascination. The extensive media coverage of Ted's trials created a phenomenon that was both fascinating and disturbing. Ted's handsome appearance, intelligence, and charm created a cognitive dissonance for the public. He didn't fit the stereotypical image of a serial killer. This disconnect led to a perverse fascination with Ted that included fan mail, marriage proposals, and even groupies who attended his trials. The media coverage also sparked important debates about the ethics of televised criminal proceedings and the potential for such coverage to glorify criminals. Ted's obvious enjoyment of the attention and his skill at manipulating media coverage raised questions about whether the publicity was serving justice or merely providing entertainment. Feminist criminologists criticized the media's portrayal of Ted as a romantic figure, arguing that it trivialized the suffering of his victims and reinforced dangerous stereotypes about violence against women. The coverage often focused more on Ted's charisma and intelligence than on the brutal reality of his crimes, creating a narrative that some argued was more sympathetic to the killer than to his victims. Legal significance: Ted's trials established important precedents in criminal law, particularly in the areas of self-representation, televised proceedings, and forensic evidence. His decision to represent himself demonstrated both the rights of defendants and the potential pitfalls of exercising those rights without proper legal training. The bite mark evidence that proved crucial to his conviction helped establish the scientific validity of forensic odontology in criminal cases. The trials also highlighted the importance of coordination between law enforcement agencies and the value of physical evidence in prosecuting serial crimes. The lessons learned from the difficulties in prosecuting Ted's earlier crimes led to improved investigative techniques and better preservation of evidence that made the Florida convictions possible. The media coverage of the trials changed the landscape of criminal justice reporting and established precedents for how high-profile cases would be covered in the future. The balance between public interest and the rights of defendants and victims became an ongoing concern that continues to influence legal proceedings today. By the end of 1980, Ted Bundy faced 3 death sentences and the prospect of spending the rest of his life on death row, while his appeals worked their way through the courts. The trials had revealed the full extent of his crimes and provided some measure of justice for his victims, but they had also created a legacy of public fascination with serial killers that would influence American culture for decades to come. Ted Bundy's 8 years on death row at Florida State Prison represented a complex period of psychological manipulation, legal maneuvering, and ultimately, limited cooperation with law enforcement. During this time, he would transform from a defiant defendant maintaining his innocence to a condemned man desperately trading information for time, revealing the full scope of his crimes in his final days. Life on death row: Ted's life at Florida State Prison was a stark contrast to the freedom and control he had enjoyed throughout his criminal career. Confined to a small cell for 23 hours a day, he was forced to confront the reality of his situation while maintaining the psychological defenses that had sustained him throughout his trials. Despite these restrictions, Ted continued to demonstrate his manipulative abilities and his need for attention and control. His cell became a hub of correspondence with journalists, researchers, and admirers who were fascinated by his case. Ted maintained an extensive letter-writing campaign, carefully crafting his image and controlling the narrative about his crimes even while imprisoned. These letters revealed his continued narcissism and his belief that he was somehow special or different from other criminals. Ted's relationship with Carol and Boone continued during his early years on death row, and she gave birth to their daughter, Rose Bundy, in 1982. The conception occurred during conjugal visits that were arranged through Boone's connections and Ted's manipulation of prison protocols. The birth of his daughter provided Ted with another tool for emotional manipulation and generated additional media attention about his case. In July 1984, prison guards discovered 2 hacksaw blades hidden in Ted's cell, along with evidence that he had sawed through a steel bar in his cell window and glued it back in place with homemade soap-based adhesive. This escape attempt demonstrated that, even on death row, Ted continued to plan and scheme, refusing to accept his fate passively. The discovery led to increased security measures and closer monitoring of his activities. The Green River Killer consultation in October 1984, Ted made a calculated decision to reach out to law enforcement, offering his expertise in the ongoing investigation of the Green River Killer. He contacted Detective Robert Keppel, who had been instrumental in his original investigation, proposing that his insights into serial killer psychology could help solve the case that was terrorizing the Seattle area. The offer represented a strategic move by Ted to demonstrate his value to law enforcement while positioning himself as a cooperative prisoner. Detective Keppel and Green River Task Force Detective Dave Reichert interviewed Ted extensively, though Gary Ridgway remained at large for another 17 years. The interviews provided law enforcement with valuable insights into serial killer behavior, even though they didn't immediately solve the Green River case. Ted's cooperation in the Green River investigation revealed his deep understanding of criminal psychology and his ability to analyze other killers' behaviors. His insights into victim selection, disposal methods, and the psychological motivations driving serial crimes demonstrated the sophisticated criminal mind that had made him so successful at evading capture. However, his cooperation was always calculated and self-serving, designed to extend his life and maintain his relevance. The FBI interviews with Bill Hagmaier. The most significant relationship Ted developed during his death row years was with FBI Special Agent Bill Hagmaier, who began interviewing him in 1984 as part of the Bureau's effort to understand serial killer psychology. Hagmaier, a criminal profiler with the Behavioral Analysis Unit, spent over 200 hours interviewing Ted between 1984 and 1989, developing what Ted called a friendship. The relationship between Ted and Hagmaier was complex and psychologically intense. Ted, starved for intellectual stimulation and meaningful human contact, found in Hagmaier someone who could engage with him on an intellectual level without being manipulated or deceived. Hagmaier, for his part, maintained professional distance while developing the rapport necessary to gain Ted's trust and extract valuable information. During these interviews, Ted began to reveal details about his crimes that he had never shared before. He discussed his methods, his psychological state during attacks, and the post-mortem activities he engaged in with his victims' bodies. These revelations included his practice of returning to dump sites to engage in necrophilia with decomposing corpses and his ritual activities with severed heads. Ted told Hagmaier about his use of makeup and hairstyling on some victims after death, treating their bodies as objects for his continued control and gratification. He described visits to Taylor Mountain and other dump sites where he would spend entire nights with victims' remains, engaging in sexual activities until decomposition made it impossible to continue. These admissions revealed the depth of his pathology and the extent of his crimes beyond the actual murders. Psychological deterioration and desperation as Ted's execution date approached and his appeals were exhausted, his psychological state began to deteriorate noticeably. The confident, charming manipulator who had dominated his trials was replaced by an increasingly desperate man facing the reality of his impending death. His letters to family and friends revealed fear, regret, and a growing awareness that his execution was inevitable. The relationship with Carol and Boone began to deteriorate as Ted's true nature became impossible to deny. After years of maintaining his innocence and manipulating Boone's devotion, the mounting evidence and Ted's own admissions made it clear that he was guilty of the crimes for which he had been convicted. Boone gradually distanced herself from Ted, eventually stopping her visits and correspondence. Ted's desperation became particularly evident in his final years when he began reaching out to various law enforcement agencies, offering to confess to unsolved murders in exchange for stays of execution. These offers were transparently self-serving attempts to buy time, but they also provided families of victims with closure and gave law enforcement valuable information about unsolved cases. The final confessions in the days immediately preceding his execution, Ted finally began providing the comprehensive confessions that law enforcement had sought for years. These confessions came not from genuine remorse, but from a last desperate attempt to delay his execution by trading information for time. As his attorney Polly Nelson later observed, Ted always thought that his knowledge of these crimes was his ace in the hole. During marathon interview sessions lasting up to 20 hours, Ted confessed to murders across 7 states, providing details that only the killer could have known. He admitted to 30 murders, but hinted that the actual number might be much higher, telling investigators to add 1 digit to that, and you'll have it. This would suggest a victim count in the hundreds, though many of these claims remain unverified. Ted's confessions revealed the geographic scope of his crimes and the sophisticated planning that went into each attack. He provided details about dump sites, victim selection criteria, and methods of disposal that helped law enforcement solve cold cases and provide closure to families. However, even in his final confessions, Ted withheld certain information, using the promise of additional revelations to try to negotiate for more time. The confessions also revealed the psychological motivations behind Ted's crimes. He spoke about the power he felt over his victims and his belief that he was their God, controlling their lives and deaths. He described the sexual gratification he derived from the complete domination of his victims and the continued control he maintained over their bodies after death. Final years and isolation. Ted's final years on death row were marked by increasing isolation as former supporters abandoned him and the reality of his crimes became undeniable. His daughter Rose, now a young child, was kept away from him as Carol and Boone sought to protect her from the truth about her father. Ted's correspondence decreased, and his attempts to maintain relationships with journalists and researchers became less successful as public interest shifted to other cases. The man who had once commanded national attention and manipulated media coverage found himself increasingly irrelevant except as a source of information about his own crimes. His attempts to present himself as a reformed individual or a valuable resource for understanding criminal behavior were undermined by the transparency of his self-serving motivations. As January 24th, 1989 approached, Ted made final attempts to secure clemency or additional stays of execution, but his options were exhausted. The confessions he had hoped would save his life had only confirmed his guilt and the appropriateness of his death sentence. The psychological manipulator who had controlled so many aspects of his life and the lives of his victims was finally facing a situation he could not talk, charm, or scheme his way out of. The 8 years Ted spent on death row revealed the true nature of his personality and the extent of his crimes in ways that his trials had not. Stripped of the freedom and control that had defined his adult life, he was forced to confront the reality of what he had become and the inevitability of his fate. His death row period provided valuable insights into the criminal mind while demonstrating that even the most sophisticated and intelligent psychopaths are ultimately subject to the consequences of their actions. The final 24 hours of Ted Bundy's life represented the culmination of one of the most notorious criminal cases in American history, as the man who had terrorized multiple states and captured the nation's attention finally faced the ultimate consequence for his crimes. His execution on January 24th, 1989, closed a chapter that had begun more than a decade earlier with mysterious disappearances in the Pacific Northwest. Last-minute legal maneuvers as Ted's execution date approached. His legal team made final desperate attempts to secure stays of execution or commutation of his death sentence. These efforts included appeals to the Florida Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, and Governor Bob Martinez, but the overwhelming evidence of Ted's guilt and the heinous nature of his crimes made success unlikely. Ted himself had exhausted much of his credibility through years of manipulation and false promises of cooperation. The final appeals focused on claims of mental incompetence and inadequate legal representation during his trials. Ted's attorneys argued that his decision to represent himself had been a mistake that compromised his defense, but courts had consistently ruled that he had been competent to make that choice and that it had been made knowingly and voluntarily. His obvious intelligence and sophisticated understanding of legal procedures undermined any claims of incompetence. In his final weeks, Ted continued his strategy of offering information about unsolved murders in exchange for additional time. He contacted law enforcement agencies across the country, promising revelations about cold cases if his execution was postponed. However, these offers were seen as transparent attempts to manipulate the system rather than genuine cooperation, and they failed to generate the stays he desperately sought. Final interviews and confessions. Ted's final interviews with FBI agent Bill Hagmaier occurred in the days immediately before his execution, as Ted finally abandoned his decades-long claims of innocence and provided detailed confessions to multiple murders. These sessions, lasting many hours, revealed the full scope of his criminal activity and provided law enforcement with information about cases that had remained unsolved for years. During these final confessions, Ted admitted to murders in Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, California, Idaho, and Florida, spanning the period from 1973 to 1978. He provided specific details about victim selection, methods of killing, and disposal of bodies that only the perpetrator could have known. These admissions finally gave families closure about the fates of their loved ones while confirming law enforcement's suspicions about the scope of Ted's crimes. Ted also revealed the psychological aspects of his crimes that had driven him for so many years. He described the power he felt over his victims and the sexual gratification he derived from complete control over another human being. His admissions about necrophilia and the extended time he spent with victims' corpses witnesses provided disturbing insights into the depths of his pathology. One of the most significant aspects of these final confessions was Ted's attempt to blame his crimes on pornography, particularly violent pornography that he claimed had influenced his development. In his final interview with Christian psychologist James Dobson, Ted argued that pornography was a contributing factor to his violence, though critics noted this appeared to be another attempt at manipulation rather than genuine remorse. The final day Ted's final day began before dawn on January 24, 1989, as he prepared for his execution scheduled for 7 a.m. He had refused his last meal, choosing instead to have the standard prison fare. His final hours were spent meeting with his spiritual advisor, Methodist minister Fred Lawrence, and his attorney Jim Coleman. Ted made 2 final phone calls to his mother, Louise Bundy, during which he apologized for the pain he had caused his family. According to witnesses, he told her, "I'm so sorry I've given you all such grief, but a part of me was hidden all the time." These conversations represented one of the few times Ted showed what appeared to be genuine emotion about the impact of his actions on others. As the execution time approached, Ted met with the prison chaplain and attempted to make peace with his impending death. However, even in his final hours, he continued to demonstrate the narcissistic traits that had characterized his entire adult life, expressing more concern about his own fate than about his victims or their families. The execution at 7:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on January 24, 1989. Ted Bundy was executed in Florida's electric chair at Rayford State Prison. His final words were directed to his attorney and spiritual advisor, "Jim and Fred, I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." The execution was witnessed by 48 people, including law enforcement officials, government representatives, and members of the media. The execution itself was carried out according to Florida protocol, with Ted strapped into the electric chair known as Old Sparky. The procedure was completed efficiently, ending the life of one of America's most notorious criminals after more than a decade on death row. Medical personnel confirmed his death at 7:16 a.m., exactly 42 years after his birth in Vermont. The public reaction to Ted's execution was unprecedented in its celebratory nature. Hundreds of people gathered in a pasture across from the prison, singing, dancing, and setting off fireworks as news of the execution spread. The crowd cheered when the white hearse carrying Ted's body departed the prison, demonstrating the intense public feeling about his crimes and their satisfaction with his punishment. The celebratory atmosphere reflected not just satisfaction with justice served, but also relief that Ted's long manipulation of the legal system had finally ended. For more than a decade, he had used appeals, escapes, and legal maneuvers to delay accountability for his crimes, frustrating law enforcement and the public alike. His execution represented the final victory of justice over his attempts to control and manipulate the system. Local businesses near the prison capitalized on the public interest, selling t-shirts with slogans like "Burn Bundy Burn" and "Tuesday is Friday." While some criticized this commercialization of an execution, it reflected the deep public animosity toward Ted and the satisfaction many felt about his fate. Impact on victims' families. For the families of Ted's victims, his execution provided a sense of closure that many had waited years to achieve. Karen Campbell's father, Robert Campbell, spoke to reporters the day before the execution, expressing mixed feelings about capital punishment, but supporting Ted's execution as a necessary consequence of his actions. "You never really forgive someone for something like that," he said. "You just try to put it behind you." Other family members expressed relief that Ted would no longer be able to manipulate the media or a legal system to generate sympathy or attention. His death meant that the focus could finally shift from the killer to remembering and honoring his victims. Many families had struggled with the media attention on Ted at the expense of their loved ones' memories. The execution also meant that Ted could no longer traumatize victims' families with false promises of revealing the locations of remains or providing closure about unsolved cases. His pattern of using information as a bargaining chip had caused additional pain to families who hoped for answers about their missing loved ones. Final disposition. Following his execution, Ted's body was cremated in Gainesville, Florida, in accordance with his will. His ashes were scattered at an undisclosed location in the Cascade Range of Washington state, returning him to the region where his known criminal career had begun. The secretive disposal of his remains was intended to prevent the creation of a shrine or memorial that might glorify his crimes. The decision to scatter his ashes in Washington was controversial, with some arguing that he didn't deserve to be returned to the area where he had caused so much pain. However, his will specified this location, and his family's wishes were respected despite the objections of some victims' advocates. Historical significance: Ted Bundy's execution marked the end of not just a criminal's life, but an era in American criminal justice. His case had transformed public understanding of serial killers, influenced law enforcement techniques, and changed how the media covered high-profile criminal cases. His death closed the most extensively documented serial killer case in American history up to that point. The extensive media coverage of his execution, like his trials, set precedents for how such events would be covered in the future. The balance between public interest and respect for the dignity of legal proceedings remained a contentious issue that his case helped define. Ted's execution also represented a victory for the victims' rights movement and the families who had fought for justice throughout the lengthy legal process. Their persistence in demanding accountability and their refusal to be manipulated by Ted's attempts at sympathy had finally been vindicated. The man who had controlled so many aspects of his victims' final moments was ultimately unable to control his own fate, dying at the appointed time in the manner prescribed by law. His execution served as a reminder that even the most intelligent and manipulative criminals are ultimately subject to justice and the rule of law. Ted Bundy's case fundamentally transformed American law enforcement, criminal psychology, and public understanding of serial crime, leaving a legacy that continues to influence these fields decades after his execution. His sophisticated methods, interstate crimes, and ability to evade capture for years exposed critical weaknesses in the criminal justice system, while simultaneously providing valuable lessons that improved investigative techniques and interagency cooperation. Revolutionizing criminal profiling: the most significant impact of Ted's case was on the development of criminal profiling and behavioral analysis within the FBI. His interviews with Special Agent Bill Hagmaier and other behavioral analysts provided unprecedented insights into the psychology of serial killers, helping to establish the scientific foundation for what would become the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit. Ted's willingness to discuss his crimes in detail during his final years allowed researchers to understand the psychological motivations behind serial killing in ways that had never been possible before. His descriptions of victim selection, the planning process, and the psychological satisfaction he derived from his crimes became foundational knowledge for criminal profilers. These insights help law enforcement develop more accurate profiles of unknown subjects in future cases. The development of the Homicide Investigation Tracking System, HITS, pioneered by Detective Robert Keppel, who had investigated Ted's early crimes, was directly influenced by the challenges faced in linking Ted's crimes across multiple jurisdictions. HITS became a model for information sharing systems that help law enforcement agencies connect similar crimes and identify patterns that might indicate serial offending. Improving interagency coordination: Ted's ability to commit crimes across multiple states while avoiding detection highlighted the critical need for better coordination between law enforcement agencies. His case demonstrated how jurisdictional boundaries could be exploited by sophisticated criminals who understood the limitations of local law enforcement communication. The investigations into Ted's crimes led to improved protocols for sharing information between agencies and the establishment of formal mechanisms for coordinating multi-jurisdictional investigations. The lessons learned from the difficulties in tracking Ted's movements and connecting his crimes across state lines influenced the development of national databases and communication systems that are now standard in law enforcement. Federal involvement in serial killer investigations became more systematic following Ted's case, with the FBI taking a more active role in providing resources and expertise to local agencies dealing with potentially serial crimes. The recognition that serial killers often operate across jurisdictional boundaries led to protocols that automatically involve federal resources when certain patterns are identified. Forensic science advances the physical evidence that ultimately convicted Ted, particularly the bite mark analysis that proved crucial in his Chi Omega trial, established important precedents for the use of forensic odontology in criminal cases. While bite mark evidence would later become more controversial in forensic science, Ted's case demonstrated the power of physical evidence in linking suspects to crimes even when other evidence was limited. The challenges faced in preserving and analyzing evidence from Ted's crime scenes led to improvements in forensic collection and processing techniques. The recognition that serial killers might return to crime scenes or move bodies after initial disposal influenced how investigators approached and secured potential crime scenes. Ted's case also highlighted the importance of maintaining detailed records and evidence from unsolved cases, as connections might only become apparent years later when additional crimes provide context. This influenced evidence retention policies and the development of cold case units in major law enforcement agencies. Understanding serial killer psychology, the extensive psychological evaluation of Ted during his trials and death row interviews provided researchers with detailed insights into the development and psychology of serial killers. His case became a foundational study in criminal psychology, influencing how mental health professionals understand and treat antisocial personality disorders and psychopathy. Ted's intelligence, charm, and apparent normalcy challenged existing stereotypes about serial killers and demonstrated that such criminals could be highly functional members of society. This understanding influenced how law enforcement trained officers to look beyond surface appearances when investigating violent crimes. The concept of the organized serial killer, as opposed to disorganized offenders, was partly developed through the study of Ted's methodical approach to his crimes. His careful planning, victim selection, and evidence disposal techniques provided examples of sophisticated criminal behavior that helped profilers categorize and understand different types of serial offenders. Victim advocacy and rights. Ted's case occurred during a period of growing awareness about victims' rights and the need to protect victims and their families from additional trauma during criminal proceedings. His manipulation of the media and legal system to generate sympathy and attention highlighted the need for better protection of victims' interests in high-profile cases. The extensive media coverage of Ted's trials, while groundbreaking in its scope, also demonstrated the potential for such coverage to re-victimize families and shift focus from victims to perpetrators. This led to discussions about ethical guidelines for covering criminal trials and the balance between public interest and victim privacy. The long legal process in Ted's case, including his multiple escapes and extended appeals, illustrated the emotional toll that lengthy criminal proceedings could have on victims' families. This contributed to reforms in the appeals process and the development of victim support services within the criminal justice system. Media and public awareness. Ted's case marked a turning point in how serial crimes were covered by the media and understood by the public. The extensive television coverage of his trials helped create the modern phenomenon of celebrity criminals while simultaneously educating the public about the reality of serial crime. The public fascination with Ted, despite the horrific nature of his crimes, revealed troubling aspects of American culture's relationship with violence and celebrity. This led to scholarly examination of why certain criminals capture public attention and the potential dangers of glorifying criminal behavior. The coverage of Ted's case also helped educate the public about personal safety and the tactics used by predatory criminals. His methods of approaching victims by feigning injury or authority became widely known, potentially helping other women avoid similar situations. Educational and training impact. Ted's case became a standard study in law enforcement training programs, criminal justice education, and forensic psychology courses. The detailed documentation of his crimes, investigative challenges, and ultimate capture provided educational material that helped train new generations of law enforcement professionals. Robert Keppel's documentation of his interactions with Ted and the lessons learned from the investigation became foundational texts in criminal investigation training. His work demonstrated how persistence, attention to detail, and innovative thinking could eventually overcome even sophisticated criminal behavior. The case also influenced academic research in criminology and psychology, generating numerous studies and publications that advanced understanding of serial crime and criminal behavior. Universities began offering specialized courses in criminal profiling and serial crime investigation, partly as a result of interest generated by Ted's case. Technological and investigative evolution. The challenges faced in investigating Ted's crimes contributed to the adoption of computer technology in law enforcement. Detective Keppel's use of early computer systems to analyze thousands of potential suspects demonstrated the value of technology in managing large-scale investigations. The recognition that serial killers like Ted often had extensive geographic ranges of operation influenced the development of mapping software and analytical tools that could help investigators identify patterns across large areas. These tools became standard equipment in major investigations and contributed to more effective resource allocation. Long-term institutional changes. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, which later became the Behavioral Analysis Unit, was significantly influenced by the lessons learned from Ted's case. The unit's approach to criminal profiling, offender interviews, and investigative support was shaped by the insights gained from studying Ted and other serial killers of his era. Law enforcement agencies across the country modified their training programs to include education about serial crime recognition and investigation techniques developed through cases like Ted's. This standardization of knowledge helped ensure that similar crimes would be recognized and investigated more effectively in the future. Contemporary relevance: more than 3 decades after Ted's execution, his case continues to influence law enforcement and criminal justice. Cold case investigations frequently reference techniques and insights developed through his case, and his psychological profile remains a comparative standard for understanding other serial offenders. The ethical questions raised by Ted's media coverage and public fascination continue to be relevant as new high-profile criminal cases emerge. The balance between public interest, victim privacy, and the potential for glorifying criminal behavior remains an ongoing challenge in the digital age. Ted Bundy's legacy is ultimately one of transformation. His crimes were horrific and caused immeasurable pain, but the response to those crimes fundamentally improved how society investigates, understands, and prevents similar violence. The systems, techniques, and knowledge developed in response to his case have undoubtedly saved lives by helping law enforcement more effectively identify and apprehend other dangerous criminals. In this way, some measure of meaning has been extracted from the tragedy of his crimes, ensuring that the victims who died were not forgotten and that their deaths contributed to protecting future potential victims. Conclusion: the story of Ted Bundy represents one of the most complex and significant criminal cases in American history, spanning over a decade of investigation, legal proceedings, and ultimately, justice. From his troubled childhood in Vermont to his execution in Florida, Ted's life illustrates the development of a sophisticated criminal mind and the extraordinary efforts required to bring such an individual to account for his crimes. Ted's case fundamentally changed how America understands and investigates serial crime. His intelligence, charm, and ability to blend into society challenged existing stereotypes about criminals and demonstrated that evil could hide behind a facade of normalcy and respectability. The techniques developed to investigate his crimes, the psychological insights gained from studying his behavior, and the institutional changes implemented in response to his case continue to influence law enforcement and criminal justice today. The victims of Ted Bundy, at least 30 confirmed, but potentially many more, were young women with their entire lives ahead of them. They were students, daughters, and individuals with dreams and aspirations that were brutally cut short. While Ted's story has become a subject of fascination, it is crucial to remember that at its core, this is a story about the loss of innocent life and the devastating impact of violence on families and communities. The investigation and prosecution of Ted Bundy involved hundreds of law enforcement professionals, legal experts, and other professionals who dedicated years of their lives to ensuring that justice was served. Their persistence, innovation, and refusal to be manipulated by Ted's psychological games ultimately prevailed, demonstrating that even the most sophisticated criminals can be held accountable for their actions. Ted's execution on January 24, 1989, marked the end of a criminal career that had terrorized multiple states and captivated national attention. However, his impact on American culture, law enforcement, and criminal justice continues to resonate today. His case serves as both a cautionary tale about the potential for evil that can exist in seemingly normal individuals and an example of how society can adapt and improve its systems in response to new challenges. The entire story of Ted Bundy is ultimately a testament to the triumph of justice over manipulation, of persistence over deception, and of society's ability to protect itself from those who would prey upon the innocent. While his crimes can never be undone and his victims can never be restored to their families, the lessons learned from his case continue to serve the cause of justice and Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer was an American serial killer and sex offender who systematically murdered and dismembered 17 young men and boys between 1978 and 1991, engaging in acts of necrophilia, cannibalism, and the preservation of body parts while transforming his victims into objects of his twisted fantasies through torture, experimentation, and the meticulous documentation of his crimes through Polaroid photographs. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer was born on May 21, 1960, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to Lionel Herbert Dahmer and Joyce Annette Dahmer, entering a world that would soon become fraught with dysfunction and neglect. His father, a Marquette University chemistry student who would later become a research chemist, was of German and Welsh ancestry, while his mother, a teletype machine instructor of Norwegian and Irish descent, suffered from severe mental health issues that would profoundly impact Jeffrey's early development. From the very beginning, the Dahmer household was marked by instability and emotional turmoil. Joyce Dahmer struggled with depression, anxiety, and prescription drug addiction, often taking as many as 26 pills a day and remaining constantly sedated. She was known to be tense, greedy for both attention and pity, and argumentative with her husband and neighbors, creating an atmosphere of perpetual conflict. During the latter months of her first pregnancy, Joyce experienced increased mental breakdowns and seizures, which according to her doctor were rooted in her mental rather than physical state, contributing to her severe addiction to barbiturates and morphine. As Jeffrey entered first grade, his father's academic pursuits and later career demands kept him away from home much of the time, leaving the young boy without consistent paternal guidance or emotional support. When Lionel was home, he found himself dealing with a wife who demanded constant attention and spent increasing amounts of time in bed, on one occasion even attempting suicide using Equinol. The household was characterized by extreme tension and numerous arguments between the parents, leading Jeffrey to feel from an early age that he was unsure of the solidity of the family. The transformation of Jeffrey Dahmer from what was described as an energetic and happy child into something far more disturbing began at age 4, when he underwent double hernia surgery shortly before his birthday. This traumatic medical experience, which involved significant pain and a frightening recovery period during which Jeffrey feared someone had cut his genitals, seemed to mark a fundamental change in his personality. After waking from anesthesia worried about the state of his body, Jeffrey became notably subdued and increasingly withdrawn, developing a profound distrust of the world around him. The surgery's impact was compounded by the fact that it was never properly explained to the young child, leaving him to grapple with fear and confusion about what had happened to his body. This experience, combined with the birth of his younger brother David when Jeffrey was 6, further unsettled him and contributed to his growing sense of isolation and abandonment. His shyness and low self-esteem hindered his ability to connect with peers, making him increasingly isolated from normal childhood social interactions. At elementary school, teachers noticed Jeffrey was quiet and timid, with one instructor detecting early signs of abandonment issues stemming from his father's absence and mother's frequent illnesses. The symptoms of family dysfunction became more pronounced when Joyce became pregnant with her second child, adding additional stress to an already unstable household. By the time Jeffrey was 6 years old, the family had moved from Wisconsin to Ohio, another disruption that further contributed to his emotional instability. It was during this period that Jeffrey's fascination with death and decay began to manifest in deeply disturbing ways. From a young age, he developed an obsession with animal bones, collecting and studying them with an intensity that worried those around him. He would help his father tend to injured animals they found, including an owl and several other creatures, but his interest took on a more sinister dimension when he began seeking out dead animals in various states of decomposition. When Jeffrey was 4 years old, his father discovered him playing with bones from dead animals, touching them and breaking them into pieces in what appeared to be a thrilling experience for the child. This early fascination with bones and decay was encouraged, albeit unknowingly, by his father Lionel, who believed he was nurturing his son's scientific interests by teaching him how to strip flesh from roadkill using chemicals. The father and son would search for roadkill together, with Jeffrey learning the techniques he would later use to dissolve the bodies of his victims. The young Jeffrey would collect large insects and the skulls of small animals, preserving them in jars of formaldehyde, creating what amounted to a private museum of death in his childhood bedroom. Under the family house, he would create burial sites for animals, stripping flesh from roadkill, and even mounting a dog's head on a stake. These activities, which might have seemed like normal childhood curiosity about nature to some observers, represented something far more troubling in Jeffrey's case. As Jeffrey grew older, the dysfunction in his family intensified. His parents' marriage continued to deteriorate, marked by frequent arguments and emotional distance that left Jeffrey feeling increasingly isolated. The lack of emotional support and nurturing at home contributed to his inability to form empathetic bonds with others, a critical failure in his psychological development that would have devastating consequences later in life. The constant tension and numerous arguments between his parents during his early years created an atmosphere of instability that fundamentally shaped Jeffrey's worldview. Research in developmental psychology emphasizes the importance of early attachment in shaping prosocial behavior, and Jeffrey's apparent failure to establish secure attachments during his formative years likely contributed to his emotional numbness and lack of conscience that would manifest so horrifically in adulthood. A particularly traumatic incident occurred when Jeffrey was 6 years old, involving a classmate who invited him to play a game that would have lasting psychological impact. The friend asked Jeffrey to strangle him, promising not to tell the teachers, but when Jeffrey complied, the boy immediately went to the teacher anyway, resulting in Jeffrey receiving punishment that taught him a devastating lesson about trusting others. This betrayal by someone he trusted contributed significantly to his reluctance to form genuine relationships and may have influenced his later inability to allow victims to leave alive once he had control over them. By the time Jeffrey reached his teenage years, the damage from his troubled childhood had created a deeply disturbed individual who was becoming increasingly dangerous to himself and others. The combination of parental neglect, medical trauma, social isolation, and exposure to his mother's mental health struggles had created the foundation for what would become one of the most horrific criminal careers in American history. During his high school years, Jeffrey became a social outcast who had developed a serious drinking problem, sometimes even bringing alcohol to school. Teachers and peers noticed his erratic behavior and substance abuse, but these warning signs were largely ignored or dismissed by adults who might have intervened. It was around this time, at age 14, that Jeffrey began to recognize his sexual orientation and experience the emergence of violent sexual fantasies involving murder and necrophilia. The teenage Jeffrey would engage in bizarre behavior to gain attention from his classmates, including faking seizures or mimicking people with disabilities for laughs. While teachers noted his intelligence, they were also aware of his growing disengagement from school and his increasing reliance on alcohol to cope with his emotional pain. His deepening isolation and emotional suppression coincided with the surfacing of the violent sexual fantasies that would eventually drive him to commit murder. On June 18, 1978, just weeks after graduating from high school, 18-year-old Jeffrey Dahmer committed his first murder, an act that would mark the beginning of a 13-year killing spree that would terrorize communities across the Midwest. The victim was Stephen Mark Hicks, also 18 years old, described by his father Richard as a compassionate young man who had recently graduated from high school in Coventry Township, Ohio. The encounter began innocuously enough when Hicks was hitchhiking to a rock concert, seeking nothing more than transportation to enjoy music with friends. Dahmer, driving alone and nursing the violent fantasies that had been brewing in his mind for years, spotted the hitchhiker and saw an opportunity to fulfill desires he had been harboring since adolescence. He later told Inside Edition in 1993, "I always knew that it was wrong. The first killing was not planned. I was coming back from the shopping mall back in '78. I'd had fantasies about picking up a hitchhiker and taking him back to the house, and having complete dominance and control over him." Dahmer offered Hicks a ride, and the unsuspecting teenager accepted, having no way of knowing that he was climbing into a vehicle with someone who harbored dark intentions. Instead of taking Hicks to his intended destination, Dahmer convinced him to come to his parents' house in Bath Township, Ohio, under the pretense of drinking beer and smoking marijuana together. The house was empty, as Jeffrey's parents were going through their bitter divorce and his father was away. At the house, the two young men initially engaged in what appeared to be normal social interaction, drinking alcohol and talking. However, when Hicks expressed his desire to leave and attempted to do so, Dahmer was confronted with the reality that his fantasy of complete control was about to end. Unable to accept the loss of power over another human being, and driven by compulsions he had been nurturing for years, Dahmer made the decision that would transform him from someone who merely fantasized about violence into an actual killer. Using a 10-pound barbell, Dahmer struck Hicks in the head with tremendous force, immediately incapacitating the young man. The violence did not end there, as Dahmer continued the assault, strangling and beating Hicks with the barbell until he was certain his victim was dead. The methodical nature of the attack demonstrated that even in his first murder, Dahmer displayed the calculated brutality that would characterize all of his subsequent crimes. After killing Hicks, Dahmer was faced with the practical problem of disposing of the body, a challenge that would require the same chemical knowledge his father had inadvertently taught him through their roadkill experiments. Using a sledgehammer, Dahmer systematically dismembered Hicks's corpse, breaking down the body into manageable pieces that could be more easily disposed of. The dismemberment process was carried out with a level of detachment that suggested Dahmer had already begun to view human beings as objects rather than people. The disposal of Stephen Hicks's remains was elaborate and demonstrated Dahmer's understanding of decomposition and evidence destruction. After dismembering the body, he buried the remains in plastic bags in the woods behind his parents' house, believing this would permanently conceal his crime. However, the psychological impact of the murder on Dahmer was significant, as he later admitted that no one had a clue as to what was happening for over a decade. The Hicks murder established several patterns that would characterize Dahmer's future crimes, including his preference for victims who were vulnerable and isolated, his use of deception to gain control, and his methodical approach to killing and body disposal. The fact that he was able to commit this murder without detection gave him confidence that he could continue to kill without being caught, a belief that would prove tragically accurate for many years. Perhaps most significantly, the murder of Stephen Hicks served as a gateway experience for Dahmer, transforming violent fantasy into violent reality. He later reflected on those 9 years following the Hicks murder, during which he did not kill again, saying, "There just wasn't an opportunity to fully express what I wanted to do. There was just not the physical opportunity to do it then." This statement reveals that the urge to kill had been constant since 1978, but circumstances had not aligned to allow him to act on these impulses. The remains of Stephen Hicks were not discovered until 1991, following Dahmer's confession after his arrest. By that time, 13 years had passed, and what little physical evidence remained had been severely degraded by time and the elements. The delayed discovery of Hicks's remains meant that for over a decade, his family lived without knowing what had happened to their son, adding an additional layer of tragedy to an already horrific crime. The murder of Stephen Hicks also demonstrated Dahmer's ability to compartmentalize his actions and continue functioning in society despite having committed such a heinous act. Just weeks after committing his first murder, he began college at Ohio State University as a business major, attempting to maintain the facade of a normal young adult beginning his life. However, his inability to focus on anything other than his violent urges, combined with his increasing alcohol abuse, led to his dropping out after just one semester. Following his failed attempt at college, Jeffrey Dahmer's father, desperate to find structure and direction for his troubled son, encouraged him to enlist in the United States Army in January 1979. Lionel Dahmer hoped that military discipline and a change of environment might provide the structure Jeffrey seemed to need, unaware that his son had already crossed the line into murder just months earlier. Dahmer initially enlisted to serve with the military police, but was transferred to medical specialist training at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, Texas, where he completed a 6-week program that would make him a combat medic. The irony of a killer being trained to save lives was lost on military officials who saw Jeffrey as an unremarkable recruit with no obvious red flags. In July 1979, Dahmer was stationed in Baumholder, West Germany, in the Rhineland-Palatinate state, where he served as a combat medic with the 68th Armored Regiment, 8th Infantry Division. His duties involved helping as the military equivalent of a nurse's aide, screening patients, and providing basic medical care. During his first year of service, he was rated as average or slightly above average by his superiors, who saw no indication of the darkness he harbored. However, beneath the veneer of military professionalism, Dahmer's time in Germany was marked by disturbing behavior that went largely unnoticed or unreported by his fellow servicemen. One of his fellow soldiers later claimed that Dahmer repeatedly raped him over a 17-month period, a horrific pattern of sexual violence that demonstrated Dahmer's escalating predatory behavior even while serving his country. The victim's inability to report these assaults due to the military culture of the time and attitudes toward male-on-male sexual assault meant that Dahmer's crimes went unpunished and unrecorded. The sexual assaults Dahmer committed during his military service represented a significant escalation from his single murder of Stephen Hicks. While he had not killed again, He was clearly acting on violent sexual impulses and demonstrating the predatory behavior that would characterize his later crimes. The fact that he was able to repeatedly victimize a fellow soldier without consequences likely reinforced his belief that he could continue to harm others without facing justice. Dahmer's performance in the military began to deteriorate significantly during his second year of service, primarily due to his excessive alcohol consumption. The drinking problem that had begun in high school intensified during his time in Germany, where he had access to alcohol, and the stress of military life combined with his internal struggles to create a dangerous situation. His superiors noticed that his drinking was impairing his ability to function as a soldier, but they did not connect his alcohol abuse to any deeper psychological problems. German authorities later investigated possible connections between Dahmer and several unsolved murders that occurred in the area during his time of service, though no definitive links were established. The fact that these investigations were deemed necessary suggests that Dahmer's behavior during his military service was suspicious enough to warrant scrutiny, even if concrete evidence was never found. 5 unsolved murder cases from the time of his deployment were re-examined, indicating that local authorities believed there was at least a possibility that Dahmer had continued killing while in Germany. On March 24, 1981, Dahmer's military career came to an end when his superiors decided that his drinking had made him unsuitable for continued service. Despite the severity of his alcohol problem and the impact it had on his military duties, Dahmer received an honorable discharge rather than a dishonorable one, a decision that would have significant implications for his future. The discharge was processed under Chapter 9 of the Code of Military Justice, which pertains to substance abuse by military personnel. The decision to give Dahmer an honorable discharge was based on his superior's belief that his drinking and performance problems would not significantly impact his ability to function in civilian life. This assessment proved to be tragically incorrect, as the same issues that made him unsuitable for military service would soon contribute to a murder spree that would claim 16 more lives. Had Dahmer been given a dishonorable discharge or faced court-martial proceedings for his alleged sexual assaults, the trajectory of his life and the lives of his future victims might have been very different. After his discharge, Dahmer was given a plane ticket to any destination within the United States. He chose to fly to Miami Beach, where he spent several months working at a delicatessen. However, his alcohol problems followed him to Florida, and he was eventually evicted from his hotel for failure to pay rent. This pattern of instability and failure to maintain employment would continue throughout his life, contributing to his isolation and providing opportunities for his criminal behavior. The military service period represented a crucial time in Dahmer's development as a killer, even though he apparently did not commit any murders during this time. The combination of medical training, exposure to violence, and the opportunity to act on his sexual deviances with impunity helped shape him into the methodical predator he would become. The fact that he was able to maintain a facade of normalcy while committing sexual assaults demonstrated his ability to compartmentalize his criminal behavior, a skill that would serve him well in his later crimes. When Dahmer returned to the United States in 1981, he was a more dangerous individual than when he had left. His military experience had not provided the structure and rehabilitation his father had hoped for, but had instead given him additional skills and confidence that he would use in service of his violent impulses. The weapons training, medical knowledge, and ability to function under stress that he had acquired in the military would all prove useful in his future career as a serial killer. After his honorable discharge from the Army in March 1981, Jeffrey Dahmer found himself adrift, struggling with alcoholism and the violent urges that continued to plague him despite his attempts to find stability through military service. His return to civilian life was marked by immediate problems that demonstrated his inability to function normally in society, foreshadowing the chaos and violence that would soon follow. Dahmer briefly returned to his parents' home in Ohio, but his presence there created immediate tension and conflict. His alcohol abuse had worsened during his military service, and he was unable to control his drinking even in the supposedly stable environment of his childhood home. Within months of his return, he was arrested for drunk and disorderly conduct, an incident that highlighted his inability to manage his behavior even in simple social situations. The arrest for public intoxication was Dahmer's first official encounter with law enforcement since the murder of Stephen Hicks, and it demonstrated that his problems were escalating rather than improving. He was fined and received a suspended jail sentence, punishment that seemed minor compared to the severity of his underlying issues, but which served as a warning sign that went unheeded. The incident convinced his parents that he needed a change of environment and different influences if he was going to have any chance of turning his life around. Hoping that his paternal grandmother, Catherine Dahmer, would provide a stabilizing influence, Jeffrey's parents made the decision to send him to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where she lived in the suburb of West Dallas. Catherine, who lived at 2357 South 57th Street in a house that still stands today, was seen by the family as someone who might be able to provide the emotional support and structure that Jeffrey seemed to need. His father later told the Milwaukee Sentinel, "This was probably very wrong to do, but I didn't have the wisdom to do anything differently, and we sent him to his grandmother's to live there." A new scene. They loved each other, and he'd help her with the chores. The move to his grandmother's house in August 1982 initially seemed promising, as Jeffrey appeared to be making an effort to establish some stability in his life. Catherine Dahmer was a devout woman who provided the kind of consistent, caring presence that had been missing from Jeffrey's childhood. She welcomed her grandson into her home and genuinely cared for him, having no idea of the darkness he carried with him or the crimes he had already committed. However, even in this more stable environment, Jeffrey's problems persisted and began to manifest in increasingly disturbing ways. Just months after moving in with his grandmother, he was arrested again, this time for indecently exposing himself at the Wisconsin State Fair Park. The incident, which occurred in August 1982, resulted in his conviction and a $50 fine, but more importantly, it demonstrated that his sexual deviances were becoming more public and difficult to control. The pattern of arrests continued in August 1986, when Dahmer was charged with disorderly conduct after being accused of masturbating in front of two boys. When confronted by authorities, he claimed he was merely urinating, but the charges stuck, and he was sentenced to 1 year of probation and ordered to undergo counseling. This incident was particularly significant because it involved children as victims, indicating that his sexual deviances were expanding to include minors and that he was becoming bolder in his criminal behavior. Despite these legal troubles, Catherine Dahmer continued to support her grandson, unaware that he was using her basement and garage as locations for increasingly disturbing activities. During his time at her house, Jeffrey began bringing men home from Milwaukee's gay bars, initially for consensual encounters, but increasingly for purposes that were far more sinister. His grandmother, who was frequently away visiting relatives or attending church functions, had no idea what was happening under her roof. The basement of Catherine's house became Jeffrey's laboratory for experimentation with death and dismemberment. Using the chemical knowledge he had learned from his father during their roadkill experiments, he began refining techniques for dissolving flesh and bone that would later prove essential in his disposal of human victims. Neighbors occasionally complained about strange smells and sounds coming from the property, but these concerns were dismissed as minor nuisances rather than signs of something more serious. During this period, Jeffrey also began working various jobs in Milwaukee, including positions at a blood plasma center and later at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. His job at the plasma center was particularly ironic given his fascination with death and bodily fluids, and coworkers later reported that he seemed unusually interested in the blood collection process. His work at the chocolate factory provided him with a legitimate source of income and a veneer of normalcy that helped him blend into society while concealing his growing obsession with murder. The years Jeffrey spent at his grandmother's house, from 1982 to 1990, represented a crucial period in his development as a serial killer. While he committed no murders during the first 5 years of this period, he was clearly preparing for a return to killing through his experiments with animal remains and his increasing boldness in pursuing victims. The stability provided by his grandmother's home gave him the secure base he needed to plan and execute the crimes that would soon follow. By 1987, 9 years after his first murder, Jeffrey Dahmer was ready to kill again. The combination of his growing confidence, his refined techniques for body disposal, and his increasing inability to control his violent urges created the perfect storm for a resumption of his criminal career. The long gap between his first murder and his next had allowed him to perfect his methods and develop the psychological strategies he would need to avoid detection while committing multiple murders. The environment at his grandmother's house also provided Jeffrey with the privacy and space he needed to commit murder without immediate detection. The basement offered a secluded location where he could kill, dismember, and dispose of bodies without neighbors or his grandmother being aware of what was happening. The fact that Catherine was often away from the house for extended periods gave him the freedom to bring victims home and carry out his crimes without interruption. As 1987 began, Jeffrey Dahmer was a 26-year-old man who had spent 9 years thinking about murder, refining his techniques, and building the psychological framework he would need to become one of America's most prolific serial killers. The stage was set for a resumption of killing that would claim 15 more lives over the next 4 years and terrorize communities across the Midwest. After 9 years of containing his murderous urges through fantasy, alcohol, and various minor criminal acts, Jeffrey Dahmer's restraint finally collapsed in September 1987 when he committed his second murder, killing 28-year-old Stephen Walter Twomey at the Ambassador Hotel in Milwaukee. This murder marked the beginning of an accelerating pattern of violence that would eventually claim 15 more lives over the following 4 years, establishing Dahmer as one of the most prolific and disturbing serial killers in American history. Stephen Twomey was a quiet, artistic man who had moved to Milwaukee from Ontonagon in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, where he worked as a short-order cook and was remembered by his classmates for his talent in art class. Like so many of Dahmer's victims, Twomey was marginalized and unlikely to be immediately missed when he disappeared, fitting the pattern of victim selection that would characterize all of Dahmer's subsequent crimes. He was last seen alive on September 15, 1987, when he encountered Dahmer at a gay bar in Milwaukee. The circumstances of Twomey's death were particularly disturbing because Dahmer claimed to have no memory of the actual killing. According to Dahmer's later confession, he had invited Twomey back to a room at the Ambassador Hotel, where they drank heavily and both lost consciousness. When Dahmer awoke the following morning, he found Twomey dead in the bed beside him, with blood coming from his mouth and bruising on his chest that suggested he had been beaten to death. Dahmer's claim that he had no recollection of killing Twomey was met with skepticism by investigators, who believed he was attempting to minimize his culpability in what was clearly a violent murder. However, whether the killing was planned or the result of a drunken rage, the aftermath demonstrated the methodical approach that would characterize all of Dahmer's future crimes. Rather than panicking or calling for help, he calmly set about concealing the murder and disposing of the body in a manner that showed considerable planning and forethought. The disposal of Twomey's body required Dahmer to transport the corpse from the hotel to his grandmother's house without detection, a logistical challenge that he approached with chilling efficiency. He purchased a large suitcase, placed Twomey's body inside, and transported it to the basement of his grandmother's home in West Dallas. The fact that he was able to carry out this transportation in broad daylight without arousing suspicion demonstrated both his audacity and his understanding of how to avoid detection. Once in his grandmother's basement, Dahmer began the process of dismemberment that would become his signature. Using techniques he had learned from his father's roadkill experiments and refined through his own experimentation with animal remains, he systematically broke down Twomey's body into manageable pieces. The process was carried out with a level of detachment and technical proficiency that suggested he had been mentally preparing for this moment for years. The dismemberment of Stephen Twomey took place over the course of several days, with Dahmer methodically removing flesh from bone using various chemicals and tools. He disposed of most of the body parts in his grandmother's trash, confident that they would be collected and disposed of before anyone could identify them as human remains. However, he retained Twomey's head for approximately a week, boiling it in industrial detergent and bleach until the flesh was completely removed. The skull was then pulverized, completing the destruction of the physical evidence of his crime. This pattern of partial preservation followed by complete destruction would become a hallmark of Dahmer's methods, reflecting his desire to maintain some connection to his victims while still ensuring that evidence of his crimes was eliminated. The fact that he kept the head for an extended period suggests that he was already developing the ritualistic aspects of his killing that would become more elaborate in later murders. The murder of Stephen Twomey was significant not just for ending the 9-year gap in Dahmer's killing, but for establishing the basic pattern that would characterize all of his subsequent crimes. The victim was a marginalized individual unlikely to be immediately missed. The killing took place in a controlled environment, and the aftermath involved methodical dismemberment and disposal designed to eliminate evidence. Most importantly, Dahmer demonstrated that he could commit murder and carry on with his normal life as if nothing had happened. Unlike his first murder of Stephen Hicks, which had been followed by years of apparent inactivity, the killing of Stephen Twomey seemed to unleash something in Dahmer that could not be contained. The long gap between murders had not diminished his urges, but had instead allowed them to intensify and become more sophisticated. The technical skills he had developed over the intervening years, combined with the confidence gained from successfully concealing his first murder for nearly a decade, made him a far more dangerous predator. The fact that Dahmer was never charged in connection with Twomey's murder, despite his confession, was due to the lack of physical evidence. By the time he confessed in 1991, for years had passed since the killing, and Dahmer's efficient disposal methods had eliminated any trace of the victim's remains. This successful concealment likely reinforced his belief that he could continue killing without facing consequences, contributing to the escalation that would follow. The psychological impact of the Twomey murder on Dahmer was profound, as it marked his transition from someone who had killed once in a moment of rage to someone who was actively seeking opportunities to kill again. The experience of waking up next to a dead body, rather than traumatizing him or deterring him from further violence, seemed to excite him and fuel his desire for more control over life and death. This reaction confirmed that he had fully embraced his identity as a killer and was ready to pursue murder as a regular part of his life. Following the murder of Stephen Twomey in September 1987, Jeffrey Dahmer's psychological barriers against killing had been permanently destroyed, and he began to seek victims with increasing frequency and boldness. The success of his second murder in terms of avoiding detection gave him confidence that he could continue his killing spree without facing consequences, leading to an escalation in both the frequency of his crimes and the elaborate nature of his methods. In January 1988, just 4 months after killing Twomey, Dahmer claimed his third victim, 14-year-old Jamie Edward Dockstader, a Native American boy of mixed Stockbridge and Oneida heritage who enjoyed playing pool and biking. Dockstader was particularly vulnerable due to his young age and the fact that he was often on the streets seeking ways to earn money, making him an ideal target for Dahmer's predatory behavior. His mother, Debbie Vega, would later reflect on his kind-hearted nature, saying, "One my son favorite say from the was, Eve them for they not what do." Dahmer encountered Dockstader at a bus stop and offered him money to come home with him for nude photographs, the same ruse he had used with his first victim Stephen Hicks, and would use with many subsequent victims. The promise of easy money for what seemed like harmless modeling was an effective lure for young men who were struggling financially and had limited opportunities. Dockstader agreed to accompany Dahmer to his grandmother's house, having no way of knowing that he was walking into a death trap. Once at his grandmother's house, Dahmer drugged Dockstader with sleeping pills mixed into an alcoholic drink, a method he had refined since his earlier crimes. When the teenager became unconscious, Dahmer strangled him, then engaged in necrophilia with the corpse before beginning the now familiar process of dismemberment. The body was systematically broken down in his grandmother's basement, with most of the remains disposed of in the household trash, while certain parts were retained for Dahmer's twisted collection. The murder of such a young victim marked a significant escalation in Dahmer's crimes, demonstrating that his appetite for killing was not limited by the age of his victims. The fact that he could kill a child with the same methodical approach he used on adult victims showed the depth of his psychological disturbance and his complete lack of empathy for human life. Dockstader's disappearance was particularly tragic because his family desperately searched for him, not knowing that he had fallen victim to a serial killer who was just beginning his most active period. 2 months later, in March 1988, Dahmer struck again, this time killing 25-year-old Richard Guerrero, whom he encountered at a gay bar. Guerrero, who came from a Mexican family, was lured to Dahmer's grandmother's house with the same promise of money for photographs that had worked so effectively with previous victims. His sister, Janie Hagen, later felt that law enforcement did not take her seriously when she reported him missing, in part due to their ethnicity and the marginalized status of the victims Dahmer typically targeted. The murder of Guerrero followed the same pattern as his previous crimes: drugging, strangulation, necrophilia, and methodical dismemberment. However, Dahmer was beginning to refine his techniques and develop new aspects to his ritual that reflected his growing confidence and his deepening psychological disturbance. He was also becoming more sophisticated in his victim selection, choosing individuals who were unlikely to be immediately missed and whose disappearances would not generate significant police attention. These early murders at his grandmother's house established several important patterns that would characterize all of Dahmer's subsequent crimes. First, he demonstrated a preference for victims who were marginalized and vulnerable, including racial minorities, young gay men, and individuals who were struggling financially. Second, he showed a consistent method of operation that involved luring victims with promises of money or alcohol, drugging them into unconsciousness, killing them through strangulation, and then engaging in necrophilia before dismembering the bodies. Perhaps most significantly, these crimes showed that Dahmer was developing ritualistic aspects to his murders that went far beyond simple killing. The preservation of body parts, the elaborate dismemberment process, and the careful disposal methods all suggested that the murders were serving psychological needs that were becoming more complex and demanding. He was no longer simply killing to satisfy immediate urges, but was developing a comprehensive system of murder that provided him with extended satisfaction and control. The basement of his grandmother's house became his laboratory for experimentation with different methods of killing and body disposal. He tried various chemicals for dissolving flesh and bone, tested different approaches to preservation, and refined his techniques for avoiding detection. The fact that his grandmother remained unaware of what was happening in her own home demonstrated Dahmer's skill at maintaining a facade of normalcy while carrying out the most horrific crimes imaginable. During this period, Dahmer also began working at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company in Milwaukee, a job that provided him with legitimate income and a normal cover for his activities. His co-workers saw him as quiet and unremarkable, having no idea that the man working beside them was systematically murdering and dismembering young men in his spare time. This ability to function normally in society while carrying out a secret life of murder was one of Dahmer's most chilling characteristics. The murders at his grandmother's house also demonstrated Dahmer's growing boldness and confidence in his ability to avoid detection. The fact that he was bringing victims directly to a family member's home, where discovery would have been catastrophic, showed that he believed his methods were foolproof and that he was untouchable. This overconfidence would eventually contribute to his downfall, but for now it allowed him to escalate his crimes without fear of consequences. By the end of 1988, Jeffrey Dahmer had murdered 4 people and successfully concealed all of these crimes from law enforcement. His methods were becoming more sophisticated, his confidence was growing, and his psychological need to kill was intensifying. The stage was set for an even more active period of killing that would claim many more lives and establish him as one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. In September 1988, Jeffrey Dahmer's seemingly unstoppable killing spree encountered its first significant obstacle when he was arrested for sexual assault after attempting to victimize 13-year-old Somsak Synthesumphone, an incident that should have ended his criminal career, but instead became merely a temporary interruption in his path of destruction. This arrest represented a crucial moment when the justice system had an opportunity to prevent future murders, but failed due to a combination of judicial leniency and Dahmer's manipulative abilities. Somsak Synthesumphone was a member of a Laotian immigrant family who had fled their homeland seeking better opportunities in America. Like many of Dahmer's victims, he was young, vulnerable, and from a marginalized community that often received less attention from law enforcement. The 13-year-old was approached by Dahmer with a now familiar offer of money in exchange for posing for nude photographs, a proposition that seemed harmless to a child, but was actually part of a carefully planned assault. Dahmer brought Somsak to his grandmother's house, where he drugged the boy with sleeping pills mixed into an alcoholic drink. Once the child was unconscious and defenseless, Dahmer sexually assaulted him, demonstrating that his crimes were not limited to murder but included a range of sexual violence against vulnerable individuals. However, unlike Dahmer's murder victims, Somsak managed to survive the encounter and escape from the house. The escape of Somsak Synthesumphone represented the first time one of Dahmer's victims had survived to tell authorities what happened. The boy's ability to get away and report the crime to police should have marked the end of Dahmer's criminal career, as he now faced serious criminal charges that could result in significant prison time. The incident was reported to Milwaukee police, who arrested Dahmer on September 27, 1988, charging him with second-degree sexual assault and enticing a minor. The charges against Dahmer were extremely serious and carried the potential for substantial prison time that could have prevented all of his subsequent murders. Sexual assault of a minor was a felony that typically resulted in lengthy sentences, particularly when combined with charges of enticement. Had Dahmer received the kind of sentence that such crimes typically warranted, he would have been incarcerated during the period when he committed most of his murders. However, the justice system failed catastrophically in its handling of Dahmer's case. Despite the serious nature of the charges and the clear evidence of his predatory behavior, Dahmer was able to manipulate the legal process to his advantage. He wrote a letter to the judge expressing remorse for his actions and claiming that he was committed to rehabilitation, a performance that convinced the court to show leniency. The original sentence handed down to Dahmer was 8 years in prison, which would have prevented him from committing any murders during his most active period. However, after serving only 1 year, he was granted early release based on his supposed good behavior and expressions of remorse. This decision to release him early was one of the most tragic mistakes in the history of American criminal justice, as it directly enabled the murders that followed. The terms of Dahmer's early release included 5 years of probation and requirements to undergo counseling and register as a sex offender. These conditions were designed to monitor his behavior and prevent future crimes, but they proved wholly inadequate to contain someone with Dahmer's level of psychological disturbance and determination to continue offending. The probation system simply lacked the resources and expertise to effectively supervise someone who was actively planning to commit murder. Even more tragically, Dahmer was released into the same community where his victim's family lived, creating the potential for additional trauma and violence. The Sinthasumphone family, having already suffered through the assault of one of their children, now had to live with the knowledge that their son's attacker was free and living nearby. This situation created an atmosphere of fear and vulnerability that would have devastating consequences for the family. The failure of the criminal justice system to adequately punish and contain Dahmer after the assault of Somsack Sinthasumphone represents one of the most significant missed opportunities to prevent mass murder in American history. Had he received and served the full 8-year sentence that was originally imposed, 15 people would still be alive today. The decision to grant him early release was based on a fundamental misunderstanding of his character and the danger he posed to society. The probation period that followed Dahmer's release should have been a time of intensive supervision and monitoring, but instead it became a period during which he refined his killing techniques and selected new victims. His probation officers, lacking training in dealing with potential serial killers, focused on minor compliance issues rather than recognizing the signs of escalating violence. The system was simply not equipped to handle someone who was planning to commit murder while maintaining a facade of cooperation. Most tragically of all, Dahmer's ability to manipulate the justice system and gain early release set the stage for an even more horrific crime against the Sinthasumphone family. While still on probation for the assault of Somsack, Dahmer would go on to murder the boy's younger brother Konarak in one of the most shocking and preventable crimes in the history of serial killing. The fact that he was able to victimize the same family twice while under supposed supervision represents a complete failure of the systems designed to protect vulnerable individuals from predators. The Somsack Sinthasumphone case also highlighted the vulnerability of immigrant families and minorities to both criminal violence and system failures. The family's limited English and unfamiliarity with American legal systems made them less able to advocate for appropriate punishment of their son's attacker. This vulnerability would be exploited again when Dahmer targeted Konarak, demonstrating how predators specifically seek out victims who are less likely to be protected by social and legal institutions. In May 1990, Jeffrey Dahmer made a decision that would prove catastrophic for numerous victims. He moved out of his grandmother's house and into his own apartment at 924 North 25th Street in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This transition to independent living removed the last remaining constraint on his behavior and provided him with the privacy and control he needed to escalate his killing to unprecedented levels. The apartment Dahmer rented was numbered 213 in a building called the Oxford Apartments, a 49-unit low-rise complex located in a crime-infested area of Milwaukee's west side that provided perfect cover for his activities. The building housed a diverse mix of residents, many of whom were struggling economically or dealing with their own personal challenges, creating an environment where strange smells, sounds, and activities might not receive the scrutiny they would in a more affluent neighborhood. The decision to move into his own apartment was driven by several factors, including his growing need for privacy to carry out his crimes and his recognition that living with his grandmother was becoming increasingly risky. While Catherine Dahmer had remained unaware of his activities in her basement, the constraints of living in someone else's home limited his ability to bring victims back and spend extended time with their remains. His own apartment would provide the complete control and privacy he craved. Apartment 213 quickly became what one media account later called a private slaughterhouse, where Dahmer could indulge his most twisted fantasies without fear of immediate discovery. The layout of the apartment was ideal for his purposes, with a bedroom where he could subdue and kill victims, a bathroom where he could dismember bodies, and a kitchen where he could use chemicals to dissolve remains. The fact that the building had poor sound insulation meant that screams and other disturbing sounds might not be clearly heard by neighbors. Within months of moving into the Oxford apartments, Dahmer began bringing potential victims back to his new home. The transition from his grandmother's basement to his own apartment marked a significant escalation in both the frequency of his crimes and the elaborate nature of his methods. No longer constrained by the need to conceal his activities from a family member, he could spend days or even weeks with his victims' remains, indulging in increasingly bizarre and disturbing rituals. The apartment itself became a repository for the evidence of Dahmer's crimes, with body parts stored in the refrigerator and freezer, skulls displayed as trophies, and photographs documenting his activities. When police finally searched the apartment in July 1991, they discovered what they described as a chamber of horrors that defied comprehension. The freezer was covered with Polaroid photographs of mutilated men, and inside they found severed heads, hands, and other human remains. The discovery of the apartment's contents revealed the extent to which Dahmer's crimes had escalated since gaining complete privacy. A closet and filing cabinet contained human skulls, a kettle with decomposing hands and male genitals, and bottles of acid and chemical preservatives. Various body parts were scattered throughout the apartment, creating a scene so disturbing that even experienced homicide investigators were traumatized by what they encountered. The residents of the Oxford apartments had unknowingly been living in proximity to one of America's most active serial killers for over a year. Many later reported that they had sensed something was wrong, with complaints about a putrid odor of rotting meat that flooded the corridors and the sound of a power saw buzzing at odd hours. Occasionally, tenants reported hearing cries or the thump of falling objects from the second floor, sounds that were actually the death throes of Dahmer's victims. The building's management and other residents had received numerous complaints about the smells coming from apartment 213, but these were typically dismissed as problems with plumbing or garbage disposal. Dahmer himself would claim that the smell was caused by spoiled food or a broken freezer, explanations that seemed plausible enough to avoid closer inspection. His ability to provide reasonable explanations for suspicious circumstances allowed him to continue killing without detection. The location of the Oxford apartments in a high-crime area of Milwaukee worked to Dahmer's advantage in several ways. First, the neighborhood's reputation meant that police were less likely to investigate minor complaints or unusual activities. Second, the transient nature of the population meant that missing persons reports were less common and less thoroughly investigated. Finally, the economic struggles of many residents meant that they were more likely to accept Dahmer's offers of money for photographs or other services. During his 14 months at the Oxford apartments, from May 1990 to July 1991, Dahmer would commit 11 murders, representing the most intensive period of killing in his entire criminal career. The privacy and control provided by his own apartment allowed him to refine his methods to a horrifying degree of sophistication, developing techniques for prolonging his victims' suffering and preserving their remains that went far beyond anything he had attempted while living with his grandmother. The apartment also became the site of Dahmer's most disturbing experiments with his victims, including his attempts to create living zombies through brain surgery and chemical injections. Having complete privacy meant that he could spend hours or days torturing victims before killing them, indulging in fantasies of total control that had been developing in his mind for years. The soundproofing and isolation of the apartment meant that victims' screams and pleas for help went unheard by anyone who could intervene. The transformation of apartment 213 into a house of horrors represented the culmination of Jeffrey Dahmer's evolution from someone who occasionally killed to someone whose entire life revolved around murder. The apartment was not just where he lived. It was the laboratory where he conducted his most twisted experiments and the museum where he displayed the evidence of his crimes. When police finally breached its doors, they discovered the physical manifestation of one of the most disturbed minds in criminal history. The period from 1990 to 1991 represented Jeffrey Dahmer's most intensive and horrifying phase of serial killing, during which he murdered 11 victims in rapid succession while developing increasingly elaborate and disturbing methods of torture, murder, and body disposal. This acceleration in killing demonstrated that his psychological compulsions had reached a level where they completely dominated his behavior and drove him to take increasingly reckless chances in pursuit of his twisted desires. The first victim to die in Dahmer's Oxford apartments was Raymond Lamont Smith, a 33-year-old man who went by the name Ricky Beeks. Smith was known for disappearing for extended periods, which meant that his absence was not immediately noticed or reported to authorities. This pattern of victim selection reflected Dahmer's increasing sophistication in choosing individuals whose disappearances would not trigger immediate police investigations. Smith was lured to apartment 213 with the promise of money for photographs, the same ruse Dahmer had been using successfully for years. Once at the apartment, Smith was drugged with sleeping pills mixed into alcohol, then strangled while unconscious. Dahmer then engaged in necrophilia with the corpse before beginning the methodical dismemberment that had become his signature. However, the killing of Smith marked the beginning of new elaborations in Dahmer's methods, as he began experimenting with different techniques for preserving and displaying body parts. The second victim killed at the Oxford apartments was Edward W. Smith, a 28-year-old known as the Sheik, who aspired to be a model. Smith was reported missing on June 14, 1990, when he failed to return from what he had told friends was a photography session. His family became vocal during Dahmer's trial, highlighting the devastating impact his crimes had on the survivors. With Smith's murder, Dahmer began attempting more elaborate preservation techniques, trying to create permanent trophies from his victims' remains. In September 1990, Dahmer committed 2 murders within a matter of weeks, demonstrating that his compulsion to kill was accelerating beyond his ability to control. The first of these victims was Ernest Miller, a 24-year-old aspiring dancer who was preparing to enter an arts college in Chicago. Miller was lured to the apartment on September 2, 1990, and was killed using the same methods that had proven effective with previous victims. His family would remember his talent and potential, making his senseless death particularly tragic. Just 3 weeks later, on September 24, 1990, Dahmer killed David Thomas, a 23-year-old father who left behind a young child. Thomas was described by his ex-girlfriend as fun-loving, and his disappearance left a profound impact on his family and friends. The rapid succession of these murders showed that Dahmer was no longer spacing out his killings over months, but was instead killing as frequently as opportunities presented themselves. During this period, Dahmer also began developing what would become his most disturbing practice, attempting to create living zombies through crude brain surgery and chemical injections. This horrifying experimentation reflected his desire to have complete control over his victims, not just to kill them, but to transform them into compliant slaves who would satisfy his sexual desires indefinitely. These experiments involved drilling holes into victims' skulls and pouring various substances directly into their brains, including muriatic acid, boiling water, and other chemicals. The lobotomy experiments Dahmer conducted on his victims represented some of the most sadistic and inhumane acts in the history of serial killing. Using medical knowledge he had gained during his military service, he would sedate victims and then drill holes into their skulls with power tools. He would then inject various substances into their brains in an attempt to destroy their higher brain functions while keeping them alive. These procedures invariably resulted in the victims' deaths, as the human brain cannot survive such massive trauma. Despite the failure of his zombie experiments, Dahmer continued to refine and repeat these procedures with each new victim, demonstrating a level of sadistic experimentation that went far beyond simple murder. The fact that he persisted with these experiments, even though they never produced the results he desired, showed that the process of torture and mutilation had become as important to him as the killing itself. Each victim became a test subject in his twisted laboratory of human suffering. The frequency of murders during this period also meant that Dahmer was accumulating human remains in his apartment at an unprecedented rate. His refrigerator and freezer were packed with severed heads, hearts, and other body parts, while skulls were displayed around the apartment as macabre trophies. The apartment began to reek with the smell of decomposition, leading to complaints from neighbors that Dahmer would dismiss with excuses about spoiled food or plumbing problems. The Polaroid photographs Dahmer took during this period documented his crimes in horrifying detail, showing victims in various stages of dismemberment and displaying the elaborate poses he would arrange their bodies in after death. These photographs served multiple purposes for Dahmer. They allowed him to relive his crimes, provided documentation of his experiments, and satisfied his desire to maintain control over his victims even after their deaths. The methodical nature of his photography demonstrated the calculated and organized aspects of his crimes. During 1991, Dahmer's killing reached its peak intensity, with 7 murders committed in the first 7 months of the year. This acceleration reflected his growing inability to control his compulsions and his increasing boldness in taking risks to satisfy his desires. The rapid succession of murders also meant that he was becoming sloppy in his methods, accumulating evidence, and behaving in ways that were bound to attract attention. The most tragic murder of this period was that of 14-year-old Konorak Sinthasumphone, the younger brother of Somsak Sinthasumphone, whom Dahmer had assaulted in 1988. This murder was particularly horrific because it demonstrated that Dahmer was specifically targeting the same family he had already victimized, and because it involved a police encounter that should have saved the boy's life, but instead resulted in his being returned to his killer. The murder of 14-year-old Konorak Sinthasumphone on May 27, 1991, represents one of the most shocking and preventable tragedies in the entire Jeffrey Dahmer case, a horrific crime that was enabled by police indifference, racial prejudice, and a catastrophic failure of the systems designed to protect vulnerable individuals from predators. This case has become emblematic of the broader social failures that allowed Dahmer to continue killing for so long, demonstrating how marginalized communities were failed by law enforcement and how close Dahmer came to being caught before claiming even more victims. Konorak Sinthasumphone was the younger brother of Somsak Sinthasumphone, the 13-year-old boy whom Dahmer had sexually assaulted in 1988. The Sinthasumphone family had immigrated to the United States from Laos in 1979, seeking better opportunities for their 8 children. They had already endured the trauma of Somsak's assault and Dahmer's subsequent early release from prison, living in fear that he might strike their family again. Tragically, their worst fears would be realized when Dahmer targeted their youngest son. On May 26, 1991, Dahmer encountered Konorak at the Grand Avenue Mall in Milwaukee, where the 14-year-old was spending time with friends. Despite the fact that he was still on probation for the sexual assault of Konorak's older brother, Dahmer approached the boy and offered him money to come to his apartment to pose for photographs. The teenager, unaware of Dahmer's previous crime against his family and needing money, agreed to accompany the man who had already devastated his family. At apartment 213, Dahmer followed his established pattern of offering his victim a drink laced with sleeping pills and halcyon. Once Konorak was unconscious, Dahmer took photographs of him and then began his most horrific experiment yet. Using a power drill, he bored a hole into the boy's skull and poured diluted hydrochloric acid directly into his brain in an attempt to create a living zombie who would be completely under his control. The procedure was conducted with the same methodical precision that characterized all of Dahmer's crimes. However, unlike many of Dahmer's previous victims, Konorak did not die immediately from the brain trauma. Instead, he regained consciousness while Dahmer was away from the apartment, apparently shopping for more supplies. In a state of confusion and distress from the brain injury and drugs, the 14-year-old managed to escape from the apartment, stumbling naked and bleeding into the street. This escape should have marked the end of Jeffrey Dahmer's criminal career and the salvation of numerous future victims. The sight of a naked, bleeding, and disoriented child wandering the streets immediately attracted the attention of several residents in the area. 3 women, Nicole Childress, Sandra Smith, and Tina Spivey, discovered Konarak and immediately recognized that he was in desperate need of help. Despite his drug-induced confusion and the brain injury that impaired his ability to communicate, it was clear to these women that the child had been severely traumatized and needed immediate medical attention. Nicole Childress called 911 to report the emergency, and Milwaukee Fire Department paramedics quickly arrived on the scene. The medical personnel immediately recognized that the child needed emergency treatment and began preparing to transport him to a hospital for care. At this crucial moment, with proper medical intervention just minutes away, a series of catastrophic decisions by law enforcement would seal Konarak's fate and allow Dahmer to continue his killing spree. Officers John Balcerzak, Joseph Gabrish, and Richard Perupkin arrived at the scene in response to the emergency call. Rather than supporting the medical personnel's assessment that the child needed immediate hospital treatment, the officers made the decision to send the ambulance away. This decision was made despite the obvious signs of trauma and distress exhibited by Konarak and the urgent pleas of the women who had found him. When Dahmer arrived at the scene, having returned from his shopping trip to find his victim missing, he immediately began manipulating the situation with the same calculated deception that had served him so well in previous encounters with law enforcement. Despite the presence of a naked, bleeding child and the testimony of multiple witnesses who insisted something was seriously wrong, Dahmer convinced the officers that Konarak was his 19-year-old boyfriend who had simply had too much to drink. The three women who had discovered Konarak, Nicole Childress, Sandra Smith, and Tina Spivey, desperately tried to provide the officers with crucial information that could have saved the boy's life. They explained that Konarak was clearly just a child, not an adult as Dahmer claimed. They told the officers that the boy was trying to escape from Dahmer and that he had been calling Konarak by different names. They emphasized that he was drugged, hurt, and had obviously been sexually abused. Most importantly, they tried to communicate that Konarak was attempting to physically escape from Dahmer's control. However, instead of listening to these critical pieces of information, the officers dismissed the women's concerns and even threatened to arrest them if they continued trying to help Konarak or provide information about what they had witnessed. Officer Balcerzak and his colleagues told the women to shut the hell up and treated the situation as nothing more than a domestic dispute between adult homosexual partners. This dismissive attitude reflected both homophobia and racial prejudice, as the officers were quick to disregard the testimony of African-American women trying to help an Asian child. The decision to believe Dahmer's story over the testimony of multiple witnesses was influenced by several factors, including the officers' prejudices and their lack of training in recognizing the signs of sexual abuse and human trafficking. Dahmer's calm demeanor and ability to provide consistent answers to questions helped convince the officers that he was telling the truth, while Konarak's inability to communicate effectively due to his brain injury and drug intoxication was interpreted as evidence of voluntary intoxication rather than victimization. The officers made the catastrophic decision to escort both Dahmer and Konarak back to apartment 213, effectively delivering the victim directly into the hands of his killer. During the walk back to the apartment, Konarak showed obvious signs of fear and reluctance, but these were ignored by the officers who had already accepted Dahmer's version of events. The fact that a child was being forced to return to an apartment against his will should have raised immediate red flags, but the officers were operating under assumptions that prevented them from recognizing the true nature of the situation. Once inside apartment 213, the officers conducted a cursory inspection that failed to detect any of the overwhelming evidence of Dahmer's crimes that filled the apartment. They found Konarak's clothing and saw Polaroid photographs that they interpreted as evidence of a consensual homosexual relationship rather than documentation of sexual abuse. Most tragically, they failed to detect the smell of decomposition that was emanating from the body of Anthony Hughes, who had been murdered just 3 days earlier and whose remains were decomposing in another room of the apartment. The officers' failure to conduct a thorough search of the apartment represented a missed opportunity of staggering proportions. Had they looked more carefully, they would have discovered human skulls, body parts in the refrigerator, bottles of acid, and photographic evidence of multiple murders. Instead, they accepted Dahmer's explanations and left Konarak alone with his killer, satisfied that they had resolved what they believed was a minor domestic dispute. Within 30 minutes of the officers' departure, Jeffrey Dahmer murdered Konarak's synthesome phone. He injected another dose of hydrochloric acid into the hole he had already drilled in the boy's skull, this time in sufficient quantity to cause immediate death. Dahmer later confessed, I listened for a heartbeat right after I injected him, and there was none. I wasn't trying to kill him, but that's what happened. The boy who had so nearly escaped became Dahmer's 13th victim, killed by the same man who had already victimized his older brother. The failure to save Konarak's synthesome had consequences that extended far beyond this single tragedy. By returning the boy to his killer, the officers enabled Dahmer to commit 4 more murders over the following 2 months before he was finally arrested. Joseph Breithoft, Oliver Lacey, Matthew Turner, and Jeremiah Weinberger all died because the police failed to recognize that they had encountered a serial killer and his victim on May 27, 1991. The aftermath of Konarak's murder led to significant controversy and legal action against the Milwaukee Police Department. The synthesome family filed a federal lawsuit against the city and the officers involved, arguing that their civil rights had been violated and that the police response had been influenced by racial and homophobic prejudices. The case went to trial in March 1995, and by April, the city agreed to pay the family $850,000 in settlement. The 3 officers involved in the incident faced disciplinary action from the police department. Officers Balcerzak and Gabrish were initially fired for their handling of the case, but they appealed their terminations and were subsequently reinstated with back pay of $55,000 each. This reinstatement was seen by many as a further injustice, suggesting that the police department did not take the officers' failures seriously. Balcerzak later served as president of the Milwaukee Police Association from 2005 to 2009. The Konarak synthesome case became a symbol of the systemic failures that enabled Jeffrey Dahmer's crimes to continue for so long. The case highlighted how racial minorities, immigrants, children, and LGBTQ+ individuals were failed by systems that were supposed to protect them. The fact that officers could encounter a serial killer in the act of victimizing a child and not only fail to recognize the situation but actually facilitate the completion of the crime demonstrated profound failures in training, judgment, and basic human decency. The tragedy also illustrated how Dahmer's ability to manipulate authority figures and present a calm, reasonable facade enabled him to continue killing even when he was caught in compromising situations. His success in convincing the police officers to ignore obvious signs of abuse and return his victim to him demonstrated the sophisticated psychological manipulation skills that made him such an effective predator. The fact that he could commit this manipulation while a child's life hung in the balance showed the complete absence of empathy or conscience that characterized his personality. Following the murder of Konarak synthesome in May 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer's killing spree entered its final and most reckless phase, during which he committed 4 more murders in rapid succession while accumulating so much physical evidence in his apartment that discovery became inevitable. This period demonstrated that his psychological compulsions had completely overwhelmed any concern for self-preservation, leading him to take increasingly dangerous risks that would ultimately result in his capture. The first victim to die after Konarak was Matthew Turner, a 20-year-old man from Flint, Michigan, who aspired to be a model. On June 30, 1991, Dahmer encountered Turner at a Chicago bus station and convinced him to travel to Milwaukee with the promise of a professional photo shoot. Like so many of Dahmer's victims, Turner was young, attractive, and seeking opportunities to advance his modeling career, making him vulnerable to Dahmer's promises of legitimate work. Once at apartment 213, Turner was drugged with sleeping pills mixed into alcohol, then strangled while unconscious. Dahmer dismembered the body and placed Turner's head and internal organs in separate plastic bags in his freezer, adding to the growing collection of human remains that was overwhelming his apartment's storage capacity. The fact that Turner was not reported missing meant that his disappearance initially attracted no police attention, allowing Dahmer to continue operating without detection. Just 5 days after killing Turner, on July 5, 1991, Dahmer claimed another victim, 23-year-old Jeremiah Weinberger, whom he encountered at Carol's Speakeasy Bar in Chicago. Weinberger, who was of Jewish Puerto Rican descent and worked at a video store, was lured to Milwaukee with the promise of spending the weekend with Dahmer. Despite having reservations about going with a stranger, Weinberger was ultimately persuaded by Dahmer's charm and apparent sincerity. The murder of Jeremiah Weinberger was particularly horrific because Dahmer did not kill him immediately, but instead kept him alive for several days while conducting his zombie experiments. After drugging Weinberger, Dahmer drilled a hole in his skull and injected boiling water directly into his brain in an attempt to create a compliant sex slave. When this procedure failed to produce the desired results, he repeated it with acid, sending Weinberger into a coma from which he died 2 days later. The prolonged torture and experimentation that Weinberger endured represented some of the most sadistic behavior in Dahmer's entire criminal career. The fact that he was willing to keep a victim alive for days while conducting painful and ultimately fatal medical procedures showed that his desire for control had evolved into pure sadism. The basement laboratory that Apartment 213 had become was now being used for extended torture sessions that went far beyond simple murder. On July 15, 1991, Dahmer encountered his next victim, 23-year-old Oliver Joseph Lacey, at the corner of 27th and Kilbourne in Milwaukee. Lacey was engaged to be married and had recently become a father, but was struggling financially and was attracted by Dahmer's offer to pay him for posing nude for photographs. Like so many before him, Lacey had no way of knowing that accepting this seemingly innocuous offer would cost him his life. The murder of Oliver Lacey demonstrated that Dahmer's methods were becoming increasingly elaborate and time-consuming. Rather than killing Lacey quickly, Dahmer intended to prolong the experience and spent an entire day attempting to render him unconscious with chloroform while keeping him alive. He even called his workplace to request time off so that he could devote himself fully to the torture and murder of his victim. When the chloroform experiments failed to produce the desired state of conscious but compliant victimhood, Dahmer eventually strangled Lacey and had sex with the corpse before dismembering the body. He placed Lacey's head and heart in the refrigerator and his skeleton in the freezer, further crowding his apartment with human remains. The methodical preservation of body parts had become so routine for Dahmer that he was running out of space to store his gruesome trophies. Just 4 days after murdering Lacey, on July 19, 1991, Dahmer received word that he had been fired from his job at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. Rather than viewing this development as a warning sign that his behavior was becoming too erratic to maintain normal employment, he saw it as an opportunity to devote himself more fully to killing. On the very day he learned of his dismissal, he lured 25-year-old Joseph Bradehoft to his apartment. Joseph Bradehoft had recently moved to Milwaukee and was seeking employment when he encountered Dahmer. Like the other victims, he was attracted by the promise of easy money for photographs, having no way of knowing that he was about to become the final victim in one of America's most horrific killing sprees. His murder on July 19, 1991, marked the end of Jeffrey Dahmer's 13-year career as a serial killer. The murder of Joseph Bradehoft followed the same pattern as Dahmer's other recent crimes: drugging, strangulation, and methodical dismemberment. However, by this point, Dahmer's apartment had become so overwhelmed with human remains that he was forced to leave Bradehoft's body lying on his bed covered with a sheet for 2 days. When he finally removed the sheet on July 21st, he found the head covered with maggots, a sign that his ability to manage the physical aspects of his crimes was breaking down. The accumulation of human remains in apartment 213 during this final period created a situation that was unsustainable and bound to attract attention. The refrigerator and freezer were packed with severed heads, hearts, and other body parts, while skulls were displayed around the apartment as trophies. A 57-gallon blue drum filled with acid contained the dissolving torsos of multiple victims. The apartment reeked with the overwhelming smell of decomposition that could no longer be disguised or explained away. The Polaroid photographs that Dahmer took during this period documented his crimes in unprecedented detail, creating a visual record of torture, murder, and dismemberment that would later serve as crucial evidence in his prosecution. He had accumulated 84 photographs showing victims in various stages of dismemberment, providing investigators with irrefutable proof of his crimes. These photographs were stored in a bedside drawer where they would be easily discovered by police. By July 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer had transformed apartment 213 into what investigators would later describe as a house of horrors that defied comprehension. The 11 murders he had committed at this location had created a scene so disturbing that even experienced homicide detectives would be traumatized by what they encountered. The apartment contained 7 human skulls, 2 human hearts, a bag of organs, numerous severed body parts, and chemical preservatives scattered throughout the living space. The physical evidence that had accumulated in the apartment made Dahmer's eventual capture inevitable. The overwhelming smell of decomposition, The sounds of power tools at odd hours and the accumulation of suspicious activities had already attracted the attention of neighbors and building management. Several residents had complained about the odors and sounds coming from apartment 213, and it was only a matter of time before these complaints would trigger a more thorough investigation. Most importantly, Dahmer's behavior had become increasingly reckless and erratic as his psychological compulsions overwhelmed his ability to maintain the careful facade that had protected him for so many years. The rapid succession of murders, the accumulation of evidence, and his inability to properly dispose of remains all indicated that his criminal career was approaching its inevitable conclusion. The only question remaining was whether he would be caught before he could claim more victims. On the evening of July 22nd, 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer's 13-year reign of terror finally came to an end when Tracy Edwards, a 32-year-old man from Mississippi, managed to escape from apartment 213 and flag down Milwaukee police officers, leading to the discovery of one of the most horrific crime scenes in American criminal history. Edwards' escape was the result of extraordinary courage and determination, and his survival quite literally saved the lives of countless future victims who would have fallen prey to Dahmer's escalating bloodlust. Tracy Edwards had come to Milwaukee seeking work and a better life, but like so many of Dahmer's victims, his economic struggles made him vulnerable to the killer's practiced deceptions. On that fateful July evening, Edwards encountered Dahmer at a local bar, where the serial killer employed the same combination of charm and false promises that had worked so effectively with previous victims. Dahmer convinced Edwards to accompany him back to his apartment with promises of beer, money, and the opportunity to watch movies together. Initially, the encounter seemed harmless enough, with Dahmer playing the role of a friendly acquaintance offering hospitality to someone who was new in town. Edwards later recounted that they chatted casually and that Dahmer seemed like a normal person, showing no obvious signs of the murderous intentions he harbored. This ability to present a completely normal facade was one of Dahmer's most dangerous characteristics, allowing him to lure victims into his trap without arousing suspicion. However, once Edwards was inside apartment 213, Dahmer's behavior underwent a dramatic and terrifying transformation. The friendly, charming persona disappeared, replaced by something far more sinister and threatening. Dahmer began to exhibit the controlling and predatory behavior that had characterized his interactions with all of his previous victims, making it clear that Edwards was not free to leave and that his life was in immediate danger. The turning point came when Dahmer rested his head on Edwards' chest and began chanting along with the movie The Exorcist, which was playing on the television. This bizarre behavior was followed by an even more alarming escalation when Dahmer produced a large butcher knife and threatened to kill Edwards and eat his heart. The threat was delivered with a calm, matter-of-fact tone that Dahmer used when discussing his most horrific fantasies, making it clear that this was not an idle threat but a genuine promise of what was to come. Realizing that he was facing a life-or-death situation, Edwards began to employ psychological tactics to delay his seemingly inevitable murder. He engaged Dahmer in conversation, pretending to be interested in his stories and fantasies while desperately looking for an opportunity to escape. Edwards later described this conversation as the most terrifying experience of his life, as he listened to Dahmer describe in detail how he intended to kill him and what he planned to do with his remains. During this horrifying conversation, Dahmer showed Edwards some of the Polaroid photographs he had taken of his previous victims, images that depicted men in various stages of dismemberment and death. The photographs served as both a form of psychological torture and a clear demonstration of what Edwards could expect if he failed to escape. The sight of these images, combined with the smell of death that permeated the apartment, left no doubt in Edwards' mind about Dahmer's intentions or capabilities. Edwards also noticed other disturbing evidence of Dahmer's crimes during his time in the apartment, including skulls that were being used as decorations and the overwhelming stench of decomposition that filled the space. The accumulation of evidence was so overwhelming that even someone who had never seen a crime scene could recognize that they were in the presence of a mass murderer. The apartment had become a museum of death that documented Dahmer's crimes in horrifying detail. The critical moment came when Dahmer attempted to handcuff Edwards, an action that would have rendered him completely helpless and sealed his fate. However, Edwards was able to resist and prevent Dahmer from securing both handcuffs, leaving one of his hands free. This small but crucial advantage gave him the mobility he needed to fight back when the opportunity presented itself. When Dahmer became distracted or momentarily let his guard down, Edwards seized his chance and punched him in the face with enough force to stun him temporarily. With Dahmer momentarily incapacitated, Edwards ran for the door and managed to escape from the apartment, despite still having one handcuff attached to his wrist. The escape required tremendous courage and quick thinking, as Edwards had to overcome both his physical restraints and his psychological terror to break free from a situation that had claimed the lives of so many others. Once outside the building, Edwards ran through the streets of Milwaukee, frantically seeking help while still wearing the handcuff that served as visible evidence of his ordeal. At approximately 11:30 p.m., he encountered Milwaukee police officers Robert Roth and Rolf Mueller, who were patrolling the area in their squad car. Edwards flagged them down and desperately explained that he had just escaped from a freak who had tried to kill him and that he needed their help to remove the handcuffs. The officers initially treated Edwards with some skepticism, as his story seemed almost too bizarre to believe. However, the presence of the handcuffs and Edwards' obvious state of terror convinced them that something serious had occurred. When their standard handcuff keys failed to remove the restraints, Edwards agreed to lead them back to Dahmer's apartment so they could confront the person who had done this to him. The decision to follow Edwards back to apartment 213 was the moment that Jeffrey Dahmer's criminal career finally came to an end. As they approached the building, the officers could smell the overwhelming odor of decomposition that emanated from Dahmer's apartment. This smell, which neighbors had been complaining about for months, was so strong that it immediately alerted the officers that they were dealing with something far more serious than a simple assault case. When the officers knocked on the door of apartment 213, Dahmer answered and initially attempted to maintain his usual facade of calm respectability. He acknowledged knowing Edwards but claimed that their encounter had been consensual and that Edwards had simply become upset over a misunderstanding. However, his explanations became less convincing as the officers noticed the overwhelming smell coming from inside the apartment and Edwards' insistence that Dahmer had tried to kill him. The officers asked for permission to search the apartment, and Dahmer, perhaps believing that his usual manipulative abilities would allow him to talk his way out of the situation, agreed to let them inside. This decision sealed his fate, as the apartment contained so much evidence of his crimes that concealment was impossible. The officers immediately noticed boxes of hydrochloric acid scattered around the floor and the overwhelming smell of death that permeated the space. The discovery that ended Jeffrey Dahmer's freedom came when Officer Rolf Mueller opened a bedside drawer and found the collection of Polaroid photographs that documented Dahmer's crimes in horrifying detail. The 84 photographs showed victims in various stages of dismemberment, torture, and death, providing irrefutable evidence of multiple murders. Mueller was so shocked by what he saw that he exclaimed to his partner, "These are for real," before immediately placing Dahmer under arrest. Upon seeing the photographs, Dahmer realized that his carefully constructed facade had finally collapsed and that his criminal career was over. Rather than continuing to deny his crimes or attempting to flee, he made a statement that revealed his understanding of the magnitude of what he had done. "For what I did, I should be dead." This admission of guilt marked the end of 13 years during which he had successfully concealed his identity as one of America's most prolific serial killers. The arrest of Jeffrey Dahmer on July 22, 1991, represented not just the end of his individual criminal career, but also the beginning of a broader reckoning with the systemic failures that had allowed him to continue killing for so long. Tracy Edwards' survival and escape had prevented what could have been many more murders and had finally brought justice for the 17 victims whose lives had been taken by one of the most disturbed individuals in criminal history. The search of Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment 213 in the Oxford Apartments complex revealed a scene of horror that defied the imagination of even the most experienced homicide investigators, transforming what had initially appeared to be a simple assault case into one of the most shocking multiple murder investigations in American criminal history. The systematic examination of Dahmer's living space over the following days would uncover evidence of crimes so disturbing that they challenged the very limits of human comprehension. The initial entry into the apartment by officers Roth and Mueller had already revealed enough evidence to justify Dahmer's arrest, but the full scope of his crimes only became apparent as investigators began a methodical search of every room, closet, and container in the space. What they discovered was not simply a crime scene, but rather a carefully organized museum of death that documented Dahmer's 13-year career as a serial killer in horrifying detail. The refrigerator in Dahmer's kitchen contained what investigators initially thought might be food items, but which proved to be severed human heads wrapped in plastic bags. The freezer was similarly packed with human remains, including more heads, hands, and other body parts that had been preserved for Dahmer's later use. The casual way in which human remains were stored alongside normal household items demonstrated the complete normalization of murder and dismemberment in Dahmer's daily life. In a closet, investigators discovered a collection of human skulls that Dahmer had been using as decorations and trophies. These skulls had been carefully cleaned and preserved, with some showing evidence of the drilling and chemical treatments that were part of Dahmer's zombie experiments. The skulls were arranged almost like a shrine, suggesting that they held special significance for Dahmer and represented more than mere souvenirs of his crimes. A filing cabinet in the apartment yielded additional skulls, and a kettle containing what forensic experts determined to be decomposing hands and male genital organs. The methodical organization of these remains suggested that Dahmer had developed a complex system for cataloging and preserving the evidence of his crimes. Each container and storage location seemed to serve a specific purpose in his elaborate ritual of death and preservation. The discovery of a 57-gallon blue drum filled with acid and containing dissolved human torsos represented one of the most disturbing aspects of the crime scene. This container held the remains of multiple victims who had been systematically dissolved using chemicals, demonstrating Dahmer's sophisticated understanding of body disposal techniques. The acid bath method allowed him to eliminate large amounts of physical evidence while retaining the body parts that held special significance for him. Throughout the apartment, investigators found bottles of various acids and chemical preservatives that Dahmer used in his dismemberment and preservation processes. These chemicals included muriatic acid, which he used both for dissolving bodies and for his brain injection experiments, and various industrial solvents and preservatives. The quantity and variety of chemicals suggested that Dahmer had developed considerable expertise in the science of death and decomposition. The collection of 84 Polaroid photographs that had led to Dahmer's arrest proved to be one of the most crucial pieces of evidence in understanding the full scope of his crimes. These photographs documented every aspect of his murder process, from the initial drugging of victims through their deaths and the subsequent dismemberment of their bodies. The methodical nature of the photography demonstrated that Dahmer viewed his crimes not just as impulsive acts of violence, but as carefully choreographed performances that deserved documentation. The photographs showed victims in various poses, both before and after death, revealing the ritualistic aspects of Dahmer's crimes that went far beyond simple murder. Some images showed the elaborate positioning of bodies that Dahmer arranged to satisfy his sexual fantasies, while others documented his experiments with drilling and chemical injection. The collection served multiple purposes for Dahmer. It allowed him to relive his crimes, provided a record of his techniques, and satisfied his need to maintain control over his victims even after their deaths. Power tools found throughout the apartment provided evidence of the methods Dahmer used to dismember his victims. Electric saws, drills, and other equipment bore traces of human blood and tissue, confirming their use in the brutal process of body disposal. The presence of these tools, combined with the chemical supplies and storage containers, painted a picture of an operation that was both methodical and industrialized in its approach to murder and dismemberment. The apartment also contained evidence of Dahmer's zombie experiments, including syringes, drill bits, and containers of the various substances he had injected into victims' brains. Medical equipment and supplies suggested that he had been attempting to conduct crude surgical procedures on his victims, using knowledge gained during his military medical training for the most horrific purposes imaginable. The failure of these experiments was evident from the fact that all victims had died, but Dahmer's persistence in attempting them revealed the depth of his desire for complete control over other human beings. Personal items belonging to the victims were scattered throughout the apartment, providing investigators with crucial evidence for identifying the remains and linking them to missing person reports. Wallets, identification cards, jewelry, and clothing helped establish the identities of victims whose remains had been too severely damaged for conventional identification methods. These personal effects also served as tragic reminders that each set of remains represented a real person with a life, family, and dreams that had been destroyed by Dahmer's violence. The living conditions in the apartment revealed the extent to which Dahmer's life had become completely consumed by his obsession with death and murder. Normal household activities had been subordinated to the requirements of killing and dismemberment, with every room serving some function in his elaborate ritual of violence. The kitchen had become a dissection laboratory, the bedroom a killing ground, and the bathroom a place for disposing of evidence. As the investigation expanded beyond the apartment itself, investigators began the painstaking process of identifying the remains and linking them to specific victims. This work was complicated by the advanced state of decomposition of many remains and Dahmer's efficient disposal methods, which had eliminated much of the physical evidence that would typically be available in homicide cases. Forensic experts worked for months to identify victims and reconstruct the timeline of murders. The discovery of remains in various stages of preservation provided insight into Dahmer's evolving methods and the timeline of his crimes. Fresh remains indicated recent murders, while older skeletal remains suggested killings that had occurred months or even years earlier. The variety of preservation methods also revealed Dahmer's experimentation with different techniques for maintaining his collection of human trophies. The sheer volume of evidence discovered in apartment 213 overwhelmed the Milwaukee Police Department's ability to process it quickly. Specialized teams of forensic experts were brought in to catalog and analyze the hundreds of pieces of evidence, from photographs and personal effects to chemical samples and human remains. The investigation required months of painstaking work to fully document the scope of Dahmer's crimes and prepare the evidence for prosecution. The impact of discovering such a horrific crime scene extended far beyond the immediate investigation. The officers and forensic experts who processed the apartment were traumatized by what they encountered, with many requiring counseling and support to deal with the psychological impact of their work. The scene was so disturbing that even hardened homicide investigators, who had seen the worst of human violence, were unprepared for the level of depravity they encountered in Dahmer's apartment. Following his arrest on July 22, 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer began what would become one of the most comprehensive and disturbing confessions in the history of American criminal justice, a 178-page document that detailed 17 murders spanning 13 years and provided investigators with a horrifying glimpse into the mind of one of the nation's most prolific serial killers. The confession process, which took place over more than 60 hours of interviews with Detective Patrick Kennedy and later Detective Dennis Murphy, revealed not only the scope of Dahmer's crimes, but also the methodical and calculated nature of his approach to murder. Dahmer's decision to confess fully and voluntarily to his crimes was both surprising and significant. Rather than maintaining his innocence or attempting to minimize his culpability, he waived his right to have an attorney present during questioning and explicitly stated his intention to confess everything. He told investigators, "I created this horror, and it only makes sense I do everything to put an end to it," a statement that suggested both an understanding of the magnitude of his crimes and a desire to finally unburden himself of the secrets he had carried for so long. The confession began with Dahmer's account of his first murder, the killing of 18-year-old Stephen Mark Hicks in Bath Township, Ohio, in June 1978. He described in chilling detail how he had picked up the hitchhiking teenager and brought him to his parents' home, where he killed him with a barbell and then dismembered the body. This admission confirmed what investigators had suspected but had been unable to prove, that Dahmer's criminal career had begun much earlier than his recent Milwaukee murders. Dahmer's description of the 9-year gap between his first murder and his resumption of killing in 1987 provided crucial insight into the development of his compulsions. He explained that during this period, the urges to kill had never left him, but that circumstances had not aligned to provide him with the opportunity and privacy necessary to act on these impulses. His military service, periods of unemployment, and living arrangements had all served as constraints that prevented him from killing, but the desires had continued to grow stronger over time. The confession revealed the methodical nature of Dahmer's victim selection and killing methods. He described how he would frequent gay bars and other locations where he could encounter potential victims, always looking for individuals who were vulnerable, isolated, and unlikely to be immediately missed if they disappeared. His preferred targets were young men who were struggling economically, members of racial minorities, or individuals who were estranged from their families. Dahmer's account of his killing methods demonstrated the evolution of his techniques from crude violence to sophisticated procedures. While his first murder had been committed in a moment of rage using a barbell, his later crimes showed careful planning and the development of refined methods for rendering victims unconscious, killing them, and disposing of their bodies. The progression from simple strangulation to elaborate chemical experiments revealed the increasing complexity of his psychological needs. The most disturbing aspects of Dahmer's confession involved his descriptions of the zombie experiments he conducted on his victims. He explained to investigators his desire to create compliant sex slaves who would be completely under his control, and described in detail the procedures he used in attempting to achieve this goal. These experiments involved drilling holes in victims' skulls and injecting various substances directly into their brains, procedures that invariably resulted in death, but which Dahmer continued to refine and repeat. Dahmer's confession provided specific details about each of his 17 victims, including how he had encountered them, the methods he used to kill them, and what he had done with their remains. This information was crucial for investigators who were attempting to identify victims and provide closure to families who had been searching for missing loved ones. The detailed nature of his admissions also helped establish the timeline of his crimes and confirm the identities of victims whose remains had been too severely damaged for conventional identification. The confession also revealed the extent of Dahmer's necrophilia and cannibalism, practices that had not been fully understood from the physical evidence alone. He admitted to having sex with the corpses of his victims and to consuming parts of their bodies, explaining that these acts made him feel as though his victims were a permanent part of me. These admissions provided insight into the psychological motivations behind his crimes and the complex ritualistic aspects of his behavior. Perhaps most chillingly, Dahmer's confession revealed his complete lack of empathy for his victims and their families. He spoke about the murders in the same matter-of-fact tone he might use to describe a routine household chore, showing no apparent emotional reaction to the suffering he had caused. This emotional detachment was evident throughout the confession process and suggested a level of psychological disturbance that went far beyond normal criminal behavior. The confession also provided details about Dahmer's methods for avoiding detection, including his techniques for disposing of evidence and maintaining a normal facade while carrying out his crimes. He described how he would dissolve bodies in acid, dispose of remains in household trash, and use air fresheners and other methods to mask the smell of decomposition in his apartment. His ability to maintain employment and social relationships while committing regular murders demonstrated sophisticated compartmentalization abilities. Dahmer's admissions about his interactions with law enforcement revealed several missed opportunities to stop his killing spree. He described encounters with police officers, including the incident involving Konarak Synthesum phone, and explained how he had been able to manipulate these situations to avoid detection. These revelations highlighted the systemic failures that had allowed him to continue killing for so long. The psychological profile that emerged from Dahmer's confession painted a picture of someone whose capacity for violence had no apparent limits. He admitted to considering kidnapping and killing potential victims who had escaped his initial attempts to lure them to his apartment. He also described fantasies about constructing elaborate killing chambers and expanding his operations to claim even more victims. These admissions suggested that his arrest had prevented what could have been an even more extensive murder spree. The confession process also revealed Dahmer's understanding. John Wayne Gacy was a depraved serial killer who, between 1972 and 1978, sexually assaulted, tortured, and murdered at least 33 young men and boys in the Chicago area, burying 26 of their bodies in the crawl space beneath his suburban home while disposing of the remaining victims in the Des Plaines River, all while maintaining a public persona as a successful businessman and beloved community entertainer known as Pogo the Clown. The story of John Wayne Gacy begins on March 17, 1942, in the sterile confines of Edgewater Hospital in Chicago, Illinois. Born into what appeared to be an ordinary working-class family, John Wayne Gacy Jr. entered the world as the second of 3 children and the only son of John Stanley Gacy and Marion Elaine Robinson. His father, a World War I veteran, worked as an auto repair machinist, while his mother devoted herself to homemaking duties. The family claimed both Polish and Danish ancestry and practiced the Catholic faith, presenting an outward appearance of typical American respectability that would later serve as a cruel contrast to the horrors that would unfold. From his earliest years, young John Wayne found himself trapped in an atmosphere of domestic terror that would profoundly shape the monster he would become. His father, John Stanley Gacy, was a violent alcoholic whose demons manifested in brutal attacks upon his family. After completing his shifts on the assembly line, the elder Gacy would descend into the basement of their home, where he would consume brandy in solitude before emerging to terrorize his wife and children at the dinner table. The family would sit in fearful silence, waiting for his drunken ascent from the basement, never knowing what violence might follow. The abuse John Wayne endured at the hands of his father was both physical and psychological, leaving scars that would never heal. John Stanley Gacy wielded a razor strap as his weapon of choice, delivering savage beatings to his children for the slightest infractions. But perhaps more damaging than the physical violence were the constant verbal assaults that attacked the very core of John Wayne's developing identity. His father routinely called him dumb and stupid, comparing him unfavorably to his two sisters and questioning his masculinity with cruel taunts. The elder Gacy would call his son a sissy and a mama's boy, predicting with disturbing prescience that he would probably grow up queer. One of John Wayne's earliest childhood memories would remain seared in his consciousness throughout his life: the brutal beating he received at age 4 for accidentally disarranging car engine components in his father's workshop. The violence of that assault, administered to such a young child for such an innocent mistake, established a pattern of fear and resentment that would fester for decades. John Wayne learned to endure these beatings without crying, developing a stoic exterior that masked the rage and pain building within him. Sometimes his refusal to show tears would only anger his father further, leading to even more savage attacks. The boy's relationship with his mother provided his only source of comfort in the hellish household. Marion Gacy attempted to shield her son from his father's abuse, but her protective instincts only served to fuel John Stanley's fury. He accused his wife of coddling the boy, claiming that her maternal protection would turn him into a weakling. The elder Gacy's homophobia was virulent and constant, poisoning every interaction with his son and creating an atmosphere where young John Wayne learned to fear and hide any perceived weakness. Adding to the family's dysfunction was a dark secret that John Wayne would carry alone for years. In 1949, when the boy was 7 years old, a family friend began sexually molesting him. These encounters continued periodically, but John Wayne never told his father about the abuse, terrified that he would be blamed for what was happening to him. Given his father's violent tendencies and homophobic attitudes, the boy's fear was entirely rational. He understood, even at such a young age, that revealing this secret could result in consequences even worse than the abuse itself. John Wayne's physical health problems further complicated his childhood and provided additional ammunition for his father's cruelty. As an overweight and unathletic child, he was already marked as different from his peers. A congenital heart condition prevented him from participating in sports, depriving him of opportunities to prove his physical prowess or gain acceptance from other boys. His father showed no sympathy for this medical condition, instead viewing it as yet another failure and weakness to be ridiculed. Beginning in the 4th grade, John Wayne started experiencing mysterious blackouts that would plague him throughout his adolescence. These episodes resulted in frequent hospitalizations, and by his own estimation, he spent nearly a year in various hospitals between the ages of 14 and 18. The medical community was unable to conclusively diagnose the cause of these blackouts, leading his father to suspect that his son was malingering, faking illness to avoid responsibilities and gain attention. On one particularly cruel occasion, John Stanley openly accused his son of pretending to be sick while the boy lay in a hospital bed, adding humiliation to his physical suffering. These frequent absences from school due to his medical condition caused John Wayne's grades to suffer significantly. The combination of missed classes, ongoing abuse at home, and social isolation created a perfect storm of academic failure and psychological damage. He struggled to maintain friendships or find his place among his peers, becoming increasingly withdrawn and resentful. The constant cycle of illness, hospitalization, and accusations of fakery created a deep sense of alienation that would persist throughout his life. In 1957, John Wayne faced another medical crisis when his appendix burst, requiring emergency surgery and extended recovery time. Even this legitimate medical emergency failed to generate sympathy from his father, who continued to view any sign of physical weakness as evidence of his son's fundamental inadequacy. The boy was caught in an impossible situation, genuinely suffering from medical conditions while being accused of fabricating his symptoms for attention. As John Wayne entered adolescence, his relationship with his father became even more strained and violent. The teenager began to show signs of the behavioral problems that would later manifest in far more dangerous ways. His father's abuse had taught him that violence was an acceptable response to frustration and that manipulation could be used to avoid consequences. At the same time, he was learning to present a false persona to the outside world, hiding his anger and pain behind a mask of normalcy. The young man's first serious brush with authority and his developing pattern of deception occurred during his high school years. Despite his academic struggles, John Wayne possessed a certain charisma and ability to charm adults when it served his purposes. However, his underlying anger and sense of entitlement were never far from the surface. He began experimenting with petty crimes and manipulative behavior, testing the boundaries of what he could get away with. His father's prediction about his sexuality would prove to have a grain of truth, though not in the way John Stanley intended. As John Wayne matured, he began to recognize his attraction to other males, a realization that filled him with terror given his father's violent homophobia. This internal conflict between his emerging sexual identity and his desperate need for paternal approval created additional psychological pressure that would contribute to his later development as a predator. The pattern of abuse, neglect, and psychological damage that characterized John Wayne's childhood created the foundation for the monster he would become. The violence he witnessed and experienced taught him that other people existed primarily to be used and discarded. His father's constant criticism and impossible standards convinced him that he was fundamentally flawed, while simultaneously nurturing a narcissistic need to prove his worth through dominance over others. The sexual abuse he suffered normalized the concept of using weaker individuals for personal gratification, while his father's homophobia created a twisted association between sexual violence and masculinity. As John Wayne approached adulthood, the toxic combination of childhood trauma, untreated mental illness, and learned patterns of violence had created a dangerous individual. The blackouts that had plagued his youth may have been early indicators of neurological damage, possibly caused by the head injury he suffered at age 11 when he was struck by a swing. The medical community's failure to properly diagnose and treat his condition meant that any organic factors contributing to his psychological problems went unaddressed. The sexual abuse he endured as a child had profound implications for his later crimes. Research has consistently shown that many serial killers were themselves victims of sexual abuse during their formative years, and John Wayne's case fits this pattern perfectly. The powerlessness he felt as a victim would later be transformed into a compulsive need to victimize others, recreating the dynamic of his childhood trauma with himself in the dominant position. His father's relentless questioning of his masculinity created a deep-seated insecurity about his sexual identity that would manifest in his later choice of victims. By targeting young men and boys, John Wayne would be simultaneously expressing his sexual desires and attempting to destroy the perceived source of his shame. The violence and torture that characterized his crimes can be understood as manifestations of the rage he felt toward his father, displaced onto victims who reminded him of his younger, vulnerable self. The failure of authority figures throughout his childhood to protect him from abuse also contributed to his later contempt for social norms and institutions. Teachers who ignored the signs of his distress, medical professionals who dismissed his symptoms, and a society that turned a blind eye to domestic violence all taught him that the strong prey upon the weak without consequence. This lesson would guide his actions throughout his criminal career. As John Wayne entered young adulthood, the foundation for his future crimes was already firmly established. The boy who had been beaten, molested, and psychologically tormented would grow into a man capable of inflicting unimaginable suffering on others. The cycle of violence that began in his childhood home would soon spread far beyond the walls of 8213 West Somerdale Avenue, leaving a trail of broken bodies and shattered families in its wake. The transformation from victim to victimizer was not immediate, but rather a gradual process that unfolded over years of increasingly antisocial behavior. The teenage John Wayne began to experiment with manipulation and deception, skills that would serve him well in his later criminal career. He learned to present different faces to different people, a survival mechanism that had developed in response to his unpredictable and violent home environment. His academic performance continued to suffer as his psychological problems intensified. The bright child who had once shown promise became a surly teenager with little interest in conventional achievement. His frequent absences due to health problems provided convenient excuses for his declining grades, but the underlying cause was his growing alienation from society and its expectations. The social isolation that had characterized his childhood became even more pronounced during his teenage years. While other young people were forming romantic relationships and planning their futures, John Wayne remained trapped in a cycle of medical problems, family violence, and psychological disturbance. His few attempts at normal teenage socializing were hampered by his weight problems, health issues, and the dark secrets he carried about his home life. His father's abuse continued unabated throughout these years, with John Stanley showing no recognition of the damage he was inflicting on his son. The elder Gacy's alcoholism worsened with time, making him even more unpredictable and violent. The family dynamics that had been established during John Wayne's early childhood remained frozen in place, with no one willing or able to break the cycle of violence and dysfunction. The sexual identity crisis that would later play such a crucial role in his crimes began to intensify during adolescence. John Wayne's attraction to other males conflicted sharply with his father's virulent homophobia and the Catholic teachings that had shaped his early moral development. This internal conflict created additional psychological pressure that manifested in increasingly antisocial behavior. His first serious criminal act occurred during this period, though the details remain somewhat obscured by time and John Wayne's later tendency to lie about his past. What is clear is that he began to show the manipulative and predatory behaviors that would characterize his later crimes. These early incidents may have involved inappropriate sexual contact with younger boys, establishing a pattern that would escalate dramatically in the years to come. The failure of the educational system to address his needs represents another missed opportunity for intervention. Teachers and administrators who might have recognized the warning signs of his deteriorating mental health instead focused solely on his academic deficiencies. The behavioral problems that should have triggered psychological evaluation were instead attributed to his medical condition or family circumstances, allowing his dangerous tendencies to develop unchecked. As John Wayne approached the end of his high school years, it became increasingly clear that he was not going to follow a conventional path to adulthood. His academic failures made college unlikely, and his health problems limited his employment options. More importantly, the psychological damage that had been accumulating throughout his childhood was beginning to manifest in ways that posed a serious threat to others. The boy who had once been a victim of sexual abuse was already showing signs that he might become a perpetrator himself. The violence he had witnessed and experienced at home had taught him that physical force was an acceptable means of achieving his goals. The manipulation and deception he had learned as survival mechanisms were evolving into tools for exploitation and predation. His relationship with his father remained poisonously dysfunctional, characterized by mutual contempt and barely suppressed violence. John Stanley's continued abuse and criticism had created in his son a deep-seated hatred that would eventually find expression in his choice of victims. Many of the young men and boys who would later die at John Wayne's hands would bear a psychological resemblance to the vulnerable child he had once been. The religious instruction he had received throughout his childhood had failed to provide any meaningful moral foundation, instead being overshadowed by the violence and dysfunction of his home environment. The Catholic concepts of sin, guilt, and redemption became twisted in his developing psyche, contributing to the complex relationship between sexuality, violence, and power that would characterize his later crimes. As he prepared to leave high school without graduating, John Wayne Gacy was already a deeply disturbed individual with a history of victimization that had shaped him into a potential perpetrator. The next phase of his life would see the gradual emergence of the predatory behaviors that had been incubating during his traumatic childhood and adolescence. The foundation for one of America's most prolific serial killers had been laid, and the countdown to his first murder had begun. The transition from adolescence to young adulthood marked a crucial period in John Wayne Gacy's development as a predator. Having failed to graduate from high school, he found himself at loose ends, without clear direction or purpose. His father's constant criticism had convinced him that he was a failure, while simultaneously nurturing a grandiose self-image that demanded validation and recognition. This contradictory self-perception would drive much of his future behavior, including his later political involvement and community activities. In 1960, at age 18, John Wayne made his first foray into politics, working as an assistant precinct captain for a local Democratic Party candidate. This early political involvement represented more than mere civic engagement. It was an attempt to gain the respect and recognition that had been denied to him throughout his childhood. Politics offered him a platform for his considerable charisma and manipulative abilities, while providing a veneer of respectability that would serve him well in his later criminal career. His father's reaction to his son's political activities was predictably negative. John Stanley dismissed his son's involvement in Democratic politics, calling him a patsy and heaping additional ridicule upon him. This criticism only reinforced John Wayne's determination to prove himself through political success, setting the stage for a lifelong pattern of using public acclaim to mask private depravity. The same year brought a significant development in John Wayne's relationship with his father, when the elder Gacy purchased a car for his son. However, even this seemingly generous gesture was corrupted by the dysfunctional family dynamics. John Stanley kept the vehicle's title in his own name and used the threat of confiscating the keys as a means of control. This arrangement perfectly encapsulated their relationship, apparent generosity masking manipulation and control. The breaking point came in April 1962 when John Wayne, now 20 years old, purchased an extra set of keys for the car without his father's permission. John Stanley's response was swift and typical. He removed the distributor cap and kept it for 3 days, rendering the vehicle inoperable. This petty act of control represented one humiliation too many for the young man, and hours after his father replaced the cap, John Wayne made a decision that would mark the beginning of his journey toward independence and, ultimately, toward murder. With only $136 to his name, John Wayne left home and drove to Las Vegas, Nevada, hoping to stay with a cousin and start a new life away from his father's abuse. This impulsive flight to Las Vegas represented both an escape from his traumatic past and an early indication of the reckless decision-making that would characterize his adult life. The young man who arrived in Las Vegas was damaged, angry, and increasingly dangerous, though his most violent impulses had not yet fully manifested. In Las Vegas, John Wayne found work with the ambulance service, a job that exposed him to death and human suffering on a regular basis. This early exposure to mortality and trauma may have desensitized him to violence and death, contributing to his later ability to kill without apparent remorse. The ambulance service also provided him with knowledge of human anatomy and the process of dying, information that would prove useful in his later criminal career. His time with the ambulance service was brief, and he was soon transferred to Palm Mortuary, where he worked as a mortuary attendant for 3 months. This job placed him in direct contact with corpses, allowing him to observe the embalming process and occasionally serve as a pallbearer. The macabre nature of this work suited his increasingly dark psychology, and he seemed to find a disturbing fascination with the dead bodies under his care. The mortuary job provided John Wayne with practical knowledge about death and decomposition that would later inform his methods of body disposal. He learned about the physical processes of decay and the practical challenges of handling human remains. This knowledge would prove invaluable when he began killing and needed to dispose of bodies without detection. The most significant incident during his time at Palm Mortuary revealed the depth of his psychological disturbance and provided an early indication of his necrophilic tendencies. One evening, while alone in the mortuary, John Wayne climbed into the coffin of a deceased teenage male. He embraced and caressed the corpse, experiencing what he later described as sexual arousal followed by a profound sense of shock at his own actions. This incident represents a crucial moment in John Wayne's psychological development, marking the first time his sexual desires became explicitly connected with death and corpses. The fact that his chosen target was a teenage male also foreshadowed the demographic characteristics of his future victims. The shock he claimed to feel afterward suggests that he retained some awareness of how aberrant his behavior was, But this self-awareness would prove insufficient to prevent his escalating deviance. The necrophilic episode at Palm Mortuary apparently disturbed him enough to prompt his return to Chicago, though it's unclear whether his departure was motivated by genuine remorse or simply fear of being caught. What is certain is that this incident marked a significant escalation in his sexual pathology, crossing a boundary that would make future transgressions easier to justify and execute. Upon his return to Chicago, John Wayne enrolled at Northwestern Business College, demonstrating a pragmatic recognition that he needed legitimate credentials to achieve his goals. His decision to pursue business education reflected his growing ambition and his understanding that financial success would be necessary to gain the respect and power he craved. Despite having failed to complete high school, he managed to graduate from business college in 1963, showing that he possessed both intelligence and determination when properly motivated. His graduation from Northwestern Business College marked the beginning of a new phase in his life, one that would see him achieve considerable legitimate success while simultaneously developing the skills and resources necessary for his future crimes. The business training he received provided him with knowledge of accounting, management, and interpersonal relations that would serve him well in both his legal and illegal activities. In 1963, John Wayne took a management trainee position with the Nunn-Bush Shoe Company, beginning what would become a surprisingly successful business career. The legitimate achievements he would rack up over the next several years stand in stark contrast to the horrific crimes he would eventually commit, demonstrating the complex duality that characterized his personality. His success in the business world would provide him with financial resources, social connections, and a respectable facade that would prove invaluable in his later criminal activities. The following year brought significant professional and personal developments. The Nunn-Bush Shoe Company transferred him to Springfield, Illinois, to work as a salesman, and his performance was evidently satisfactory because he was eventually promoted to department manager. This professional success represented a dramatic improvement over his troubled adolescence and provided him with the validation he had craved since childhood. More importantly for his future development, in March 1964, John Wayne became engaged to Marlon Myers, a co-worker at Nunn-Bush. This engagement marked his first serious romantic relationship with a woman and represented an attempt to construct a conventional adult identity. However, given his established pattern of attraction to males, this relationship was likely motivated more by social expectations and his desire for respectability than by genuine romantic attachment. During his courtship with Marlon, John Wayne joined the local chapter of the Jaycees, a service organization that would provide him with numerous opportunities for community involvement and social advancement. His participation in the Jaycees represented more than mere civic engagement. It was a calculated effort to build the kind of public persona that would shield him from scrutiny and suspicion in later years. The year 1964 also saw John Wayne's second homosexual experience, an encounter that would have significant implications for his psychological development. According to his later accounts, a colleague in the Jaycees plied him with alcohol and performed oral sex on him while he was intoxicated. This incident occurred during the same period as his engagement to Marlon, creating additional internal conflict about his sexual identity. By 1965, John Wayne's professional success had reached new heights when he was promoted to vice president of the Springfield Jaycees and was named the third most outstanding Jaycee in Illinois. These achievements represented exactly the kind of public recognition and respect he had sought throughout his life. However, the psychological damage from his childhood remained unresolved, and his growing success only served to inflate his already grandiose self-image while providing him with greater opportunities for manipulation and exploitation. The combination of business success, community involvement, and romantic engagement created the perfect facade for John Wayne's developing criminal inclinations. He had learned to present himself as a respectable, successful, and community-minded individual, while harboring dark secrets about his sexual desires and violent fantasies. The skills he was developing in sales and management would prove highly effective in luring and manipulating future victims. His relationship with Marlon Myers progressed toward marriage, despite his continuing struggles with his sexual identity. The decision to marry represented both a genuine attempt to conform to social expectations and a calculated effort to establish his heterosexual credentials. The fact that he was simultaneously engaging in homosexual activities suggests that the marriage was, at least in part, a cover for his true sexual preferences. The success he was achieving in Springfield served multiple psychological functions. It provided him with the external validation he had craved since childhood, while also demonstrating his ability to manipulate and deceive others on a large scale. The respect he earned through his business and community activities fed his narcissistic need for admiration, while the skills he was developing would prove invaluable in his later criminal career. However, beneath the surface of his growing success, darker impulses were continuing to develop. The sexual confusion that had characterized his adolescence was evolving into a more dangerous combination of desire and self-hatred. His attraction to males, combined with the homophobic attitudes instilled by his father, created a psychological pressure cooker that would eventually explode in violence and murder. The period from 1960 to 1965 represents a crucial phase in John Wayne Gacy's development, during which he learned to successfully compartmentalize his public and private selves. The respectable businessman and community leader who emerged during these years was carefully constructed to conceal the damaged and dangerous individual beneath. This ability to maintain a convincing facade would become one of his greatest assets as a serial killer, allowing him to operate undetected for years while maintaining the trust and admiration of his community. As he prepared for marriage and continued his ascent in the business world, John Wayne was simultaneously developing the psychological framework that would support his later crimes. The combination of childhood trauma, sexual confusion, narcissistic personality traits, and learned manipulative behaviors was creating a volatile mixture that would soon manifest in violence. The successful young businessman preparing to marry his coworker was already a predator in the making, and the countdown to his first serious criminal act had begun. The marriage between John Wayne Gacy and Marlon Myers took place in 1964, marking what appeared to be a significant step toward conventional adulthood and respectability. The wedding represented the culmination of John Wayne's efforts to construct a normal public identity, complete with professional success, community involvement, and now a traditional family structure. However, this outward normalcy concealed the continuing psychological turmoil that would soon manifest in criminal behavior. Following their marriage, the couple moved to Waterloo, Iowa, where Marlon's father owned several Kentucky Fried Chicken franchises. This relocation provided John Wayne with an unprecedented opportunity for professional advancement and financial success. He was placed in charge of managing the KFC restaurants, a position that gave him considerable authority and responsibility while providing him with valuable experience in business operations and personnel management. The move to Waterloo also brought John Wayne into contact with a new community where he could continue his efforts at image construction and social climbing. He threw himself into local civic activities with characteristic enthusiasm, quickly establishing himself as a prominent and respected member of the community. His involvement in various charitable and social organizations served multiple purposes. It satisfied his need for recognition and admiration, provided him with valuable social connections, and created the kind of impeccable public reputation that would later shield him from suspicion. During this period, John Wayne and Marlon's marriage produced 2 children, a son and a daughter, further cementing his image as a conventional family man. The presence of children in the household added another layer of respectability to his public persona, while also providing him with additional opportunities to demonstrate his community spirit through involvement in child-related activities and organizations. His success in managing the KFC franchises exceeded all expectations, demonstrating his considerable business acumen and leadership abilities. Under his management, the restaurants prospered, and he earned a reputation as an effective and innovative operator. This success provided him with financial resources, social status, and professional confidence that would prove invaluable in his later criminal activities. Perhaps most significantly for his future development as a serial killer, John Wayne became deeply involved with the JC's organization in Waterloo. This involvement went far beyond casual membership. He immersed himself completely in the organization's activities, quickly rising through the ranks to positions of leadership and responsibility. The JCs provided him with an ideal platform for his manipulative abilities and his need for recognition, while also introducing him to a wide network of business and community leaders. The JC's organization served multiple functions in John Wayne's psychological development. It satisfied his narcissistic need for admiration and recognition, provided him with opportunities to exercise power and control over others, and allowed him to refine his skills in manipulation and deception. The leadership roles he assumed within the organization required him to be persuasive, charismatic, and trusted, skills that would later prove essential in luring victims to their deaths. His involvement with the JCs also exposed him to young men who were seeking mentorship and guidance, creating opportunities for the kind of inappropriate relationships that would later characterize his criminal behavior. While there is no direct evidence that he engaged in criminal activity during his time in Waterloo, the psychological and social frameworks that would support his later crimes were clearly being established during this period. The combination of business success, community leadership, and family responsibilities created an extremely convincing facade of respectability and normalcy. John Wayne had successfully transformed himself from the troubled and abused child of his youth into an apparently successful and admired adult. However, this transformation was largely superficial, concealing rather than resolving the underlying psychological problems that continued to fester beneath the surface. His marriage to Marlon, while successful in providing him with social respectability, failed to address his ongoing sexual confusion and identity issues. The homosexual desires that had surfaced during his adolescence remained unresolved, creating internal tension that would eventually seek expression through violence and domination. The conventional heterosexual relationship he maintained with his wife was likely more performance than genuine emotional connection, serving his need for social acceptance rather than fulfilling any deeper psychological needs. The period in Waterloo also saw the continued development of John Wayne's manipulative abilities and his understanding of how to exploit others' trust and vulnerabilities. His success in business and community leadership required him to be skilled at reading people, understanding their motivations, and knowing how to influence their behavior. These skills would later prove invaluable in identifying and approaching potential victims. However, beneath the surface of his success and respectability, darker impulses were continuing to develop. The sexual pathology that had manifested during his time at Palm Mortuary in Las Vegas had not been resolved but rather suppressed, awaiting the right combination of circumstances to emerge more fully. The power and authority he was accumulating through his business and community activities were feeding his narcissistic tendencies and his sense of entitlement, while the skills he was developing in manipulation and deception were creating the tools he would need for predatory behavior. The first clear indication that John Wayne's facade was beginning to crack came in 1967, when he was 25 years old. At this time, he committed his first known sexual assault, sodomizing a 15-year-old boy who worked for him at one of the KFC restaurants. This incident marked a crucial escalation in his criminal behavior, representing the first time his sexual pathology had resulted in the victimization of another person. The choice of victim was highly significant, revealing several key aspects of John Wayne's psychological makeup. The victim was male, confirming his homosexual orientation despite his marriage to Marlon. The victim was significantly younger than John Wayne, satisfying his need for dominance and control. The victim was also an employee, someone over whom John Wayne had legitimate authority, demonstrating his willingness to exploit power relationships for sexual gratification. When confronted with the accusation of sexual assault, John Wayne initially denied the charges, demonstrating the same pattern of deception and manipulation that had characterized his interactions throughout his adult life. However, when subjected to a polygraph examination, he failed the test, providing clear evidence of his guilt. This failure represented a significant crack in his carefully constructed facade and marked the beginning of his exposure as a predator. Faced with the prospect of having his victim testify against him, John Wayne made a decision that revealed the true depth of his criminal inclinations. Rather than accepting responsibility for his actions or seeking help for his obvious psychological problems, he chose to escalate his criminal behavior by attempting to silence his victim through intimidation and violence. He paid someone to assault the boy, hoping to prevent him from testifying at trial. This decision to use violence as a means of avoiding consequences represented a significant escalation in John Wayne's criminal behavior. It demonstrated his willingness to harm others to protect himself, his complete lack of empathy for his victims, and his growing confidence in his ability to manipulate and control others through fear and intimidation. The fact that he was willing to risk additional serious criminal charges to avoid accountability for the original assault reveals the desperation and recklessness that were beginning to characterize his decision-making. Fortunately for the intended victim, the assault attempt failed. The boy managed to escape from his attacker and was able to identify the perpetrator to police, leading to additional charges against John Wayne for witness intimidation and assault. This failure represented a significant setback in his criminal career, exposing him to serious legal consequences and threatening the carefully constructed public image he had spent years building. Following his arrest on these additional charges, John Wayne underwent a psychiatric evaluation that would provide the first official recognition of his dangerous psychological condition. In 1968, he was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, a condition characterized by a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others. This diagnosis was highly significant, as it confirmed that his criminal behavior was not merely an isolated incident, but rather the product of a serious and persistent mental disorder. Despite this psychiatric diagnosis, John Wayne was found mentally competent to stand trial, a decision that would have far-reaching implications for both his future and the lives of his eventual victims. Had he been found incompetent and committed for long-term psychiatric treatment, the murders that would follow might have been prevented. Instead, he was allowed to proceed through the criminal justice system as a responsible adult capable of understanding and controlling his actions. The charges against John Wayne were serious and multiple: sodomy of a minor, witness intimidation, and assault. These charges carried the potential for significant prison time and represented a complete collapse of the respectable public image he had spent years constructing. The man who had been a successful businessman, community leader, and family man was now exposed as a sexual predator and violent criminal. In the face of overwhelming evidence and the failed polygraph examination, John Wayne eventually pleaded guilty to the sodomy charge, accepting a 10-year prison sentence. This plea agreement likely spared him from even more serious consequences, as the additional charges of witness intimidation and assault might have resulted in a much longer sentence if prosecuted separately. The collapse of his public image had immediate and devastating consequences for his personal life. Marlon, faced with the undeniable evidence of her husband's criminal behavior and the complete destruction of their family's reputation, filed for divorce. The divorce proceedings moved quickly, and the marriage was officially dissolved in 1969, while John Wayne was still incarcerated. The end of his marriage also meant the end of his relationship with his children, as Marlon took custody and moved away to protect them from the scandal and potential danger posed by their father. John Wayne would have no further contact with his children, losing not only his wife but also his role as a father and any pretense of conventional family life. The loss of his family, his business, and his standing in the community represented a complete collapse of the life John Wayne had spent years building. However, rather than serving as a wake-up call that might have motivated him to seek help for his psychological problems, these losses seemed only to fuel his resentment and his sense that society had wronged him. The attitude he displayed throughout this period was not one of remorse or acceptance of responsibility, but rather one of anger and self-pity. His incarceration at the Iowa State Men's Reformatory, also known as Anamosa State Penitentiary, provided him with his first extended exposure to the criminal justice system and the institutional environment that would later become his final home. The prison experience taught him valuable lessons about surviving in a violent and predatory environment, while also exposing him to other criminals who could serve as both teachers and inspiration for future illegal activities. During his time in prison, John Wayne proved to be a model inmate, demonstrating the same manipulative abilities that had served him well in the business world. He avoided trouble, participated in rehabilitation programs, and presented himself to authorities as a reformed individual who had learned from his mistakes. This performance was convincing enough to earn him early parole consideration, and he was released in June 1970 after serving only 18 months of his 10-year sentence. The early parole represented both a victory for John Wayne's manipulative abilities and a tragic missed opportunity for public safety. Had he served his full sentence, or had the parole board recognized the true danger he posed, many future victims might have been saved. Instead, his convincing performance as a reformed criminal earned him early release and another opportunity to harm innocent people. His parole came with certain conditions and restrictions, but it also provided him with the freedom to begin rebuilding his life and, more ominously, to begin planning his next crimes. The psychological problems that had led to his initial arrest had not been addressed during his brief incarceration, and the fundamental personality disorder that had been diagnosed remained untreated. The man who walked out of Anamosa State Penitentiary in 1970 was, if anything, more dangerous than the one who had entered, having learned new skills in manipulation and deception while harboring even greater resentment toward society. The period of John Wayne's incarceration and early release marked the end of his first adult incarnation as a successful businessman and community leader. The second phase of his adult life, which would begin with his return to Chicago, would see him apply the lessons he had learned from both his legitimate success and his criminal failure to create an even more effective facade of respectability. This new phase would also see the beginning of his career as a serial killer, as the psychological pressures that had driven him to sexual assault found new and more deadly forms of expression. The 18 months John Wayne spent in prison had provided him with valuable insights into the criminal justice system and the art of deception. He had learned that a convincing performance of remorse and rehabilitation could earn him significant benefits, while the underlying psychological problems that drove his criminal behavior could be successfully concealed from authorities. These lessons would serve him well as he prepared to embark on the most horrific phase of his criminal career. Upon his release from Anamosa State Penitentiary in June 1970, John Wayne Gacy returned to Chicago with the superficial appearance of a reformed man seeking to rebuild his life after a serious mistake. However, beneath this carefully constructed facade, he remained the same dangerous predator who had been incarcerated, with his fundamental psychological problems not only unresolved but potentially exacerbated by the experience of imprisonment and the complete collapse of his previous life. The return to Chicago represented both a homecoming and a fresh start for John Wayne. The city offered him opportunities to reinvent himself once again, drawing upon the skills he had developed in Iowa while incorporating the lessons he had learned from his criminal conviction and incarceration. The man who emerged from prison was more cautious, more sophisticated, and ultimately more dangerous than the one who had been sentenced in 1968. His reintegration into society began immediately, with John Wayne demonstrating the same energy and determination that had characterized his earlier business success. However, his status as a convicted sex offender limited his options and required him to be more creative in his approach to rebuilding his reputation and establishing new sources of income and social connection. In 1971, while still adjusting to life after prison, John Wayne faced new legal troubles when he was arrested for sexual assault on 2 separate occasions. These incidents demonstrated that his incarceration had done nothing to address the underlying psychological problems that drove his criminal behavior. If anything, his willingness to risk rearrest so soon after his release suggested that his compulsions had become even stronger and more difficult to control. The charges from these 1971 incidents were eventually dropped, possibly due to insufficient evidence or reluctant victims who preferred not to endure the trauma and publicity of a trial. This early victory in avoiding consequences for his continued criminal behavior likely reinforced John Wayne's belief that he could operate with impunity, setting the stage for the escalation that would soon follow. During this period of legal troubles and readjustment, John Wayne received crucial assistance from his mother, Marion Gacy, who helped him purchase a home at 8213 West Somerdale Avenue in Norwood Park Township, an unincorporated area just outside Chicago. This house would become the epicenter of his criminal activities and the burial ground for most of his victims. The purchase of this property represented a significant step in John Wayne's reinvention, providing him with a base of operations that would support both his legitimate business activities and his murderous crimes. The house on Somerdale Avenue was a typical ranch-style home in a middle-class neighborhood, offering John Wayne the respectable suburban address he needed to rebuild his public image. More importantly, from a criminal perspective, the house featured a large crawl space beneath the main floor that would prove ideal for concealing bodies. While there is no evidence that John Wayne selected the property with murder in mind, the physical characteristics of the house would prove perfectly suited to his future crimes. John Wayne's reintegration into his new community was remarkably successful, demonstrating his considerable skills in impression management and social manipulation. Despite his status as a convicted sex offender, he quickly established himself as a popular and respected neighbor, hosting elaborate summer parties that became legendary in the area. These gatherings served multiple purposes. They established his credentials as a fun-loving and generous community member, They provided him with opportunities to scout potential victims, and they created a public persona so positive that few would suspect him of serious criminal activity. The parties at the Somerdale Avenue house became famous throughout the neighborhood for their scale and extravagance. John Wayne spared no expense in entertaining his guests, providing abundant food, alcohol, and entertainment that created an atmosphere of celebration and excess. These events attracted dozens of guests and served as powerful demonstrations of his hospitality, generosity, and social skills. However, the parties also served darker purposes that were not apparent to his guests. They provided John Wayne with opportunities to observe potential victims, to test his ability to manipulate and control others, and to gauge how much suspicious behavior his neighbors would tolerate before becoming concerned. The elaborate nature of these gatherings also served to establish his financial resources and social connections, making him appear to be a successful and respectable member of the community. During this period, John Wayne also began his involvement in what would become one of his most famous alter egos, Pogo the Clown. His performances as a clown at various community events and children's parties would later earn him the nickname Killer Clown, and provide one of the most chilling aspects of his public persona. The transformation into Pogo allowed him to interact with children and young people in a socially approved manner, while also satisfying his psychological need for attention and performance. The choice to become a clown performer was psychologically significant for several reasons. It provided him with a legitimate excuse to approach and interact with young people who might otherwise be wary of adult strangers. It satisfied his narcissistic need for attention and admiration, as his clown performances were generally well received by audiences. It also allowed him to explore themes of disguise and deception that would prove central to his criminal activities. The creation of the Pogo persona represented a sophisticated form of camouflage that allowed John Wayne to hide his predatory nature behind a facade of childlike innocence and entertainment. The bright costume, elaborate makeup, and exaggerated gestures of his clown character created a visual representation of harmlessness that was the perfect opposite of his true nature. This calculated deception would prove highly effective in disarming both potential victims and suspicious observers. In 1972, John Wayne married Carol Hoff, a former high school classmate who had since been divorced. This second marriage represented another attempt to establish conventional respectability and to provide himself with additional social cover for his criminal activities. Carol brought 2 young daughters from her previous marriage into the household, creating an instant family that further enhanced John Wayne's public image as a devoted family man. The marriage to Carol also provided John Wayne with additional opportunities to interact with young people, as her daughters and their friends became regular visitors to the Somerdale Avenue house. While there is no evidence that he harmed Carol's daughters, their presence in his household created numerous opportunities for him to study and interact with potential victims while maintaining his facade of respectability. The year 1972 also marked the beginning of John Wayne's career as a serial killer, though this fact would not become apparent until many years later. His first known murder occurred on January 3, 1972, when he killed 16-year-old Timothy McCoy, a teenager he encountered at the Greyhound bus station in Chicago. This murder marked a crucial escalation from sexual assault to homicide, crossing a line that would become easier to cross with each subsequent victim. The murder of Timothy McCoy established the pattern that would characterize most of John Wayne's subsequent crimes. He approached a vulnerable young person in a public place, used his considerable charm and apparent respectability to gain their trust, and lured them to his house under false pretenses. Once he had his victim isolated and under his control, he would subject them to sexual assault, torture, and ultimately murder. The choice of Timothy McCoy as his first victim was highly significant. The teenager was traveling alone, making him an ideal target from a predatory perspective. He was male, satisfying John Wayne's sexual preferences, and he was young and vulnerable, appealing to his need for dominance and control. The fact that Timothy was from out of state also reduced the likelihood that his disappearance would trigger an intensive local investigation. The murder method used on Timothy McCoy was also significant. Unlike his later victims, who would typically be strangled or asphyxiated, Timothy was stabbed to death. This difference in methodology suggests that John Wayne had not yet developed the ritualistic aspects of his killing that would characterize his later crimes. The stabbing may have been impulsive or the result of the victim's resistance, rather than part of a planned torture and murder scenario. Following the murder, John Wayne buried Timothy's body in the crawl space beneath his house, establishing the pattern of body disposal that would characterize most of his subsequent crimes. The crawl space provided an ideal location for concealing bodies, being both easily accessible from inside the house and completely hidden from outside observation. The decision to bury his victims on his own property demonstrated both his arrogance and his confidence in his ability to avoid detection. The successful completion of his first murder without detection likely provided John Wayne with enormous psychological satisfaction and reinforcement. He had successfully planned and executed the ultimate crime of power and control, disposing of the evidence in a way that seemed to ensure his safety from prosecution. This success would encourage him to continue killing, while also providing him with confidence in his methods and his ability to avoid consequences. The period immediately following Timothy McCoy's murder saw John Wayne continuing to develop his public persona and legitimate business activities. In 1974, he founded PDM Contractors, the letters reportedly standing for Painting, Decorating, and Maintenance, a construction company that would become highly successful and provide him with both financial resources and a convenient source of potential victims. PDM Contractors served multiple functions in John Wayne's overall criminal enterprise. It provided him with legitimate income and business credentials that enhanced his public respectability. It gave him access to a steady stream of young male employees who could serve as potential victims. It provided him with the physical tools and knowledge necessary for body disposal, including lime for accelerating decomposition and construction equipment for digging burial sites. The success of PDM Contractors was remarkable, with the company quickly establishing itself as a reputable and profitable operation in the competitive Chicago construction market. John Wayne's business acumen, developed during his earlier success with the KFC franchises, served him well in building and managing his construction company. The legitimate success of PDM also provided him with additional social connections and business relationships that further enhanced his public image. However, the most sinister aspect of PDM Contractors was its role as a hunting ground for victims. Many of John Wayne's employees were young men, often runaways or individuals from troubled backgrounds who were grateful for steady employment and a chance to earn decent wages. These vulnerable young men were ideal targets for his predatory behavior, being both accessible and unlikely to be immediately missed if they disappeared. John Wayne's relationship with his employees was complex and manipulative, characterized by a combination of genuine mentorship and sinister exploitation. He could be genuinely helpful to young men who were struggling to establish themselves, providing them with employment, training, and even housing. However, this generosity always came with a price, and employees who accepted his help often found themselves trapped in increasingly compromising situations. The construction business also provided John Wayne with practical knowledge and resources that would prove invaluable in his criminal activities. He learned about excavation, soil composition, and the use of lime and other chemicals in construction processes. This knowledge would later inform his methods of body disposal and his efforts to minimize the odor and evidence associated with decomposing corpses. As PDM Contractors grew and prospered, John Wayne's public profile continued to rise. He became known as a successful businessman who provided employment opportunities for young people and contributed to community development projects. This reputation served as powerful protection against suspicion, making it difficult for anyone to believe that such a respected community figure could be capable of serious criminal activity. The combination of his construction business, his community activities, and his performances as Pogo the Clown created an extremely convincing facade of respectability and civic-mindedness. John Wayne had successfully transformed himself from a convicted sex offender into an apparently exemplary citizen, demonstrating his remarkable abilities in deception and impression management. However, beneath this carefully constructed public image, his criminal activities were escalating steadily. The psychological satisfaction he had derived from his first murder was driving him to seek additional victims, while his growing confidence in his methods was making him increasingly bold in his predatory behavior. The foundation was being laid for what would become one of the most prolific serial killing sprees in American history. The success of his legitimate activities was providing him with the resources, connections, and reputation necessary to operate as a serial killer with minimal risk of detection. His house on Somerdale Avenue was becoming a tomb for his victims, while his construction company was providing him with both victims and the means to dispose of their bodies. The stage was set for the horrific crimes that would soon make John Wayne Gacy one of the most notorious serial killers in American history. The mid-1970s marked the beginning of John Wayne Gacy's most prolific period as a serial killer, during which his carefully constructed facade of respectability provided perfect cover for an escalating campaign of torture and murder. The psychological and practical foundations he had established during his early years in Chicago now supported a systematic pattern of predation that would claim dozens of lives before finally being exposed. By 1974, John Wayne had successfully established himself as a pillar of his community, with his construction business thriving and his reputation as a generous host and civic-minded citizen firmly entrenched. The elaborate summer parties at his Somerdale Avenue home had become legendary events that drew guests from throughout the area, creating a powerful image of prosperity and social success that made him seem above suspicion for any serious wrongdoing. The success of PDM contractors provided John Wayne with multiple advantages in his criminal activities. The business gave him legitimate reasons to interact with young men seeking employment, many of whom were runaways or individuals from troubled backgrounds who were unlikely to be immediately missed if they disappeared. The construction work also provided him with practical knowledge about excavation and body disposal, while the company vehicles and equipment gave him the means to transport victims and evidence without attracting attention. His employees at PDM were often vulnerable young men who were grateful for steady work and decent wages. John Wayne cultivated a reputation as a generous employer who was willing to give chances to people others might reject. This reputation made him attractive to exactly the kind of individuals who would make ideal victims: young, isolated, and dependent on his goodwill for their economic survival. The relationship between John Wayne and his employees was complex and often inappropriate, characterized by his tendency to blur professional and personal boundaries. He frequently invited employees to live at his house, ostensibly to provide them with affordable housing while they established themselves financially. However, these living arrangements created opportunities for manipulation and abuse that he was quick to exploit. Several of his employees, including David Cram and Michael Rossi, became long-term residents of the Somerdale Avenue house, developing relationships with their employer that extended far beyond normal professional boundaries. These young men found themselves caught in increasingly compromising situations, subjected to sexual advances and manipulative behavior that they felt unable to resist due to their economic dependence on John Wayne. The sexual exploitation of his employees represented a significant escalation from his earlier pattern of random predation. Rather than hunting for victims in public places, John Wayne was now creating a controlled environment where potential victims came to him voluntarily and remained available for extended periods. This evolution in his methodology demonstrated both his growing sophistication as a predator and his increasing confidence in his ability to manipulate and control others. The most sinister aspect of the employee relationships was the way John Wayne used them to facilitate his murders. Young men like Cram and Rossi were compelled to dig what they were told were trenches for plumbing or drainage purposes in the crawl space beneath the house. In reality, they were digging graves for John Wayne's victims, unknowingly participating in the disposal of evidence from his crimes. The psychological manipulation required to convince employees to perform such tasks without understanding their true purpose demonstrated the depth of John Wayne's skill in deception and control. He was able to present plausible explanations for activities that should have raised serious suspicions, while creating an atmosphere of fear and dependency that prevented his employees from questioning his instructions too closely. The use of lime in the crawl space was explained to employees as a method for controlling moisture and odors associated with plumbing problems. In reality, John Wayne was using lime to accelerate the decomposition of buried bodies and reduce the telltale odors that might otherwise have attracted attention. This calculated use of chemical agents demonstrated both his practical knowledge of body disposal and his systematic approach to concealing evidence. Despite these precautions, the smell emanating from the crawl space became increasingly difficult to conceal as the number of buried bodies grew. Neighbors began to complain about odors coming from the property, and even guests at John Wayne's famous parties sometimes commented on unusual smells. However, his explanations about plumbing problems and moisture issues were generally accepted, without serious investigation. The willingness of his community to accept these explanations reflected both the power of his carefully constructed reputation and the reluctance of people to believe that someone they knew and trusted could be capable of such horrific crimes. The cognitive dissonance created by suspecting a respected neighbor and community figure of serial murder was too great for most people to overcome without overwhelming evidence. John Wayne's marriage to Carol Hoff during this period provided him with additional social cover and reinforced his image as a conventional family man. However, the marriage was troubled from the beginning by Carol's growing awareness of her husband's unusual behavior and inappropriate relationships with young men. She discovered pornographic magazines featuring males hidden in their house and became increasingly suspicious of his frequent late nights and the parade of young men who visited their home. The tension in John Wayne's marriage reflected the increasing difficulty of maintaining his facade as his criminal activities intensified. The psychological strain of living a double life, combined with the practical challenges of concealing evidence and managing his complex web of deceptions, began to take a toll on his ability to maintain normal relationships and social functioning. Carol's suspicions about her husband's sexual orientation and inappropriate behavior with young men created additional pressure on John Wayne to maintain his carefully constructed image. He worked harder to present himself as a devoted husband and stepfather, while simultaneously escalating his predatory activities in ways that made detection increasingly likely. The period from 1975 to 1976 saw a dramatic acceleration in John Wayne's killing spree, with multiple victims disappearing over relatively short periods. The exact chronology of these murders remains uncertain due to the decomposition of bodies and John Wayne's inconsistent statements about his crimes. However, it is clear that he had developed a systematic approach to identifying, luring, and disposing of victims that allowed him to kill with increasing frequency. His typical pattern involved approaching potential victims in areas where young men congregated, particularly around the uptown neighborhood of Chicago where many runaways and street youth could be found. He would present himself as a successful businessman offering employment opportunities or temporary assistance, using his legitimate credentials and respectable appearance to overcome their natural wariness of strangers. Once he had gained a potential victim's trust, John Wayne would invite them to his house, often under the pretense of discussing employment opportunities or providing a place to stay for the night. The suburban location and conventional appearance of his home reinforced the impression that he was a legitimate and trustworthy individual, making victims more likely to accompany him willingly. The isolation of victims at his house created opportunities for John Wayne to reveal his true nature gradually, escalating from friendly conversation to sexual advances to outright assault and murder. The transformation from helpful benefactor to sadistic killer often occurred over a period of hours, during which victims found themselves trapped in an increasingly desperate situation with no means of escape. The magic trick involving handcuffs became a central element of John Wayne's methodology, providing him with a way to restrain victims while maintaining the pretense that their situation was part of a game or entertainment. Once victims were handcuffed, they were completely at his mercy and could be subjected to whatever torture and abuse he desired without fear of resistance or escape. The sexual assault and torture that preceded murder satisfied multiple psychological needs for John Wayne. The complete domination of another person provided him with the sense of power and control that he had craved since his abused childhood. The sexual component satisfied his physical desires while simultaneously allowing him to express his anger and hatred toward the demographic group that reminded him of his own vulnerabilities. The torture inflicted on his victims also served as a form of displaced revenge against his abusive father and the other authority figures who had harmed him throughout his life. By victimizing young men who resembled his younger self, John Wayne was symbolically destroying the weak and vulnerable aspects of his own personality that he had learned to despise. The method of murder, typically strangulation or asphyxiation, was chosen to minimize noise and avoid the mess associated with more violent killing methods. The quiet nature of these deaths allowed John Wayne to kill without alerting neighbors or attracting attention, while also providing him with the intimate physical contact that satisfied his need for complete dominance over his victims. The burial of bodies in the crawl space beneath his house represented the ultimate expression of John Wayne's arrogance and sense of invulnerability. Rather than disposing of bodies in remote locations where they might never be found, he chose to keep them close to him, literally living above the evidence of his crimes. This decision reflected both his confidence in his ability to avoid detection and his psychological need to maintain control over his victims even after death. The systematic nature of the burial process demonstrated John Wayne's evolution from an impulsive killer to a methodical one. He developed efficient procedures for digging graves, disposing of bodies, and concealing evidence that allowed him to maintain his killing schedule without being overwhelmed by the practical challenges of body disposal. The use of lime and other chemicals to accelerate decomposition and control odors showed his understanding of the scientific aspects of body disposal. However, the increasing number of bodies and the limited space available in the crawl space eventually made it impossible to completely control the smells and other evidence of his crimes. By early 1976, the strain of maintaining his double life was beginning to show in various aspects of John Wayne's behavior and relationships. His marriage to Carol was deteriorating under the weight of her suspicions and his increasingly erratic behavior. His business relationships were becoming more complex as he balanced legitimate operations with his need to identify and access potential victims. The psychological toll of his crimes was also becoming apparent in his increasing grandiosity and paranoia. The success of his killing spree had fed his narcissistic belief in his own superiority and invulnerability, while the constant need to maintain his facade and avoid detection was creating persistent anxiety and hypervigilance. The divorce from Carol in March 1976 marked a significant turning point in John Wayne's criminal career. The end of his marriage removed one of the last restraints on his behavior and eliminated a potential witness to his activities. Living alone in his house with a growing number of bodies beneath it, he was now free to accelerate his killing without concern for maintaining appearances within his household. The period following his divorce saw the most intense phase of John Wayne's killing spree, with victims disappearing at an unprecedented rate. The absence of Carol and her daughters from the house removed the need for him to moderate his behavior or explain the increasingly obvious signs of his criminal activities. The parties and gatherings that continued to be held at the house now served primarily as hunting grounds for victims rather than efforts to maintain his social connections. The escalation in killing frequency was accompanied by increasing recklessness in his methods and body disposal. The crawl space beneath the house was becoming overcrowded, forcing him to stack bodies and use every available space for burial. The lime and other chemicals he used to control decomposition were becoming less effective as the sheer number of bodies overwhelmed his disposal system. The smell emanating from the house became increasingly difficult to explain away, even to his most trusting neighbors and friends. The elaborate explanations about plumbing problems and moisture issues that had once satisfied curious observers were becoming less convincing as the odors became more persistent and obviously associated with organic decay. Despite these warning signs, John Wayne continued to believe in his invulnerability and his ability to avoid detection. The success he had achieved in maintaining his double life for several years had convinced him that he was too clever and too well-respected to be caught. This hubris would ultimately prove to be his downfall, as his confidence led him to take increasingly dangerous risks that would finally expose his crimes to the world. The period from 1976 to 1978 represented the apex of John Wayne Gacy's criminal career, during which he perfected his methods of predation while maintaining the elaborate facade that protected him from suspicion. However, this same period also saw the gradual accumulation of evidence and warning signs that would eventually lead to his exposure and arrest. The killer, who had successfully operated in plain sight for years, was about to discover that even the most carefully constructed deception has its limits. As John Wayne Gacy entered the final phase of his killing spree in 1977 and 1978, the carefully balanced system that had allowed him to murder with impunity for years began to show signs of strain. The sheer volume of his crimes was creating practical and logistical challenges that even his considerable skills in deception and manipulation could no longer fully address. The crawl space beneath his Somerdale Avenue home had become so crowded with bodies that finding space for new victims required increasingly creative solutions. The overcrowding problem in his makeshift cemetery forced John Wayne to modify his burial practices in ways that increased his risk of detection. Bodies had to be stacked on top of one another in some areas, while others were buried in shallow graves that barely concealed them from view. The lime he used to accelerate decomposition and control odors was becoming less effective as the concentration of organic matter overwhelmed his chemical countermeasures. The smell emanating from the property had become so pronounced that it could no longer be dismissed as a minor plumbing problem or moisture issue. Neighbors were complaining with increasing frequency about the horrible odors coming from the direction of John Wayne's house, and even he was forced to acknowledge that the situation was becoming untenable. His standard explanations about sewer problems and the need for plumbing repairs were wearing thin, and more people were beginning to ask pointed questions about the source of the persistent stench. The practical challenges of body disposal eventually forced John Wayne to abandon his practice of burying all victims on his property. The crawl space had reached capacity, and the risks associated with digging new graves had become too great. This crisis led to a significant change in his methodology. He began disposing of bodies in the Des Plaines River, throwing them from the I-55 bridge south of Chicago, where the current would carry them away from any immediate connection to his activities. The decision to dispose of bodies in the river represented both a practical solution to his space problems and an escalation in the boldness of his criminal activities. Transporting corpses to the disposal site created new risks of detection, while the possibility that bodies might be recovered and identified posed threats that had not existed when all victims were buried on his property. However, the immediate relief provided by this new disposal method allowed him to continue killing without interruption. The river disposals began in early 1978 and involved at least 4 victims, including his final victim, 15-year-old Robert Piest. The choice to dispose of these bodies in running water demonstrated John Wayne's understanding of forensic science and his awareness that bodies left in the elements would decompose more quickly and be more difficult to identify than those buried in controlled environments. During this same period, John Wayne's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic and dangerous, reflecting the psychological toll of maintaining his deadly double life for so many years. The constant stress of concealing his crimes while maintaining his public persona was manifesting in paranoid thinking, grandiose delusions, and increasingly poor judgment in his criminal activities. His interactions with employees and potential victims became more openly predatory and less carefully disguised. Where he had once been subtle and patient in his approach to potential victims, he now often rushed the process, making sexual advances that alarmed targets and created witnesses to his inappropriate behavior. This change in methodology reflected both his growing confidence and his increasing desperation to satisfy his murderous compulsions. One of the most significant incidents during this period involved Jeffrey Rignall, a 26-year-old man whom John Wayne approached on March 21, 1978, while Rignall was walking to a gay bar in Rosemont, Illinois. This encounter would prove to be crucial in John Wayne's eventual downfall, as Rignall became one of the few people to survive a serious assault and live to provide detailed testimony about the experience. John Wayne lured Rignall into his car by offering him a ride and marijuana, using his standard approach of presenting himself as a friendly and helpful individual. However, once Rignall was in the vehicle, John Wayne held a chloroform-soaked rag over his face, rendering him unconscious and helpless. This use of chemical restraints represented an evolution in John Wayne's methodology, allowing him to quickly subdue victims without the need for physical violence that might attract attention. Rignall regained consciousness intermittently during the drive to John Wayne's house, managing to observe several landmarks that would later prove crucial in identifying his attacker. Once at the Somerdale Avenue address, he was subjected to hours of sexual assault, torture, and psychological abuse that mirrored the treatment John Wayne had inflicted on his murder victims. The ordeal Rignall endured provided investigators with detailed insights into John Wayne's methods and psychology. He was restrained using a wooden torture device equipped with chains, while John Wayne stood naked before him with an array of sexual implements, describing in detail what he intended to do with each one. This sadistic ritual of explanation and anticipation was apparently a crucial element of John Wayne's psychological satisfaction, allowing him to savor his victims' terror and helplessness. During the assault, Rignall reported seeing another man in the room, suggesting that John Wayne may have had accomplices or witnesses to at least some of his crimes. This detail would later fuel speculation about whether he had operated alone throughout his criminal career or whether others had been involved in his activities. The decision to release Rignall alive rather than killing him remains one of the most puzzling aspects of John Wayne's criminal behavior. Unlike his other known victims, Rignall was allowed to survive, being dumped unconscious in Lincoln Park, where he was found the next morning by joggers. The reasons for this deviation from his usual pattern of murder may never be fully understood, but it proved to be a crucial mistake that provided law enforcement with their first detailed description of his methods and location. Rignall's survival and subsequent report to police represented the first serious threat to John Wayne's carefully constructed facade. However, the initial response to Rignall's allegations was disappointingly inadequate, reflecting both the homophobic attitudes of the era and the difficulties inherent in investigating crimes against marginalized populations. When Rignall reported the assault to Chicago police, his account was met with skepticism and apparent indifference. The investigators seemed more concerned with his sexual orientation and his presence in a gay bar than with the serious crimes he was reporting. This dismissive attitude reflected the social prejudices of the time and contributed to John Wayne's ability to continue operating with impunity. Frustrated by the police response, Rignall took it upon himself to identify his attacker, spending months staking out highway exit ramps and overpasses in the area where he had been abducted. His persistence eventually paid off when he spotted John Wayne's distinctive black Oldsmobile and followed it to the Summerdale Avenue address. This citizen investigation provided police with the crucial information they needed to identify John Wayne as a suspect, though they were slow to act on this intelligence. The formal charges that were eventually filed against John Wayne for the assault on Rignall were relatively minor, and he was allowed to remain free on bond while the case proceeded through the court system. This lenient treatment reflected both the judicial system's underestimation of the danger he posed and the social attitudes that minimized crimes against gay men. The failure to take Rignall's case seriously represented a missed opportunity that cost additional lives. Between the time Rignall's charges were filed and John Wayne's eventual arrest for murder, he killed at least 4 more victims, including Robert Piest. This tragic toll could have been prevented if law enforcement had taken Rignall's allegations seriously and conducted a thorough investigation of John Wayne's activities. The institutional failures that allowed him to continue killing demonstrated the deadly consequences of prejudice and indifference within the criminal justice system. The increasing frequency of John Wayne's crimes during 1978 reflected both his growing psychological compulsion to kill and his confidence that he could continue to evade detection. The successful disposal of bodies in the Des Plaines River had solved his immediate space problems, while his continued reputation as a respected businessman and community figure provided ongoing protection from serious scrutiny. However, the very success of his criminal activities was also contributing to his eventual downfall. The large number of missing persons cases in the Chicago area had begun to attract attention from investigators who were looking for patterns and connections. The concentration of disappearances among young men from specific demographic groups was creating a statistical anomaly that suggested the involvement of a serial predator. John Wayne's confidence in his invulnerability was also leading him to take increasingly dangerous risks in his selection and approach to potential victims. Where he had once been careful to target only the most vulnerable and isolated individuals, he was now approaching victims who had stronger community connections and whose disappearances were more likely to trigger intensive investigations. The case that would finally expose John Wayne's crimes began on December 11, 1978, when 15-year-old Robert Piest disappeared after telling his mother he was going to meet someone about a high-paying construction job. Piest was significantly different from John Wayne's typical victims in several crucial ways. He was younger than most, he had strong family connections, and he had told people where he was going and whom he was meeting. Piest had encountered John Wayne at Nissen Pharmacy in Des Plaines, where the teenager worked part-time while attending high school. John Wayne had been at the pharmacy on business related to a remodeling project when he overheard Piest complaining to a coworker about his low wages. Seeing an opportunity, John Wayne approached the boy and offered him a job with PDM contractors that would pay significantly more than his current position. The conversation between John Wayne and Piest was witnessed by several people at the pharmacy, creating a clear connection between them that had not existed with his previous victims. When Pius told his mother he was going to meet someone about a job and then failed to return home, his family immediately contacted police with a description of the encounter and the man who had approached their son. The Des Plaines Police Department's investigation into Pius' disappearance began immediately and was far more thorough than the investigations that had followed the disappearances of John Wayne's previous victims. The combination of Pius' young age, his strong family connections, and the witness testimony linking him to a specific individual created a level of urgency and focus that had been lacking in earlier cases. The investigation quickly identified John Wayne as the last person known to have had contact with Pius, leading to his first interview with police on December 12, 1978, just one day after the teenager's disappearance. During this initial interview, John Wayne denied having any contact with Pius and claimed to have been at home during the time period in question. However, his nervous demeanor and inconsistent statements raised suspicions among the investigating officers. The decision to place John Wayne under surveillance represented a crucial turning point in the investigation. Unlike previous cases where suspects had been questioned and released without further monitoring, the Des Plaines police maintained continuous observation of his activities while they gathered additional evidence. This surveillance would ultimately provide investigators with the evidence they needed to obtain search warrants and make arrests. The surveillance operation revealed several suspicious patterns in John Wayne's behavior that reinforced investigators' suspicions about his involvement in Pius' disappearance. He was observed making multiple trips to the Des Plaines River, the same location where he had been disposing of recent victims. He also engaged in behavior suggesting that he was destroying evidence, including burning materials in his backyard and making unusual purchases of cleaning supplies and lime. On December 13, 1978, just 2 days after Pius' disappearance, investigators obtained their first search warrant for John Wayne's residence. The search was initially limited in scope, focusing primarily on finding evidence related to Pius' disappearance rather than investigating broader criminal activity. However, what they discovered during this initial search would lead to one of the most shocking crime scene investigations in American history. The search of John Wayne's house revealed several items that immediately raised serious concerns about his involvement in criminal activity. Investigators found identification cards and personal belongings belonging to several missing persons, suggesting that Pius might not have been his only victim. They also discovered a significant amount of lime, which John Wayne claimed was for construction purposes, but which investigators suspected might have more sinister applications. Most ominously, the search revealed that certain areas of the house, particularly around the crawl space, emitted strong odors that investigators recognized as consistent with human decomposition. The combination of the suspicious odors, the lime, and the personal belongings of missing persons created probable cause for a more extensive investigation that would ultimately expose the full extent of John Wayne's crimes. The decision to expand the search to include the crawl space beneath the house was made on December 21, 1978, 10 days after Pius' initial disappearance. This decision would transform what had begun as a missing person investigation into one of the largest homicide investigations in American history, ultimately revealing evidence of at least 33 murders committed over a period of 6 years. The discovery of human remains in the crawl space confirmed investigators' worst suspicions and marked the beginning of the end for John Wayne Gacy's criminal career. The man who had successfully maintained his deadly double life for years was finally exposed, his carefully constructed facade of respectability crumbling in the face of overwhelming physical evidence of his crimes. The investigation that followed would reveal the true scope of John Wayne's activities and provide some measure of justice for his victims and their families. However, the delayed recognition of the pattern of his crimes and the missed opportunities for earlier intervention had allowed him to claim far more victims than should have been possible. The case would become a landmark in the study of serial murder and would prompt significant changes in how law enforcement agencies investigate missing persons cases and coordinate efforts to identify serial predators. The arrest of John Wayne Gacy on December 21, 1978, marked the culmination of one of the most intensive criminal investigations in Chicago history and the beginning of a legal process that would captivate the nation's attention for years to come. The discovery of human remains at his Somerdale Avenue residence had transformed what began as a missing person case into a mass murder investigation of unprecedented scope and complexity. The excavation of John Wayne's property began immediately following his arrest and continued for weeks as investigators painstakingly recovered and cataloged the remains of his victims. The process was both technically challenging and emotionally devastating for the officers and forensic experts involved, many of whom would later describe the experience as the most difficult of their careers. The crawl space beneath John Wayne's house yielded 26 bodies in various states of decomposition, some buried individually and others stacked on top of one another in makeshift graves. The confined space made recovery extremely difficult, requiring investigators to work in hazmat suits while enduring the overwhelming stench of decomposition that had accumulated over years of use as an impromptu cemetery. 3 additional bodies were found buried elsewhere on the property, one in the backyard and one beneath the garage floor, with a third located near the house's foundation. The systematic search of the entire property revealed the extent to which John Wayne had used his residential lot as a disposal site for his victims, turning what appeared to be an ordinary suburban home into a mass grave. The condition of the remains made identification extremely challenging, with many bodies reduced to skeletal remains that provided few clues about the victims' identities or the circumstances of their deaths. The advanced state of decomposition also made it difficult to determine exact causes of death, though investigators were able to identify evidence consistent with strangulation and asphyxiation in several cases. The recovery process was complicated by John Wayne's use of lime and other chemicals intended to accelerate decomposition and control odors. While these substances had served their intended purpose to some extent, they had also compromised the integrity of physical evidence and made the work of forensic investigators more difficult. The chemical contamination of the remains created additional challenges in determining both the identities of victims and the methods used to kill them. As the scope of the crime scene became apparent, law enforcement agencies from throughout the Chicago area converged on the Somerdale Avenue address to assist with the investigation. The Illinois State Police, the Cook County Sheriff's Department, and multiple local police departments contributed personnel and resources to what had become one of the largest criminal investigations in state history. The media attention surrounding the discovery was intense and immediate, with reporters and television crews establishing a permanent presence outside John Wayne's house as the excavation proceeded. The horrific nature of the crimes, combined with John Wayne's reputation as a respected businessman and community figure, created a story that captured international attention and dominated news coverage for weeks. The investigation also extended beyond the physical recovery of remains to include efforts to identify the victims and understand the full scope of John Wayne's criminal activities. Detectives began the painstaking process of matching the recovered remains with missing person reports from throughout the region, while also investigating whether John Wayne might have committed additional crimes that had not yet been discovered. The complexity of the victim identification process was enormous, involving dental records, medical records, personal effects, and DNA analysis in cases where other methods proved insufficient. Many of the victims had been young men from troubled backgrounds who had limited contact with family members, making identification particularly challenging and time-consuming. The investigation also revealed the extent to which John Wayne had manipulated and exploited his employees, with several young men coming forward to describe inappropriate sexual behavior and coercive relationships that had made them uncomfortable, but which they had been afraid to report. These revelations provided important insights into John Wayne's methodology and helped investigators understand how he had been able to identify and access potential victims. The discovery that several of John Wayne's employees had unknowingly participated in digging graves for his victims created additional complications for the investigation. Young men like David Cram and Michael Rossi had to be interviewed extensively to determine their level of knowledge about John Wayne's crimes and whether they might face criminal charges as accomplices. The interviews with employees revealed the sophisticated psychological manipulation John Wayne had employed to maintain his criminal activities while avoiding detection. He had created plausible explanations for activities that should have raised serious suspicions, while establishing relationships of dependency and fear that discouraged his employees from questioning his instructions or reporting their concerns to authorities. The investigation also uncovered evidence of John Wayne's political connections and community involvement, revealing how he had used his public profile to deflect suspicion and gain access to potential victims. His photographs with prominent political figures, including First Lady Rosalind Carter, demonstrated the level of respectability he had achieved and the shock that his arrest created within political and social circles. The recovery of bodies from the Des Plaines River proved more challenging than the excavation of John Wayne's property, as the flowing water and natural decomposition processes had scattered remains and made identification even more difficult. However, investigators were eventually able to recover 4 bodies from the river, including that of Robert Piest, whose disappearance had triggered the entire investigation. The confession John Wayne provided to investigators on December 22, 1978, while comprehensive in some respects, was also characterized by numerous contradictions, omissions, and outright lies that complicated efforts to understand the full extent of his crimes. His tendency to provide different versions of events in different interviews, combined with his apparent inability to distinguish between fantasy and reality in some areas, made his statements unreliable as evidence. During his confession, John Wayne claimed that all of his victims had entered his house willingly and that many of the deaths had been accidental or the result of self-defense. These claims were contradicted by the physical evidence and the testimony of survivors like Jeffrey Rignall, who provided detailed accounts of premeditated torture and murder that belied any suggestion of accidental death. The confession also revealed John Wayne's complete lack of empathy for his victims and their families, as he described the murders in clinical terms while showing no apparent remorse for his actions. His primary concern seemed to be minimizing his legal exposure rather than accepting responsibility for the harm he had caused or providing information that might help investigators identify additional victims. The legal proceedings that followed John Wayne's arrest were complicated by both the sheer volume of charges against him and the unprecedented nature of the case. He was ultimately charged with 33 counts of murder, making him responsible for more homicides than any single perpetrator in American legal history at that time. The decision to seek the death penalty was made relatively quickly given the heinous nature of the crimes and the number of victims involved. However, the complexity of the case and the volume of evidence that needed to be processed meant that the trial would not begin until February 1980, more than a year after John Wayne's arrest. The pretrial period was marked by extensive legal maneuvering as both the prosecution and defense prepared their cases. The defense team's decision to pursue an insanity defense required extensive psychiatric evaluation and created additional delays in the proceedings. The prosecution, meanwhile, worked to organize the massive amount of physical evidence and witness testimony that would be needed to secure convictions. The psychiatric evaluations conducted during this period provided important insights into John Wayne's mental state and psychological makeup, though they also generated considerable controversy about his competency to stand trial and his legal responsibility for his actions. The defense argued that his childhood trauma and apparent mental illness had rendered him incapable of understanding the wrongness of his actions or controlling his behavior. The prosecution countered that John Wayne's elaborate efforts to conceal his crimes and maintain his public facade demonstrated clear awareness that his actions were wrong and punishable by law. They argued that his ability to successfully operate his business and maintain social relationships proved that he was competent and legally responsible for his actions, regardless of any underlying mental health issues. The venue for the trial became a contentious issue due to the extensive media coverage and public awareness of the case. The defense requested a change of venue, arguing that the intense publicity made it impossible for John Wayne to receive a fair trial in Cook County. However, the judge ultimately decided to proceed with the trial in Cook County while implementing special procedures to ensure that jurors were selected from outside the immediate area. The jury selection process was complex and time-consuming, with prospective jurors being brought in from Winnebago County, about 90 miles from Chicago, to minimize the impact of local publicity on their ability to render an impartial verdict. This marked the first time in Illinois history that a jury had been impaneled in this manner, reflecting the unprecedented nature of the case and the challenges it presented to the judicial system. The trial itself began in February 1980 and lasted for several weeks, with the prosecution presenting extensive evidence about John Wayne's crimes and the defense arguing that he was legally insane at the time the murders were committed. The proceedings were marked by graphic testimony about the torture and murder of the victims, as well as detailed psychiatric testimony about John Wayne's mental state and criminal responsibility. The evidence presented during the trial included crime scene photographs, forensic testimony about the victims' remains, and accounts from survivors and witnesses who could provide insights into John Wayne's methods and psychological state. The sheer volume of evidence and the horrific nature of the crimes created an emotionally charged atmosphere that made the trial one of the most closely watched criminal proceedings in American history. The defense's insanity argument was ultimately unsuccessful, with the jury rejecting the claim that John Wayne's mental illness had rendered him unable to understand the wrongness of his actions or control his behavior. The jury's decision reflected both the strength of the prosecution's evidence and the community's desire to hold John Wayne fully accountable for his crimes regardless of any psychological factors that might have contributed to his behavior. On March 13, 1980, John Wayne Gacy was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to death for 12 of the murders, with additional sentences of natural life imprisonment for the remaining convictions. The death sentences reflected both the heinous nature of his crimes and the court's determination that he posed a continuing threat to public safety that could only be addressed through capital punishment. The sentencing marked the end of the trial phase of the proceedings, but the beginning of a lengthy appeals process that would continue for more than a decade. John Wayne's attorneys filed numerous appeals challenging various aspects of his conviction and sentence, arguing that he had not received adequate legal representation and that his mental illness should have precluded the death penalty. The appeals process revealed additional details about John Wayne's crimes and provided victims' families with ongoing opportunities to seek justice for their loved ones. However, the lengthy legal proceedings also created additional emotional trauma for the survivors and families, who were forced to relive the horrific details of the crimes repeatedly as the case worked its way through the appellate courts. The case also prompted significant changes in law enforcement procedures for investigating missing persons cases and identifying serial predators. The recognition that John Wayne had been able to operate for years without detection led to improved coordination between police departments and the development of new techniques for recognizing patterns of criminal behavior across jurisdictional boundaries. The cultural impact of the John Wayne Gacy case was enormous, influencing everything from popular entertainment to academic studies of criminal behavior. The image of the killer clown became a powerful symbol of hidden evil, while the case itself became a landmark in the study of serial murder and the development of criminal profiling techniques. The long-term consequences of John Wayne's crimes extended far beyond the immediate victims and their families to include broader impacts on community trust, law enforcement practices, and public understanding of the potential for evil to hide behind facades of respectability and normalcy. The case served as a stark reminder that the most dangerous predators are often those who appear most normal and trustworthy to the outside world. The period between John Wayne Gacy's conviction and his eventual execution in 1994 was marked by a complex interplay of legal appeals, psychological evaluation, and cultural fascination that kept his case in the public eye for more than a decade. During his 14 years on death row at Menard Correctional Center in Illinois, John Wayne became an unlikely figure of public interest, generating correspondence, artwork, and ongoing media coverage that reflected society's continued fascination with his crimes and personality. One of the most controversial aspects of John Wayne's time in prison was his prolific artistic output, which began in 1982 when he acquired a set of paints and began creating what would eventually number over 2,000 individual works. His paintings, which featured a variety of subjects including clowns, skulls, landscapes, and portraits of famous figures, became valuable commodities in a macabre art market that specialized in works created by convicted killers. The subject matter of John Wayne's paintings was particularly disturbing given the nature of his crimes. Many canvases featured images of Pogo the Clown, the character he had portrayed at children's parties and community events during the height of his killing spree. These self-portraits as a clown took on sinister significance when viewed in the context of his crimes, transforming what had once been a symbol of innocent entertainment into an icon of hidden evil. Other paintings featured human skulls, often pierced by daggers or surrounded by dark imagery that seemed to reflect his continued preoccupation with death and violence. The creation of these works raised disturbing questions about whether John Wayne was attempting to relive or celebrate his crimes through his art, or whether the paintings represented some form of psychological processing of his experiences. The commercial success of John Wayne's artwork was controversial from the beginning, with victims' rights advocates arguing that allowing him to profit from his notoriety was inappropriate and harmful to the families of his victims. The concept of murderabilia, collectible items associated with notorious criminals, gained widespread attention through the marketing of John Wayne's paintings, raising ethical questions about society's fascination with criminal behavior. Several attempts were made to prevent John Wayne from profiting from his artwork, with Illinois filing suit in 1993 to block the sale of his paintings under laws designed to prevent criminals from benefiting financially from their crimes. However, these legal efforts were only partially successful, and many of his works continued to be sold to collectors willing to pay thousands of dollars for paintings created by one of America's most notorious serial killers. The prices commanded by John Wayne's artwork reflected both his notoriety and the morbid curiosity of collectors fascinated by criminal memorabilia. Individual paintings sold for amounts ranging from $2,000 to $20,000, with the most expensive pieces being those featuring his Pogo the Clown persona or other imagery directly related to his crimes. The psychological evaluation that continued throughout John Wayne's imprisonment provided ongoing insights into his mental state and personality, though it also generated continued controversy about his competency and responsibility for his crimes. Different mental health professionals reached varying conclusions about his psychological condition, with some arguing that he suffered from severe personality disorders that had contributed to his criminal behavior, while others maintained that he was a calculating psychopath who was fully responsible for his actions. One of the most significant aspects of John Wayne's psychological profile was his apparent inability to accept responsibility for his crimes or show genuine remorse for his victims. Throughout his years in prison, he maintained various versions of his innocence, sometimes claiming that his employees had committed the murders without his knowledge, other times suggesting that the deaths had been accidental or the result of self-defense. These continued denials and shifting explanations reflected both John Wayne's narcissistic personality traits and his persistent attempts to manipulate public opinion and legal proceedings in his favor. His inability to acknowledge the harm he had caused or express empathy for his victims was seen by many observers as evidence of the profound psychological damage that had made him capable of such horrific crimes. The appeals process that continued throughout John Wayne's imprisonment was exhaustive and complex, involving multiple challenges to various aspects of his conviction and sentence. His attorneys argued that he had not received adequate legal representation during his original trial, that his mental illness should have precluded the death penalty, and that various procedural errors had compromised the fairness of his conviction. Each appeal was met with detailed responses from prosecutors who argued that John Wayne had received fair treatment under the law and that his crimes were so heinous that they justified the death penalty regardless of any mitigating factors. The appellate courts consistently upheld his conviction and sentence, though the process took many years to complete due to the complexity of the issues involved and the thoroughness of the legal review. The lengthy appeals process created ongoing trauma for the families of John Wayne's victims, who were forced to relive the details of their loved ones' deaths repeatedly as each legal challenge was presented and argued. Many family members expressed frustration with the delays and the apparent endless nature of the legal proceedings, feeling that justice was being denied by the very system that was supposed to provide it. The media attention surrounding John Wayne's case continued throughout his imprisonment, with periodic reports about his appeals, his artwork, and his life in prison generating public interest and commentary. The case became a fixture in true crime literature and documentary programming, with numerous books, television specials, and films exploring different aspects of his crimes and psychology. This ongoing media coverage served to keep John Wayne's case in the public consciousness and contributed to his status as one of America's most notorious criminals. However, it also raised questions about the appropriateness of providing continued publicity to someone who had clearly craved attention and recognition throughout his life and criminal career. The cultural impact of the John Wayne Gacy case extended far beyond true crime entertainment to influence broader discussions about the nature of evil, the effectiveness of the criminal justice system, and the potential for seemingly normal individuals to harbor deadly secrets. His case became a touchstone for discussions about serial murder, psychological profiling, and the challenges of identifying and stopping predators who operate within their communities. The image of Pogo the Clown became particularly powerful in American popular culture, representing the concept of hidden evil and the danger that can lurk behind innocent appearances. The killer clown archetype that emerged from John Wayne's case influenced everything from horror movies to urban legends, creating a lasting cultural impact that continues to resonate decades after his crimes. Academic and professional interest in John Wayne's case also continued throughout his imprisonment, with researchers studying various aspects of his crimes and psychology to better understand serial murder and develop improved methods for prevention and detection. His case became a standard reference point in criminology textbooks and forensic psychology studies, contributing to the development of criminal profiling techniques and investigative procedures. The ongoing identification of John Wayne's victims remained a priority for law enforcement agencies throughout his imprisonment, with advances in DNA technology and genealogical databases gradually allowing investigators to put names to previously unidentified remains. Each new identification provided some measure of closure for families who had spent years wondering about the fate of their missing loved ones, while also serving to remind the public of the human cost of John Wayne's crimes. The process of victim identification was complicated by the passage of time and the condition of the remains, but dedicated investigators continued working to solve these cases long after John Wayne's arrest and conviction. The use of new technologies and investigative techniques eventually led to the identification of additional victims, bringing the total number of positively identified individuals to 28 by the time of John Wayne's execution. The 5 victims who remained unidentified at the time of John Wayne's death represented ongoing tragedies for families who never learned the fate of their missing loved ones. The continued efforts to identify these individuals reflected the commitment of law enforcement agencies and victim advocacy groups to provide closure for all families affected by John Wayne's crimes, regardless of how much time had passed. The international attention that John Wayne's case received also contributed to improved cooperation between law enforcement agencies and the development of better systems for tracking missing persons and identifying patterns of criminal behavior. His case demonstrated the importance of coordinating investigations across jurisdictional boundaries and sharing information that might help identify serial predators before they can claim additional victims. As John Wayne's execution date approached in 1994, the case once again generated intense media coverage and public debate about the appropriateness of capital punishment and the effectiveness of the criminal justice system. Supporters of his execution argued that his crimes were so heinous that the death penalty was the only appropriate punishment, while opponents raised questions about the ethics of state-sponsored execution and the possibility that mental illness should preclude capital punishment. The final years of John Wayne's imprisonment were marked by increasing recognition that his appeals had been exhausted and that his execution was inevitable. This realization seemed to have little impact on his psychological state or his continued efforts to maintain his innocence and avoid accepting responsibility for his crimes. He remained defiant and unrepentant until the end, showing no apparent remorse for his victims or their families. The preparation for John Wayne's execution involved extensive security measures and media management, as officials anticipated significant public interest in the proceedings. The execution was scheduled for May 10, 1994, exactly 26 years after his original arrest for sexual assault in Iowa, a coincidence that was noted by observers as a form of poetic justice. The method of execution, lethal injection, was chosen as the most humane and reliable means of carrying out the death sentence. However, the actual execution proved to be more complicated than anticipated, with technical problems causing delays and extending the process beyond its normal duration. The complications were seen by some as symbolic of the broader difficulties and controversies that had surrounded John Wayne's case from the beginning. John Wayne's final meal request reflected both his past and his personality, including items from Kentucky Fried Chicken, the restaurant chain where he had once worked as a manager. The meal consisted of a bucket of KFC chicken, 12 fried shrimp, French fries, a pound of strawberries, and a Diet Coke, representing a final indulgence in the pleasures of life before facing the consequences of his crimes. His final words, "Kiss my ass," delivered to the witnesses gathered for his execution, were characteristic of the defiant and unrepentant attitude he had maintained throughout his imprisonment. The crude and dismissive nature of this final statement provided a fitting end to a life that had been characterized by contempt for others and refusal to accept responsibility for his actions. The execution of John Wayne Gacy on May 10, 1994, marked the end of one of the most notorious criminal cases in American history and provided some measure of closure for the families of his victims. However, the impact of his crimes continued to resonate long after his death, influencing law enforcement procedures, popular culture, and academic understanding of serial murder and criminal psychology. The case also served as a reminder of the importance of taking seriously reports of sexual assault and missing persons, particularly when they involve marginalized populations who may not receive adequate attention from law enforcement agencies. The delays and missed opportunities that allowed John Wayne to continue killing for years after his initial criminal conviction highlighted the deadly consequences of indifference and prejudice within the criminal justice system. The legacy of John Wayne Gacy remains complex and troubling more than 3 decades after his arrest. While his execution provided justice for his crimes, the broader questions raised by his case about the nature of evil, the effectiveness of rehabilitation, and the responsibility of society to protect its most vulnerable members continue to challenge our understanding of criminal behavior and our commitment to public safety. The story of John Wayne Gacy serves as a chilling reminder that the most dangerous predators are often those who appear most normal and trustworthy, and that the facade of respectability can conceal unimaginable evil. His case continues to inform our understanding of serial murder and provides important lessons for law enforcement agencies, mental health professionals, and society as a whole about the need for vigilance, compassion, and justice in the face of such horrific crimes. The systematic torture and murder of 33 young men and boys represents one of the darkest chapters in American criminal history, and the memory of John Wayne Gacy's victims deserves to be honored not through fascination with their killer, but through commitment to preventing such tragedies from occurring again. David Berkowitz, a troubled postal worker from New York, killed 6 people and wounded 7 others during a 13-month reign of terror from July 1976 to August 1977, shooting young couples and women with a .44 caliber revolver while claiming he was following orders from demons speaking through his neighbor's dog, before being caught through a parking ticket that led police to his apartment where he calmly surrendered, saying, "Well, you got me." The story of David Berkowitz begins on June 1, 1953, in Brooklyn, New York, but not under that name. He was born Richard David Falco, the result of an affair between his birth mother Betty Broder Falco and a married businessman named Joseph Kleinman. His birth mother was a waitress who had been abandoned by her husband Tony Falco years earlier. When Joseph Kleinman wanted nothing to do with the baby, Betty made the difficult decision to give him up for adoption. Just 2 weeks after his birth, the infant was adopted by Nathan and Pearl Berkowitz, a middle-class Jewish couple from the Bronx who desperately wanted a child of their own. They renamed him David Richard Berkowitz and raised him as their only son in the Soundview section of the Bronx, a neighborhood filled with mostly Jewish and Italian families. From the very beginning, David showed signs of being different from other children. As early as kindergarten at PS 77 on Ward Avenue and 172nd Street, he missed 46 days of school. His adoptive mother, Pearl, was strict and often harsh with him. One incident that would stay with David for the rest of his life happened when he came home with sand in his hair after playing with some girls. Pearl slapped him hard across the face, leaving him confused and hurt. The young boy also showed troubling behavior towards other children. When he was just 5 years old, he hit his friend Lori in the head with a toy gun. These early violent tendencies were warning signs of what was to come, but at the time, they were dismissed as normal childhood aggression. David's childhood was marked by strange experiences that may have contributed to his later psychological problems. When he was 5, he went to the Shore Haven Beach Club with his adoptive parents. His mother would bathe him in the communal showers in front of other naked women, an experience that confused and disturbed the young boy. A year later, at age 6, he witnessed something that would shape his view of power and control. When a man entered the women's side of the bathhouse, All the women shrieked in fear and embarrassment. David noticed the power that men could have over women, a lesson that would later manifest in his crimes. Despite these troubling incidents, David was not a stupid child. At age 7, he scored 118 on an IQ test, showing above-average intelligence. However, his emotional development was not keeping pace with his intellectual abilities. He was becoming increasingly isolated from his peers and showing signs of behavioral problems that would only get worse as he grew older. The most devastating blow to David's already fragile psyche came when he was 14 years old. In 1967, his adoptive mother Pearl died of breast cancer. David was completely unprepared for this loss, and it sent him into a downward spiral from which he would never fully recover. Pearl had been the primary disciplinarian in the house, but she had also been the one who showed him the most attention, even if it was often negative. Her death left him feeling abandoned and alone. Nathan Berkowitz, David's adoptive father, was a good man, but was not emotionally equipped to deal with his son's growing problems. He tried his best to provide for David and give him guidance, but he was also dealing with his own grief over losing his wife. The relationship between father and son became distant and strained. David's behavior at school continued to deteriorate. He was often involved in fights with other students and showed little respect for authority figures. His grades began to slip, and teachers reported that he seemed angry and disconnected from his classmates. He spent most of his time alone, reading comic books and fantasizing about violence and revenge. As David entered his teenage years, his antisocial behavior became more pronounced. He began committing petty crimes like shoplifting and vandalism. He was fascinated by fire and would often set small fires in trash cans and abandoned buildings. This fascination with arson would continue throughout his life and would eventually lead to him setting over 1,000 fires in New York City before his arrest. David also became increasingly interested in the occult and satanic themes. He would read books about witchcraft and demons, and he began to believe that evil forces were influencing his thoughts and actions. This interest in the supernatural would later become central to his explanation for why he committed his crimes. In 1971, when David was 18 years old, his father Nathan remarried and moved to Florida, leaving David alone in New York. This abandonment by his father was another crushing blow to David's already damaged psyche. He felt completely alone in the world, with no family to support him and no close friends to turn to. Feeling lost and directionless, David made the decision to join the United States Army. He enlisted in 1971 and was sent to Fort Knox, Kentucky, for basic training. The military provided him with structure and discipline that had been missing from his life, and for a while, it seemed like it might be good for him. David proved to be an excellent marksman during his military training. He had a natural ability with firearms that impressed his instructors and fellow soldiers. This skill with weapons would later become central to his crimes, as he used a .44 caliber revolver with deadly accuracy during his killing spree. After completing his basic training, David was assigned to an infantry division and sent to South Korea. The experience of living in a foreign country and being part of the military gave him a sense of belonging that he had never felt before. However, even in the army, David remained somewhat of a loner. He had difficulty forming close relationships with his fellow soldiers and often kept to himself. During his time in the military, David began to experience what he later described as hearing voices in his head. These voices would tell him to do things that he knew were wrong, but he found it increasingly difficult to resist them. At the time, he dismissed these experiences as stress or homesickness, but they were actually early signs of the mental illness that would later drive him to commit murder. David served honorably in the Army for 3 years and was discharged in 1974 at the age of 21. When he returned to New York, he found a city that was very different from the one he had left. The mid-1970s were a difficult time for New York City, with high crime rates, economic problems, and a general sense of urban decay. The city was struggling with budget problems, and many neighborhoods were becoming increasingly dangerous. Despite these challenges, David tried to rebuild his life. He found a job as a security guard and later became a postal worker. He lived in a small apartment in Yonkers, just outside of New York City, and tried to live a normal life. However, the voices in his head were becoming louder and more persistent. They would tell him to hurt people, to set fires, and to commit acts of violence. David began acting on some of these impulses. He started setting fires in abandoned buildings and trash cans throughout New York City. According to his own later confessions, he set over 1,400 fires during this period. The act of setting fires gave him a sense of power and control that he had never felt before. He enjoyed watching the chaos and destruction that resulted from his actions. As 1975 progressed, the voices in David's head became more specific and more demanding. They began telling him that he needed to kill people, particularly young women. David tried to resist these urges at first, but they became increasingly difficult to ignore. He began carrying weapons and stalking potential victims throughout the city. On December 24, 1975, Christmas Eve, David finally gave in to the voices. He approached two women on the street and stabbed them with a hunting knife. One of the victims was Michelle Foreman, but the identity of the second woman was never determined. Both women survived the attack, but it marked the beginning of David Berkowitz's career as a serial killer. The man who had been abandoned as a baby, who had grown up feeling rejected and unloved, had now begun his quest for revenge against the world that he felt had wronged him. The summer of 1976 was hot and humid in New York City. The city was still reeling from its near bankruptcy the previous year, and many neighborhoods were struggling with crime and urban decay. It was against this backdrop that David Berkowitz began his reign of terror. On the night of July 29, 1976, 18-year-old Donna Lauria was out with her friend, 19-year-old Jody Valeni. Donna was an emergency medical technician who worked for a Manhattan ambulance company, while Jody was a nursing student. They had spent the evening dancing at Peaches, a popular discotheque in New Rochelle, and were now sitting in Jody's double-parked blue Oldsmobile Cutlass in the Pelham Bay area of the Bronx, talking about their night and saying goodbye. It was about 1:10 in the morning when Donna opened the car door to get out and walk to her apartment building. As she was stepping out of the car, both girls noticed a man approaching them quickly from the shadows. The man had short, dark, curly hair and was wearing dark clothing. He appeared to be in his 30s, about 5 feet 8 inches tall, and weighed around 200 pounds. "Now, what is this?" Donna said, startled and somewhat annoyed by the stranger's sudden appearance. Those would be the last words she ever spoke. The man reached into a paper bag he was carrying and pulled out a gun. It was a .44 caliber Charter Arms Bulldog revolver, a powerful handgun that would become his signature weapon. Without saying a word, he crouched down, braced his elbow on his knee for stability, and aimed the weapon with both hands at the two young women. The first shot rang out like thunder in the quiet residential neighborhood. The bullet struck Donna Lauria in the back as she was getting out of the car, killing her instantly. The impact of the powerful .44 caliber bullet was devastating, and Donna collapsed immediately. The gunman fired 2 more shots. The second bullet hit Jody Valenti in her right thigh, causing her to cry out in pain and shock. The third shot missed both women entirely, embedding itself in a nearby building. After firing the 3 shots, the gunman calmly turned around and walked away quickly into the night. He didn't run or show any signs of panic. He simply disappeared into the darkness as quickly as he had appeared, leaving behind 2 young women whose lives had been forever changed by his actions. Jody Valenti, despite being wounded and in shock, managed to call for help. The sound of the gunshots had awakened people in the neighborhood, and soon police and ambulances were racing to the scene. But it was too late for Donna Lauria. She was pronounced dead at the scene, becoming the first official victim of the man who would later call himself the Son of Sam. Jody survived her wound and was able to give police a description of the attacker. She described him as a white male in his 30s with a fair complexion, about 5 feet 8 inches tall, and weighing about 200 pounds. His hair was short, dark, and curly in what she called a mod style. This description would prove to be remarkably accurate when David Berkowitz was eventually caught. Adding credibility to Jody's account, Donna's father, Mike Lauria, told police that he had seen a man matching that description sitting in a yellow compact car that had been parked near the scene earlier that evening. Other neighbors also reported seeing an unfamiliar yellow compact car cruising the area for hours before the shooting occurred. The police investigation began immediately, but they had very little to go on. There was no apparent motive for the shooting. Donna and Jody didn't know their attacker, and nothing had been stolen from them. It appeared to be a completely random act of violence, which made it extremely difficult to investigate. The bullets recovered from the scene were sent to the police ballistics laboratory, where experts determined that they'd been fired from a .44 caliber revolver. This was an unusual weapon for street crime in New York City at that time, as most criminals used smaller, more easily concealed handguns. The use of such a powerful weapon suggested that the killer was serious about his intentions and was not just trying to rob his victims. The case received some media attention, but it was initially treated as an isolated incident. New York City had a high crime rate in the 1970s, and random shootings, while tragic, were not entirely uncommon. The police had no reason to believe that this was the beginning of a serial killing spree that would terrorize the entire city. For the families of the victims, however, this was not just another statistic. Donna Loria's death devastated her family and friends. She had been a bright, caring young woman who had dedicated her life to helping others as an emergency medical technician. Her parents, Mike and Rose Loria, were left to wonder why someone would want to kill their innocent daughter. Jody Valenti, meanwhile, was struggling to recover from both her physical wound and the psychological trauma of witnessing her friend's murder. The bullet that struck her thigh had caused significant damage, and she would require extensive physical therapy to fully recover. But the emotional scars would prove to be much more difficult to heal. In the days following the shooting, Jody worked closely with police to try to identify the killer. She spent hours looking through mugshots and working with police artists to create a composite sketch of the attacker. However, David Berkowitz had no prior criminal record for violent crimes, so his photograph was not in the police files. The investigation into Donna Loria's murder continued for weeks, but police were unable to develop any solid leads. They interviewed dozens of people in the neighborhood, checked local hospitals for anyone who might have been treated for injuries that could have been sustained during a struggle, and followed up on numerous tips from the public. But the killer seemed to have vanished without a trace. What the police didn't know was that David Berkowitz was already planning his next attack. The shooting of Donna Loria and Jody Valenti had given him a taste of the power and control he had been craving. The voices in his head were telling him that he needed to kill again, and he was beginning to listen to them more and more. Berkowitz would later admit that he spent the weeks following the first shooting driving around New York City at night, looking for potential victims. He was particularly drawn to young couples who were parked in cars, as they made easy targets. He began to develop a pattern for his attacks, approaching victims from behind or from the side, firing multiple shots quickly, and then disappearing into the night. The fact that his first attack had been successful and that the police seemed to have no clues about his identity gave Berkowitz confidence. He began to believe that he was smarter than the police, and that he could continue killing without being caught. This feeling of superiority would become a central part of his personality and would eventually lead him to taunt the police with letters and phone calls. As the summer of 1976 continued, David Berkowitz was already becoming addicted to the thrill of killing. The voices in his head were becoming louder and more insistent, and he was finding it increasingly difficult to resist their commands. He had crossed a line that night in July when he killed Donna Loria, and there was no going back. The city of New York had no idea that a monster was loose on its streets, stalking innocent victims and planning his next attack. The police were treating the Loria murder as an isolated incident, and life in the city continued as normal. But David Berkowitz was already preparing for his next strike, and it would not be long before he struck again. The autumn of 1976 brought cooler weather to New York City, but it did not bring any relief from the terror that was beginning to unfold. David Berkowitz had tasted blood, and the voices in his head were demanding more. He spent his days working at his job and his nights driving through the city, looking for victims. On the night of October 23, 1976, Berkowitz found what he was looking for in the Flushing neighborhood of Queens. 20-year-old Carl Denaro and 18-year-old Rosemary Keenan had been out together and were now sitting in Carl's car, parked on a quiet residential street. They were just talking and enjoying each other's company when their world was suddenly shattered by violence. At approximately 1:30 in the morning, the windows of Carl's car suddenly exploded in a shower of glass. The sound was deafening, and both Carl and Rosemary initially thought that someone was throwing rocks at their car. It took them a moment to realize that they were actually being shot at. Carl had been struck in the head by one of the bullets. The .44 caliber slug had torn through his skull, causing massive damage. Incredibly, he remained conscious and was able to start the car and drive away from the scene. Rosemary, meanwhile, had been cut by flying glass but had not been hit by any of the bullets. Neither Carl nor Rosemary saw the shooter. He had approached their car from behind and fired 5 shots through the rear window before disappearing into the night. The attack had been sudden and silent, giving them no warning and no chance to defend themselves. Carl was rushed to the hospital, where doctors worked frantically to save his life. The bullet had shattered part of his skull and had come very close to killing him. He would require multiple surgeries and would need a metal plate to replace the damaged section of his skull. Despite the severity of his injuries, Carl Denaro was one of the lucky ones he survived. When police arrived at the scene, they found 5.44 caliber bullets that had been fired into the car. The ballistics experts who examined the bullets determined that they had been fired from the same type of weapon that had been used in the Donna Lauria murder 3 months earlier. However, they could not definitively prove that it was the same gun because the bullets from the Denaro shooting were too damaged to make a definitive match. At this point, some investigators began to suspect that the two shootings might be related, but the connection was not yet clear to everyone involved in the investigation. The shootings had occurred in different boroughs of New York City, and the victims had been different types of people. Donna Lauria and Jody Valeni had been two young women, while Carl Denaro and Rosemary Keenan had been a mixed-gender couple. One factor that may have confused the investigation was Carl Denaro's appearance. He had shoulder-length hair that, in the darkness, might have made him appear to be a woman to the shooter. This led some investigators to theorize that the killer was specifically targeting young women and that Carl had been shot by mistake. The police investigation into the Denaro shooting followed the same pattern as the investigation into the Lauria murder. Detectives interviewed dozens of people in the neighborhood, looked for witnesses who might have seen anything suspicious, and followed up on numerous tips from the public. However, once again, they were unable to develop any solid leads. What made these cases particularly difficult to investigate was their random nature. The victims had no connection to each other, and there was no apparent motive for the shootings. The killer was not robbing his victims or sexually assaulting them. He was simply shooting them and disappearing. This type of random violence was extremely difficult for police to predict or prevent. David Berkowitz, meanwhile, was becoming more confident and more brazen. The fact that he had now successfully carried out 2 shooting attacks without being caught made him believe that he was too clever for the police. The voices in his head were praising him for his actions and encouraging him to continue killing. Less than a month after the Denaro shooting, Berkowitz struck again. On November 27, 1976, 16-year-old Donna DeMazy and 18-year-old Joanne Lomino had just returned from seeing a late movie. They were standing on the front porch of Joanne's house in Floral Park, Queens, when a man approached them from the street. The man was dressed in military fatigues, which gave him an official appearance that may have put the 2 young women at ease initially. He walked up to them and asked for directions, seeming like just another person who was lost in the neighborhood. But then, without warning, the man pulled out a gun and began shooting. He fired several shots at the 2 teenagers before running away into the night. The attack was over in seconds, but it left both young women seriously wounded. Donna DeMazy had been shot in the neck, but she was lucky. The bullet had missed her major blood vessels and her spinal cord. She would recover from her injuries and would not suffer any permanent damage. Joanne Lomino, however, was not as fortunate. She had been shot in the back, and the bullet had damaged her spinal cord, leaving her paralyzed from the waist down. Once again, the bullets recovered from the scene were .44 caliber slugs that had been fired from the same type of weapon used in the previous attacks. The ballistics evidence was now starting to paint a clear picture for the police. They were dealing with a serial killer who was using the same gun in multiple attacks. The media began to take notice of the pattern of shootings. Newspapers started referring to the unknown killer as the .44 caliber killer because of his choice of weapon. The fact that he was targeting young people, particularly young women, created a sense of fear throughout the city. Young women in New York began changing their behavior. Many stopped going out at night, and those who did go out made sure to be extra careful about where they parked and who they talked to. The randomness of the attacks made it impossible to know who might be next, which created a climate of fear and paranoia. For David Berkowitz, this fear was exactly what he wanted. He enjoyed reading about his crimes in the newspapers and watching the coverage on television. The attention and the fear he was creating gave him a sense of power and importance that he had never felt before in his life. The voices in his head were becoming more elaborate in their commands. They were no longer just telling him to kill. They were giving him specific instructions about who to target and how to carry out his attacks. Berkowitz later claimed that these voices belonged to demons who spoke to him through his neighbor's dog, but at the time, he believed that they were real supernatural entities guiding his actions. As 1976 came to an end, The police investigation was intensifying. A special task force was being formed to focus specifically on the .44 caliber killer cases. Detectives from different precincts were sharing information and working together to try to catch the killer before he could strike again. But David Berkowitz was not finished. The 3 attacks he had carried out in 1976 were just the beginning. The voices in his head were telling him that he had much more work to do, and he was eagerly planning his next attack. The winter months would give him time to plan and prepare, and when spring arrived, he would be ready to resume his killing spree with renewed intensity. The city of New York was about to enter one of the darkest periods in its history, as the son of Sam began to emerge from the shadows and announce himself to the world. The winter of 1976 to 1977 was a quiet time for David Berkowitz, but it was not a time of rest. He spent these months planning and preparing for his next attacks, all while the voices in his head grew louder and more demanding. He was becoming increasingly obsessed with his mission to kill, and he was beginning to see himself as an instrument of supernatural forces. During this period, Berkowitz also began setting more fires around New York City. He would later confess to setting over 1,400 fires during his time as a serial killer, and many of these occurred during the winter months when his shooting attacks were less frequent. The fires gave him an outlet for his violent urges and allowed him to continue creating chaos and destruction even when he wasn't killing people. As the weather began to warm up in early 1977, Berkowitz started planning his next shooting attack. He had learned from his previous attacks and was becoming more sophisticated in his methods. He was choosing his locations more carefully and was becoming better at escaping from crime scenes without being seen. On the cold night of January 30th, 1977, 26-year-old Christine Freund and her fiancé, 30-year-old John Deal, were having what should have been a perfect evening together. They had just seen the movie Rocky at the Continental Theater in Forest Hills, Queens, and had then gone to dinner at the Wine Gallery, a popular restaurant on Austin Street. After their meal, the couple walked to John's car, which was parked in front of Station Square, directly across from the Forest Hills subway station. It was about 12:30 in the morning, and the area was quiet and peaceful. John started the car, and they sat there for a moment, letting the engine warm up and talking about their evening together. Christine and John had been engaged for several months and were planning to be married later that year. Christine worked on Wall Street and was known for her intelligence and kindness. John worked as an executive at a knitting mill and was completely devoted to Christine. They were both looking forward to starting their life together as husband and wife. Suddenly, without any warning, 3 shots rang out in the quiet night. The bullets came through the passenger side window, shattering the glass and filling the car with the deafening sound of gunfire. Christine had been struck twice, once in the head above her right ear and once in her right shoulder. John, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was not hit by any of the bullets. He watched in horror as Christine's head fell onto his shoulder and blood began to pour from her wounds. He immediately started the car and raced to the nearest hospital, but it was too late. Christine Freund died several hours later at St. John's Hospital in Elmhurst, becoming the second person to be murdered by the .44 caliber killer. The ballistics examination of the bullets recovered from the scene confirmed what police already suspected. They had been fired from the same .44 caliber revolver that had been used in the previous attacks. The killer was definitely the same person, and he was becoming more deadly with each attack. This shooting was particularly significant because it occurred in Forest Hills, which was considered to be one of the safer neighborhoods in Queens. The area was well lit and heavily patrolled by police, yet the killer had still managed to carry out his attack and escape without being seen. This demonstrated that nowhere in the city was truly safe from the .44 caliber killer. The media coverage of Christine Freund's murder was extensive, and the public's fear began to reach new levels. The fact that the killer had now struck 4 times and had killed 2 people made it clear that he was not going to stop on his own. The police were under enormous pressure to catch him before he could kill again. Less than 6 weeks later, on March 8th, 1977, the killer struck again, and this time his attack was even more brazen. 19-year-old Virginia Voskerikian was a bright, intelligent student at Columbia University who was studying Russian literature. She had been born in Bulgaria and had immigrated to the United States with her family when she was young. She was known for her serious dedication to her studies and her plans to become a teacher. On that March evening, Virginia had stayed late at the Columbia University Library, working on her studies as she often did. She took the subway from Manhattan back to her family's home in Forest Hills, getting off at the Continental Avenue station. It was about 7:30 in the evening, and the area was still busy with commuters making their way home from work. Virginia walked the few blocks from the subway station toward her home on Exeter Street, carrying her heavy college textbooks in her arms. The route took her along well-lit streets that she had walked hundreds of times before. She had no reason to be afraid or to suspect that danger was lurking in the shadows. As Virginia walked under an archway and turned onto Exeter Street, she found herself alone on the sidewalk. It was one of those moments during rush hour when the street suddenly empties of people, leaving a person isolated and vulnerable. She was just a few hundred yards from her house when a man suddenly jumped out in front of her. The man was holding a gun and pointing it directly at her. Virginia, who was a small, delicate young woman, reacted instinctively by holding her thick textbook up in front of her face, hoping to protect herself from whatever was about to happen. But the textbook provided no protection against a .44 caliber bullet. The killer pressed the gun against the book and fired. The bullet tore through the book and into Virginia's head, killing her instantly. She collapsed to the ground, her blood soaking into the pine needles and grass that lined the walkway. The killer then fired several more shots before running away into the night. This attack was particularly cold-blooded because it had occurred early in the evening in a residential area where the killer could easily have been seen by witnesses. The fact that he was willing to take such risks suggested that he was becoming more confident and more reckless. The ballistics examination once again confirmed that the same .44 caliber revolver had been used. More significantly, this shooting had occurred less than half a block from where Christine Freund had been killed just 6 weeks earlier. The killer was clearly familiar with the Forest Hills area and felt comfortable operating there. The murder of Virginia Voskerikian sent shockwaves through the Columbia University community and throughout New York City. Here was a brilliant young woman who had been killed for no reason other than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her family was devastated, and her professors and classmates struggled to understand how such a senseless tragedy could occur. The police investigation was now in full swing. The NYPD had formed Operation Omega, a special task force dedicated specifically to catching the .44 caliber killer. The task force was led by Inspector Timothy Dowd and included some of the best detectives in the city. They were working around the clock, following up on hundreds of tips and investigating every possible lead. However, the killer remained one step ahead of them. David Berkowitz was careful about his movements and was becoming increasingly sophisticated in his methods. He would drive around the city for hours, looking for potential victims and escape routes. He was also becoming more aware of police procedures and was taking steps to avoid being caught. The media coverage of the killings was becoming more intense with each attack. Newspapers were devoting front-page coverage to the story, and television news programs were leading with updates on the investigation. The public was demanding action, and politicians were putting enormous pressure on the police to solve the case. Young women throughout New York City were living in fear. Many were changing their daily routines, avoiding going out at night, and being extra careful about where they parked their cars. The randomness of the attacks made it impossible to know who might be next, and this uncertainty was creating a climate of terror. David Berkowitz was enjoying all of this attention. He would buy newspapers and read every article about his crimes, and he would watch the television coverage with great satisfaction. The fear and chaos he was creating gave him a sense of power and control that he had never experienced before. But the voices in his head were not satisfied with what he had accomplished so far. They were demanding more killing, more blood, and more terror. And they were about to push him to take his reign of terror to an entirely new level. As the spring of 1977 progressed, David Berkowitz was becoming increasingly emboldened by his success in evading capture. He had now killed 3 people and wounded several others, yet the police seemed no closer to catching him than they had been after his first attack. The voices in his head were praising him for his work and encouraging him to continue his mission. But the voices were also telling him that it was time to make his presence known to the world in a more direct way. They wanted him to communicate with the police and the media, to let them know who was responsible for the terror that was gripping New York City. This marked a significant evolution in Berkowitz's behavior, as he began to crave not just the act of killing, but also the recognition and notoriety that came with it. On the night of April 17, 1977, Berkowitz prepared for what would become one of his most significant attacks. He chose as his location the Hutchinson River Parkway in the Bronx, an area where young couples often went to park and spend time together. He had scouted the location in advance and knew exactly how he would approach his victims and how he would escape. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, 18-year-old Valentina Siriani and 20-year-old Alexander Esau were sitting in Valentina's car, parked on a quiet stretch of the parkway not far from Valentina's home. Valentina was a recent graduate of St. Catherine's Academy in the Bronx, the same school that would later be attended by another of Berkowitz's victims. Alexander was a tow truck operator who was completely devoted to Valentina. The young couple had been out together for the evening and had stopped to talk privately before heading home. They had no idea that they were being watched from the shadows by a man with a gun who was preparing to end their lives. Berkowitz approached the car from behind, moving quietly and carefully to avoid being detected. When he was close enough, he raised his .44 caliber revolver and began firing. He shot both Valentina and Alexander twice each, the powerful bullets tearing through the car and into their bodies. Alexander Esau died at the scene, while Valentina Siriani died later at the hospital despite the best efforts of the emergency medical personnel who tried to save her. The double murder brought Berkowitz's death toll to 4 people, with several others wounded. But this attack was different from the previous ones in a crucial way. For the first time, the killer left behind a note at the crime scene. The note was handwritten and addressed to Captain Joseph Borelli, the commanding officer of the NYPD's Detective Division. It was in this note that the killer first identified himself as Son of Sam. The note was rambling and largely incoherent, but it contained several key elements that would become central to the Son of Sam legend. The killer wrote about his mission to kill and about the forces that were compelling him to carry out his attacks. He also taunted the police for their inability to catch him and promised that the killings would continue. "I am deeply hurt by your calling me a women hater," the note read in part. "I am not, but I am a monster. I am the Son of Sam. I am a little brat. I live for the hunt. My life. Police, let me haunt you with these words. I'll be back. I'll be back. Terrorized. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Yours in murder, Mr. Monster." The note was filled with spelling errors and grammatical mistakes, but it was clear that the writer was intelligent and was deliberately crafting a persona for himself. The signature, Son of Sam, would become one of the most famous criminal nicknames in American history. When the police discovered the note, they immediately recognized its significance. This was the first direct communication they had received from the killer, and it provided them with important clues about his mental state and his motivations. The handwriting was analyzed by experts, and copies of the note were distributed to police departments throughout the city. However, the police made the decision not to release the full contents of the note to the public immediately. They were concerned that doing so might encourage copycat crimes, or might give the killer the attention he was seeking. Instead, they released only limited information about the note while continuing to investigate its contents. The media, however, quickly learned about the existence of the note and began reporting that the .44 caliber killer had identified himself as the Son of Sam. This name captured the public's imagination in a way that the previous designation had not. There was something both childish and menacing about the name that seemed to perfectly capture the random and senseless nature of the crimes. The murder of Valentina Siriani and Alexander Esau also marked another troubling escalation in the killer's behavior. This was the first time he had killed 2 people in a single attack, and it demonstrated that he was becoming more aggressive and more confident. The fact that he had left a note behind also showed that he was no longer content to simply kill people. He wanted to be famous for his crimes. David Berkowitz was indeed enjoying the attention that the Son of Sam name was generating. He would buy multiple copies of newspapers that mentioned the case, and would watch every television news report about the investigation. The fear and fascination that he was generating throughout the city gave him a sense of importance and power that he had never experienced before. But the voices in his head were not satisfied with just one letter. They were telling him that he needed to communicate more directly with the media and the public. They wanted him to explain his mission and to let people know why he was killing them. This would lead to one of the most famous pieces of correspondence in criminal history. About a month after the Siriani-Esau murders, on May 30th, 1977, Jimmy Breslin, a prominent columnist for the New York Daily News, received a letter in the mail. The letter was handwritten in the same distinctive script as the note that had been left at the crime scene, and it was signed Son of Sam. The letter to Breslin was longer and more detailed than the first note, and it revealed more about the killer's mental state and his motivations. Hello from the gutters of NYC, which are filled with dog manure, vomit, stale wine, urine, and blood. The letter began. Hello from the sewers of NYC, which swallow up these delicacies when they are washed away by the sweeper trucks. The letter went on to reference some of the previous victims by name, showing that the killer was closely following the media coverage of his crimes. Don't think, because you haven't heard from me for a while, that I went to sleep, he wrote. No, rather, I am still here, like a spirit roaming the night, thirsty, hungry, seldom stopping to rest, anxious to please Sam. Most ominously, the letter promised more violence to come. Tell me, Jim, what will you have for July 29th? The letter asked, referencing the one-year anniversary of the first attack. This suggested that the killer was planning something special for that date, which sent chills through everyone who read it. The Daily News faced a difficult decision about whether to publish the letter. On one hand, it was clearly newsworthy, and the public had a right to know what the killer was saying. On the other hand, publishing the letter would give the killer exactly the kind of attention he was seeking and might encourage him to commit more crimes. After consulting with the police, the Daily News decided to publish portions of the letter while withholding some of the more inflammatory passages. The publication of the letter caused a sensation throughout New York City and beyond. The Daily News sold over 1 million copies that day, making it one of the biggest selling issues in the newspaper's history. The letter to Jimmy Breslin marked a turning point in the Son of Sam case. The killer was no longer just a faceless murderer stalking the streets of New York. He was now a personality with his own voice and his own twisted philosophy. This made him even more frightening to the public, but it also gave the police more clues to work with in their investigation. The handwriting analysis of the letter provided investigators with important information about the killer's background and education level. Psychiatrists and criminal profilers began developing psychological profiles of the killer based on the content and tone of his communications. However, David Berkowitz was not finished communicating with the world. The positive response he had received to his letter to Breslin encouraged him to continue writing, and he began planning more correspondence that would further terrify the city and taunt the police who were trying to catch him. The summer of 1977 was shaping up to be one of the hottest and most tense in New York City's history. The Son of Sam was now a household name, and his promise in the letter to Jimmy Breslin that something special would happen on July 29th, the one-year anniversary of his first attack, had the entire city on edge. The police investigation had intensified to unprecedented levels. Operation Omega, the special task force dedicated to catching the Son of Sam, had grown to include over 200 detectives and officers. They were working around the clock, following up on thousands of tips and investigating every possible lead. The pressure on the police department was enormous, as politicians and the public demanded results. Young women throughout New York City had changed their behavior dramatically. Many had cut their long dark hair short or had dyed it blonde, hoping to avoid fitting the profile of the killer's preferred victims. Others had stopped going out at night altogether, afraid that they might become the next target. The randomness of the attacks made it impossible to predict where the killer might strike next, creating a climate of fear that affected everyone in the city. The media coverage was relentless. Newspapers devoted front-page coverage to every development in the case, and television news programs led with Son of Sam stories night after night. The killer had become a celebrity, which was exactly what he wanted. David Berkowitz was reading every article and watching every news report, basking in the attention and notoriety. As June turned into July, the tension in the city continued to build. The police had increased their patrols in areas where the previous attacks had occurred, and they were paying special attention to locations where young couples might park their cars. However, the vastness of New York City made it virtually impossible to protect every potential target. On the night of June 26, 1977, the Son of Sam struck again, demonstrating that the increased police presence had not deterred him from continuing his killing spree. 17-year-old Judy Placido and 20-year-old Salvatore Lupo were sitting in Sal's car outside the Eliphaz discotheque in Bayside, Queens, when their world was suddenly shattered by gunfire. Judy had just graduated from St. Catherine's Academy in the Bronx, the same school that Valentina Suriani had attended. She was celebrating her graduation and looking forward to starting the next chapter of her life when she became the son of Sam's latest victim. At about 3:20 in the morning, as Judy and Sal were talking in the parked car, shots rang out. The killer had approached the car from behind and had fired through the windows, just as he had done in his previous attacks. The sound of shattering glass and the explosions of the gunshots filled the car, creating chaos and terror. Judy was hit 3 times in the head, neck, and shoulder. One of the bullets had passed through Sal's forearm before hitting her in the neck, coming to rest just 1/4 of an inch from her spinal cord. If it had moved just slightly, it could have paralyzed or killed her. Sal was hit in the forearm, but was not seriously injured. Both victims survived the attack, but they were severely traumatized by the experience. Judy, in particular, would struggle with the psychological effects of the shooting for decades to come. The physical wounds would heal, but the emotional scars would remain with her for the rest of her life. The ballistics examination confirmed that the same .44 caliber revolver had been used in this attack. The son of Sam had now shot at least 12 people, killing 4 and wounding 8 others. The fact that he was continuing to use the same weapon suggested either that he was very confident he wouldn't be caught, or that he had some emotional attachment to the gun. The attack on Judy Placido and Sal Lupo demonstrated that the killer was not intimidated by the massive police presence that was now searching for him. If anything, he seemed to be enjoying the cat-and-mouse game he was playing with law enforcement. The voices in his head were telling him that he was too clever to be caught and that he could continue killing indefinitely. The July 29th anniversary date that the son of Sam had referenced in his letter to Jimmy Breslin came and went without incident, much to the relief of police and the public. However, this respite was short-lived, as the killer was already planning what would turn out to be his final and most significant attack. On the night of July 31st, 1977, just 2 days after the anniversary date, 20-year-old Stacy Moskowitz and 20-year-old Robert Violani were on their first date together. They had met just a few nights earlier at a gong show event at Beefsteak Charlie's restaurant, and there had been an immediate attraction between them. Robert was a handsome young man who had just been signed by the prestigious Wilhelmina modeling agency. He looked like John Travolta, who was at the height of his fame due to the movie Saturday Night Fever, and he seemed to have a bright future ahead of him. Stacy was a beautiful college student with blonde hair who was known for her bubbly personality and zest for life. For their first date, Robert and Stacy went to see the movie New York, New York, and then drove to Shore Parkway in Brooklyn, near the water. This was significant because it was the first time the son of Sam had struck in Brooklyn, and it was also the first time he had attacked a victim with blonde hair. The couple walked along the waterfront and played on a set of swings in a nearby park, acting like children and enjoying each other's company. They were completely unaware that they were being watched from the shadows by a man with a gun who was preparing to end their happiness forever. As they sat in Robert's car, parked in a lover's lane area overlooking the Brooklyn waterfront, Stacy noticed a figure lurking in the shadows with his arms crossed. She became uncomfortable and asked Robert if they could leave, but he convinced her to stay for just a few more minutes. It was a decision that would haunt Robert for the rest of his life. At 2:35 in the morning, the car windows suddenly exploded as 4 shots rang out. Both Robert and Stacy were hit in the head by .44 caliber bullets. The powerful slugs caused devastating damage, and both victims immediately lost consciousness. Robert was shot once, and the bullet destroyed his left eye and damaged his right eye as it tore across his skull. By all rights, he should have died from such a massive head wound, but somehow he survived. Stacy was hit twice in the head, and despite the best efforts of the medical team that treated her, she died 18 hours later at the hospital. Despite being blinded and gravely wounded, Robert managed to open the car door and wrap his hand around a nearby light pole. He began honking the car horn repeatedly and screaming for help until the battery died and he collapsed in the street. His actions undoubtedly saved his life, as the quick response by emergency medical personnel was crucial to his survival. The murder of Stacy Moskowitz and the wounding of Robert Violante would prove to be the son of Sam's final attack. Unknown to him at the time, this crime would also provide the clue that would lead to his capture just 10 days later. As news of the Brooklyn shooting spread, the fear in New York City reached its absolute peak. The killer had now struck in 3 different boroughs, had killed 6 people and wounded 7 others, and had shown that nowhere in the city was safe from his attacks. The fact that he had attacked a blonde victim for the first time suggested that he was expanding his target selection, which meant that even more women were now at risk. David Berkowitz was pleased with the media coverage of his latest attack. The newspapers were filled with stories about the shooting, and the television news programs were leading with updates on the condition of the victims. He had successfully terrorized the largest city in America, and he was basking in the attention and notoriety. But the voices in his head were beginning to change their tune. Instead of encouraging him to continue killing, they were now warning him that his time was running out. They were telling him that the police were getting closer and that he needed to be more careful. These warnings would prove to be prophetic, as the investigation was indeed about to take a dramatic turn. The investigation into the Stacy Moskowitz murder began immediately, but this time the police had something they had never had before in a Son of Sam case: witnesses. Several people in the Brooklyn neighborhood had seen suspicious activity on the night of the shooting, and their observations would prove to be crucial in finally identifying the killer. One of the most important witnesses was a woman named Cecilia Davis, who lived in an apartment building near the crime scene. On the night of July 31st, she had been looking out her window when she saw a man standing near the park where Stacy and Robert had been walking earlier. The man seemed to be watching them, and his behavior struck her as suspicious. Later that same evening, Davis heard the sound of gunshots coming from the direction of the waterfront. When she looked out her window again, she saw a man walking quickly away from the scene. The man appeared to be in his 20s or early 30s, had dark hair, and was wearing jeans and a light-colored shirt. Even more significantly, Davis saw the man get into a car that was parked nearby. She was able to provide police with a general description of the vehicle, which was described as a light-colored sedan. This was the first time that any witness had been able to provide information about the killer's getaway car. Another important witness was Tommy Zano, who had been parked in his car near the crime scene with his girlfriend. Zano reported seeing a man with what appeared to be straggly, light brown hair walking near the area where the shooting occurred. This description was somewhat different from previous witness accounts, but it would later prove to be significant. The most crucial break in the case came from an unexpected source. Cecilia Davis remembered that earlier in the evening, before the shooting occurred, she had seen police officers writing parking tickets on her street. This detail might have seemed insignificant, but it would prove to be the key to solving the entire case. Detective James Justice of the NYPD was assigned to follow up on this lead. He contacted the Parking Violations Bureau and requested a list of all parking tickets that had been issued in the area around the time of the shooting. The list contained several dozen tickets, but one in particular caught his attention. A cream-colored Ford Galaxy had been ticketed for parking too close to a fire hydrant on Base 17th Street, just a few blocks from where the shooting had occurred. The ticket had been issued at 2:05 a.m., just 30 minutes before the attack took place. The car was registered to a David R. Berkowitz of 35 Pine Street, Yonkers, New York. Detective Justice ran a background check on Berkowitz and discovered that he was a 24-year-old postal worker with no serious criminal record. However, when Justice contacted the Yonkers Police Department to ask if they had any information about Berkowitz, he learned something very interesting. The Yonkers police told Justice that they had received several complaints about Berkowitz from his neighbors, particularly from a man named Sam Carr. Carr had reported that Berkowitz had been sending him threatening letters and had even shot his dog with a small-caliber weapon. The dog's name was Harvey, and Carr lived on Wicker Street, not far from Berkowitz's apartment. The connection to a neighbor named Sam was immediately significant to the investigators, as the son of Sam had referenced Sam in his letters to the police and the media. This could not be a coincidence, and it suggested that David Berkowitz might indeed be the killer they had been searching for. On August 9, 1977, Detective Justice and several other investigators drove to Yonkers to conduct surveillance on Berkowitz's apartment building. They were hoping to get a look at him and to see if he matched the descriptions provided by witnesses to the various shootings. When they arrived at 35 Pine Street, they immediately spotted the cream-colored Ford Galaxy parked outside the building. As they moved closer to examine the car, they made a discovery that sent shockwaves through the investigation team. Sitting in the back seat of the car was a rifle in a duffel bag. Even more significantly, there was an envelope on the seat that was addressed to Inspector Timothy Dowd, the head of the Operation Omega Task Force. The envelope contained a letter written in the same handwriting that had been used in the previous Son of Sam communications. The investigators realized that they had found their man. David Richard Berkowitz was the son of Sam, the killer who had terrorized New York City for over a year. However, they decided to wait before making the arrest, as they wanted to obtain a search warrant for his apartment, and they wanted to make sure they handled the arrest properly. The surveillance of Berkowitz continued throughout the day on August 10th. The investigators watched as he went about his normal routine, completely unaware that his reign of terror was about to come to an end. He appeared to be an ordinary, somewhat overweight young man who looked nothing like the menacing figure that the public had imagined. That evening, as darkness began to fall, Berkowitz left his apartment building and walked toward his car. The investigators knew that this was their moment. Detective John Folotico approached the driver's side of the car, while Detective Sergeant William Gardella moved to the passenger side. As Berkowitz got into his car and started to put the key in the ignition, Detective Folotico appeared at his window with his gun drawn. "Police, don't move," Folotico commanded. Berkowitz looked up at the detective with a strange expression on his face. Instead of showing surprise or fear, he smiled slightly and said calmly, "Well, you got me. What took you so long?" Next to him on the seat was a paper bag containing the .44 caliber Charter Arms Bulldog revolver that had been used in all of the Son of Sam attacks. The gun that had killed 6 people and wounded 7 others was finally in the hands of the police. As Berkowitz was being handcuffed and placed under arrest, he continued to smile and appeared almost relieved that his killing spree was finally over. The voices in his head, which had been warning him that his time was running out, had been correct. The net had finally closed around the Son of Sam. The arrest of David Berkowitz on the evening of August 10th, 1977, marked the end of one of the most intensive manhunts in New York City history. The killer who had terrorized 8 million people and had become one of the most notorious criminals in America was now in custody. But the story was far from over. The world was about to learn the shocking truth about who David Berkowitz really was and what had driven him to commit such horrific crimes. The quiet postal worker from Yonkers was about to reveal the twisted thoughts and supernatural voices that had compelled him to become the Son of Sam. The arrest of David Berkowitz sent shockwaves throughout New York City and around the world. After more than a year of terror, the Son of Sam was finally in custody. However, many questions remained unanswered. Who was this man who had terrorized an entire city? What had driven him to kill 6 innocent people and wound 7 others? And most importantly, was he truly working alone? Or were there others involved in the crimes? The interrogation of David Berkowitz began in the early morning hours of August 11th, 1977, less than 12 hours after his arrest. The questioning was conducted by Detective John Keenan and other members of the Operation Omega Task Force. What they discovered during this interrogation was far stranger than anything they had imagined. Berkowitz was surprisingly cooperative during the questioning. Rather than denying his involvement in the crimes or demanding a lawyer, he seemed almost eager to confess. He readily admitted to being the Son of Sam and claimed responsibility for all of the shootings that had been attributed to the serial killer. However, his explanation for why he had committed the crimes was bizarre and disturbing. Berkowitz claimed that he had been receiving commands to kill from supernatural forces. Specifically, he said that demons had been speaking to him through his neighbor Sam Carr's black Labrador retriever, Harvey. "The dog told me to kill," Berkowitz explained to the incredulous detectives. "Sam is the devil. He commands me to kill. The dog's blood is on my hands. He told me to do it. I had to do it." According to Berkowitz, the dog would bark at him constantly, keeping him awake at night and driving him to distraction. But it wasn't just the barking that bothered him. He claimed that the dog was actually speaking to him, delivering messages from Satan himself. These messages commanded him to go out and kill young people, particularly attractive young women. Berkowitz told the detectives that he had tried to resist these commands at first, but that the voices had become increasingly insistent and impossible to ignore. He claimed that the demons had threatened to kill him if he didn't obey their orders, and that he had eventually given into their demands in order to save his own life. The confession also revealed details about Berkowitz's methods that had not been previously known to the police. He explained how he would drive around the city at night, looking for potential victims. He would park his car some distance away from his targets and would approach them on foot, carrying his .44 caliber revolver in a paper bag to conceal it. Berkowitz described how he would choose his victims almost at random. He wasn't looking for specific types of people, despite the fact that most of his female victims had long dark hair. According to his confession, he was simply following the commands of the demons, who would tell him when and where to strike. He also revealed that he had been responsible for many more crimes than just the Son of Sam shootings. Berkowitz confessed to setting over 1,400 fires throughout New York City during the period when he was active as a serial killer. These arson attacks had never been connected to the Son of Sam case, but they represented another way that Berkowitz had been terrorizing the city. The fires were set in abandoned buildings, trash cans, and other locations throughout the city. Berkowitz said that setting the fires gave him a sense of power and control, and that watching the chaos and destruction that resulted made him feel important and significant. The demons, he claimed, had also commanded him to set these fires as part of his overall mission of creating terror and destruction. During the confession, Berkowitz also provided details about each of the Son of Sam shootings that only the killer could have known. He described the locations, the victims, and the specific circumstances of each attack with remarkable accuracy. This left no doubt in the minds of the investigators that they had indeed captured the right man. However, some aspects of Berkowitz's confession were troubling to the detectives. His description of some of the attacks didn't match exactly with the evidence that had been collected at the crime scenes. There were also discrepancies in some of the witness descriptions compared to Berkowitz's physical appearance. For example, witnesses to the final shooting in Brooklyn had described seeing a man with straggly, light-colored hair, while Berkowitz had dark, curly hair. Some witnesses had also described seeing multiple people near the crime scenes, suggesting that Berkowitz might have had accomplices. When confronted with these discrepancies, Berkowitz would become evasive or would claim that his memory was unclear. He insisted that he had acted alone in all of the attacks, but some investigators began to suspect that there might be more to the story than he was telling them. Despite these concerns, the physical evidence against Berkowitz was overwhelming. The .44 caliber revolver found in his car was definitively linked to all of the Son of Sam shootings through ballistics testing. The handwriting on the letters sent to police and to Jimmy Breslin matched samples of Berkowitz's writing. And his car had been ticketed near the scene of the final shooting, placing him at the location at the time of the crime. Berkowitz also led police to locations throughout the city where he had disposed of evidence from his crimes. He showed them where he had thrown away shell casings from his gun and where he had burned clothing that might have contained gunpowder residue. This information could only have been known by the actual perpetrator of the crimes. The confession session lasted for several hours, during which Berkowitz provided a detailed account of his criminal activities. He seemed almost relieved to be talking about his crimes, as if he had been carrying a tremendous burden that he was finally able to share with someone. However, the strangest part of the confession was Berkowitz's apparent belief in the reality of the demonic voices that he claimed had commanded him to kill. He spoke about these voices with complete conviction, as if he truly believed that supernatural forces had been controlling his actions. "I couldn't help myself," he told the detectives. "The demons made me do it. They wouldn't leave me alone until I killed those people. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but I had to obey their commands." This explanation raised important questions about Berkowitz's mental state and his fitness to stand trial. If he truly believed that he had been commanded by demons to commit his crimes, it was possible that he could be found not guilty by reason of insanity. However, the psychiatric examinations that followed would reveal a more complex picture of David Berkowitz's mental condition. While he clearly had serious psychological problems, the question of whether these problems were severe enough to excuse his criminal behavior would become a central issue in his trial. As news of Berkowitz's confession spread throughout New York City and around the world, the public struggled to understand how an ordinary-looking postal worker could have committed such horrific crimes. The man who had terrorized 8 million people turned out to be a quiet, overweight loner who claimed to have been following orders from a talking dog. The confession of David Berkowitz marked the beginning of the end of the Son of Sam case, but it also raised new questions about the nature of evil and the responsibility of individuals for their actions. The world was about to get an even closer look at the twisted mind of one of America's most notorious serial killers. Following his confession, David Berkowitz was formally charged with multiple counts of murder and attempted murder in connection with the son of Sam shootings. The question that now faced the legal system was whether Berkowitz was mentally competent to stand trial for his crimes. The issue of Berkowitz's mental state became the central focus of the legal proceedings. His claims about receiving commands from demons through his neighbor's dog raised serious questions about his sanity and his ability to understand the nature of his actions. If he was found to be legally insane at the time of the crimes, he could be committed to a mental institution rather than sent to prison. 3 separate psychiatric evaluations were ordered to assess Berkowitz's mental condition. The examinations were conducted by some of the most respected psychiatrists in New York, and they involved extensive interviews with Berkowitz, as well as psychological testing and analysis. The results of these evaluations were somewhat surprising to those who expected Berkowitz to be found insane. While all 3 psychiatrists agreed that Berkowitz suffered from serious mental illness, they also concluded that he was competent to stand trial and understood the difference between right and wrong. Dr. David Abrahamson, one of the court-appointed psychiatrists, concluded that while Berkowitz had a paranoid personality disorder and other psychological problems, he was not legally insane. He knew what he was doing was wrong, Dr. Abrahamson explained. He took steps to avoid being caught, which shows that he understood the criminal nature of his actions. The psychiatric reports revealed that Berkowitz's claims about demonic possession were likely a way for him to avoid taking full responsibility for his crimes. The doctors concluded that while he may have experienced auditory hallucinations, these were more likely the result of his own psychological problems rather than actual supernatural communications. Dr. Abrahamson's evaluation also uncovered important insights into Berkowitz's motivations for the killings. During their sessions, Berkowitz admitted that his claims about the demon-possessed dog were largely fabricated. He revealed that his real motivation was a deep-seated anger and resentment toward the world, particularly toward women. "I felt rejected by everyone," Berkowitz told Dr. Abrahamson. "I was angry at the world and wanted to get back at it. The killings made me feel powerful and important for the first time in my life." This admission was significant because it showed that Berkowitz's crimes were not the result of mental illness alone, but were also driven by conscious feelings of anger and a desire for revenge. This made it much more difficult for his defense attorneys to argue that he was not responsible for his actions. Despite the psychiatric findings that he was competent to stand trial, Berkowitz's defense attorneys strongly advised him to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. They believed that there was a good chance that a jury might find him legally insane, particularly given the bizarre nature of his claimed motivations. However, Berkowitz surprised everyone by refusing to follow his attorney's advice. Instead, he announced that he intended to plead guilty to all charges against him. This decision effectively waived his right to an insanity defense and meant that he would almost certainly face life imprisonment for his crimes. Berkowitz's decision to plead guilty was motivated by several factors. First, he seemed to genuinely feel remorse for his actions and wanted to accept responsibility for what he had done. Second, he was concerned about the impact that a lengthy trial would have on the families of his victims, who would be forced to relive the traumatic events in open court. On May 8, 1978, David Berkowitz appeared in court before Judge Joseph R. Corso to formally enter his plea. The courtroom was packed with reporters, police officials, and family members of the victims. The atmosphere was tense as everyone waited to hear what the son of Sam would say. When Judge Corso asked Berkowitz how he pleaded to the charges of murder and attempted murder, he responded clearly and calmly, "Guilty, Your Honor." The judge then asked Berkowitz a series of questions to ensure that he understood the nature of his plea and the consequences of his actions. Berkowitz answered each question appropriately, demonstrating that he was fully aware of what he was doing. "Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are admitting that you committed these crimes?" Judge Corso asked. "Yes, Your Honor, I do," Berkowitz replied. "Do you understand that you could be sentenced to life in prison as a result of this plea?" "Yes, Your Honor, I understand." The guilty plea was accepted by the court, and a sentencing hearing was scheduled for 2 weeks later. However, the sentencing hearing would prove to be far more dramatic than anyone had anticipated. On May 22, 1978, Berkowitz appeared in court for his sentencing. As Judge Corso was preparing to announce the sentence, Berkowitz suddenly became agitated and began shouting at the court. "I'd kill her again," he screamed, referring to Stacy Moskowitz, his final victim. "I'd kill them all again. Stacy was a whore." Berkowitz then attempted to jump out of a 7th-floor window in the courtroom, apparently in an attempt to kill himself. Court officers quickly restrained him and removed him from the courtroom, but not before he had created a scene that shocked everyone present. The outburst raised new questions about Berkowitz's mental state and his competence to receive sentencing. Judge Corso ordered another psychiatric evaluation to determine whether Berkowitz was mentally capable of understanding his sentence. The additional psychiatric examination concluded that while Berkowitz was clearly disturbed by the prospect of spending the rest of his life in prison, he was still mentally competent to be sentenced. The evaluation suggested that his outburst was more likely the result of stress and fear rather than a genuine break from reality. On June 12, 1978, Berkowitz was brought back to court for his final sentencing. This time, he appeared calm and composed, and there were no disruptions during the proceedings. Judge Corso sentenced Berkowitz to 6 consecutive terms of 25 years to life in prison, one for each of the murders he had committed. The consecutive nature of the sentences meant that Berkowitz would have to serve a minimum of 150 years before he would even be eligible for parole. "You have committed acts of violence and terror that have shocked and horrified this city and this nation," Judge Corso told Berkowitz at sentencing. "Your crimes were cold-blooded, calculated, and completely without justification. The court can only hope that by imposing the sentence, some measure of justice will be served for the victims and their families." Berkowitz listened to the sentence without emotion and was then led away to begin serving his prison term at Attica Correctional Facility, one of New York's maximum security prisons. The sentencing of David Berkowitz brought to a close one of the most notorious criminal cases in American history. The man who had terrorized New York City for over a year and had become known around the world as the Son of Sam was now facing the prospect of spending the rest of his life behind bars. However, the story of David Berkowitz was far from over. His time in prison would bring new revelations about his crimes, his mental state, and his claims about supernatural influences. The questions about whether he had acted alone and whether his story about demonic possession was true would continue to intrigue investigators and the public for decades to come. David Berkowitz began serving his life sentence at Attica Correctional Facility in upstate New York in June 1978. Attica was one of the most notorious maximum security prisons in the United States, known for its harsh conditions and violent inmate population. For a high-profile criminal like the Son of Sam, prison life would prove to be both dangerous and psychologically challenging. From the moment he arrived at Attica, Berkowitz was marked as a target by other inmates. Serial killers, particularly those who had killed women and children, were considered the lowest form of life in the prison hierarchy. Many inmates saw attacking the Son of Sam as a way to gain respect and reputation within the prison community. Berkowitz was initially placed in protective custody for his own safety, but this isolation made his imprisonment even more difficult to endure. He spent most of his time alone in his cell, with limited contact with other inmates or prison staff. The constant threat of violence and the harsh conditions of maximum security prison began to take a toll on his mental health. During his early years at Attica, Berkowitz fell into a deep depression. He later described this period as the darkest time of his life, even worse than the period when he was committing his crimes. He seriously considered taking his own life and made several suicide attempts. "I felt completely hopeless," Berkowitz would later write. "I was alone, hated by everyone, and facing the prospect of spending the rest of my life in that terrible place. I couldn't see any reason to continue living." The violence that Berkowitz had feared finally caught up with him on July 10, 1979, less than a year after he had arrived at Attica. Another inmate, who was never officially identified, approached Berkowitz in a corridor and slashed his throat with a razor blade. The attack was sudden and vicious, and it nearly killed him. The blade cut deep into Berkowitz's neck, slicing through muscle and coming dangerously close to major blood vessels. He was rushed to the prison medical facility, where doctors worked frantically to save his life. The wound required 56 stitches to close, and Berkowitz was left with a permanent scar across his throat. The attack served as a wake-up call for Berkowitz. He realized that if he was going to survive his prison sentence, he would need to find a way to cope with his circumstances and find some meaning in his life. It was during this period of reflection and recovery that he began what he would later describe as a spiritual journey. In 1987, nearly 10 years into his prison sentence, Berkowitz experienced what he claimed was a religious conversion. According to his own account, He was reading a Bible that had been given to him by another inmate when he suddenly felt the presence of God in his cell. "I was reading about Jesus and his sacrifice for humanity," Berkowitz later wrote, "when I suddenly felt overwhelmed by a sense of God's love and forgiveness. I realized that even someone like me, who had done terrible things, could be forgiven and could find redemption." The conversion experience marked a dramatic change in Berkowitz's behavior and outlook. He began attending prison religious services regularly and started studying Christian theology. He also began corresponding with Christian ministers and organizations outside the prison, seeking guidance and support for his newfound faith. In 1990, Berkowitz was transferred from Attica to Sullivan Correctional Facility in Fallsburg, New York. The transfer was partly for security reasons, as his high profile continued to make him a target for other inmates. However, the move also reflected his improved behavior and his participation in prison programs. At Sullivan, Berkowitz became involved in various rehabilitation and educational programs. He earned his high school equivalency diploma and began taking college-level courses. He also became active in the prison's Christian Fellowship program and began counseling other inmates who were struggling with addiction and mental health issues. However, even as Berkowitz was apparently reforming his life in prison, he began making new claims about his crimes that would reignite controversy and speculation about the Son of Sam case. In the mid-1990s, he began claiming that he had not acted alone in the shootings and that he had been part of a larger satanic cult. According to these new claims, Berkowitz said that he had been recruited into a devil-worshipping cult that was responsible for numerous crimes throughout New York. He alleged that the Son of Sam shootings were actually ritual killings that had been planned and coordinated by the cult leadership. Berkowitz claimed that while he had been present at all of the crime scenes, he had not actually pulled the trigger in every shooting. He suggested that other cult members had been the actual shooters in some of the attacks, and that he had been made the scapegoat for all of the crimes. These new allegations prompted a reinvestigation of the Son of Sam case in 1996. Police detectives and independent investigators looked into Berkowitz's claims, interviewing him extensively and re-examining the physical evidence from the original crimes. However, the reinvestigation was unable to find any credible evidence to support Berkowitz's claims about a satanic cult. The ballistics evidence still showed that all of the Son of Sam shootings had been committed with the same .44 caliber revolver that had been found in Berkowitz's possession. No evidence was found of other participants in the crimes. Many investigators concluded that Berkowitz's new claims were simply another attempt to avoid taking full responsibility for his actions. They noted that his allegations about a satanic cult had emerged only after he had become a born-again Christian, and they suggested that he might be trying to portray himself as a victim rather than a perpetrator. Despite the lack of evidence to support his cult allegations, Berkowitz continued to maintain these claims throughout the 1990s and 2000s. He gave interviews to journalists and researchers, providing detailed descriptions of the supposed cult activities and naming alleged cult members. In 2002, Berkowitz became eligible for parole after serving 25 years of his sentence. However, his parole application was denied, and it has been denied at every subsequent hearing. The parole board has consistently concluded that Berkowitz continues to pose a threat to public safety and that his crimes were too serious to warrant release. During his parole hearings, Berkowitz has expressed remorse for his crimes and has spoken about his religious conversion and his efforts to help other inmates. However, the parole board has remained unconvinced that he should be released from prison. The nature and severity of your offenses were such as to create a danger to society, the parole board wrote in one of their decisions. Your criminal acts terrorized an entire city and resulted in the deaths of 6 innocent people. Despite your expressions of remorse and your religious conversion, the board finds that your release would not be in the best interests of the community. Berkowitz is currently housed at Shongum Correctional Facility, about 60 miles north of New York City. At the age of 70, he continues to participate in prison programs and maintains his Christian faith. He has written several books about his experiences and his religious conversion, and he corresponds regularly with people outside the prison who are interested in his story. Despite his age and his decades of imprisonment, Berkowitz continues to be denied parole every 2 years when he becomes eligible for review. His most recent parole hearing in May 2024 resulted in his 12th denial, and his next hearing is scheduled for 2026. Many observers believe that Berkowitz will never be released from prison, regardless of his behavior or his expressions of remorse. The nature of his crimes and the terror that he caused have made him one of the most hated criminals in American history, and public sentiment strongly favors keeping him incarcerated for life. For the families of his victims, Berkowitz's continued imprisonment provides some measure of justice and closure. While nothing can bring back their loved ones or erase the pain that he caused, they can at least have the satisfaction of knowing that he will likely spend the rest of his life paying for his crimes. The case of David Berkowitz and the Son of Sam murders had a profound and lasting impact on American society that extended far beyond the borders of New York City. The crimes and their aftermath influenced everything from criminal investigation techniques to media coverage of serial killers to laws governing how criminals can profit from their notoriety. One of the most significant changes that resulted from the Son of Sam case was the way that police departments approached serial killer investigations. The Operation Omega Task Force that was created to catch Berkowitz became a model for how law enforcement agencies should coordinate their efforts when dealing with crimes that cross jurisdictional boundaries. Before the Son of Sam case, police departments in different boroughs and cities often worked independently, sharing little information with each other. The Berkowitz investigation demonstrated the importance of centralizing information and resources when dealing with a serial offender who might strike anywhere within a large metropolitan area. The psychological profiling techniques that were used during the investigation also became more sophisticated and standardized as a result of the case. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, which had been established just a few years earlier, was able to provide valuable insights into the killer's personality and likely behavior patterns. The Son of Sam case also marked a turning point in how the media covered serial killer cases. The extensive publicity that surrounded Berkowitz and his crimes helped to establish the template for how newspapers and television news programs would cover similar cases in the future. The intense media coverage had both positive and negative effects. On the positive side, the widespread publicity helped to keep the public informed about the ongoing investigation and encouraged people to report suspicious activity to the police. The media coverage also put pressure on political leaders and police officials to dedicate adequate resources to catching the killer. However, the media coverage also had some negative consequences. Critics argued that the sensationalized reporting of the crimes gave Berkowitz exactly the kind of attention and notoriety that he was seeking. The extensive coverage may have encouraged other potential serial killers to seek similar fame through violence. The letters that Berkowitz sent to journalist Jimmy Breslin became a particular point of controversy. While the publication of portions of these letters was undoubtedly newsworthy, some critics argued that printing them gave the killer a platform to spread his twisted message and might have inspired copycat crimes. Perhaps the most lasting legal legacy of the Son of Sam case was the creation of Son of Sam laws, designed to prevent criminals from profiting financially from their crimes. These laws were enacted in response to the concern that Berkowitz and other high-profile criminals might be able to make money by selling their stories to publishers, movie studios, or other media companies. The first Son of Sam law was passed by the New York State Legislature in 1977, just months after Berkowitz's arrest. The law required that any money paid to a criminal for their story be placed in an escrow account, where it could be claimed by the victims of their crimes or their families. The New York law served as a model for similar legislation in other states, and eventually, most states in the country adopted some form of Son of Sam law. The federal government also passed legislation that prevented federal inmates from profiting from their crimes. However, the Son of Sam laws faced legal challenges almost from the moment they were enacted. Critics argued that these laws violated the First Amendment rights of criminals and publishers by restricting their ability to engage in commercial speech. The most significant legal challenge to Son of Sam laws came in the 1991 Supreme Court case Simon and Schuster v. New York Crime Victims Board. In this case, the Supreme Court ruled that New York's Son of Sam law was unconstitutional because it was too broad and could potentially apply to any work that described criminal activity, including classic works of literature. As a result of this ruling, many states had to rewrite their Son of Sam laws to make them more narrowly focused on preventing criminals from profiting specifically from their own crimes. The revised laws have generally been upheld by the courts, and they continue to serve as an important tool for ensuring that criminals cannot benefit financially from their notoriety. The Son of Sam case also had a significant impact on the study of criminal psychology and the understanding of serial killer behavior. The case provided researchers with detailed information about the development and progression of a serial serial killer's activities, from Berkowitz's troubled childhood through his military service and his eventual crimes. The psychological evaluations of Berkowitz revealed important insights into the factors that can contribute to the development of violent criminal behavior. His history of adoption, childhood trauma, social isolation, and mental illness became part of a growing body of research into the backgrounds of serial killers. However, researchers have been careful to note that while Berkowitz's background contained many risk factors for criminal behavior, millions of people experience similar circumstances without becoming violent criminals. The case highlighted the complex interaction of psychological, social, and biological factors that can lead to criminal behavior. The case also contributed to public understanding of mental illness and its relationship to criminal behavior. Berkowitz's claims about hearing voices and being commanded by demons helped to raise awareness about psychotic disorders and their potential consequences. However, the case also contributed to some negative stereotypes about mental illness. The fact that Berkowitz later admitted that many of his claims about demonic possession were fabricated demonstrated that not all unusual behavior by criminals can be attributed to genuine mental illness. For the city of New York, the Son of Sam case became part of the urban mythology that surrounds the city's most difficult period in the 1970s. Along with other high-profile crimes and social problems, the Son of Sam murders came to symbolize the urban decay and social dysfunction that characterized New York during this era. However, the successful resolution of the case also demonstrated the resilience and determination of New York's police force and its citizens. The fact that Berkowitz was ultimately caught and brought to justice showed that even in the most challenging circumstances, law and order could prevail. The victims of Berkowitz's crimes and their families became advocates for victims' rights and criminal justice reform. Organizations like the Stacy Moskowitz Foundation worked to support other crime victims and to ensure that their voices were heard in the criminal justice system. The case also highlighted the long-term impact that violent crime can have on survivors and family members. The physical and psychological trauma experienced by Berkowitz's victims who survived his attacks, such as Robert Violante and Jody Valeni, demonstrated the lifelong consequences of violent crime. In popular culture, the Son of Sam case has been the subject of numerous books, documentaries, movies, and television programs. These works have helped to keep the case in the public consciousness and have introduced new generations to the story of David Berkowitz and his crimes. However, this continued attention has been a mixed blessing for the survivors and families of the victims. While some have welcomed the opportunity to tell their stories and honor the memory of their loved ones, others have found the continued media attention to be painful and intrusive. The case has also become a subject of ongoing controversy and speculation. Some researchers and journalists continue to investigate Berkowitz's claims about a satanic cult, despite the lack of credible evidence to support these allegations. These investigations have kept the case in the news and have led to new books and documentaries that explore various conspiracy theories about the crimes. While most law enforcement officials and serious researchers reject these theories, they continue to attract public interest and generate debate. As David Berkowitz continues to serve his life sentence and is repeatedly denied parole, the Son of Sam case remains a reminder of the capacity for evil that exists in human nature and the importance of remaining vigilant against those who would harm innocent people. The case also serves as a testament to the dedication and professionalism of the law enforcement officers who worked tirelessly to bring Berkowitz to justice. Their efforts ensured that one of America's most notorious serial killers was caught and punished for his crimes. To truly understand the story of David Berkowitz and the Son of Sam murders, it is essential to look beyond the sensational headlines and examine the complex psychological and social factors that created one of America's most notorious serial killers. The transformation of Richard David Falco, an unwanted baby given up for adoption, into David Berkowitz, the Son of Sam, is a study in how personal trauma, mental illness, and social isolation can combine to produce devastating consequences. The roots of Berkowitz's criminal behavior can be traced back to his earliest experiences as an adopted child. The knowledge that his birth mother had voluntarily given him up created a fundamental sense of rejection and abandonment that would shape his personality for the rest of his life. This early trauma was compounded by the emotional distance of his adoptive parents and the death of his adoptive mother when he was just 14 years old. Child psychologists have long recognized that early experiences of abandonment and loss can have profound effects on a person's ability to form healthy relationships and cope with stress. In Berkowitz's case, these early traumas seem to have created a deep-seated anger and resentment toward the world that would eventually manifest in violence. The social isolation that Berkowitz experienced throughout his childhood and adolescence also contributed to his psychological problems. He was never able to form close friendships or romantic relationships, leaving him feeling increasingly disconnected from other people. This isolation was both a cause and a consequence of his growing mental health problems. During his teenage years, Berkowitz began exhibiting many of the warning signs that psychologists now associate with potential serial killers. His fascination with fire, his cruelty to animals, and his difficulty forming relationships are all part of what researchers call the homicidal triad of behaviors that can predict future violence. However, it's important to note that many people experience similar childhood traumas and exhibit similar warning signs without becoming violent criminals. What made Berkowitz different was the combination of his psychological vulnerabilities with specific environmental factors and possibly biological predispositions toward mental illness. The voices that Berkowitz claimed to hear commanding him to kill were likely symptoms of a serious mental illness, possibly schizophrenia or another psychotic disorder. However, the fact that he was able to function normally in his job as a postal worker and was able to plan and execute his crimes so carefully suggests that his mental illness was not as severe as his claims about demonic possession might suggest. The psychiatric evaluations that were conducted during Berkowitz's trial concluded that while he suffered from mental illness, he was not legally insane at the time of his crimes. This distinction is crucial because it means that he understood the difference between right and wrong and could be held responsible for his actions. The evolution of Berkowitz's claims about his motivations is also revealing. Initially, he claimed that he was commanded to kill by demons speaking through his neighbor's dog. Later, he admitted that this story was largely fabricated and that his real motivation was anger and resentment toward the world. Still later, he claimed that he had been part of a satanic cult and had not acted alone. These changing stories suggest that Berkowitz was never entirely honest about his motivations, even with himself. He seemed to be constantly searching for explanations that would make his crimes seem less heinous, or that would shift responsibility away from himself. The fact that Berkowitz chose to target young couples and attractive young women reveals important insights into his psychological state. These victims represented the normal social relationships and romantic happiness that he had never been able to achieve. By destroying these relationships, he was symbolically attacking the world that he felt had rejected him. The randomness of his attacks was also psychologically significant. Unlike many serial killers who target specific types of victims or who have personal connections to their victims, Berkowitz chose his targets almost at random. This suggests that his anger was directed at society as a whole rather than at specific individuals or groups. The letters that Berkowitz sent to the police and to journalist Jimmy Breslin reveal a man who was desperate for attention and recognition. The son of Sam persona that he created allowed him to become famous and feared, giving him the sense of importance and power that he had never felt before. The religious conversion that Berkowitz experienced in prison appears to have been genuine, at least to some extent. His behavior in prison has been exemplary for decades, and he has consistently expressed remorse for his crimes. However, some observers remain skeptical about whether his conversion is authentic or whether it is simply another attempt to manipulate people's perceptions of him. The continued denial of Berkowitz's parole applications suggests that society is not ready to forgive him for his crimes, regardless of his apparent transformation. The nature of his crimes was so shocking and the impact on his victims and their families was so devastating that he may never be considered suitable for release. From a criminological perspective, the Berkowitz case highlights the importance of early intervention and mental health treatment for troubled individuals. Many of the warning signs of his future criminal behavior were present during his childhood and adolescence, but they were not recognized or addressed by the adults in his life. The case also demonstrates the complex relationship between mental illness and criminal behavior. While Berkowitz clearly suffered from psychological problems, these problems do not excuse or fully explain his actions. He made conscious choices to commit violent crimes, and he must be held responsible for those choices. The story of David Berkowitz serves as a reminder that evil can emerge from seemingly ordinary circumstances and that the capacity for violence exists within human nature. However, it also demonstrates that even the most notorious criminals can apparently change and find redemption, even if society is not willing to forgive them. For the families of Berkowitz's victims, the question of whether he has truly changed is less important than the fact that he has been held accountable for his crimes. Their loved ones are gone forever, and no amount of remorse or religious conversion can bring them back. The case of the son of Sam will continue to fascinate and horrify people for generations to come. It represents one of the darkest chapters in American criminal history, but it also demonstrates the resilience of the human spirit and the importance of never giving up in the pursuit of justice. David Berkowitz remains in prison today, an elderly man serving multiple life sentences for crimes he committed as a young adult. Whether he has truly found redemption or whether he is simply a skilled manipulator will never be known for certain. What is certain is that his actions during that terrible summer of 1977 changed countless lives forever and left an indelible mark on American society. The story of the son of Sam is ultimately a tragedy for all involved, for the innocent victims who lost their lives or were forever changed by their encounters with evil, for the families who lost loved ones or watched them suffer, and even for David Berkowitz himself, whose early experiences of abandonment and rejection set him on a path toward becoming one of America's most notorious serial killers. As we look back on this case nearly 50 years later, we can learn important lessons about the factors that can contribute to violent criminal behavior and the importance of addressing mental health issues and social isolation before they lead to tragedy. The story of David Berkowitz serves as both a cautionary tale and a reminder of the preciousness of human life and the importance of protecting innocent people from those who would do them harm. In the end, the Son of Sam case stands as one of the most significant criminal cases in American history, not just because of the terror it created or the media attention it generated, but because of the insights it provided into the nature of evil and the capacity of human beings to both inflict and endure unimaginable suffering. The legacy of David Berkowitz and his crimes will continue. Gary Ridgway, known as the Green River Killer, murdered at least 49 women and girls between 1982 and 1998 in the Seattle area, strangling his victims after picking them up from Highway 99, often targeting vulnerable sex workers and runaways before dumping their bodies in wooded areas around King County, making him one of America's most prolific serial killers. Gary Leon Ridgway was born on February 18, 1949, in Salt Lake City, Utah, into a family that would shape the monster he would become. He was the middle child of 3 boys, living with parents whose marriage was marked by violence and dysfunction. His father worked at a local mortuary and would come home telling stories about a co-worker who engaged in necrophilia with the bodies, planting dark seeds in young Gary's mind. But it was his relationship with his mother, Mary, that would prove most damaging. She was a controlling, dominating woman who dressed provocatively and exhibited sexually inappropriate behavior around her son. When Gary wet the bed as a child, which happened frequently, his mother would humiliate him by making him stand naked in cold showers while she scrubbed his genitals, sometimes while barely clothed herself. This ritualistic abuse created a twisted dynamic that would haunt Gary for the rest of his life. Mary Ridgway controlled every aspect of her son's life, even managing his finances and buying his clothes well into his adult years. Gary would later admit to investigators that as a teenager, he developed sexual fantasies about his mother and even contemplated killing her by cutting her throat. The conflicted feelings of love, hate, and sexual attraction toward his mother would become the foundation for his future hatred of women. Gary struggled in school, earning mostly D grades and not graduating high school until he was 20 years old. His IQ tested in the low 80s, and while he had no physical defects, he suffered a head injury during childhood that may have contributed to his later violent behavior. Early warning signs emerged when Gary began setting fires and killing small animals, classic indicators of a developing psychopath. At age 16, Gary took his first step toward murder when he approached a 6-year-old boy playing in a lot near his house. Without provocation, Gary lured the child into the bushes and stabbed him in the stomach, nearly killing him. When asked why he did it, Gary told the boy he just wanted to know what it felt like to kill somebody. Remarkably, Police ignored the incident when the boy blamed Gary for the attack. After finally graduating high school in 1969, Gary enlisted in the U.S. Navy. He served on a supply ship during the Vietnam War, making a 6-month tour in the Western Pacific. During his time in Vietnam, Gary would later claim that his fixation on sex workers began when he frequented prostitutes overseas. The military experience exposed him to violence and gave him his first taste of the sex trade that would later define his victims. Gary received an honorable discharge from the Navy on July 23, 1973. He returned to the Seattle area and found work as a truck painter at the Kenworth Truck Company in Renton, Washington, a job he would hold for over 30 years. The work involved using specialized industrial paints, including a unique DuPont Imron paint that was not available to the general public. This paint would later become crucial evidence in linking Gary to his crimes. Gary's first marriage was to Claudia Craig Barrows in 1970, but it lasted less than 2 years. During this brief union, Gary's pattern of infidelity with prostitutes began, a habit that would continue throughout his life. The marriage ended in divorce when Gary's behavior became too much for Claudia to handle. In 1973, Gary married his second wife, Marcia Laureen Brown. Together they had a son, Matthew Ridgway, born in 1975. The birth of his child seemed to trigger a dramatic change in Gary's behavior. He became a religious fanatic, attending church regularly, crying during sermons, and reading the Bible aloud at his workplace. He went door-to-door preaching and insisted that Marcia follow the strict teachings of their church pastor. But Gary's religious phase masked darker impulses. His sexual demands on Marcia were excessive and disturbing. He insisted on having sex multiple times daily, often in public places or in isolated wooded areas. Some of these locations would later be revealed as sites where he dumped his victims' bodies. Gary also began choking Marcia during arguments, a preview of the method he would use to kill dozens of women. The marriage deteriorated as Gary's mother Mary continued to interfere, controlling their finances and treating Marcia poorly. The stress of living with Gary's sexual compulsions, his mother's control, and his increasingly violent behavior became unbearable. Marcia and Gary divorced in 1981, ending 8 years of marriage. In 1980, Gary was arrested for allegedly choking a prostitute, but no charges were filed after he claimed the woman had bitten him. This incident marked the first official record of Gary's violent behavior towards sex workers. 2 years later, in 1982, he was arrested for solicitation of prostitution. These arrests established a pattern of interaction with law enforcement that would continue for years. Gary's behavior during this period showed classic signs of an escalating sexual predator. He was frequenting the Highway 99 corridor near Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, an area known as the SeaTac Strip. This stretch of road was notorious for its drug dealers, massage parlors, cheap motels, and topless bars. It was here that Gary would find most of his victims among the vulnerable women working as prostitutes. On July 15, 1982, 2 teenage boys riding their bicycles discovered a body floating in the Green River near the Meeker Street Bridge in Kent, Washington. The victim was later identified as 16-year-old Wendy Lee Caulfield, a runaway from a foster home. She had been strangled to death with her own clothing, and her naked body showed signs of sexual assault. Within weeks, more bodies began appearing in and around the Green River. On August 12, 1982, the body of Deborah Lynn Bonner was found floating in the river. She was 23 years old and had been working as a prostitute when she disappeared on July 25th. 3 more victims were discovered on August 15th. Marcia Faye Chapman, 31, Cynthia Jean Hines, 17, and Opal Charmaine Mills, 16. All had been strangled. All were connected to prostitution or had been runaways. By August 16, 1982, police realized they were dealing with a serial killer. The King County Sheriff's Office established the Green River Task Force, one of the largest serial murder investigations in United States history. The task force would eventually cost millions of dollars and consume thousands of staff hours over nearly 2 decades. Gary's method was both simple and terrifyingly effective. He would cruise Highway 99 in his pickup truck, approaching women who appear to be prostitutes or runaways. Gary had a non-threatening appearance, standing about 5 feet 10 inches tall with thinning hair, glasses, and a mild demeanor. He would engage the women in small talk, often showing them photographs of his young son Matthew to gain their trust. This tactic made him appear to be a harmless family man rather than a predator. Once Gary had gained a victim's trust, he would take them to his home or find a secluded location. There he would rape them before strangling them, usually with his hands, but sometimes using ligatures. After killing them, Gary would strip the bodies of clothing and jewelry, then dump them in remote, wooded areas around King County. He preferred to cluster the bodies in groups of 3 to 6, using landmarks to help him remember where each group was located. Throughout 1982 and 1983, Gary's killing accelerated at an alarming pace. He would later confess to killing most of his victims during this period, sometimes murdering 2 women in a single day. His method became increasingly refined and systematic. Gary was careful to wear gloves and avoid leaving physical evidence at crime scenes. He didn't keep trophies from his victims, unlike many serial killers, which made him harder to catch. Gary's choice of victims was deliberate and calculated. He targeted prostitutes, runaways, and drug addicts because he believed they would not be reported missing right away, if at all. He later told investigators, "I picked prostitutes because I thought I could kill as many of them as I wanted without getting caught." Gary also expressed his hatred for these women, saying he hated most prostitutes and didn't want to pay them for sex. The killer's knowledge of the local area served him well. Gary had lived in the region his entire adult life and knew every back road, wooded area, and secluded spot in King County. He would dump bodies in locations that were difficult to find but not impossible, suggesting he wanted the victims to eventually be discovered. Sometimes he would move bodies after dumping them, creating false trails to confuse investigators. One of Gary's most disturbing behaviors was returning to the dump sites to have sex with the decomposing bodies. He engaged in necrophilia with numerous victims, sometimes weeks or months after their deaths, when the bodies were severely decayed and infested with maggots. Gary would later tell investigators that he loved the idea of having sex with someone dead because he wouldn't get caught. As the body count rose, the Green River Task Force expanded its investigation. Detective Dave Reichert, who would later become King County Sheriff, was one of the first officers assigned to the case in 1982. The investigation was massive, eventually involving dozens of detectives and costing over $9 million. On April 30th, 1983, Gary first came to police attention in connection with the murders. 18-year-old Marie Malvar had disappeared after getting into a pickup truck matching Gary's vehicle. Malvar's boyfriend had followed the truck and was able to provide police with a license plate number. When detectives questioned Gary at his home, he denied knowing Malvar. Police also noticed scratches on Gary's arm, which he later confessed were from Malvar fighting for her life. After the police left, Gary burned the scratches with battery acid to hide the evidence. In November 1983, police questioned Gary again about the murders, but he continued to deny any involvement. Despite their suspicions, investigators lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest. Gary was skilled at maintaining his innocence, and his mild-mannered appearance made him seem unlikely as a suspect to many people. In May 1984, Gary contacted the Green River Task Force, ostensibly to offer information about the case. This bold move showed Gary's confidence and his desire to insert himself into the investigation. During this contact, police administered a polygraph examination, which Gary passed. At the time, polygraph tests were considered reliable indicators of truthfulness, though they are now known to be less accurate and not admissible in court. By December 1984, the suspected victim count had risen to 42 women. The investigation was one of the largest in U.S. history, but police seemed no closer to catching the killer. Gary's ability to pass the polygraph test had effectively removed him from the active suspect list, allowing him to continue killing with relative impunity. In 1984, desperate for any leads, Detective Dave Reichert and investigator Bob Keppel made an unprecedented decision. They reached out to Ted Bundy, the notorious serial killer, who was then on death row in Florida. Bundy had murdered at least 36 women across multiple states during the 1970s and was considered an expert on the psychology of serial killers. Bundy was intrigued by the Green River case and agreed to help the investigation. He analyzed crime scene photos and case files, providing insights into the killer's psychology and methods. Bundy correctly predicted that the killer would be mild-mannered and unassuming, using his non-threatening appearance to gain victims' trust. He also suggested that the killer would return to dump sites to relive his crimes, a prediction that later proved accurate. One of Bundy's most specific recommendations was for police to stake out dump sites with fresh bodies, believing the killer would return to engage in necrophilia. He told investigators, "In my opinion, the best chance you have of catching this guy red-handed is to get a site with a fresh body and stake it out." While this advice was based on Bundy's own behavior, it accurately described what Gary was doing. Despite Bundy's insights, his consultation didn't directly lead to Gary's capture. The real breakthrough would come years later through advances in forensic science rather than psychological profiling. Bundy was executed in 1989, never knowing that his predictions about the Green River Killer would prove largely accurate. On April 8, 1987, police executed a search warrant at Gary's home and workplace. They collected hair and saliva samples from Gary, as well as carpet fibers and ropes. However, the forensic technology of the time was unable to definitively link these samples to evidence found on the victims. The DNA profiling techniques that would eventually solve the case were still in their infancy. During this search, police also collected samples of the specialized paint Gary used at his job at Kenworth Truck Company. Unknown to investigators at the time, microscopic paint spheres from Gary's workplace had been transferred to several victims' clothing. These paint particles were unique. They were made from DuPont Imron paint that was not available to the general public and was used primarily for industrial and commercial applications. In the Seattle area, this paint was used almost exclusively by Kenworth. The paint evidence was overlooked by the Washington State Crime Lab, which focused on more traditional trace evidence like hairs and fibers. The lab's failure to properly analyze the paint spheres allowed Gary to continue killing for years longer than he might have otherwise. This oversight would later be recognized as a critical mistake that could have prevented numerous additional murders. In the mid-1980s, Gary met Judith Mawson at a Parents Without Partners event. Judith was a divorced mother looking for companionship, and Gary appeared to be exactly what she was seeking. He was stable, employed, and seemed devoted to family life. They married on June 13, 1988, beginning what Judith would later describe as the happiest 14 years of her life. Gary's marriage to Judith coincided with a dramatic reduction in his killing. From 1985 to 1998, he murdered only 4 additional women, a stark contrast to the frenzy of killing that had characterized the early 1980s. Gary would later explain that having to manage both his day job and family life left him with less time and opportunity for murder. He also admitted that he considered killing Judith, but decided against it because her disappearance would have drawn too much attention to him. Judith was completely unaware of her husband's double life. She described Gary as the perfect husband who made her feel like a newlywed every day throughout their 14-year marriage. Gary was attentive, brought her flowers, left love notes in her lunchbox, and seemed genuinely devoted to their relationship. He maintained steady employment at Kenworth, attended church, and appeared to be a model citizen and husband. The facade was so complete that even after Gary's arrest, Judith initially refused to believe the accusations against him. She stood by him during the early stages of the investigation, convinced that police had made a terrible mistake. Only when Gary finally confessed did Judith accept the horrific truth about the man she had shared her bed with for 14 years. The case remained cold for over a decade until advances in DNA technology provided new hope. In March 2001, the Washington State Crime Lab began using improved DNA analysis methods to re-examine evidence from the Green River murders. The enhanced techniques allowed scientists to extract genetic profiles from smaller and more degraded samples than had been possible in the 1980s. The breakthrough came when lab technicians were able to match DNA from Gary's 1987 saliva sample to genetic material found on 3 victims: Opal Mills, Marcia Chapman, and Cynthia Hines. These were among the first victims found in 1982, and their bodies had preserved enough genetic evidence to make the connection. The DNA match was statistically overwhelming. The odds of the genetic material belonging to someone other than Gary were astronomical. On November 30th, 2001, Gary was arrested as he left his job at Kenworth Truck Company. He was initially charged with the murders of 4 victims: Opal Mills, Marcia Chapman, Cynthia Hines, and Carol and Christensen. The arrest came 19 years after the first victim had been discovered, making it one of the longest-running serial murder investigations in U.S. history. Gary's arrest shocked his co-workers at Kenworth, where he was known as a quiet, reliable employee who had worked at the same job for over 30 years. Neighbors in Auburn described him as friendly but unremarkable, someone who kept to himself and maintained his property well. The revelation that this ordinary-seeming man was the Green River Killer stunned everyone who knew him. While DNA evidence provided the breakthrough needed to arrest Gary, it was the paint evidence that ultimately sealed his fate. Skip Palahniuk, a renowned forensic microscopist, was brought in to analyze the microscopic paint spheres found on victims' clothing. Using sophisticated analytical techniques, Palahniuk was able to prove that the paint particles came from the same source as Gary's workplace. The paint evidence was particularly damning because it linked Gary to victims from different time periods and locations. 6 victims had Imran spray paint spheres on their clothing in various colors, proving that they had been in contact with someone who worked with this specialized industrial paint. Since the paint was not available to the general public and was used almost exclusively by Kenworth in the Seattle area, it created a direct connection between Gary and the murders. Palahniuk's analysis showed that the paint spheres were from the pre-1984 formulation of Imran paint, which matched the time frame when most of the murders occurred. The evidence was so compelling that it convinced prosecutors they had an airtight case against Gary. The paint evidence also explained how Gary had unknowingly left traces of his workplace on his victims, creating a forensic signature that he was unaware of for decades. As the investigation expanded, prosecutors filed additional charges against Gary. In April 2003, he was charged with 3 more murders: Wendy Lee Caulfield, Deborah Lynn Bonner, and Deborah Estes. These charges brought the total to 7 confirmed murders, though investigators suspected Gary was responsible for many more. The prosecution team, led by King County Prosecutor Norm Malung, faced a difficult decision. While they had strong evidence linking Gary to multiple murders, they also recognized that a trial could take years and might not result in convictions for all suspected cases. More importantly, many victims' remains had never been found, leaving families without closure about their loved ones' fates. Prosecutors also had to consider the possibility that Gary might be sentenced to death if convicted. Washington state had the death penalty at the time, and Gary's crimes certainly qualified for capital punishment. However, the prosecution recognized that Gary's cooperation in finding additional victims and providing information about unsolved cases might be more valuable than his execution. In June 2003, after months of negotiations, Gary's defense team and prosecutors reached a plea agreement. The deal required Gary to plead guilty to all murders he had committed in King County and to provide complete, truthful information about his crimes. In exchange, prosecutors agreed not to seek the death penalty. The plea agreement was controversial because it spared the life of a man who had committed dozens of murders. However, prosecutor Norm Malung explained that the decision was made for the benefit of the victims' families and the larger community. The agreement would provide answers to families who had been waiting decades to learn what happened to their loved ones. Gary was required to cooperate fully with investigators, providing details about how he committed each murder and where he disposed of the bodies. He also had to agree to plead guilty to any future cases where his confession could be corroborated by reliable evidence. This provision allowed prosecutors to charge Gary with additional murders if remains were discovered or if new evidence emerged. On November 5, 2003, Gary appeared in King County Superior Court to enter his guilty pleas. The courtroom was packed with victims' families, many of whom had waited over 20 years for this moment. Judge Richard Jones read each of the 48 aggravated first-degree murder charges aloud, naming each victim. Gary stood 10 feet away and methodically answered guilty 48 times, showing no emotion throughout the 90-minute hearing. Gary's written statement, read by prosecutors, revealed the cold, calculating nature of his crimes. "I killed so many women I have a hard time keeping them straight," he said. "Most of the time I killed them the first time I met them, and I do not have a good memory for their faces." Gary explained that he chose prostitutes as victims because they were easy to pick up without being noticed and might not be reported missing. The confession provided horrific details about Gary's methods and motivations. He admitted to killing most victims in his house or truck, then dumping their bodies in clustered locations around King County. Gary said he would drive by these dump sites regularly to think about the bodies he had placed there, using landmarks to help him remember each location. He also confessed to engaging in necrophilia with many victims, returning to have sex with decomposing corpses. Gary's statement revealed his twisted logic and complete lack of empathy for his victims. "I picked prostitutes as my victims because I hate most prostitutes, and I did not want to pay them for sex," he said. He described his murders as his career and took pride in his ability to kill without being caught. The confession painted a picture of a man who saw women not as human beings, but as objects to be used and discarded. Following his plea agreement, Gary participated in extensive interviews with investigators. FBI profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole was brought in to help conduct these sessions, using sophisticated psychological techniques to encourage Gary to provide information. The interviews lasted nearly 6 months and provided investigators with detailed information about dozens of murders. O'Toole's approach involved building up Gary's ego and making him feel important to the FBI's research on serial killers. She told Gary that the FBI only studied the most significant cases and that his crimes were of particular interest to behavioral analysts. This psychological manipulation motivated Gary to cooperate and provide extensive details about his methods and motivations. During these interviews, Gary explained his system for categorizing victims as special or not so special. Special victims were those who fought back or didn't die easily, and Gary would bury them individually in memorable locations. Victims who died without struggle were considered not so special and were often dumped together in clusters. This information helped investigators understand Gary's psychology and locate additional remains. Gary also provided disturbing details about his necrophilic activities. He admitted to having sex with corpses during his lunch breaks from work, sometimes with his son Matthew sleeping in the truck nearby. Gary would pick up victims, kill them, and store their bodies in his truck while he finished his workday. He would then dispose of the bodies after work and return home to have dinner with his family, compartmentalizing his crimes from his domestic life. On December 18, 2003, Gary appeared before Judge Richard Jones for sentencing. The hearing began with a 48-second moment of silence to honor each victim. Family members of the victims were given the opportunity to address Gary directly, providing emotional testimony about the impact his crimes had on their lives. Gary himself spoke for the first time since his arrest, reading a handwritten statement in which he apologized for his crimes. "I'm sorry for killing these ladies," he said in a halting, nervous voice. They had their whole lives ahead of them. Gary wiped tears from his eyes as he spoke, though many observers questioned whether his emotion was genuine. Judge Jones delivered a harsh condemnation of Gary before imposing sentence. He called Gary an emissary of death, driven by demented, calculating, lustful passion. The judge sentenced Gary to 48 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 10 years on each count for evidence tampering. Gary was also fined $480,000, with $10,000 for each victim. The judge's words were particularly powerful as he addressed Gary directly. "While you could not face them as you took their lives, if you have a drop of emotion anywhere in your existence, you will face those women in your dreams," Jones said. He expressed hope that Gary would be haunted by thoughts of his victims for the rest of his life. In February 2011, Gary pleaded guilty to a 49th murder. Rebecca Becky Marrero, 20 years old, had disappeared in December 1982, but her remains weren't discovered until December 2010. The discovery of Marrero's body in an Auburn ravine allowed prosecutors to file an additional murder charge. Gary had originally confessed to killing Marrero as part of his 2003 plea deal, but prosecutors hadn't filed charges at the time because her body hadn't been found. When the remains were finally located, DNA evidence confirmed the identification and corroborated Gary's earlier confession. He received a 49th consecutive life sentence for Marrero's murder. The Marrero case demonstrated the ongoing nature of the Green River investigation. Even years after Gary's conviction, investigators continued searching for additional victims and working to identify remains. Gary's cooperation in locating bodies was part of his plea agreement, though his information wasn't always accurate or complete. Gary began serving his sentence at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla. He was placed in solitary confinement for his own protection, as serial killers often face violence from other inmates. Gary was allowed out of his cell for 1 hour on 4 days of the week for exercise and personal hygiene. In prison, Gary continued to meet with investigators to provide information about unsolved cases. These meetings were part of his plea agreement and allowed him to help locate additional victims' remains. However, Gary's information was not always reliable, and some of his claims about additional murders could not be corroborated. In 2013, Gary gave interviews claiming that his actual victim count was much higher than the 49 murders for which he was convicted. He told reporters that he had killed 75 to 80 women over his murder spree. However, investigators remained skeptical of these claims, noting that Gary had a tendency to exaggerate and seek attention. Gary's health has declined significantly during his imprisonment. Now in his 70s, he requires medical care and is reportedly confined to a wheelchair. His advanced age and poor health make it unlikely that he will ever be released from prison, ensuring that he will die behind bars. In September 2024, Gary was temporarily transferred from the Washington State Penitentiary back to King County Jail. The transfer sparked public interest and speculation about new developments in the case. Officials initially kept the reasons for the transfer confidential to protect an ongoing investigation. Court documents later revealed that Gary had been brought back to help investigators locate remains of additional victims. As part of his ongoing cooperation agreement, Gary periodically meets with King County Sheriff's Office detectives to discuss unsolved cases. The September 2024 transfer was part of this continuing effort to find closure for families of missing women. The investigation into the Green River murders remains officially open. While Gary has been convicted of 49 murders, investigators believe there may be additional victims whose remains have never been found. DNA technology continues to advance, and investigators occasionally identify previously unknown victims through genetic analysis. The Green River Killer case became one of the longest and most expensive serial murder investigations in U.S. history. The investigation spanned nearly 20 years and cost millions of dollars. It involved hundreds of law enforcement officers and thousands of pieces of evidence. The case highlighted both the strengths and weaknesses of serial murder investigations. While investigators worked tirelessly to solve the case, critical evidence was overlooked for years. The failure to properly analyze the paint evidence in the 1980s allowed Gary to continue killing for more than a decade. This oversight led to changes in how crime labs analyze trace evidence. The investigation also demonstrated the importance of DNA technology in solving cold cases. Advances in genetic analysis made it possible to link Gary to his crimes using evidence that had been collected years earlier. The case became a landmark example of how scientific progress can solve seemingly unsolvable crimes. Detective Dave Reichert, who worked on the case for nearly 2 decades, became synonymous with the Green River investigation. He later served as King County Sheriff and was elected to Congress. Reichert's dedication to the case and his relationships with victims' families made him a central figure in the long struggle for justice. The Green River murders devastated dozens of families who lost daughters, sisters, mothers, and friends. Many families waited decades for answers about what happened to their loved ones. The lengthy investigation meant that some family members died without ever learning the truth. The case also highlighted society's attitude toward the victims, many of whom were involved in prostitution or were runaways. These women were often dismissed as throwaway people whose disappearances didn't matter. Advocates have worked to change public perception and ensure that all victims are treated with dignity and respect. Efforts to memorialize the victims have included proposals for a permanent memorial in the Seattle area. The goal is to remember these women as whole human beings rather than just victims of violence. Some victim advocates continue to work for recognition and support for the families affected by these crimes. Gary's case has been studied extensively by criminal psychologists and FBI profilers. His ability to maintain a normal facade while committing dozens of murders makes him a particularly interesting subject for behavioral analysis. Gary's seemingly ordinary life contrasted sharply with the brutality of his crimes. Experts have identified several factors that may have contributed to Gary's development as a serial killer. His troubled relationship with his mother, exposure to necrophilia through his father's work, and history of childhood abuse all played roles. Gary's low IQ and learning disabilities may have affected his ability to control his impulses. Gary's targeting of prostitutes reflected both his sexual compulsions and his hatred of women. His ability to compartmentalize his crimes from his family life showed sophisticated psychological mechanisms. Gary could be a loving husband and father while simultaneously being a prolific serial killer. The case also demonstrated how serial killers can adapt their behavior to avoid capture. Gary's careful methods, His avoidance of keeping trophies and his ability to pass a polygraph test showed criminal sophistication. His temporary cessation of killing during his marriage to Judith showed that he could control his behavior when necessary. The Green River Killer case received extensive media coverage throughout the investigation and after Gary's arrest. Books, documentaries, and television programs have examined the case from multiple angles. The story has become part of the cultural narrative about serial killing in America. Gary's son Matthew has occasionally spoken about growing up as the child of a serial killer. His experiences have been featured in documentaries exploring the impact of violent crime on family members. Matthew's story illustrates the collateral damage caused by serial murder beyond the direct victims. Judith Ridgway, Gary's third wife, wrote about her experiences being married to a serial killer. Her story of discovering her husband's double life has been the subject of books and interviews. Judith's experience demonstrates how serial killers can successfully deceive even their closest family members. The case has also been used to study the effectiveness of different investigative techniques. The consultation with Ted Bundy, the use of task forces, and the application of DNA technology have all been analyzed for their contributions to solving the case. Despite Gary's conviction and extensive confessions, questions remain about the full extent of his crimes. His claims of killing 75 to 80 women have never been fully verified. Some investigators believe the actual number of victims may be even higher. The investigation continues to identify previously unknown victims through DNA analysis. As genetic technology advances, it becomes possible to identify remains that have been unidentified for decades. This ongoing work provides closure for some families while raising new questions about other potential victims. Gary's cooperation with investigators has been inconsistent over the years. While he has provided valuable information about some cases, his claims about others have proven unreliable. Investigators must carefully evaluate his statements and look for corroborating evidence. The case also raises broader questions about how society responds to serial murder. The Green River investigation consumed enormous resources and lasted for decades. The case demonstrates both the commitment to seeking justice and the challenges of investigating crimes that span years or decades. Gary Ridgway's story is one of the darkest chapters in American criminal history. His transformation from a troubled child into the nation's most prolific convicted serial killer illustrates how psychological damage can manifest in unimaginable violence. The Green River Killer case demonstrates both the persistence of evil and the determination of those who seek justice. The investigation that finally brought Gary to justice required nearly 20 years and the efforts of hundreds of people. Advances in forensic science, particularly DNA analysis, made it possible to solve a case that had seemed hopeless. The successful prosecution showed that even the most sophisticated criminals can eventually be caught through careful investigation and scientific progress. Gary's crimes devastated countless lives beyond his immediate victims. Families lost loved ones, communities lived in fear, and society grappled with the reality that such evil could hide behind an ordinary facade. The case serves as a reminder of the importance of protecting vulnerable members of society and ensuring that all victims receive justice regardless of their circumstances. Today, Gary Ridgway remains in prison, serving 49 consecutive life sentences. He will never be released and will likely die behind bars. His cooperation in locating additional victims continues, providing some measure of closure for families who have waited decades for answers. The Green River investigation remains open, a testament to law enforcement's commitment to finding all of Gary's victims and ensuring that his crimes are fully accounted for. The story of Gary Ridgway serves as both a chronicle of evil and a testament to the power of justice. While his crimes can never be undone, his capture and conviction demonstrate that even the most elusive criminals can eventually be brought to account for their actions. The Green River Killer case will continue to be studied and remembered as one of the most. Dennis Lynn Rader was an American serial killer who terrorized Wichita, Kansas for over 30 years, murdering 10 innocent people between 1974 and 1991 while leading a seemingly normal life as a husband, father, church leader, and community member, earning his nickname BTK, which stood for his twisted method of bind, torture, kill. On a cold January morning in 1974, the residents of Wichita, Kansas had no idea that a monster had awakened in their midst. Dennis Lynn Rader, a seemingly ordinary 28-year-old man, was about to embark on a killing spree that would haunt the city for over 3 decades. What made his crimes particularly chilling was not just their brutality, but the fact that the man responsible lived among them as a respected member of the community, hiding his dark desires behind a mask of normalcy that fooled everyone who knew him. Born on March 9, 1945, in the small town of Pittsburgh, Kansas, Dennis Rader came into the world during the final months of World War II. His parents, William Elvin Rader and Dorothea May Cook, were devout Lutherans who raised their 4 sons in what appeared to be a stable, church-going household. William worked as a utility worker for Kansas Gas and Electric Company, while Dorothea was a devoted homemaker who instilled strong religious values in her children. The family moved to Wichita when Dennis was still young, settling into a modest home in what would become the hunting ground for one of America's most notorious serial killers. From the outside, the Rader household seemed like any other middle-class American family of the 1950s. They attended Zion Lutheran Church regularly, participated in community events, and maintained a respectable reputation among their neighbors. However, beneath this veneer of normalcy, young Dennis was developing disturbing patterns of behavior that would later manifest in horrific ways. Even as a child, he displayed troubling signs that should have served as warning signals of the darkness growing within him. By his own later admission, Dennis Rader began experiencing violent sexual fantasies involving bondage and torture while still in elementary school. These fantasies initially focused on imaginary victims, but as he grew older, they became more specific and detailed. He would spend hours drawing pictures of women bound and gagged, creating elaborate scenarios in his mind where he held complete power over helpless victims. These drawings, which he kept hidden from his family, showed a disturbing level of detail and planning that revealed the calculating nature of his developing psyche. One of the most disturbing aspects of Rader's childhood was his treatment of animals. While many children might occasionally be rough with pets or show curiosity about animal anatomy, Rader's behavior went far beyond normal childhood exploration. He would systematically torture small animals, hanging cats and dogs in various ways to watch them struggle and die. This behavior, known as the graduation hypothesis in criminal psychology, often serves as a precursor to violence against humans. For Dennis Rader, it was both a rehearsal and a way to satisfy his growing need for control and domination. Despite these troubling behaviors, Rader managed to maintain an outward appearance of normalcy throughout his school years. He was an average student who participated in Boy Scouts, where he learned many of the knot-tying skills that would later become his signature at crime scenes. His fellow scouts remembered him as quiet but capable, someone who followed instructions well and seemed eager to please authority figures. This pattern of seeking approval from those in positions of power would continue throughout his life, as he desperately craved recognition and validation for his perceived accomplishments. During his teenage years at Wichita Heights High School, Rader's fantasies continued to evolve and intensify. He spent countless hours alone in his room, developing elaborate scenarios involving captive women whom he would bind, torture, and ultimately kill. These fantasies became so consuming that they began to interfere with his ability to form normal relationships with peers. While other teenagers were dating and socializing, Rader retreated deeper into his imaginary world, where he held absolute power over his victims. His high school yearbook photo from 1963 shows a clean-cut young man with a slightly forced smile, giving no hint of the darkness lurking behind his eyes. His classmates would later remember him as unremarkable, someone who blended into the background and rarely drew attention to himself. This ability to remain invisible, to appear completely ordinary, would serve him well in the years to come as he began to act out his murderous fantasies in the real world. After graduating from high school in 1963, Rader seemed uncertain about his future direction. He briefly attended Kansas Wesleyan University, but struggled academically and socially. The structure of college life did not suit his particular psychological needs, and he found it difficult to concentrate on his studies while his violent fantasies continued to intensify. After dropping out of college, he worked a series of temporary jobs, never staying in one place long enough to form meaningful connections with coworkers or establish himself in any particular field. In August 1966, seeking structure and perhaps hoping to channel his darker impulses in a more socially acceptable direction, Rader enlisted in the United States Air Force. The military provided exactly what he needed at that point in his life: clear hierarchies, strict rules, and defined expectations. For someone who craved control but also needed external structure to function, the Air Force offered an ideal environment. He served as a mechanic, working on aircraft systems with the same methodical attention to detail that he applied to his violent fantasies. During his 4 years of military service, Rader was stationed at various bases across the United States and overseas, including locations in Alabama, Japan, Korea, Turkey, and Greece. His military records show that he was a model airman who followed orders without question and never caused disciplinary problems. He earned the Air Force Good Conduct Medal, the Small Arms Expert Marksmanship Ribbon, and the National Defense Service Medal, achieving the rank of sergeant before his honorable discharge in 1970. The military experience was significant for Rader in several ways. First, it provided him with technical skills and knowledge about systems and equipment that he would later use in his crimes. More importantly, it gave him a sense of accomplishment and recognition that he had never experienced before. For someone with his psychological makeup, the military's emphasis on hierarchy, discipline, and following orders appealed to both his need for control and his desire to be part of something larger than himself. However, military service did not cure Rader of his violent fantasies. If anything, the discipline and structure he experienced during the day seemed to intensify his private thoughts during his off-duty hours. He continued to draw disturbing pictures and develop elaborate scenarios involving captive women. The weapons training he received in the Air Force also provided him with knowledge about firearms and other tools that could be used to subdue victims. When Rader returned to civilian life in 1970, he faced the challenge of finding his place in a world that lacked the clear structure of military service. He moved back to the Wichita area and began searching for both employment and a sense of purpose. It was during this transitional period that he met Paula Dietz, a young woman from a religious background similar to his own. Paula was everything that Rader felt he needed: attractive, devout, and seemingly naive about the darker aspects of human nature. Paula Dietz had been raised in a stable, religious family, where her father worked as an engineer and her mother served as a librarian. She attended Kansas Wesleyan University, where she studied accounting and graduated in 1970. She was active in her Lutheran church and participated in various community activities. When she met Dennis Rader at a church function, she saw a clean-cut former serviceman who appeared to share her values and interests. Their courtship followed traditional patterns of the early 1970s. Rader was charming and attentive, playing the role of the perfect boyfriend with the same methodical approach he applied to everything else in his life. He understood that marriage would provide him with the perfect cover for his true nature. A married man with a respectable job and community connections would be far less likely to attract suspicion when people began disappearing or turning up dead. On May 22, 1971, Dennis Rader and Paula Dietz were married in a traditional Lutheran ceremony. To all who attended, they appeared to be a perfect match. Two young people from similar backgrounds, starting their life together with the blessing of their families and their church. Paula had no idea that she was marrying someone who spent his private hours fantasizing about torture and murder. The man she fell in love with was essentially a carefully constructed persona designed to hide the monster lurking beneath. After their marriage, the couple settled into a modest home in Park City, a suburb just north of Wichita. Rader found work at the Coleman Company, a manufacturer of outdoor equipment and camping gear. This job provided him with steady income and, more importantly, access to tools and materials that could be useful for his future crimes. The company manufactured ropes, knives, and other equipment that Rader began mentally cataloging for potential use in his violent fantasies. For the first few years of their marriage, Rader seemed to be living a genuinely normal life. He worked steadily, attended church with his wife, and participated in community activities. However, beneath this facade of normalcy, his violent fantasies were becoming more intense and specific. He began what he would later call his trolling activities, driving around Wichita and the surrounding areas to identify potential victims and study their daily routines. In November 1973, Paula gave birth to their first child, a son they named Brian. Becoming a father should have been a transformative experience for Rader, providing him with new responsibilities and a greater sense of connection to conventional family life. Instead, the additional stress and responsibility of parenthood seemed to push him closer to acting out his violent fantasies. The demands of caring for an infant disrupted his carefully structured routine and left him feeling increasingly frustrated and powerless in his daily life. Just 6 weeks after his son's birth, on January 15, 1974, Dennis Rader crossed the line from fantasy to reality. He had been watching the Otero family for several weeks, studying their routines and planning his attack with the same methodical approach he applied to everything else in his life. Joseph Otero, a 38-year-old Air Force veteran, lived with his wife Julie, 34, and their 5 children in a modest home on Edgemore Street in Wichita. Unknown to the family, they had become the focus of a predator's attention. That morning, Rader prepared what he called his hit kit, a collection of tools and restraints he had assembled for this moment. The kit included rope, tape, plastic bags, knives, and a gun. He drove to the Otero home and waited outside until he saw the older children leave for school, leaving only the parents and 2 younger children at home. Then he approached the house and cut the phone lines before entering through an unlocked door. When Joseph and Julie Otero discovered an intruder in their home, Rader told them he was a wanted man from California who needed their car and some food. He assured them that if they cooperated, no one would be hurt. This was a lie designed to keep them calm while he gained control of the situation. Using techniques he had developed during years of fantasy, he systematically bound each family member with rope and tape. However, once Rader had the family completely under his control, his true intentions became clear. This was not a robbery or a kidnapping for money. This was the culmination of years of violent sexual fantasies, and the Oteros were about to become the first victims of his twisted desires. What followed was a scene of unspeakable horror that would haunt the Wichita community for decades. Rader began by strangling Joseph Otero, using a rope around his neck, while the man's wife and children watched in terror. When Julie Otero begged for her family's lives, Rader turned his attention to her, placing a plastic bag over her head and strangling her with rope. The 2 younger children, 11-year-old Josephine and 9-year-old Joseph Jr., were forced to witness their parents' deaths before becoming victims themselves. Young Joseph was strangled with rope in a bedroom, his small body no match for Rader's methodical brutality. Josephine, however, was saved for last in a display of particular cruelty. Rader hanged the 11-year-old girl from a pipe in the basement, positioning her body in a sexually suggestive pose before photographing the scene. After all 4 family members were dead, he masturbated over Josephine's body, achieving the sexual release that had been the ultimate goal of his fantasy. Before leaving the Otero home, Rader spent time collecting souvenirs from his victims. He took Joseph's watch, some jewelry belonging to Julie, and most disturbingly, a pair of Josephine's underwear. These items would become part of his private collection of trophies, physical reminders of his crimes that he could use to relive the experience during future fantasy sessions. When the 3 surviving Otero children returned from school that afternoon, they found their families' bodies and called the police. The scene that greeted investigators was unlike anything they had encountered before. This was not a burglary gone wrong or a crime of passion. The methodical nature of the killings, the evidence of sexual activity, and the way the victims had been positioned suggested a perpetrator with very specific psychological motivations. The Wichita Police Department found themselves facing a case that challenged everything they thought they knew about criminal behavior. The killer had clearly spent considerable time at the scene after the murders, arranging bodies and taking photographs. He had shown no signs of panic or haste, working with the calm efficiency of someone who had planned every detail in advance. Most disturbing of all, he had apparently achieved sexual gratification from the act of killing, suggesting that he would almost certainly kill again. For Dennis Rader, the Otero murders represented a watershed moment in his life. After years of fantasizing about such acts, he had finally crossed the line into reality and discovered that the experience was everything he had imagined it would be. The sense of absolute power he had felt while controlling his victims' lives and deaths was intoxicating. The fear in their eyes as they realized what was happening, the way their bodies responded to his ropes and ligatures, the final moments when life left their eyes, all of it had exceeded his expectations. In the days following the murders, Rader returned to his normal routine with remarkable composure. He went to work at Coleman Company, attended church with his wife and infant son, and participated in community activities as if nothing had happened. To his co-workers, neighbors, and even his wife, he appeared completely normal. Only Rader himself knew the truth, that he had discovered his true calling as a killer. The psychological impact of successfully carrying out his first murders cannot be overstated. For someone with Rader's personality structure, the experience validated his sense of superiority and confirmed his belief that he was capable of extraordinary things. He had planned and executed a complex crime without being caught or even suspected. In his mind, this made him special, different from ordinary people who lived conventional lives without ever testing their limits or achieving true greatness. However, the immediate aftermath of the Otero murders also presented Rader with new challenges. The intense police investigation that followed meant he had to be extremely careful not to do anything that might draw attention to himself. He studied newspaper coverage of the case obsessively, learning how the investigation was progressing and what evidence the police had discovered. He was both thrilled by the attention his crimes had generated and frustrated that he could not claim credit for his work. As winter turned to spring in 1974, Rader began planning his next attack. The success of the Otero murders had only intensified his desire to kill again, but he understood that he needed to be more careful about victim selection and execution. He resumed his trolling activities, spending hours driving around Wichita looking for suitable targets. His criteria were specific. He preferred women who lived alone or with minimal security, people whose disappearance might not be noticed immediately. On April 4th, 1974, less than 3 months after the Otero murders, Rader targeted 21-year-old Catherine Bright, who worked at Coleman Company alongside him. He had been watching Catherine for weeks, learning her routines and planning his approach. She lived with her 19-year-old brother Kevin in a house near Wichita State University, a location that provided both opportunity and challenge for Rader's plans. That afternoon, Rader broke into the Bright home through a sliding glass door, planning to wait for Catherine to return from work. However, his preparations were interrupted when his gun accidentally discharged, creating evidence of his presence and adding an element of unpredictability to his carefully laid plans. When Catherine arrived home with her brother Kevin, Rader was forced to improvise, confronting both siblings with his weapon. Using the same deception he had employed with the Otero family, Rader told the Bright siblings that he was a wanted man who needed money and transportation. He forced them into a bedroom and began the process of restraining them, using bandanas and other household items instead of the rope he had brought with him. His goal was to make this crime appear different from the Otero murders, hoping to throw off investigators who might otherwise connect the two cases. However, the presence of Kevin Bright complicated Rader's plans significantly. While he had successfully controlled the Otero family through fear and systematic restraint, Kevin proved to be more resistant. After Rader separated the siblings and began focusing on Catherine, Kevin managed to free himself from his bonds and attempted to escape. This led to a violent struggle during which Rader shot Kevin 3 times, wounds that should have been fatal but somehow left the young man conscious and fighting for his life. Meanwhile, in another room, Catherine Bright was fighting her own desperate battle for survival. When she heard the gunshots and realized what was happening to her brother, she began struggling against her restraints with desperate strength. Rader found that he could not strangle her as easily as he had his previous victims. Her resistance was fierce and prolonged, forcing him to abandon his preferred method of killing and resort to multiple stab wounds to finally end her life. The chaos of the Bright attack was unlike anything Rader had experienced during the Otero murders. Instead of the calm, controlled environment he had created at the first crime scene, he found himself dealing with 2 fighting victims, accidental gunshots, and the very real possibility of discovery. When Kevin Bright managed to escape from the house and run for help, Rader was forced to flee without completing all of his usual post-murder rituals. Despite the complications, Rader considered the Bright attack a success in many ways. He had killed again, proving to himself that the Otero murders were not just a one-time aberration but the beginning of a new phase in his life. The fact that Kevin Bright had survived to provide a description to police added an element of danger that Rader found exciting rather than concerning. In his twisted psychology, The increased risk only made his crimes more thrilling and significant. The survival of Kevin Bright provided police with their first direct witness to the BTK killer's methods and appearance. Kevin described his attacker as a white male of medium build, approximately 30 years old, wearing glasses and appearing nervous but determined. This description would prove remarkably accurate, but it was not specific enough to lead investigators to Dennis Rader among Wichita's population of hundreds of thousands. More importantly for the investigation, the Bright attack had left behind significant physical evidence that connected it to the Otero murders. The use of restraints, the apparent sexual motivation, and the killer's calm demeanor all suggested that the same perpetrator was responsible for both crimes. Police realized they were dealing with a serial killer who was likely to strike again, but they had no idea when or where the next attack might occur. For several months after the Bright murders, Wichita remained on edge as police searched for leads and residents wondered if they might be the killer's next target. However, Dennis Rader was taking a temporary break from active killing, focusing instead on perfecting his techniques and savoring the memories of his first 2 successful attacks. He spent hours reviewing newspaper coverage of both crimes, studying police statements and witness descriptions to learn how his methods could be improved. During this period, Rader also began developing what would become another signature aspect of his crimes: communication with authorities and the media. He was frustrated that no one knew he was responsible for both the Otero and Bright murders, and he wanted recognition for his work. The idea of taunting police with letters and phone calls appealed to his narcissistic personality and his desire to be seen as superior to ordinary criminals. In October 1974, Rader took the step that would define his public identity for the next 30 years. He wrote a letter describing the Otero murders in detail and left it inside a book at the Wichita Public Library, where he knew it would eventually be discovered. The letter was filled with misspellings and unusual phrasings, but its content was unmistakably authentic. Most significantly, the letter introduced the nickname that would strike fear into the hearts of Wichita residents for decades: BTK. In the letter, Rader explained that BTK stood for bind them, torture them, kill them, a description of his preferred method of murdering victims. He wrote about the Otero family murders with a tone of pride and accomplishment, describing details that only the killer could have known. He also made it clear that he intended to kill again, writing that the code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them, BTK. The discovery of this letter marked the beginning of BTK's public persona as one of America's most notorious serial killers. However, the man behind the letter continued to live his seemingly normal life in Park City, Kansas. Dennis Rader went to work each day, attended church with his family, and participated in community activities while secretly reveling in the fear and attention his crimes had generated. As 1974 came to an end, Rader was already planning his next attack. The success of his first 2 murders had confirmed his belief that he was destined for something greater than the ordinary life he appeared to be living. He saw himself as superior to other people, someone capable of acts that most humans could never contemplate. This grandiose self-image would drive him to continue killing for the next 17 years, always seeking new ways to perfect his craft and achieve recognition for his work. The year 1975 passed without any additional BTK murders, but Rader was far from inactive. He used this time to refine his methods, study potential victims, and develop his communication strategy with authorities. He also began experiencing the first of what would become regular cooling-off periods, intervals between murders that allowed him to process his experiences and plan for future attacks. These periods were not signs of remorse or hesitation, but rather calculated pauses that helped him avoid detection while building anticipation for his next crime. During this time, Rader's personal life continued to evolve in ways that provided additional cover for his criminal activities. He left his job at Coleman Company and began working for ADT Security Services, a company that installed home security systems throughout the Wichita area. This new position was almost perfectly suited to his needs as a serial killer. It gave him legitimate reasons to visit homes throughout the city, learn about security systems, and identify potential victims who lived alone or in vulnerable situations. The irony of a serial killer working for a home security company was not lost on Rader himself. He took a perverse pleasure in the fact that he was paid to protect people from exactly the kind of crimes he was committing. Some of the security systems he installed were for families who feared they might become BTK's next victims, never knowing that the very man they were trying to keep out was the one installing their alarms and learning their vulnerabilities. Rader's work at ADT also provided him with technical knowledge that enhanced his criminal capabilities. He learned about different types of locks, alarm systems, and security measures, information that helped him plan more effective break-ins. He also gained insights into police procedures and investigation techniques through his interactions with law enforcement officers who consulted with ADT about security matters. In early 1977, after more than 2 years of planning and preparation, Rader felt ready to resume his killing activities. He had identified several potential victims during his trolling activities and had developed what he believed were improved techniques for controlling and killing his targets. Most importantly, he had refined his post-murder communication strategy, planning to send additional letters that would cement his reputation as BTK. On March 17, 1977, Rader struck again, targeting 24-year-old Shirley Vian, a single mother who lived with her 3 young children in a small house in Wichita. Shirley had been working as a secretary to support her family, and her daily routines had made her an ideal target for Rader's methodical approach to victim selection. He had been watching her for weeks, learning when she was most vulnerable and how he could gain access to her home. That morning, Rader knocked on Shirley's door and told her that he was investigating reports of a prowler in the neighborhood. This ruse allowed him to gain entry to her home without forcing his way in, maintaining the calm control he preferred during his attacks. Once inside, he revealed his true intentions and began the process of restraining Shirley while her children watched in terror. The presence of Shirley's children created an additional psychological challenge for Rader, but he had anticipated this situation and developed a plan to deal with it. He locked the 3 children in a bathroom, telling them to stay quiet and promising that their mother would be fine if they cooperated. This allowed him to focus his attention on Shirley without the distraction of crying or screaming children. Rader strangled Shirley Vian with a rope, taking his time to ensure that she experienced maximum terror before dying. Unlike his previous victims, Shirley was not immediately killed but was allowed to regain consciousness multiple times during the strangulation process, creating a prolonged period of suffering that satisfied Rader's psychological needs. After she was dead, he positioned her body in a sexually suggestive pose and masturbated over her, following the same ritual he had established with his previous victims. Before leaving the Vian home, Rader took time to comfort the children he had locked in the bathroom, telling them that their mother was sleeping and that they should wait before coming out. This display of false concern for the children he had just orphaned revealed another disturbing aspect of his personality: the ability to switch between extreme cruelty and apparent kindness without any genuine emotional connection to his victims or their families. The murder of Shirley Vian represented a refinement of Rader's killing techniques and demonstrated his growing confidence as a serial killer. He had successfully controlled multiple potential witnesses, carried out his crime without detection, and left behind minimal evidence that could lead to his identification. The fact that he had managed to kill a mother while her children were in the same house showed a level of callousness that shocked even experienced investigators. Just 8 months later, on December 8, 1977, BTK struck again. This time his target was 25-year-old Nancy Fox, a secretary who lived alone in a small apartment in Wichita. Nancy represented the type of victim Rader preferred: a single woman who lived independently with minimal security measures. He had been watching her for several weeks, learning her daily routines and identifying the best time and method for his attack. Rader gained entry to Nancy's apartment by breaking in through a back window while she was at work. He waited inside for several hours, making himself comfortable and preparing his kill kit while anticipating her return. When Nancy arrived home that evening, she found Rader waiting for her, and he immediately took control of the situation using the techniques he had perfected through his previous crimes. Unlike some of his earlier victims, Nancy Fox was able to engage Rader in conversation before her death. She asked him what he wanted and why he was doing this to her. Rader told her that he had sexual problems and that he needed to act out certain fantasies to satisfy his psychological needs. This conversation revealed another aspect of Rader's personality: his belief that his actions were somehow justified by his psychological compulsions. Rader forced Nancy to undress and then handcuffed her before strangling her with her own belt. He took his time with the killing, alternately tightening and loosening the ligature to prolong her suffering and increase his own psychological satisfaction. After she was dead, he removed the handcuffs and masturbated over her body, following his established post-murder ritual. The Nancy Fox murder was particularly significant because it demonstrated Rader's growing boldness and his desire for increased attention. After killing Nancy, he actually called the police department to report the crime, directing them to her apartment and providing details that only the killer could have known. This phone call was recorded and later used as evidence, but at the time it served Rader's primary purpose of ensuring that his crime would receive immediate attention and media coverage. Following the Fox murder, Rader entered another extended cooling-off period that would last for nearly 8 years. However, this hiatus did not mean he was inactive. He continued his trolling activities, identifying potential victims and planning future attacks. He also maintained his communications with authorities and the media, sending additional letters that provided more details about his crimes and his psychological motivations. During this period, Rader's personal life continued to evolve in ways that provided additional cover for his criminal activities. In 1978, his wife Paula gave birth to their second child, a daughter they named Carrie. Becoming the father of a daughter added new dimensions to Rader's double life, as he was now responsible for protecting and nurturing a young girl, while simultaneously fantasizing about torturing and killing other people's daughters. The birth of Carrie also provided Rader with new insights into the psychology of his victims' families. As he watched his own daughter grow and develop, he gained a deeper understanding of the pain his crimes caused to the families of his victims. However, this understanding did not lead to remorse or a desire to stop killing. Instead, it seemed to enhance his sense of power and control, knowing that he could destroy other families while protecting his own. Throughout the late 1970s and early 1980s, Rader continued to build his reputation as a respectable member of the Park City community. He became increasingly active in his Lutheran church, eventually serving on the church council and taking on leadership responsibilities. He also became involved in the Boy Scouts, serving as a troop leader and organizing camping trips and other activities for young people in the community. These community activities served multiple purposes for Rader. First, they provided him with additional cover for his true nature, making it even more unlikely that anyone would suspect him of being BTK. Second, they satisfied his need for recognition and authority, allowing him to exercise control over others in socially acceptable ways. Finally, they gave him opportunities to study potential victims and their families, gathering information that could be useful for future crimes. In 1979, Rader graduated from Wichita State University with a degree in criminal justice, a choice of major that reflected his fascination with law enforcement and his desire to understand how investigations were conducted. His studies gave him insights into police procedures, forensic techniques, and criminal psychology that he used to improve his own methods and avoid detection. The degree also enhanced his credibility as a respectable community member and provided him with additional career opportunities. After graduating from college, Rader transitioned from his job at ADT Security Services to a position with the city government of Park City, where he worked as a compliance officer. This new job gave him official authority to enter people's homes and businesses to investigate code violations, issue citations, and enforce city ordinances. It was a perfect position for someone who enjoyed exercising power over others and who needed legitimate reasons to study potential victims' living situations. As a compliance officer, Rader was known for being extremely strict and sometimes overzealous in enforcing city regulations. Neighbors and business owners often complained about his rigid interpretation of rules and his apparent enjoyment of issuing citations and fines. Some residents found him intimidating and unnecessarily harsh, but these complaints were generally dismissed as the natural reaction of people who disliked being told to follow the rules. The job also allowed Rader to satisfy some of his control and dominance needs through legal means, which may have contributed to the extended cooling-off period between the Nancy Fox murder in 1977 and his next killing in 1985. During this time, he was able to exercise authority over people, enter their homes, and make them comply with his demands without having to resort to murder. This legal outlet for his controlling behavior helped him maintain his facade while planning for future crimes. However, as the years passed, Rader began to feel the urge to kill again. The satisfaction he derived from his compliance officer work was not sufficient to replace the intense psychological gratification he had experienced during his murders. He began to increase his trolling activities, spending more time driving around Wichita and the surrounding areas to identify potential victims and study their vulnerabilities. On April 27, 1985, nearly 8 years after his last murder, BTK struck again. This time his target was 53-year-old Maureen Hedge, a neighbor who lived just 6 houses away from Rader's own home in Park City. The choice of Maureen as a victim represented a significant escalation in Rader's boldness, as killing someone so close to his own residence greatly increased the risk of detection. Maureen Hedge was a widow who lived alone in a modest home on the same street where Rader lived with his wife and 2 children. She was known in the neighborhood as a friendly, quiet woman who kept to herself and posed no threat to anyone. For Rader, she represented an ideal victim, accessible, vulnerable, and unlikely to be missed immediately if she disappeared. The murder of Maureen Hedge followed Rader's established pattern in most respects. He broke into her home late at night, surprised her while she was sleeping, and used his standard techniques to restrain and kill her. However, this murder also included several new elements that demonstrated the evolution of his methods and his growing confidence as a serial killer. After killing Maureen, Rader took the unprecedented step of moving her body from her home to his church, Christ Lutheran, where he served on the council. Using his keys to the building, he brought Maureen's body into the church and spent several hours photographing her in various bondage positions, using the sacred space for his profane activities. This act represented the ultimate expression of his contempt for the moral and social institutions that defined normal society. The photographs Rader took of Maureen Hedge's body in the church revealed another disturbing aspect of his psychology: the need to document and preserve his crimes for future reference. These images became part of his private collection of trophies, along with items stolen from his victims and detailed written accounts of his methods. He would later use these materials to relive his crimes during periods when he was not actively killing. After completing his photographic session, Rader moved Maureen's body once more, this time to a wooded area outside of town where it would not be discovered immediately. He then returned home and resumed his normal routine, going to work the next day and attending church services that weekend as if nothing had happened. The body was not found for several days, and when it was discovered, investigators initially did not connect it to the BTK killings. The Maureen Hedge murder represented several firsts for Rader that demonstrated his evolution as a serial killer. It was the first time he had killed someone from his own neighborhood, the first time he had moved a body after the murder, and the first time he had used a church as part of his crime scene. These innovations showed his growing confidence and his desire to push the boundaries of his criminal activities. On September 16, 1986, just over a year after killing Maureen Hedge, Rader struck again. His victim this time was 28-year-old Vicki Weggerl, a young mother who lived with her husband and 2-year-old son in Wichita. The choice of Vicki as a victim represented another escalation, as she was a married woman living in a family home rather than a single woman living alone. Rader gained access to the Weggerl home by posing as a telephone repairman, using his knowledge of utility systems to create a convincing cover story. When Vicki answered the door, he showed her fake identification and told her that he needed to check the phone lines inside her house. This ruse allowed him to enter the home without raising suspicion or alerting neighbors to his presence. Once inside the Weggerl home, Rader waited until Vicki was distracted before revealing his true intentions. He attacked her while her young son was playing in another room, restraining her and beginning the process of torture and murder that had become his signature. However, Vicki Weggerl proved to be one of his most resistant victims, fighting desperately for her life and the life of her child. The struggle with Vicki was prolonged and violent, with Rader ultimately strangling her with rope while her 2-year-old son remained in the house. After she was dead, he positioned her body and took photographs, following his established ritual. However, the presence of the child created additional complications that required him to adjust his usual post-murder procedures. Before leaving the Weggerl home, Rader was careful to ensure that the 2-year-old boy would be safe until other family members arrived. This concern for the child's welfare was not born of genuine compassion, but rather of practical considerations. A dead child would have created additional investigative complications and might have led to evidence that could identify him as the killer. The Vicky Wegerle murder was initially not connected to the other BTK killings by investigators. The long gap between crimes and some differences in methodology led police to classify it as a separate case. This misclassification served Rader's purposes perfectly, as it meant that the full extent of his activities remained hidden from public view and law enforcement analysis. On January 19, 1991, Dennis Rader committed what would prove to be his final murder. His victim was 62-year-old Dolores Davis, a grandmother who lived alone in a rural area outside Park City. Dolores represented the type of isolated, vulnerable victim that Rader had always preferred, but the location and circumstances of her murder showed that he was taking increasingly dangerous risks in pursuit of his psychological needs. The murder of Dolores Davis occurred during a Boy Scout camping trip that Rader was leading, demonstrating the extent to which he had integrated his criminal activities with his legitimate community responsibilities. He used the camping trip as cover for his absence from home, telling his wife and family that he would be away overnight with the scouts while actually committing murder. Rader broke into Dolores Davis's home by throwing a concrete block through her sliding glass door, abandoning the subtle approach he had used in previous crimes. This change in methodology suggested that his need to kill was becoming more urgent and less controlled, leading him to accept greater risks in order to satisfy his psychological compulsions. After restraining and strangling Dolores in her home, Rader moved her body to his car and drove to a remote location where he dumped it under a bridge. This was only the second time he had moved a victim's body after the murder, and it showed his continued evolution as a killer. However, it also created additional evidence and opportunities for detection that would later contribute to his identification. The Dolores Davis murder marked the end of Dennis Rader's active killing phase, though this was not apparent to investigators or the public at the time. For reasons that remain unclear, Rader stopped killing after 1991 and entered what would prove to be a permanent cooling-off period. Various theories have been proposed for this cessation of activity, including the possibility that he was satisfied with his accomplishments or that changing life circumstances made continued killing too risky. During the 13 years following the Davis murder, Rader continued to live his double life as a respected community member and secret serial killer. He maintained his position as a city compliance officer, continued his involvement with the Lutheran Church, and served as a Boy Scout leader. To all outward appearances, he was a model citizen who contributed positively to his community and lived according to strong moral values. However, beneath this facade, Rader was struggling with his identity and his place in history. The passage of time had diminished the attention paid to the BTK killings, and new crimes and criminals had captured the public's attention. Rader felt that his accomplishments were being forgotten, and that he was not receiving the recognition he deserved for his work as a serial killer. This need for recognition and attention would ultimately prove to be Rader's undoing. In 2004, 13 years after his last murder, he decided to resume communication with authorities and the media. His goal was to remind the world of BTK's existence and to claim credit for additional crimes that had not been properly attributed to him. This decision to break his silence would lead directly to his arrest and the end of one of the longest unsolved serial killer cases in American history. The BTK case had remained active throughout the 1990s and early 2000s, with investigators periodically reviewing evidence and pursuing new leads. However, the lack of recent crimes and communication from the killer had led many to believe that BTK was either dead or incarcerated for other crimes. The case had become a cold case in all but name, with resources increasingly directed toward more recent investigations. In March 2004, Rader sent a letter to the Wichita Eagle newspaper that contained photographs and other evidence related to the 1986 murder of Vicky Wegerle. This communication served multiple purposes for Rader. It announced BTK's return to public attention. It claimed credit for a murder that had not been officially attributed to him, and it demonstrated that he still possessed detailed evidence from his crimes. The letter immediately reignited public interest in the BTK case and prompted a renewed investigative effort by the Wichita Police Department. A special task force was formed to handle the investigation, drawing on the expertise of federal agents, state investigators, and local detectives who had worked on the original cases. The renewed attention was exactly what Rader had hoped to achieve, but it also set in motion the events that would lead to his capture. Over the following months, Rader sent additional letters and packages to various media outlets and law enforcement agencies. Each communication contained new details about his crimes and his psychological motivations, written in the same distinctive style that had characterized his earlier letters. He also began providing information about his personal interests and background, apparently believing that he could control what investigators learned about him while still gaining the recognition he craved. The investigative team used sophisticated forensic techniques to analyze each communication from BTK, looking for clues that might reveal his identity or location. They studied the paper, ink, handwriting, and even the DNA from saliva on stamps and envelopes. However, Rader was careful to avoid leaving obvious evidence that could be traced back to him, using generic materials and taking precautions to minimize his forensic signature. In one particularly revealing communication, Rader asked investigators whether it would be safe for him to communicate using a computer floppy disk, specifically asking if such a disk could be traced back to him. The investigators, hoping to encourage continued communication that might provide additional clues, assured him that a floppy disk would be safe and untraceable. This response was deliberately misleading, as investigators knew that computer disks could contain metadata that might lead to their source. On February 16, 2005, Rader sent a purple floppy disk to Cake Television Station in Wichita. The disk contained a document with his usual taunting messages and claims of responsibility for various crimes. However, Rader had made a crucial mistake in preparing this communication. The disk contained deleted files that revealed information about its origins, including details that would lead investigators directly to him. When forensic computer specialists analyzed the floppy disk, they discovered that it had been used at Christ Lutheran Church in Park City, where Rader served as congregation president. More specifically, they found that the disk had been used by someone named Dennis to create and edit church documents. This information, combined with other intelligence gathered during the investigation, led investigators to focus their attention on Dennis Rader. The discovery of the church connection was the breakthrough that investigators had been hoping for throughout the 30-year investigation. Within days of analyzing the floppy disk, they had identified Rader as their prime suspect and begun surveillance of his activities. They also began gathering additional evidence that could be used to confirm his identity as BTK and support criminal charges. One crucial piece of additional evidence was DNA material that could be compared to samples recovered from BTK crime scenes. However, investigators could not simply approach Rader and request a DNA sample without alerting him to their suspicions and possibly prompting him to flee or destroy evidence. Instead, they needed to obtain a sample surreptitiously that could be used for comparison purposes. The solution came through Rader's daughter, Carrie, who had recently visited a medical clinic for a routine gynecological examination. Investigators obtained a court order allowing them to access the tissue sample from her medical procedure, which they then used to perform familial DNA analysis. The results showed a strong match between the DNA profile from BTK crime scenes and Carrie Rader's genetic profile, confirming that her father was indeed the killer they had been seeking. On February 25, 2005, 31 years after the first BTK murders, Dennis Rader was arrested at his workplace in Park City. The arrest was conducted quietly and professionally, with investigators taking care to avoid creating a scene that might alert media or bystanders to what was happening. Rader was surprised by the arrest, but offered no resistance, apparently recognizing that his long run as an undetected serial killer had finally come to an end. When investigators informed Rader that they knew he was BTK, his reaction was remarkably calm and matter-of-fact. Rather than denying the charges or expressing remorse for his crimes, he seemed almost relieved that his secret identity had been discovered. During subsequent interrogations, he provided detailed confessions to all 10 murders and offered insights into his methods and psychological motivations. The arrest of Dennis Rader sent shockwaves through the Wichita community and the nation. The revelation that BTK had been hiding in plain sight for 3 decades, serving as a church leader and city employee while secretly being one of America's most notorious serial killers, challenged assumptions about how such criminals could be identified and caught. The case became a textbook example of how serial killers could successfully integrate into normal society while pursuing their deadly activities. For Rader's family, the arrest was devastating in ways that are difficult to comprehend. His wife, Paula, who had been married to him for 34 years, learned that the man she had loved and lived with was responsible for terrorizing their entire community. Their children, Brian and Carrie, discovered that their father, whom they had admired and trusted, was one of the most evil men in American criminal history. The psychological impact on Rader's family cannot be overstated. They had not only lost their husband and father to the criminal justice system, but they had also learned that their entire lives had been built on a foundation of lies and deception. Every family memory, every shared experience, every moment of apparent love and affection was now tainted by the knowledge of what Dennis Rader truly was. Paula Rader immediately filed for divorce, seeking to distance herself and her children from the man who had deceived them so completely. She refused to visit him in jail or to maintain any contact with him, cutting all ties to the person she had thought she knew. Her priority became protecting her children and helping them cope with the devastating revelations about their father. The community reaction to Rader's arrest was similarly complex and intense. Many residents expressed relief that the BK killer had finally been caught and could no longer threaten their safety. However, there was also a sense of betrayal and violation, knowing that the very person who had been enforcing city ordinances and serving in church leadership had been the source of their decades-long fear. On June 27, 2005, Dennis Rader appeared in court to enter a plea on 10 counts of first-degree murder. In a decision that surprised many observers, he chose to plead guilty to all charges rather than face a jury trial. This plea allowed him to provide detailed descriptions of each murder, speaking about his crimes with the same calm, matter-of-fact tone that had characterized his communications with investigators. During his plea hearing, Rader described each murder in clinical detail, explaining his methods and motivations without showing any apparent remorse or emotional connection to his victims. He spoke about binding, torturing, and killing 10 human beings as if he were describing routine work procedures, displaying the same psychological detachment that had allowed him to commit the crimes in the first place. The court proceeding was extremely difficult for the victims' family members, who were forced to listen as Rader methodically described how he had killed their loved ones. Many family members left the courtroom during his testimony, unable to bear hearing the details of their relatives' final moments. Those who remained showed remarkable strength and dignity in the face of unimaginable pain. Rader's decision to plead guilty and provide detailed confessions served several purposes from his perspective. First, it allowed him to maintain control over the narrative of his crimes, ensuring that his version of events would be part of the official record. Second, it gave him the opportunity to receive the recognition and attention he had always craved, with his words being broadcast to a national audience and recorded for posterity. On August 18, 2005, Dennis Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms in prison, without the possibility of parole. The sentence represented the harshest punishment available under Kansas law, as the state did not have the death penalty during the time period when Rader's crimes were committed. The judge's sentencing meant that Rader would spend the rest of his life in prison, with no possibility of early release or parole. Before imposing sentence, the judge allowed family members of Rader's victims to make impact statements describing how his crimes had affected their lives. These statements were powerful and emotional, providing a stark contrast to Rader's cold recitation of his methods during the plea hearing. Family members spoke about the decades of pain, fear, and loss they had experienced because of his actions. In his own statement before sentencing, Rader offered what appeared to be an apology to the victims' families, but his words lacked genuine emotion or remorse. He spoke about being taken over by a dark side and expressed hope that someday God would forgive him for his actions. However, his tone and demeanor suggested that he was more concerned about his own fate than about the pain he had caused others. Following his sentencing, Dennis Rader was transported to the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he began serving his life sentences. The prison is a maximum security institution that houses some of the state's most dangerous criminals, including several other convicted murderers and serial killers. Rader was placed in protective custody initially, both for his own safety and because of the high-profile nature of his crimes. Life in prison represented a dramatic change for someone who had spent 30 years successfully hiding his true nature behind a facade of respectability and community involvement. Instead of being recognized as a church leader and city official, Rader was now known primarily as BTK, one of America's most notorious serial killers. The attention he received was no longer based on his legitimate accomplishments, but solely on his criminal notoriety. The prison environment also deprived Rader of the control and authority he had exercised throughout his adult life. Instead of being able to dominate others through his official positions or his crimes, he was now subject to the rules and schedules imposed by correctional officers. This loss of control represented a fundamental challenge to his psychological makeup and his sense of identity. However, Rader adapted to prison life with the same methodical approach he had applied to his crimes and his legitimate career. He established routines, followed regulations, and avoided conflicts with other inmates or staff members. His behavior was generally described as compliant and unremarkable, suggesting that he had accepted his situation and was not planning escape attempts or other disruptive activities. During his incarceration, Rader has maintained correspondence with various people outside the prison, including family members, researchers, and individuals interested in his crimes. These letters have provided additional insights into his personality and his perspective on his actions. However, they have also revealed his continued lack of genuine remorse and his ongoing narcissistic focus on his own importance and achievements. Some of Rader's prison correspondence has focused on his desire to be remembered as a significant figure in criminal history, comparable to other famous serial killers like Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer. He has expressed frustration when he feels that his crimes are being forgotten or overshadowed by other cases, revealing his continued need for recognition and attention even while serving life sentences. The case of Dennis Rader has had lasting impacts on law enforcement practices, criminal psychology research, and public understanding of serial killers. His ability to remain undetected for 30 years while living as a seemingly normal community member challenged many assumptions about how such criminals could be identified and apprehended. The case demonstrated the importance of advanced forensic techniques and the potential for technology to solve cold cases that had seemed hopeless. The BTK investigation also highlighted the psychological complexity of serial killers and the difficulty of creating accurate profiles based on crime scene evidence alone. Many of the assumptions investigators had made about BTK's personality, lifestyle, and background proved to be incorrect, leading to revisions in profiling techniques and investigative approaches. For the mental health community, the Rader case provided valuable insights into the psychology of serial killers and the ways in which such individuals can compartmentalize their lives to maintain normal social functioning while committing horrific crimes. His case has been studied extensively by researchers interested in understanding the development and expression of psychopathic personality disorders. The impact on the Wichita community has been profound and lasting. The resolution of the BTK case brought relief to residents who had lived in fear for decades, but it also forced the community to confront the reality that evil can hide behind the most ordinary and respectable facades. The case became a part of local history and identity, remembered both for the terror it caused and for the persistence of investigators who never gave up seeking justice. Today, more than 20 years after his arrest, Dennis Rader remains incarcerated at El Dorado Correctional Facility, where he continues to serve his 10 consecutive life sentences. He is now in his late 70s, and reports suggest that he is experiencing health problems related to aging and the stress of long-term incarceration. However, he continues to maintain his innocence regarding any crimes beyond the 10 murders for which he was convicted. Recent years have seen renewed interest in the BTK case, partly due to investigators' efforts to determine whether Rader might have been responsible for additional unsolved crimes in Kansas and surrounding states. Cold case detectives have been reviewing unsolved murders and disappearances from the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, looking for connections to Rader's known methods and timeline. Some of these investigations have focused on cases in Oklahoma and Missouri, where authorities believe Rader may have committed additional murders that were never connected to the BTK series. These investigations have involved searching properties once owned by Rader and conducting new forensic analyses of evidence from cold cases. However, None of these investigations have yet resulted in additional charges against Rader. The story of Dennis Rader serves as a chilling reminder that evil can hide behind the most ordinary and respectable appearances. For 30 years, he successfully maintained a double life, presenting himself as a model citizen while secretly being one of America's most dangerous serial killers. His case demonstrates the importance of persistent investigation, advanced forensic techniques, and the recognition that monsters can live among us without detection for decades. The victims of Dennis Rader, Joseph, Julie, Josephine, and Joseph Jr. Otero, Catherine Bright, Shirley Vian, Nancy Fox, Maureen Hedge, Vicki Weggerl, and Dolores Davis, deserve to be remembered not just as statistics in a criminal case, but as individual human beings whose lives were cut short by unspeakable evil. Their families and friends continue to deal with the lasting impact of these crimes, carrying the pain and loss with them while working to honor the memories of their loved ones. The BTK case also highlights the resilience of communities faced with terror and uncertainty. Despite decades of fear and the shocking revelation of the killer's true identity, Wichita has continued to grow and thrive. The case has become part of the city's history, but it does not define the community's character or future. As Dennis Rader continues to serve his life sentences in prison, the full impact of his crimes continues to reverberate through the lives of those he affected. The families of his victims carry permanent scars from his actions, while the community he terrorized has had to come to terms with the reality that the person they trusted as a leader and protector was actually their greatest threat. The story of Beat K remains one of the most disturbing and complex cases in American criminal history, a reminder that human evil can take forms that are both horrific and surprisingly ordinary. It serves as a testament to the importance of justice, the power of persistence in investigation, and the need to remember and honor the victims of violent crime while working to prevent such tragedies in the future. The case files are closed, the killer is behind bars, and the community has moved forward, but the story of Dennis Rader and his 30-year reign of terror will continue to be studied and remembered as long as people seek to understand the darkest aspects of human. Aileen Carol Wuornos was an American serial killer who murdered 7 men between 1989 and 1990 while working as a prostitute along Florida highways, claiming she killed them in self-defense after they tried to rape or assault her, though the courts found her guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced her to death by lethal injection, which was carried out on October 9, 2002. On February 29, 1956, a leap year day that comes only once every 4 years, a baby girl was born in Rochester, Michigan. Her name was Aileen Carol Pittman, but the world would come to know her by a different name, Aileen Wuornos. From the moment she entered this world, tragedy seemed to follow her like a dark shadow. Her mother, Diane Wuornos, was just 16 years old when she gave birth to Aileen. She had already been through more pain and suffering than most people face in a lifetime. Diane had married Leo Dale Pittman when she was only 14 years old. Leo was 18 at the time, and their marriage was doomed from the start. Leo Pittman was not an ordinary man. He had serious mental problems that made him dangerous to be around. He was violent and unpredictable, and he had a dark side that would eventually destroy him. Before Aileen was even born, Leo had shown signs of the terrible things he was capable of doing. The marriage between Diane and Leo was filled with daily beatings and abuse. Even when Diane was pregnant with Aileen, Leo would hit her and hurt her. The violence in their home was so bad that neighbors could hear the screaming and fighting. Diane lived in constant fear, never knowing when the next beating would come. Just 2 months before Aileen was born, Diane made the brave decision to divorce Leo. She could not take the abuse anymore, and she was scared for her unborn child. Leo Pittman left their lives, but his influence would haunt the family for years to come. Leo Pittman was a man with a twisted mind. As Aileen grew up, she would learn terrible things about the father she never knew. Leo was diagnosed with schizophrenia, a serious mental illness that made him see and hear things that were not real. But his problems went much deeper than mental illness. In 1967, when Aileen was 11 years old, her father was sent to prison for kidnapping and raping a 7-year-old girl. The court sentenced him to life in prison for this horrible crime. Leo Pittman was not just mentally ill, He was a dangerous predator who hurt innocent children. 2 years later, in 1969, Leo Pittman could not live with what he had done. On January 30th, 1969, he was found hanging in his prison cell. He had killed himself, unable to face the rest of his life behind bars. Aileen was 13 years old when her father took his own life, ending a story of violence and mental illness that had marked her family from the beginning. But Leo Pittman's death did not end the tragedy in Aileen's life. In fact, it was just the beginning of a story that would become one of the most disturbing cases in American criminal history. When Aileen was not even 4 years old, her mother Diane made a decision that would change everything. Diane was young, overwhelmed, and unable to cope with raising 2 small children on her own. She had Aileen and her older brother Keith, who was born in March 1955, just over a year before Aileen. In January 1960, Diane abandoned her children. She left them with her parents, Lori and Britta Wernos, and walked away from her responsibilities as a mother. For Aileen, who was barely learning to walk and talk, this abandonment was the first of many betrayals she would face in her short life. Lori and Britta Wernos legally adopted Aileen and Keith on March 18, 1960. From that day forward, the children believed that their grandparents were actually their parents. They were told that their real mother, Diane, was their older sister. This lie would continue for years, creating confusion and pain that would last a lifetime. The Wernos household was not a safe place for children. Both Lori and Britta had serious drinking problems. They were alcoholics who could not control their behavior when they had been drinking. The house was filled with tension, anger, and violence. Lori Wernos was a harsh man who believed in strict discipline, but his idea of discipline went far beyond what any child should ever have to endure. He would force Aileen to strip naked and then beat her with a belt. The beatings were cruel and painful, leaving marks on her small body. The abuse did not stop with physical violence. According to Aileen's later statements, her grandfather also sexually abused her. She claimed that Lori would touch her in inappropriate ways and force her to do things that no child should ever have to do. These experiences filled her with shame, fear, and confusion. Britta Wernos, Aileen's grandmother, was supposed to protect her from harm, but Britta was lost in her own world of alcohol and depression. She drank heavily every day, trying to escape from her own pain and problems. Instead of helping Aileen, Britta turned a blind eye to what was happening in their home. The combination of physical abuse, sexual abuse, and emotional neglect created a toxic environment that poisoned Aileen's childhood. She was learning that the world was a dangerous place where the people who were supposed to love and protect her could hurt her instead. As Aileen grew older, she began to act out in ways that showed how much pain she was carrying inside. She had trouble in school and could not make friends easily. Other children seemed to sense that something was wrong with her, and they often made fun of her or avoided her completely. When Aileen was around 11 years old, she discovered the truth about her family. She learned that the people she thought were her parents were actually her grandparents, and the woman she thought was her sister was really her mother. This revelation shattered what little stability she had left in her life. The knowledge that her real mother had abandoned her filled Aileen with rage and sadness. She felt betrayed and unwanted, like she was not worth loving or keeping. These feelings would stay with her for the rest of her life, influencing every relationship she would ever have. By the time Aileen was 11 years old, her behavior had become increasingly troubling. The abuse and neglect she suffered at home had taught her that her body was not her own, and that she could use it to get things she needed to survive. Aileen began engaging in sexual activities with boys at school in exchange for cigarettes, drugs, and food. She was just a child, but she had learned to trade her body for the basic necessities of life. The other children at school gave her cruel nicknames because of her behavior, calling her names that hurt and humiliated her. This early sexual activity was not normal childhood experimentation. It was the desperate behavior of a child who had been taught that her body was the only thing of value she possessed. Aileen had learned this lesson from the adults who were supposed to care for her, and now she was applying it in her daily life. The situation at home continued to get worse. According to some reports, Aileen was also having sexual contact with her brother Keith. This disturbing development showed just how damaged the family had become. The children were acting out the dysfunction and abuse they witnessed and experienced every day. In 1970, when Aileen was 14 years old, she became pregnant. She claimed that she had been raped by a friend of her grandfather's, a much older man who took advantage of her vulnerability. Whether this was rape or the result of her trading sex for money or goods, the pregnancy represented another tragedy in her young life. A school report from 1970 warned that Aileen was in serious trouble. The report stated that it is vital for this girl's welfare that she receive counseling immediately. But instead of getting the help she desperately needed, Aileen was sent away to a home for unwed mothers in Detroit. On March 23, 1971, Aileen gave birth to a baby boy. The child was immediately taken away and placed for adoption. Aileen never had the chance to hold her son or bond with him. At 15 years old, she had already experienced pregnancy, childbirth, and the loss of her child, experiences that would have been traumatic for an adult, let alone a teenager. When Aileen returned home after giving birth, she found that her situation had not improved. If anything, it had gotten worse. Her grandmother Britta was drinking more heavily than ever, and her grandfather Laurie seemed even more violent and unpredictable. The combination of trauma from the pregnancy, the loss of her baby, and the ongoing abuse at home was too much for Aileen to handle. She began using alcohol and drugs to numb her pain, following the example set by the adults around her. She also attempted suicide multiple times, including one incident where she shot herself in the abdomen with a gun. In July 1971, Britta Wernos died of liver failure caused by years of heavy drinking. Her death removed the last person in the household who might have provided some protection for Aileen, even though Britta had failed to protect her from abuse while she was alive. After Britta's death, Laurie Wernos decided he no longer wanted to care for his adopted grandchildren. He threw 15-year-old Aileen out of the house, forcing her to survive on her own. She had no money, no place to live, and no one to turn to for help. Aileen began living in the woods near her old home, sleeping outdoors and searching for food wherever she could find it. She supported herself through prostitution, trading sex for money, food, and shelter. At 15, she was completely alone in the world, with no education, no job skills, and no support system to help her build a better life. Living on the streets as a teenager was dangerous and degrading, but for Aileen, it represented a kind of freedom from the abuse she had suffered at home. At least now, when men hurt her, she was getting paid for it. This twisted logic made sense to someone who had never known what healthy relationships looked like. Aileen hitchhiked from place to place, never staying in one location for very long. She learned to be suspicious of everyone and to always be ready to defend herself. The streets taught her that violence was often the only language that people understood, and that showing weakness could get you killed. During her teenage years, Aileen was arrested multiple times for various crimes. In May 1974, she was jailed in Jefferson County for disorderly conduct, drunk driving, and firing a weapon from a vehicle. 2 years later, in Michigan, she was arrested for assault and disturbing the peace after attacking a bartender in a fight. These early arrests showed a pattern of behavior that would continue throughout Aileen's life. She was quick to anger, ready to fight, and unable to control her impulses when she felt threatened or disrespected. The years of abuse had taught her to strike first and ask questions later. In 1976, Aileen made a decision that would change her life dramatically. She decided to hitchhike to Florida, hoping to find better opportunities in the warm climate of the South. She had heard that Florida was a place where people could start over and build new lives, and she desperately wanted to escape her past. Florida in the 1970s was a land of opportunity for some people, but for others, it was just another place to struggle and survive. Aileen arrived with nothing but the clothes on her back and a lifetime of pain and anger that she carried with her wherever she went. Soon after arriving in Florida, Aileen met a man who seemed to offer her everything she had ever dreamed of. His name was Louis Gratzfell, and he was 69 years old, wealthy, and the president of a yacht club in the area. Louis was everything that Aileen was not: respectable, educated, and financially secure. Louis Fell was attracted to Aileen despite her rough appearance and crude behavior. Perhaps he saw something in her that reminded him of his own youth, or perhaps he simply enjoyed the company of a much younger woman. Whatever the reason, he fell in love with her and asked her to marry him. The wedding of Louis Fell and Aileen Wernos was announced in the local newspaper's society section, complete with a picture of the happy couple. For a brief moment, it seemed like Aileen's luck had finally changed. She was married to a wealthy man who could provide her with everything she had never had security, respect, and a place in society. But Aileen was not prepared for the responsibilities and expectations that came with being married to a man like Louis Fell. She had spent her entire life surviving on the streets, and she did not know how to behave in polite society. The wealthy friends and associates of her new husband looked down on her and made her feel unwelcome in their social circle. Aileen tried to fit in, but her past kept getting in the way. She would drink too much at social gatherings and get into fights with other guests. She would use crude language and tell inappropriate stories about her life on the streets. The more she tried to be someone she was not, the more frustrated and angry she became. The marriage that had seemed like a fairy tale quickly turned into a nightmare. Louis Fell began to see Eileen's true nature, and he was horrified by what he discovered. The woman he had married was violent, unpredictable, and completely unsuited to the life he had wanted to share with her. Just weeks after their wedding, Louis Fell took out a restraining order against Aileen, claiming that she had hit him with his own cane during a violent argument. The fairy tale was over, and Aileen was back where she started, alone, angry, and desperate for survival. The marriage was quickly annulled, and Aileen found herself back on the streets of Florida with nothing to show for her brief taste of the good life. The experience had shown her what she could never have, and this knowledge filled her with even more rage and resentment than before. After the collapse of her marriage, Aileen was arrested for assault after getting into a fight in a local bar. She was angry, humiliated, and feeling betrayed by the world once again. The brief hope that she might be able to change her life had been crushed, and she retreated back into the only world she really knew, the world of violence, crime, and survival at any cost. In July 1976, while Aileen was dealing with the aftermath of her failed marriage in Florida, tragedy struck her family once again. Her brother Keith, who had shared her difficult childhood and understood her pain better than anyone else, was diagnosed with throat cancer. He was only 21 years old. Aileen hitchhiked back to Michigan to be with Keith during his illness. Despite all the dysfunction and abuse in their family, Keith was one of the few people in the world who truly cared about Aileen. They had survived their childhood together, and they shared a bond that had been forged in the fires of shared trauma. Keith's battle with cancer was brief, but devastating. The disease spread quickly through his young body, and there was little that doctors could do to save him. Aileen watched helplessly as her brother, the only person who had ever really understood her, slowly died in front of her eyes. In March 1976, Keith Wernos died of throat cancer. Aileen was devastated by the loss. Keith had been her partner in survival, the one person who knew what she had been through and who accepted her despite all her flaws. With his death, she lost the last connection she had to anything resembling a normal family relationship. As Keith's next of kin, Aileen inherited his life insurance policy, which was worth $10,000. For someone who had spent most of her life living in poverty, this was an enormous amount of money. It represented more wealth than she had ever possessed, and it could have been the foundation for building a better life. But Aileen was not equipped to handle such a large sum of money responsibly. She had never learned how to manage finances or plan for the future. Instead of using the money wisely, she spent it quickly and recklessly on legal fees, fines, and a new car that she promptly wrecked in an accident. The loss of Keith's insurance money represented more than just a financial setback for Aileen. It showed that she was unable to break the cycle of self-destruction that had defined her entire life. Even when given an opportunity to change her circumstances, she could not overcome the patterns of behavior that had been ingrained in her since childhood. During this same period, Aileen received more tragic news about her family. In March 1976, her grandfather Laurie Wernos, the man who had abused her throughout her childhood, committed suicide. Like her father before him, Laurie chose to end his own life rather than face the consequences of his actions. Aileen did not attend Laurie's funeral. She felt no sadness at his death, only a sense of relief that her abuser was finally gone from the world. But his death also meant that she would never have the opportunity to confront him about what he had done to her, or to get any kind of closure for the trauma he had inflicted. With Keith dead and her insurance money gone, Aileen returned to Florida. She was more alone than ever, carrying the weight of multiple losses and traumas. The brief period of stability that Keith's presence had provided was over, and she was once again adrift in a world that seemed determined to destroy her. The late 1970s and 1980s were marked by a steady downward spiral for Aileen Wernos. She drifted from place to place, supporting herself through prostitution and petty crime. Her criminal record grew longer with each passing year, showing a pattern of violence and antisocial behavior that was becoming increasingly dangerous. Eileen's crimes during this period included forgery, theft, armed robbery, and assault. She was frequently arrested and spent time in various jails and prisons throughout Florida. Each stint behind bars was supposed to be an opportunity for rehabilitation, but Aileen emerged from prison more hardened and bitter than before. The criminal justice system in the 1980s was not well equipped to deal with someone like Aileen Wuornos. She was a woman with severe psychological problems stemming from childhood trauma, but instead of receiving mental health treatment, she was simply punished and released back onto the streets to repeat the same destructive patterns. From May 1982 to June 1983, Aileen was imprisoned on an armed robbery charge. During her time in prison, she was exposed to even more violence and dysfunction. Prison culture reinforced many of the lessons she had learned on the streets: that violence was power, that showing weakness was dangerous, and that other people could not be trusted. Throughout this period, Aileen continued to work as a prostitute along the highways of Florida. She would hitchhike from truck stop to truck stop, picking up clients who were looking for quick sexual encounters. This lifestyle was extremely dangerous, as it put her in contact with potentially violent men in isolated locations. Aileen developed a reputation among truckers and other highway travelers as someone who was tough and not to be messed with. She carried a gun for protection and was known to be quick to use it if she felt threatened. This reputation may have protected her from some potential attackers, but it also attracted attention from law enforcement. The constant stress of life on the streets was taking its toll on Eileen's mental and physical health. She was drinking heavily and using drugs regularly to cope with her pain and anger. Her appearance became increasingly rough and unkempt, reflecting the hard life she was living. During this time, Aileen had numerous encounters with law enforcement officers who knew her by various aliases. She frequently used false names when she was arrested, trying to avoid the accumulation of charges that would lead to longer prison sentences. The police who dealt with her noted her hostile attitude and her tendency to seek out confrontation rather than trying to avoid it. Eileen's life during this decade was marked by brief periods of relative stability followed by dramatic crashes back into crime and imprisonment. She would occasionally find temporary work in restaurants or bars, but she was unable to hold these jobs for long due to her volatile personality and her inability to get along with co-workers and customers. The prostitution work that provided most of her income was becoming increasingly dangerous as the years went by. The highways of Florida were frequented by all kinds of men, including those who enjoyed hurting women and those who saw prostitutes as easy targets for robbery or worse. Aileen had several encounters with violent clients during this period, experiences that reinforced her belief that men were dangerous and not to be trusted. In 1986, Aileen Wuornos' life took an unexpected turn when she met a young woman named Tyria Moore at a gay bar in Daytona Beach, Florida. Tyria, who was 24 years old at the time, was originally from Ohio and had come to Florida looking for a fresh start in life. The meeting between Aileen and Tyria was not love at first sight, but it was something that neither of them had experienced before: a genuine connection with another person. Aileen, who was 30 years old and had spent most of her life being used and abused by men, found in Tyria someone who seemed to care about her as a person rather than just as a sexual object. Tyria Moore was different from most of the people Aileen had known in her life. She was gentle, kind, and seemed to see something good in Aileen that others had missed. For the first time in her adult life, Aileen felt like she had found someone who might actually love her for who she was. The relationship between Aileen and Tyria developed quickly and intensely. They began living together, moving from motel to motel and rented room to rented room as their financial situation dictated. Tyria worked as a hotel maid when she could find work, while Aileen continued to support them both primarily through prostitution. For Aileen, the relationship with Tyria represented something she had never had before: a sense of being loved and wanted. She was desperate to make the relationship work and was willing to do anything to keep Tyria happy and by her side. This desperation would later play a crucial role in the events that led to her becoming a serial killer. Tyria provided emotional stability for Aileen, but she also became financially dependent on her. Eileen's income from prostitution was often their only source of money for rent, food, and other necessities. This created a dynamic where Aileen felt pressure to continue working the streets in order to support the woman she loved. The 4 years that Aileen and Tyria spent together were some of the happiest of Eileen's life, but they were also marked by increasing violence and criminal activity. Eileen's encounters with clients were becoming more hostile, and she was carrying weapons more frequently for protection. During this period, Aileen was arrested several more times for various offenses, including carrying a concealed weapon, disturbing the peace, and assault. Each arrest put strain on her relationship with Tyria, who was frightened by Eileen's increasing volatility and her tendency to solve problems with violence. Despite the challenges they faced, Tyria seemed to genuinely care for Aileen, and Aileen was devoted to making their relationship work. They traveled together throughout Florida, living a nomadic lifestyle that kept them constantly moving from place to place. This lifestyle suited Aileen, who had never been able to stay in one place for very long without getting into trouble. The relationship with Tyria also gave Aileen a sense of purpose beyond just surviving from day to day. She now had someone to provide for and protect, which made her feel needed and important. However, this also increased the pressure she felt to earn money through prostitution, even when it became increasingly dangerous to do so. As the relationship progressed, Aileen became more possessive and controlling. She was terrified of losing Tyria, the one good thing in her life, and this fear made her increasingly paranoid and suspicious. She would become jealous if Tyria talked to other people, and she would sometimes become violent when she felt that their relationship was threatened. By late 1989, the pressure and stress in Aileen Wuornos's life had reached a breaking point. She was drinking heavily, using drugs, and becoming increasingly paranoid and violent. The prostitution work that supported her and Tyria was becoming more dangerous, and she was encountering more clients who were abusive or threatening. On the night of November 30th, 1989, Aileen was working along Interstate 4 near Daytona Beach when she encountered a man named Richard Charles Mallory. Mallory was 51 years old and owned an electronics store in Clearwater, Florida. He appeared to be just another client looking for sex, but this encounter would change everything for Aileen. According to Eileen's later confessions, she and Mallory drove to an isolated area where they began drinking beer and smoking marijuana together. They talked for several hours about various topics, including his business, politics, and religion. Mallory seemed friendly and non-threatening at first, which made Aileen let her guard down. As the night progressed, however, the situation began to change. Aileen claimed that Mallory became violent and aggressive, attempting to rape and assault her. She said that he tied her up, tortured her, and threatened to kill her, telling her that he had killed other women before and would do the same to her. Whether Eileen's account of what happened that night was completely accurate remains a matter of debate. What is certain is that sometime in the early morning hours of December 1st, 1989, she shot Richard Mallory 3 times in the chest with a .22 caliber pistol. He died from his wounds, and Aileen left his body in a wooded area near the highway. After killing Mallory, Aileen took his money, his car, and some of his personal belongings. She drove his vehicle to an area near Ormond Beach and abandoned it there. She then returned to the motel, where she was staying with Tyria Moore. When Aileen arrived back at the motel, she was intoxicated and visibly shaken by what had happened. She told Tyria that she had killed a man in self-defense, that he had tried to rape her, and she had been forced to shoot him to save her own life. She showed Tyria some of Mallory's belongings and explained how she had sorted through his things, keeping some items and discarding others. Tyria was shocked and frightened by Eileen's confession. She had known that Aileen could be violent, but she had never imagined that her lover was capable of murder. However, Tyria chose to believe Eileen's story about self-defense, and she helped her dispose of evidence from the crime. 2 days after the murder, a Volusia County deputy sheriff found Mallory's abandoned car. On December 13, 1989, his body was discovered in the woods where Aileen had left it. The medical examiner determined that he had been shot multiple times, with 2 bullets to the left lung being the cause of death. The discovery of Mallory's body marked the beginning of what would become one of Florida's most notorious serial killer cases. However, at the time, law enforcement officials had no idea who had committed the murder or that it was the first in a series of similar crimes. For Aileen, the killing of Richard Mallory represented a crossing of a line from which there would be no return. She had always been violent and prone to fighting, but she had never before taken a human life. The act of murder had changed something fundamental inside her, and it would not be long before she killed again. The murder of Richard Mallory seemed to unleash something dark and uncontrollable in Aileen Wuornos. Over the next 11 months, she would kill 6 more men, all while continuing to work as a prostitute along the highways of Central Florida. Her second victim was David Andrew Spears, a 47-year-old construction worker from Winter Garden, Florida. Spears was reported missing on May 19, 1990, and his naked body was discovered on June 1, 1990. Along U.S. Highway 19 in Citrus County. He had been shot 6 times with a .22 caliber pistol, the same type of weapon used to kill Richard Mallory. The murder of David Spears followed a pattern that would become familiar in Aileen's subsequent crimes. She would encounter men who were looking for sex along the highways, drive with them to isolated locations, and then shoot them multiple times before robbing them and stealing their vehicles. Just a few days after killing David Spears, Aileen claimed her third victim. Charles Edmund Carskadden was a 40-year-old part-time rodeo worker who was traveling through Florida when he encountered Aileen on May 31, 1990. His naked body was found on June 6, 1990, in Pasco County, shot 9 times with a .22 caliber weapon. The body had been wrapped in an electric blanket and was badly decomposed when it was discovered. Witnesses later reported seeing Aileen in possession of Carskadden's car, and she had pawned a gun that was identified as belonging to him. The evidence was mounting, but law enforcement officials had not yet connected all the murders to a single perpetrator. In June 1990, Aileen encountered Peter Seams, a 65-year-old missionary who was traveling through Florida. Seams disappeared without a trace, and while his car was later found abandoned, his body was never recovered. Law enforcement officials believe that Aileen murdered Seams, but she was never charged with his death due to the lack of physical evidence. The disappearance of Peter Seams would prove to be crucial to Aileen's eventual capture. On July 4, 1990, Aileen and Tyria Moore were involved in a car accident while driving Seams's stolen vehicle. The crash occurred on a rural road, and both women fled the scene on foot, leaving the car behind. A witness to the accident, Rhonda Bailey, provided police with detailed descriptions of the 2 women she had seen fleeing from the crash. These descriptions would later be used to create composite sketches that were distributed to the media and law enforcement agencies throughout Florida. Aileen's 4th confirmed victim was Troy Eugene Burress, a 50-year-old sausage salesman from Ocala, Florida. His body was found on August 4, 1990, with 2 gunshot wounds to his torso. Like the other victims, Burress had been shot with a .22 caliber weapon and left in a wooded area along a highway. The 5th victim was Charles Richard Humphreys, a 56-year-old retired police chief and former U.S. Air Force major from Crystal River, Florida. Humphreys' body was discovered in Marion County on September 12, 1990. He had been shot 7 times, with gunshot wounds to both his head and torso. The fact that one of the victims was a retired police officer brought additional attention and resources to the investigation. Aileen's final victim was Walter Gino Antonio, a 62-year-old trucker who was found shot 4 times in the back and head in Dixie County on November 19, 1990. Antonio's murder marked the end of Aileen's killing spree, though law enforcement officials did not know it at the time. Throughout this period of escalating violence, Aileen continued to live with Tyria Moore, moving from motel to motel and maintaining the facade of a normal relationship. Tyria later claimed that she was unaware of most of the murders, though she admitted that Aileen had told her about killing Richard Mallory in self-defense. The pattern of the murders showed that Aileen was becoming more confident and methodical in her approach to killing. She would lure men to isolated locations, shoot them multiple times to ensure they were dead, and then rob them of their money and belongings before stealing their vehicles. The crime showed planning and forethought, contradicting her later claims that all the killings were spontaneous acts of self-defense. By the fall of 1990, law enforcement agencies throughout Central Florida were beginning to recognize that they were dealing with a serial killer. The similarities between the murders were too numerous to ignore. All the victims were middle-aged men who had been shot with a .22 caliber weapon. All had been found in wooded areas along highways, and all had been robbed of their belongings. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement formed a task force to investigate the murders, bringing together detectives from multiple counties to coordinate their efforts. The task force was headed by experienced investigators who specialized in serial killer cases, and they began to develop a profile of the perpetrator. The profile that emerged was unusual because it suggested that the killer was a woman. Female serial killers were extremely rare, and those who did exist typically used poison or other less violent methods to kill their victims. A woman who used a gun to kill strangers was almost unheard of in the annals of criminal history. The breakthrough in the case came from the car accident involving Peter Seams's stolen vehicle. The witness descriptions provided by Rhonda Bailey allowed police to create composite sketches of two women who were believed to be connected to the murders. These sketches were distributed to law enforcement agencies and the media throughout Florida. The sketches generated numerous tips from the public, but one tip proved to be particularly valuable. Someone who had seen the sketches recognized them as resembling two women who frequented bars and motels in the Daytona Beach area. This information helped investigators narrow their search to a specific geographic region. At the same time, investigators were following another crucial lead: the pawn shop records. Several items belonging to the murder victims had been pawned at various shops throughout Central Florida, and the pawn shop records contained fingerprints and identification information for the person who had sold the items. The fingerprints found on the pawn shop receipts matched prints that were already in the Florida criminal database. They belonged to a woman with an extensive criminal record who used multiple aliases, including Lori Christine Grody, Susan Lynn Blahovec, and Lee Blahovec. Her real name was Aileen Carol Wernos. With this identification, investigators were able to trace Eileen's movements and activities over the previous year. They discovered that she had been arrested multiple times during the period when the murders were taking place, and that she had been living with a woman named Tyria Moore. The investigation revealed that Aileen and Tyria had been living a nomadic lifestyle, moving from motel to motel throughout Central Florida. They had been staying in cheap accommodations and frequently changing locations, which had made it difficult for law enforcement to track them down. By December 1990, the pressure of the investigation was beginning to affect both Aileen and Tyria. They were aware that law enforcement was looking for them, and they were becoming increasingly paranoid and desperate. Tyria, in particular, was frightened by the attention they were receiving and the possibility that she might be charged as an accessory to murder. In December 1990, Tyria Moore made a decision that would ultimately lead to Eileen's capture. She left Florida and returned to her family in Pennsylvania, abandoning Aileen and their relationship. For Aileen, this abandonment was devastating. Tyria had been the one person in her life who had provided love and stability, and now she was gone. The loss of Tyria's companionship and support pushed Aileen deeper into desperation and self-destruction. She continued to work as a prostitute and drink heavily, but she was becoming increasingly reckless and unpredictable. It was only a matter of time before law enforcement would catch up with her. On January 9, 1991, Aileen Carol Wernos was arrested at a biker bar called The Last Resort in Port Orange, Florida. The arrest was made on a warrant for carrying a concealed weapon, but investigators knew that they had captured the person they believed was responsible for the highway murders that had terrorized Central Florida for over a year. The Last Resort was a rough establishment that catered to bikers, drifters, and other people living on the margins of society. Aileen had been a regular customer at the bar for some time, and she was known to the staff and other patrons as someone who could be friendly when she was in a good mood but dangerous when she was drunk or angry. On the night of her arrest, Aileen was sitting at the bar drinking beer when undercover police officers approached her. She was identified through the fingerprints that had been found on the pawn shop receipts, and there was no question about her identity. The officers arrested her without incident, though she was belligerent and hostile during the booking process. The arrest of Aileen Wernos made headlines throughout Florida and eventually across the nation. The idea of a female serial killer was so unusual that it captured the attention of the media and the public in a way that male serial killers rarely did. Headlines described her as America's first female serial killer and the damsel of death. While Aileen was being held in jail, law enforcement officials were working to locate Tyria Moore, who had returned to her family in Pennsylvania. They tracked her down and convinced her to cooperate with their investigation in exchange for immunity from prosecution. Tyria agreed to help law enforcement obtain a confession from Aileen. She returned to Florida and, under police supervision, made a series of phone calls to Aileen while she was in jail. During these calls, Tyria pleaded with Aileen to confess to the murders and clear her name. The phone calls between Aileen and Tyria were emotionally charged and revealed the depth of Aileen's feelings for the woman who had abandoned her. Aileen was desperate to protect Tyria from prosecution, and she was willing to take full responsibility for all the murders if it would keep her former lover safe. On January 16, 1991, just 1 week after her arrest, Aileen Wuornos confessed to the murders during a videotaped interview with investigators. In her confession, she admitted to killing 6 men, though she maintained that all the killings had been in self-defense after the men had tried to rape or assault her. Aileen's confession was detailed and provided investigators with information about each of the murders. She described how she had met each victim, what had happened during their encounters, and how she had disposed of evidence after the killings. However, her story about self-defense was met with skepticism by investigators, who noted that the evidence suggested premeditation rather than spontaneous defensive action. The confession was a major breakthrough in the case, but it also raised questions about Aileen's mental state and her ability to understand the consequences of her actions. She appeared to be suffering from various psychological problems, including possible personality disorders and substance abuse issues. During the confession, Aileen also revealed details about her relationship with Tyria Moore and how the pressure of supporting them both had contributed to her continued work as a prostitute. She spoke about the violence she had encountered from clients over the years and how she had learned to carry weapons for protection. The videotaped confession would later become a key piece of evidence in Aileen's trials, though her defense attorneys would argue that it had been obtained under questionable circumstances and should not be admissible in court. The legal case against Aileen Wuornos was complex and would ultimately involve multiple trials in different counties throughout Florida. Each murder had been committed in a different jurisdiction, which meant that prosecutors had to decide how to handle the charges and which cases to prosecute first. The first trial began in January 1992 in Volusia County, where Aileen was charged with the first-degree murder of Richard Charles Mallory. This case was chosen to go first because it was considered to have the strongest evidence and the best chance of resulting in a conviction. During the trial, prosecutors painted a picture of Aileen as a cold-blooded killer who had murdered Mallory for money. They argued that the evidence showed premeditation and that her claims of self-defense were fabricated to justify her actions. The prosecution emphasized the fact that she had robbed Mallory after killing him and had shown no remorse for her actions. The defense team, led by attorneys Billy Nolis and Tricia Jenkins, argued that Aileen had indeed acted in self-defense. They presented evidence about her history of abuse and trauma, arguing that she had been conditioned to expect violence from men and had reasonable grounds to fear for her life during the encounter with Mallory. One of the most dramatic moments of the trial came when Aileen herself took the witness stand to testify in her own defense. This was a risky strategy, as it opened her up to cross-examination by the prosecution, but her attorneys felt that the jury needed to hear her side of the story directly from her. During her testimony, Aileen described in graphic detail what she claimed had happened on the night she killed Richard Mallory. She said that he had violently raped her, tied her up, and threatened to kill her. She testified that she had shot him only after he had told her, "You're dead, bitch," and she believed he was about to murder her. The prosecution's cross-examination of Aileen was intense and hostile. Prosecutor John Tanner challenged her version of events and pointed out inconsistencies in her various statements about the crime. Aileen became increasingly agitated and angry during the cross-examination, invoking her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination 25 times. A significant piece of information that was not allowed into evidence during the trial was the fact that Richard Mallory had previously been convicted of violent rape and had served 10 years in prison for that crime. This information might have supported Aileen's claim that he had tried to assault her, but the judge ruled that it was not relevant to the case. The trial lasted for 2 weeks, and the jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before returning a guilty verdict on the charge of first-degree murder. They also found her guilty of armed robbery in connection with the crime. The speed of the deliberation suggested that the jury had found the prosecution's case compelling and had rejected Aileen's claims of self-defense. The penalty phase of the trial began immediately after the guilty verdict was announced. During this phase, the prosecution argued that Aileen deserved the death penalty because of the heinous nature of her crime and her lack of remorse. The defense presented evidence about her traumatic childhood and her mental health problems, arguing that these factors should be considered as mitigating circumstances. On January 31st, 1992, the jury recommended that Aileen Wuornos be sentenced to death for the murder of Richard Mallory. The recommendation was unanimous, with all 12 jurors voting for the death penalty. Judge Uriel Blunt accepted the jury's recommendation and formally sentenced Aileen to death by lethal injection. The sentencing of Aileen Wuornos to death made her one of only a few women on death row in Florida at that time. Female death row inmates were extremely rare, and her case attracted significant media attention and public interest. Following her conviction for the murder of Richard Mallory, Aileen faced additional charges for the murders of the other victims. Rather than go through multiple lengthy trials, her attorneys advised her to plead no contest to the remaining charges in exchange for avoiding additional death penalty proceedings. On March 31, 1992, Aileen pleaded no contest to the murders of David Spears, Troy Burress, and Charles Humphreys. She received 3 additional death sentences for these crimes. Later, she would also plead guilty to the murders of Charles Carskadden and Walter Antonio, receiving 2 more death sentences. By the end of the legal proceedings, Aileen Wuornos had been sentenced to death 6 times for the 6 murders that prosecutors were able to prove. She was not charged with the murder of Peter Seams because his body was never found, though investigators believed she was responsible for his death as well. After her sentencing, Aileen Wuornos was transferred to the Broward Correctional Institution in Pembroke Pines, Florida, which housed the state's female death row inmates. Life on death row was a dramatic change from the chaotic, nomadic existence she had lived on the streets, but it was also a form of imprisonment that carried the constant threat of execution. Death row inmates in Florida lived in isolation, spending 23 hours a day in their cells with only 1 hour allowed for exercise and recreation. The cells were small and sparse, containing only a bed, a toilet, a sink, and a small desk. Contact with other inmates was severely limited, and visits from family and friends were restricted. For Aileen, who had spent most of her adult life moving from place to place and interacting with various people, the isolation of death row was particularly difficult. She had no close family members to visit her, and her relationship with Tyria Moore had ended with Tyria's cooperation in the investigation that led to her capture. However, Aileen's case had attracted the attention of various people who were interested in her story, for different reasons. Some were genuinely concerned about her welfare and believed that she had been treated unfairly by the criminal justice system. Others were more interested in the potential financial benefits that could come from being associated with such a notorious case. One of the most significant relationships that Aileen formed while on death row was with Arlene Prawl, a born-again Christian who lived in Oklahoma. Prawl first learned about Aileen's case through newspaper coverage and felt compelled to reach out to her. She began writing letters to Aileen and eventually developed a close relationship with her. In November 1991, Arlene Prawl legally adopted Aileen Wuornos, making her Aileen's legal mother despite the fact that they had never met in person before the adoption proceedings. Prawl claimed that God had told her in a dream to help Aileen, and she became one of her most vocal supporters and advocates. The adoption of a death row inmate by a stranger was highly unusual and attracted significant media attention. Some people praised Prawl for her Christian compassion and her willingness to support someone who had been abandoned by society. Others criticized her for potentially exploiting Aileen's situation for personal gain or attention. During her time on death row, Aileen also attracted the attention of various filmmakers, journalists, and authors who were interested in telling her story. Her case was unusual enough to generate significant public interest, and there was money to be made from books, movies, and documentaries about her life and crimes. One of the most prominent figures who became involved in Aileen's case was British documentary filmmaker Nick Broomfield. Broomfield made 2 documentaries about Aileen, the first in 1992 titled Aileen Wuornos, The Selling of a Serial Killer, and the second in 2003 titled Aileen, Life and Death of a Serial Killer. Broomfield's documentaries were controversial because they suggested that Aileen had been exploited by the people around her, including her lawyers and her adoptive mother Arlene Prawl. The films argued that these individuals were more interested in making money from her case than in providing her with effective legal representation or emotional support. The attention from filmmakers and journalists created additional complications for Aileen's legal situation. Her lawyers were accused of being more interested in selling her story to the media than in mounting an effective defense against the death penalty. This led to questions about whether she had received adequate legal representation during her trials. As the years passed on death row, Eileen's mental health appeared to deteriorate. She became increasingly paranoid and made bizarre claims about being tortured by prison guards using sonic pressure and other forms of psychological warfare. Her behavior became more erratic, and she frequently changed her story about the murders she had committed. The appeals process for death penalty cases in Florida is lengthy and complex, involving multiple levels of review by different courts. For Aileen Wuornos, this process would continue for more than a decade as her attorneys fought to overturn her convictions and death sentences. The first level of appeal went to the Florida Supreme Court, which is required to automatically review all death penalty cases in the state. Eileen's attorneys argued that her confessions had been obtained improperly, that she had not received adequate legal representation, and that her mental health problems should have been considered more thoroughly during her trials. The Florida Supreme Court reviewed each of Eileen's cases separately, as she had been convicted in multiple jurisdictions. In each case, the court upheld her convictions and death sentences, finding that the evidence against her was overwhelming and that her trials had been conducted fairly according to legal standards. After the state appeals were exhausted, Eileen's case moved to the federal court system, where her attorneys filed habeas corpus petitions arguing that her constitutional rights had been violated. These federal appeals focused on issues such as the effectiveness of her trial counsel, the admissibility of her confessions, and the consideration of her mental health problems as mitigating factors. One of the most significant issues raised during the appeals process was the competence of Eileen's trial attorney, Stephen Glazer. Glazer was a flamboyant lawyer who was known for seeking media attention and who had made various deals to sell access to Aileen for interviews and documentaries. During the appeals process, evidence emerged that Glazer had been more interested in the financial and publicity opportunities presented by Eileen's case than in providing her with effective legal representation. He had allowed himself to be filmed accepting cash payments for interviews with Aileen, and he had admitted to using marijuana during the time he was representing her. Glazer's conduct raised serious questions about whether Aileen had received the quality of legal representation that the Constitution requires in death penalty cases. Her appellate attorneys argued that Glazer's conflicts of interest and his focus on media attention had compromised his ability to mount an effective defense. The federal courts, however, were reluctant to overturn the state court convictions based on these arguments. They found that while Glazer's conduct may have been questionable, it did not rise to the level of constitutional ineffectiveness that would require overturning the death sentences. Throughout the appeals process, various mental health experts examined Aileen and provided opinions about her psychological condition. Some experts diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Others argued that she suffered from more severe mental illnesses that should have precluded her execution. The mental health evaluations revealed the extent of the trauma that Aileen had experienced throughout her life, from her childhood abuse to her years of living on the streets and working as a prostitute. However, the courts found that while she clearly suffered from psychological problems, she was competent to stand trial and understood the nature of her crimes and the consequences of her actions. As the appeals process dragged on, Aileen became increasingly frustrated with the legal system and with her attorneys. She began to express a desire to end her appeals and accept execution rather than continue fighting for her life. This created additional legal complications, as the courts had to determine whether she was competent to make such a decision. The question of whether a death row inmate can voluntarily give up their appeals and choose to be executed is a complex legal issue that involves considerations of mental competence, the finality of the death penalty, and the state's interest in ensuring that executions are carried out fairly and legally. By 2001, Aileen Wuornos had been on death row for nearly a decade, and the lengthy appeals process was taking its toll on her mental and emotional state. She had become increasingly isolated and paranoid, making bizarre claims about being subjected to psychological torture by prison officials. Aileen began to express a desire to end her appeals and accept execution rather than continue the legal fight that had consumed years of her life. She claimed that she was tired of the legal process and wanted to get right with God before her death. This decision would set in motion a series of events that would lead to her execution within 2 years. In May 2001, Aileen appeared in court for a competency hearing to determine whether she was mentally capable of making the decision to abandon her appeals. During this hearing, she made several shocking statements that revealed the depth of her mental deterioration and her desire to die. "I am a serial killer. I would kill again. Aileen testified during the hearing. She told the court that there was no sense in keeping her alive and that she wanted to clear her conscience and make peace with God before her execution. She also apologized to the families of her victims and admitted that she had lied about acting in self-defense. The competency hearing was emotionally charged, with Aileen sobbing at times and expressing her hatred for the world and her desire to leave it. She said that she had hate crawling through my system and that she wanted to end the lies and let the truth come out about her crimes. Circuit Judge Michael Hutchison determined that Aileen was competent to make the decision to end her appeals, despite the concerns raised by some of her attorneys and mental health advocates. The judge noted that while she clearly suffered from psychological problems, she understood the consequences of her decision and was capable of making rational choices about her legal situation. The decision to allow Aileen to end her appeals was controversial and attracted criticism from opponents of the death penalty and mental health advocates. They argued that her deteriorated mental state made her incapable of making such a momentous decision, and that the state should not be allowed to execute someone who is clearly suffering from severe psychological problems. However, supporters of the death penalty argued that Aileen had been given every opportunity to appeal her convictions and that she had the right to choose when to end the legal process. They pointed out that she had been evaluated multiple times by mental health professionals and had consistently been found competent to make decisions about her case. After the competency hearing, Aileen's remaining appeals were dismissed, and her execution was scheduled. The Florida Department of Corrections began the process of preparing for her execution, which would be carried out by lethal injection at the Florida State Prison in Stark. During her final months on death row, Aileen gave several interviews to journalists and documentary filmmakers. In these interviews, she alternated between maintaining her innocence and confessing to her crimes. Her statements were often contradictory and showed signs of increasing mental instability. In some interviews, Aileen continued to claim that she had killed her victims in self-defense and that she was innocent of the charges against her. In others, she admitted to being a serial killer and expressed no remorse for her actions. These contradictory statements raised additional questions about her mental competence and the appropriateness of executing her. One of the most disturbing aspects of Aileen's final interviews was her paranoid claims about being tortured by prison officials. She alleged that guards were using sonic pressure and other forms of psychological warfare to control her mind and behavior. These claims were consistent with symptoms of severe mental illness, but they were dismissed by prison officials as fabrications. The decision by Aileen Wuornos to end her appeals and accept execution was unprecedented in many ways. Few death row inmates choose to give up their legal fights, and even fewer do so while making such disturbing and contradictory statements about their mental state and their crimes. The case of Aileen Wuornos captured the attention of the American public in a way that few criminal cases ever do. The combination of her gender, the nature of her crimes, and her troubled background created a story that was both horrifying and fascinating to people across the country. The media coverage of Aileen's case was extensive and often sensationalized. Newspapers and television programs focused on the unusual aspects of her story: the fact that she was a female serial killer, her lesbian relationship with Tyria Moore, her claims of self-defense, and her dramatic appearance and behavior in court. Headlines described Aileen as America's first female serial killer, though this was not technically accurate, as there had been other women who had killed multiple victims throughout American history. However, she was certainly one of the most prominent female serial killers in modern times, and her use of a gun to kill strangers was unusual for women. The media attention surrounding Aileen's case raised important questions about how society views female criminals and violence committed by women. Traditional gender stereotypes suggest that women are naturally nurturing and nonviolent, so when a woman commits acts of extreme violence, it challenges these assumptions and creates cognitive dissonance in the public mind. Some feminist writers and activists argued that Aileen's case highlighted the ways in which society fails women who have been victims of abuse and violence. They pointed to her history of childhood sexual abuse, domestic violence, and rape as evidence that she was a victim of a patriarchal system that devalues and exploits women. Others argued that Aileen's gender was irrelevant to her crimes and that she should be held accountable for her actions regardless of her sex or her history of victimization. They contended that using her past trauma as an excuse for murder was inappropriate and sent a dangerous message about personal responsibility. The story of Aileen Wuornos has been the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and movies over the years. Each of these works has presented a different perspective on her life and crimes, reflecting the complex and contradictory nature of her story. The most famous film adaptation of Aileen's story was the 2003 movie Monster, directed by Patty Jenkins and starring Charlize Theron as Aileen. Theron's performance was widely praised and earned her an Academy Award for Best Actress. The film portrayed Aileen as a damaged and desperate woman who turned to violence as a means of survival and self-protection. Monster presented a sympathetic view of Aileen that emphasized her victimization and the circumstances that led to her becoming a killer. The film suggested that her crimes were the result of a lifetime of abuse and trauma, and that she was as much a victim as she was a perpetrator. The movie was controversial among some who felt that it romanticized or excused Aileen's crimes. Critics argued that the film's sympathetic portrayal of a serial killer was inappropriate and that it minimized the suffering of her victims and their families. However, supporters of the film argued that it provided important insights into the complex factors that can lead to criminal behavior and that it raised important questions about how society treats vulnerable and marginalized people. Nick Broomfield's documentaries about Aileen took a different approach, focusing on the exploitation and manipulation that she experienced from the people around her during her legal proceedings. Broomfield argued that Aileen was taken advantage of by lawyers, adoptive family members, and media figures who were more interested in making money from her case than in helping her. These documentaries raised important questions about the ethics of the death penalty system and the quality of legal representation provided to poor and mentally ill defendants. They suggested that Aileen's execution was unjust because she had not received adequate legal counsel and because her mental health problems had not been properly considered. The cultural impact of Aileen Wuornos' story extends beyond entertainment and into academic and policy discussions about criminal justice, mental health, domestic violence, and gender issues. Her case is frequently cited in criminology and psychology textbooks as an example of how childhood trauma and abuse can contribute to criminal behavior. As October 9th, 2002 approached, Aileen Wuornos prepared for her execution at the Florida State Prison in Stark. The final days of her life were marked by a mixture of resignation, defiance, and continued mental instability that had characterized much of her time on death row. In the weeks leading up to her execution, Aileen gave her final interviews to journalists and documentary filmmakers. These interviews revealed a woman who seemed at peace with her impending death, but who also continued to make disturbing and contradictory statements about her crimes and her mental state. During her final interview with Nick Broomfield, conducted just one day before her execution, Aileen appeared agitated and paranoid. She made bizarre claims about being tortured by prison officials and ranted about a society that she felt had railroaded her. The interview ended abruptly when Aileen became too agitated to continue. Broomfield later commented that he found it difficult to understand how the same person he had just interviewed could be deemed mentally competent for execution by the state's psychiatric experts. The contrast between her obvious mental instability and the official determination of her competence highlighted the ongoing debates about executing mentally ill individuals. In accordance with Florida law, Aileen was given the opportunity to request a final meal before her execution. She chose a simple meal that reflected her humble background and her years of living in poverty. The meal consisted of a cup of coffee, which was all she requested for her last supper. Aileen also had the opportunity to meet with spiritual advisors and to make final statements to her attorneys and to Arlene Prohl, her adoptive mother. These final meetings were emotional and difficult for all involved, as they represented the end of relationships that had developed over more than a decade of legal proceedings. On the morning of October 9th, 2002, Aileen was transferred to the execution chamber at the Florida State Prison. The execution by lethal injection was scheduled for 9:30 a.m., and a small group of witnesses was present to observe the proceedings, including representatives of the media, law enforcement officials, and family members of her victims. In her final statement, Aileen made comments that reflected her continued mental instability and her belief in conspiracy theories. Her last words were, "I'd just like to say I'm sailing with the rock and I'll be back. Like Independence Day with Jesus, June 6th, like the movie Big Mothership and all. I'll be back. These final words were a reference to the science fiction movie Independence Day and reflected Eileen's belief that she would somehow return from death. The statement was bizarre and showed that even in her final moments, she remained disconnected from reality in many ways. The execution proceeded as scheduled, and Aileen Wuornos was pronounced dead at 9:47 a.m. on October 9, 2002. She was 46 years old at the time of her death, having spent more than 11 years on death row fighting for her life through the appeals process. The execution of Aileen Wuornos marked the end of one of the most notorious criminal cases in Florida history. She became the second woman to be executed in Florida since the death penalty was reinstated in 1976, and her case continued to generate debate and discussion long after her death. Following her execution, Eileen's body was cremated, and her ashes were scattered by Arlene Prawl in accordance with her wishes. There was no traditional funeral service, reflecting the fact that she had few close relationships and had been estranged from most of her biological family for many years. The families of Eileen's victims had mixed reactions to her execution. Some felt that justice had finally been served and that they could now find closure after more than a decade of legal proceedings. Others continued to struggle with the loss of their loved ones and the knowledge that no punishment could bring them back. The execution of Aileen Wuornos did not end the public fascination with her case or the debates about the factors that had led to her becoming a serial killer. In the years following her death, her story continued to be analyzed, discussed, and reinterpreted by criminologists, psychologists, filmmakers, and the general public. One of the most significant developments in the aftermath of her execution was the continued release of books, documentaries, and other media productions that examined different aspects of her life and crimes. These works presented various perspectives on her case, ranging from sympathetic portrayals that emphasized her victimization to more critical analyses that focused on her responsibility for her actions. The academic community continued to study Eileen's case as an example of how multiple factors can combine to create violent criminal behavior. Researchers examined the role of childhood trauma, mental illness, substance abuse, and social marginalization in her development from an abused child to a serial killer. Studies of Eileen's case contributed to broader discussions about the effectiveness of the death penalty, particularly in cases involving individuals with severe mental health problems. Her execution raised questions about whether it is appropriate to execute people who have been diagnosed with personality disorders and who show signs of psychosis or other forms of mental instability. The case also contributed to discussions about the treatment of women in the criminal justice system and the ways in which gender stereotypes can affect how female criminals are perceived and punished. Some scholars argued that Aileen received harsher treatment than she might have if she had been a man, while others contended that her gender actually worked in her favor by generating sympathy for her situation. Eileen's story became a touchstone for discussions about prostitution, violence against women, and the criminalization of sex work. Advocates for sex workers pointed to her case as evidence of the dangers faced by women in prostitution and the need for better protection and support services for vulnerable populations. The relationship between Aileen and Tyria Moore also became the subject of analysis and discussion within LGBTQ+ communities. Some saw their relationship as an example of how marginalized people can find love and support in unlikely circumstances, while others criticized Tyria's decision to cooperate with law enforcement as a betrayal of her partner. The ongoing cultural impact of Eileen's story was evident in the continued production of films, television shows, and other media that referenced or were inspired by her case. Her story became part of the broader cultural narrative about serial killers and violent crime in America. In 2003, the film Monster, starring Charlize Theron, was released to critical acclaim and commercial success. The movie's portrayal of Aileen as a sympathetic figure who had been driven to violence by circumstances beyond her control sparked renewed debate about her case and her legacy. The film's success led to increased interest in Eileen's story and prompted new discussions about the factors that contribute to violent criminal behavior. It also raised questions about the ethics of creating entertainment based on real crimes and the experiences of actual victims. Over the years, various true crime enthusiasts, amateur investigators, and conspiracy theorists have continued to examine Eileen's case, sometimes proposing alternative theories about her crimes or questioning the official narrative of events. These alternative interpretations have added to the complexity and controversy surrounding her legacy. The case of Aileen Wuornos has also been cited in legal and policy discussions about reforming the criminal justice system, improving mental health services, and addressing the root causes of violent crime. Her story is often used as an example of how early intervention and proper treatment might prevent individuals from following a path towards serious criminal behavior. The case of Aileen Wuornos has been the subject of extensive psychological analysis by mental health professionals, criminologists, and other experts who have sought to understand the factors that contributed to her becoming a serial killer. These analyses have provided important insights into the relationship between childhood trauma, mental illness, and violent criminal behavior. Multiple psychological evaluations were conducted on Aileen throughout her time in the criminal justice system, from her initial arrest through her execution. These evaluations revealed a complex picture of a deeply damaged individual who suffered from multiple mental health problems and personality disorders. The most commonly cited diagnoses for Aileen included borderline personality disorder, BPD, antisocial personality disorder, ASPD, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Each of these conditions was linked to the severe trauma and abuse she had experienced throughout her life, particularly during her childhood and adolescence. Borderline personality disorder is characterized by unstable relationships, emotional dysregulation, impulsivity, and a persistent fear of abandonment. Experts noted that Aileen exhibited many of these symptoms, particularly in her relationship with Tyria Moore and in her interactions with others throughout her life. The fear of abandonment that is characteristic of BPD was evident in Aileen's desperate attempts to maintain her relationship with Tyria and her willingness to confess to murder in order to protect her former lover from prosecution. Her emotional instability and tendency toward violent outbursts were also consistent with this diagnosis. Antisocial personality disorder is characterized by a pervasive pattern of disregard for the rights of others, lack of empathy, and involvement in criminal behavior. Aileen's extensive criminal history, her inability to maintain stable employment or relationships, and her apparent lack of remorse for her crimes were all consistent with this diagnosis. However, some experts argued that the diagnosis of ASPD was complicated by the fact that Aileen's antisocial behavior appeared to be largely the result of her traumatic experiences rather than an inherent lack of empathy or conscience. They noted that she was capable of forming emotional attachments, as evidenced by her relationship with Tyria Moore. Post-traumatic stress disorder was diagnosed based on Aileen's history of severe childhood abuse, sexual assault, and ongoing victimization throughout her adult life. The symptoms of PTSD, including hypervigilance, emotional numbing, and re-experiencing traumatic events, were evident in her behavior and her accounts of her crimes. Some experts argued that Aileen's violent behavior toward her victims may have been triggered by PTSD-related flashbacks to her own experiences of sexual assault and abuse. They suggested that her claims of self-defense, while not legally justified, may have reflected her genuine perception of threat based on her traumatic history. The combination of these multiple disorders created a psychological profile of an individual who is extremely vulnerable to stress, prone to impulsive and violent behavior, and unable to form stable relationships or function effectively in society. The experts noted that this combination of factors was relatively rare, but could be extremely dangerous when it occurred. Psychologists also noted the role that substance abuse played in Aileen's mental health problems and criminal behavior. She had been using alcohol and drugs since childhood, and these substances likely exacerbated her underlying psychological problems and contributed to her poor judgment and impulsive behavior. The question of whether Aileen could be classified as a psychopath was the subject of considerable debate among experts. Some argued that her lack of empathy for her victims and her apparent absence of remorse were consistent with psychopathy, while others contended that her ability to form emotional attachments and her history of trauma made this diagnosis inappropriate. Using the Psychopathy Checklist Revised, PCLR, some experts assessed Aileen as having a score of 32 out of 40, which would classify her as a psychopath. However, other experts argued that this assessment did not adequately account for the effects of her traumatic background and her genuine emotional capacity. The debate over Aileen's psychological profile had important implications for understanding her criminal behavior and for determining the appropriate response from the criminal justice system. Those who viewed her primarily as a victim of trauma argued that she should have received treatment rather rather than execution, while those who focused on her antisocial behavior argued that she posed an ongoing danger to society. While much of the public attention surrounding the case of Aileen Wuornos focused on her background and psychological profile, it is important to remember that 7 men lost their lives to her violence, and their families and loved ones were left to cope with the aftermath of these tragic events. Richard Charles Mallory, the first victim, was 51 years old when he was murdered on November 30th, 1989. He owned an electronics store in Clearwater, Florida, and was described by those who knew him as a hard-working businessman who was trying to build a successful life for himself. The revelation that he had previously been convicted of rape complicated the public perception of his case, but it did not diminish the grief felt by his family and friends. David Andrew Spears was 47 years old and worked in construction in Winter Garden, Florida. He was a family man who was supporting himself through honest work when he encountered Aileen along the highway. His murder left behind loved ones who struggled to understand how their family member had become the victim of such a senseless crime. Charles Edmund Carskadden was 40 years old and worked as a part-time rodeo worker. His lifestyle brought him into contact with many different people as he traveled from place to place, but he could never have anticipated that a chance encounter with Aileen Wuornos would cost him his life. His body was found wrapped in an electric blanket, showing the callous way in which Aileen had disposed of his remains. Troy Eugene Burress was 50 years old and worked as a sausage salesman in Ocala, Florida. He had a family who loved him and depended on him for support. His sister, Letha Prater, spoke at Aileen's competency hearing years later, expressing her pain at the loss of her brother and her desire to see justice served. Charles Richard Humphreys was 56 years old and had served his community as a police chief and as a member of the U.S. Air Force. He was retired and enjoying his later years when he was murdered by Aileen. The fact that he had dedicated his life to law enforcement made his murder particularly shocking to those who knew him and to the law enforcement community in general. Walter Gino Antonio was 62 years old and worked as a trucker, traveling the highways of Florida to make his living. His murder marked the end of Aileen's killing spree, though law enforcement officials did not know it at the time. Like the other victims, he was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time when he encountered a deeply disturbed woman who had turned to violence. Peter Seams, the 7th suspected victim, was 65 years old and worked as a missionary. His body was never found, so Aileen was never charged with his murder, but investigators believe that she was responsible for his death. His disappearance remained a mystery that added to the pain experienced by his family and friends. The families of these victims had to endure more than a decade of legal proceedings as Aileen's case worked its way through the appeals process. Each court hearing, each media report, and each new development in the case forced them to relive the trauma of their losses and to confront the person who had taken their loved ones away from them. Some family members attended Aileen's trials and sentencing hearings, seeking to ensure that justice was served and that their loved ones were not forgotten in the media attention that focused primarily on the killer rather than on those she had killed. They provided victim impact statements that described the devastating effects that the murders had had on their lives. The long appeals process was particularly difficult for the victims' families as it prolonged their pain and prevented them from achieving the closure they needed to move forward with their lives. Each legal challenge and each new court hearing meant that they had to once again confront the details of the crimes and the person who had committed them. When Aileen was finally executed in 2002, the reactions among the victims' families were mixed. Some felt that justice had finally been served and that they could now begin to heal from their losses. Others found that the execution did not bring them the peace they had hoped for, and they continued to struggle with their grief and anger. The impact of Aileen's crimes extended beyond the immediate families of the victims to include friends, co-workers, and community members who had known and cared about the men who were killed. The random nature of their deaths created fear and anxiety among people who traveled the highways of Florida, particularly among those who might have been vulnerable to similar attacks. The media coverage of the case often focused more on Aileen's background and psychological profile than on the victims and their stories. This created additional pain for some family members who felt that their loved ones were being forgotten in the fascination with the killer's personal history and mental state. The case of Aileen Wuornos raised numerous legal and ethical questions that continue to be debated by legal scholars, mental health professionals, and advocates for criminal justice reform. These questions touch on fundamental issues about the death penalty, mental competency, the quality of legal representation, and the treatment of mentally ill defendants in the criminal justice system. One of the most significant legal questions raised by Eileen's case was whether individuals with severe mental health problems should be eligible for the death penalty. Throughout her case, various mental health experts diagnosed her with multiple psychological disorders, yet she was found competent to stand trial and was ultimately executed. The Supreme Court has established that individuals who are mentally retarded cannot be executed, but the standards for mental illness are less clear. Eileen's case highlighted the difficulty of determining when mental illness is severe enough to preclude execution and the challenges of assessing competency in individuals with complex psychological problems. The quality of legal representation that Eileen received was another major issue that arose during her appeals. Her trial attorney, Stephen Glazer, was criticized for being more interested in the media attention and financial opportunities presented by her case than in providing effective legal counsel. Glazer's conduct included allowing himself to be filmed accepting cash payments for interviews with Eileen, admitting to marijuana use during the time he was representing her, and engaging in what he himself described as anti-lawyering, deliberately providing minimal defense to ensure that her convictions would be appeal-proof. This behavior raised serious questions about the Sixth Amendment guarantee of effective assistance of counsel, particularly in death penalty cases where the stakes are literally life and death. Legal scholars debated whether Glazer's conduct constituted ineffective assistance of counsel and whether Eileen's death sentences should have been overturned on this basis. The role of Arlene Prawl, Eileen's adoptive mother, also raised ethical questions about the exploitation of vulnerable defendants. Some critics argued that Prawl was more interested in the attention and potential financial benefits of being associated with a notorious case than in genuinely helping Eileen. The relationship between Prawl and various media figures, including documentary filmmaker Nick Broomfield, created conflicts of interest that may have interfered with Eileen's legal representation. The commercialization of her case raised questions about whether death row inmates can truly give informed consent to media arrangements when they are facing execution. The decision to allow Eileen to end her appeals and choose execution raised additional ethical questions about autonomy, competency, and the state's interest in ensuring that executions are carried out fairly. While individuals generally have the right to make decisions about their own lives, the irreversible nature of the death penalty creates special concerns about ensuring that such decisions are truly voluntary and competent. Eileen's deteriorating mental state during her final years on death row, including paranoid delusions about being tortured by prison officials, suggested that she may not have been competent to make the decision to abandon her appeals. However, the legal standard for competency focuses on whether individuals understand the consequences of their actions rather than on their overall mental health. The use of Tyria to elicit a confession from Eileen also raised the failure of the child welfare system to protect Eileen and provide her with appropriate interventions had cascading effects throughout her life. Instead of receiving therapy for her trauma, she was left to cope with her psychological wounds on her own, leading to self-destructive behaviors that eventually escalated to violence. The lack of adequate mental health services for poor and marginalized individuals was another systemic failure that contributed to Eileen's tragic trajectory. Despite numerous interactions with the criminal justice system over the years, she never received the comprehensive mental health treatment that might have helped her address her underlying psychological problems. The criminalization of prostitution created additional dangers for women like Eileen, who turned to sex work for survival. The illegal nature of prostitution meant that she had no legal protections or recourse when clients became violent or abusive, forcing her to rely on weapons and violence for self-protection. The stigmatization of sex workers also meant that when Eileen claimed to have been assaulted by her clients, her allegations were often dismissed or not taken seriously by law enforcement. This created a climate in which predatory men could target prostitutes with relative impunity, knowing that their victims would have little credibility if they reported attacks. The broader issue of violence against women was also relevant to understanding Eileen's case. Her entire life was marked by encounters with violent men, from her abusive grandfather to the clients who assaulted her during her years as a prostitute. This pattern of victimization created a worldview in which violence was normalized and self-defense was necessary for survival. The economic marginalization that Eileen experienced throughout her life was another factor that contributed to her criminal behavior. Without education, job skills, or social support, She had few options for supporting herself other than prostitution and crime. The lack of social safety nets for people in her situation meant that she was constantly struggling for basic survival. The intersection of poverty, mental illness, and gender created multiple layers of vulnerability that made Aileen an easy target for exploitation and abuse. Society's failure to address these intersecting problems contributed to her eventual transformation into a perpetrator of violence rather than just a victim. The rural and highway culture of Florida in the 1980s and 1990s also provided the context for Aileen's crimes. The interstate highway system created opportunities for anonymous encounters between strangers, making it easier for both predators and victims to operate without detection. The transient lifestyle of truckers, drifters, and sex workers created a population that was particularly vulnerable to violence. The media's fascination with Aileen's case reflected broader societal anxieties about gender roles, sexuality, and violence. The idea of a female serial killer challenged traditional assumptions about women's nature and behavior, creating both fascination and revulsion among the public. The tendency to sensationalize and commodify violent crime, as evidenced by the numerous books, movies, and documentaries about Aileen's case, reflected a cultural obsession with serial killers and extreme violence. This commodification often overshadowed serious discussions about the social problems that contributed to such tragedies. The religious and moral dimensions of Aileen's case, including her relationship with born-again Christian Arlene Prawl and her claims about wanting to get right with God before her execution, reflected the complex ways in which religious beliefs intersect with criminal justice issues in American society. The regional aspects of her case, occurring as it did in Florida, with its history of frontier justice and capital punishment, also influenced how her crimes were perceived and punished. The Southern culture of honor and retribution may have contributed to the public support for her execution despite her obvious mental health problems. Understanding these broader social contexts helps explain how someone like Aileen Wuornos could emerge from the margins of society to commit such devastating crimes. Her story serves as a warning about what can happen when multiple systems fail vulnerable individuals and when society's most marginalized people are left to fend for themselves without adequate support or protection. As we reach the end of this long and tragic story, it becomes clear that the case of Aileen Carol Wuornos represents more than just the crimes of one disturbed individual. Her life and death illuminate the complex web of factors that can combine to create a killer: childhood trauma, mental illness, social marginalization, and systemic failures that leave vulnerable people without hope or help. Aileen Wuornos was born into circumstances that few children could survive without severe psychological damage. From her earliest days, she was surrounded by violence, abuse, and neglect. Her father was a child molester who killed himself in prison. Her mother abandoned her when she was barely 4 years old. Her grandfather, who raised her, subjected her to physical and sexual abuse that scarred her for life. By the time she was a teenager, Aileen had learned that her body was the only thing of value she possessed, and that violence was often the only language that people understood. She had no education, no job skills, no family support, and no mental health treatment for the severe trauma she had endured. The criminal justice system encountered Aileen numerous times over the years, but instead of recognizing her as someone who needed her death served as a form of societal retribution for her crimes, but it did nothing to address the underlying problems that created her in the first place. Today, more than 2 decades after her execution, the story of Aileen Wuornos continues to serve as a cautionary tale about what can happen when society fails its most vulnerable members. Her case highlights the need for better child protection services, more comprehensive mental health treatment, more effective interventions for victims of trauma, and more thoughtful approaches to criminal justice that address root causes rather than just punishing symptoms. The legacy of Aileen Wuornos is complex and disturbing, but it is also instructive. Her life shows us the human cost of neglect, abuse, and social indifference. Her crimes remind us of the devastating consequences that can result when damaged individuals are left without help or hope. Perhaps the most important lesson from her story is that monsters are not born. They're created by circumstances and choices, by systems that fail, and people who harm rather than help. Understanding this does not excuse her crimes or diminish the suffering of her victims, but it may help us recognize and intervene before other troubled individuals follow similar paths to destruction. The story of Aileen Wuornos is ultimately a story about the darkest aspects of human nature and society's failures to protect its most vulnerable members. It is a story that challenges us to do better, to recognize the warning signs of severe trauma and mental illness, and to provide help and hope to those who need it most. In the end, Aileen Carol Wuornos died as she had lived, alone. Ed Gein killed two women, Mary Hogan in 1954 and Bernice Wardens in 1957, and robbed dozens of graves to make furniture, clothing, and household items from human body parts, driven by his obsession with his deceased mother and severe mental illness. On a late summer day in 1906, August 27th to be exact, Edward Theodore Gein entered the world in La Crosse County, Wisconsin. The baby who would one day terrorize a small Wisconsin community and inspire countless horror movies was born into a family already twisted by dysfunction and darkness. La Crosse in 1906 was a bustling river town, but the Gein household was anything but normal. Ed's father, George Philip Gein, was born in 1873 and worked as a carpenter, tanner, and firefighter. But George was also a man consumed by alcohol, a violent drunk who beat his sons regularly, leaving young Ed's ears ringing from the blows to his head. George owned a local grocery store for a time, but his drinking and lack of ambition made him a failure in the eyes of his wife. He was described by those who knew him as timid and meek, a man who had no real influence over his family despite his violent outbursts. Augusta Wilhelmine Gein, born in 1878, was the true head of the household. She was everything George was not: strong, determined, and absolutely convinced of her own righteousness. Augusta had been raised in a strictly religious household where her own father punished her severely for the slightest infractions. This harsh upbringing shaped her into a domineering woman who saw the world as a place of sin and corruption. Ed was not Augusta's first child. His brother Henry had been born in 1902, making him nearly 5 years older. Augusta had desperately wanted a daughter after Henry's birth, but when Ed arrived as another boy, she grew resentful. This resentment would color her relationship with Ed for his entire life, even as he became utterly devoted to her. The Gein family's problems went far beyond the usual struggles of working-class life in early 20th century Wisconsin. Augusta was a woman possessed by religious fanaticism and a deep hatred of what she saw as the moral decay of modern society. She was nominally Lutheran, but her version of Christianity was twisted by her own fears and prejudices. Every afternoon, Augusta would gather her sons and read to them from the Bible. But these were not comforting bedtime stories or tales of redemption. Augusta selected the darkest passages from the Old Testament and the Book of Revelation, focusing obsessively on death, murder, and divine retribution. She preached constantly about the innate immorality of the world, telling her boys that all women except herself were vessels of sin and instruments of the devil. She warned them that drinking was evil, that sexual desires would damn them to hell, and that the world outside their home was filled with corruption and danger. Augusta's worldview was not just shaped by religious extremism, but by a deep misogyny that extended to all women but herself. She told Ed and Henry that women were naturally promiscuous, that they caused diseases, and that they existed only to tempt men into sin. She reserved special hatred for modern women who wore makeup, short skirts, or showed any independence. In Augusta's mind, the changing world of the early 1900s was proof that the end times were approaching. When Ed was still very young, Augusta made a decision that would prove catastrophic for her family. She convinced George to sell his grocery business and move the family away from La Crosse, which she considered a sinkhole of filth. In 1914, when Ed was 8 years old, the family relocated to a 155-acre farm outside the tiny community of Plainfield, Wisconsin. Plainfield was a small farming community in the heart of Wisconsin, with a population of less than 1,000 people. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, where families attended church together on Sundays and children walked safely to school. But Augusta chose their farm specifically for its isolation. The property was located several miles southwest of town, at the corner of Acre and 2nd Avenues, far from any neighbors who might influence her sons. The farmhouse itself was a modest white frame structure that would later become infamous around the world. It sat on 160 acres of Wisconsin farmland, surrounded by fields and woods that seemed to stretch forever. There were several outbuildings on the property, including a shed that Ed would later use as a summer kitchen, and which would become the site of one of the most horrific crime scenes in American history. Augusta's strategy for raising her sons was built on total control and isolation. She turned away any outsiders who might have influenced Ed and Henry, creating a bubble where only her voice and her beliefs mattered. She homeschooled the boys when possible, and when they did attend the local school, she made sure they understood that the other children came from bad families and were not to be trusted. Ed's childhood was marked by incredible loneliness and social isolation. He was naturally shy, but Augusta's restrictions made it impossible for him to develop normal friendships. At school, his classmates remembered him as strange and awkward, with peculiar mannerisms like sudden bursts of seemingly random laughter, as if he were laughing at private jokes only he understood. He had a lazy eye and a speech impediment that made him an easy target for bullies. The physical characteristics that made Ed different also made him more vulnerable. His sagging left eyelid gave him an odd appearance that other children found unsettling. His tongue had some kind of growth that affected his speech, making it difficult for him to communicate clearly with his peers. These physical issues, combined with his mother's teachings about the evil of other people, left Ed increasingly isolated and dependent on Augusta for all social interaction. When Ed tried to make friends at school, Augusta would punish him severely. She saw any attempt at normal social development as a betrayal of her teachings and a sign that Ed was being corrupted by the evil influences she had worked so hard to shield him from. This pattern of punishment for normal childhood behavior taught Ed that his mother's approval was more important than anything else in the world. Despite his social problems, Ed did reasonably well academically, particularly in reading. He was an intelligent child who absorbed information easily, but his intelligence was shaped entirely by Augusta's twisted worldview. At home, Ed spent most of his time doing farm chores under his mother's watchful eye. He rarely left the farm except to attend school, and even then, Augusta made sure he came straight home. The farm work was hard and demanding, but it also gave Ed skills that would later prove useful in his criminal activities. He learned to butcher animals, to preserve meat, and to work with tools. He watched his parents slaughter pigs and other livestock, and according to some accounts, he showed a disturbing fascination with the process even as a child. Henry, being older, sometimes questioned Augusta's extreme views and harsh methods. He began to see through her religious fanaticism and occasionally stood up to her, which created tension in the household. Ed, however, never questioned his mother. He absorbed every word she said, internalized every lesson she taught, and developed what psychiatrists would later describe as an overwhelming emotional bond with Augusta. The dynamic between the three males in the household was complex and unhealthy. George, weakened by alcohol and cowed by his wife's domineering personality, had little influence over his sons. Augusta despised her husband and made no secret of her contempt for him. She saw him as weak, worthless, and a failure as both a provider and a father. This constant belittling of George taught Ed that men were supposed to be subservient to strong women like his mother. Ed's attachment to Augusta went far beyond normal maternal love. He idolized her, seeing her as the only pure and righteous person in a world filled with sin and corruption. Her daily Bible readings, her warnings about the evil of women and the outside world, and her absolute control over his life created in Ed a kind of psychological dependence that would prove impossible to break. The isolation of the farm meant that Ed had no normal models for how families should function or how men and women should relate to each other. His only examples were his abusive, alcoholic father and his fanatically religious, controlling mother. Augusta's hatred of sexuality, her warnings about the evil nature of women, and her absolute dominance over the household created in Ed a deeply confused understanding of gender roles and human relationships. As Ed grew older, Augusta's control over him only intensified. She made it clear that she expected him to remain on the farm forever, caring for her and protecting her from the evil world outside. She discouraged any thoughts of marriage or independence, warning Ed that other women would only corrupt him and lead him into sin. In Augusta's mind, Ed belonged to her completely, and she had no intention of ever letting him go. The years of Ed's childhood and adolescence passed in this atmosphere of isolation, control, and twisted religious teaching. He learned to see the world through Augusta's eyes, to fear what she feared, and to hate what she hated. Most importantly, he learned that Augusta was the center of his universe, the one person who truly mattered, the only source of love and approval he would ever have. By the time Ed reached adulthood, the damage was already done. Years of isolation, abuse, and psychological manipulation had created a young man who was completely dependent on his mother, terrified of the outside world, and utterly unprepared for normal human relationships. He had no friends, no romantic interests, and no life outside the farm and Augusta's suffocating presence. But Augusta's control over her son would not last forever. Death, as she had taught him from the Bible, comes to everyone eventually. And when Augusta's time came, the psychological prison she had built around Ed would transform into something far more terrible than anyone could have imagined. The year 1940 brought the first crack in the Gain family's isolated world. George Philip Gain, at the age of 67, finally succumbed to the years of alcoholism that had defined his adult life. His death from heart failure might have been expected to bring some relief to the household that had endured his violent outbursts and drunken rages for decades. Instead, it only tightened Augusta's grip on her surviving sons. For Ed, his father's death was not a tragedy so much as a non-event. George had been a distant, frightening figure who beat him regularly but provided no emotional connection or guidance. Ed had learned to fear his father's violence, but George's death left no real void in Ed's emotional life. Augusta had always been the dominant parent, the one whose approval Ed desperately sought and whose teachings shaped his understanding of the world. With George gone, Augusta's control over Ed became even more absolute. At 34 years old, Ed had never lived anywhere but the family farm, never held a job outside the property, and never formed meaningful relationships with anyone besides his mother and brother. He was a middle-aged man with the emotional development of a child, completely dependent on Augusta for everything from basic decisions to his understanding of right and wrong. Henry, however, was beginning to see their situation differently. At 38, he was starting to question the life they were living and their mother's extreme beliefs. Perhaps George's death had given him perspective on the family's dysfunction, or perhaps he was simply reaching an age where he could no longer accept Augusta's version of reality. Whatever the reason, Henry began to openly criticize their mother for the first time in his life. This criticism created unprecedented tension in the Gain household. Augusta had never tolerated dissent from her sons, and Henry's newfound independence threatened the absolute control she had maintained for decades. Ed watched these confrontations with growing alarm, unable to understand how Henry could turn against the woman who had protected and guided them their entire lives. Henry's rebellion took many forms. He questioned Augusta's religious interpretations, challenged her views about women and the outside world, and most dangerously, he began to suggest that her treatment of Ed was unhealthy. Henry could see what others had missed, that Ed's complete dependence on their mother was destroying him as a person. But Henry's attempts to open Ed's eyes to their situation only drove Ed further into Augusta's camp. The farm work continued as it always had, with the brothers working side by side to maintain the property and provide for their mother. But the atmosphere was increasingly tense, with Henry's questions and criticisms creating conflict where there had once been resigned acceptance. Augusta saw Henry's behavior as proof of the world's corrupting influence, and she redoubled her efforts to keep Ed isolated and dependent. The specific events of May 16, 1944, remained shrouded in mystery, but the consequences were clear and catastrophic. On that spring day, Ed and Henry went out to clear vegetation from some of their fields by setting controlled fires to burn away unwanted brush. This was common practice on Wisconsin farms, a way to clear land for planting or to prevent larger wildfires later in the season. According to Ed's account, given to authorities years later, the fire got out of control sometime during the day. The brothers became separated in the smoke and confusion, and when Ed tried to find Henry, he discovered that his older brother had vanished. Ed claimed he searched for hours before finally giving up and returning to the farmhouse to get help. The volunteer fire department from Plainfield responded to Ed's call and spent the evening searching for Henry in the burned area. When they finally found his body, It was lying face down in a marsh area that had been untouched by the fire. Henry appeared to have died from asphyxiation, which was consistent with smoke inhalation, but there were troubling details that raised questions about what had really happened. Most significantly, Henry's body showed bruises on his head that appeared to have been caused by blunt force trauma. The bruises were inconsistent with a death from smoke inhalation, suggesting that Henry had been struck by something or someone before he died. However, the local authorities were not equipped to handle a complex investigation, and with no witnesses other than Ed, they ruled the death accidental. The coroner did not perform an autopsy, accepting Ed's story and the apparent evidence of smoke inhalation. The case was closed without further investigation, and Henry Edward Gain was buried in the family plot at Plainfield Cemetery. No charges were filed, no follow-up investigation was conducted, and officially, Henry's death remained an unfortunate accident. But years later, after Ed's arrest and the revelation of his crimes, investigators and biographers would look back on Henry's death with deep suspicion. The bruises on Henry's head, his body's location in an area untouched by fire, and the timing of his death just as he was beginning to challenge Augusta's control all suggested a more sinister explanation. Ed had motive to harm his brother. Henry's criticism of Augusta and his attempts to open Ed's eyes to their unhealthy relationship threatened everything Ed believed about his world. In Ed's twisted psychology, anyone who attacked Augusta was attacking the foundation of his existence. Henry's death removed the one person who might have been able to help Ed break free from his mother's control. Ed also had opportunity. He was alone with Henry in a remote area, and his story of becoming separated in the smoke provided a convenient explanation for how Henry could have been killed without Ed's knowledge. The fact that Ed was able to lead searchers directly to Henry's body, despite claiming he had lost track of his brother hours earlier, also raised questions about his truthfulness. Whether or not Ed actually killed Henry, the practical effect was the same. With George dead and Henry gone, Ed and Augusta were left alone together on the isolated farm, exactly as Augusta had always wanted. Any potential outside influence on Ed was removed, and Augusta's control over her surviving son became total and absolute. The months following Henry's death saw Ed retreat even further into his relationship with his mother. Without his brother as a buffer or potential ally, Ed had no one but Augusta to turn to for human contact and emotional support. He became even more dependent on her approval, even more frightened of the outside world, and even more convinced that Augusta was the only pure and righteous person in existence. Augusta, for her part, seemed satisfied with this arrangement. She had always preferred Ed to Henry, perhaps because Ed was more compliant and easier to control. With Henry gone, she could focus all her attention on molding Ed into the devoted son she had always wanted. She continued her daily Bible readings, her warnings about the evil of the world, and her absolute prohibition against Ed forming relationships with anyone else. The farm became even more isolated after Henry's death. Neighbors rarely visited, and Ed made no efforts to maintain friendships or social connections in Plainfield. He worked as a handyman for some local families, doing odd jobs and repairs, but these interactions were purely professional. Ed's customers found him strange and awkward, but generally harmless, a quiet, solitary man who lived with his aging mother and kept to himself. But inside the farmhouse, the relationship between Ed and Augusta was becoming increasingly unhealthy. Ed's devotion to his mother had always been excessive, but with no other family members present, it began to take on obsessive qualities. He lived only to please Augusta, to protect her from the world she feared, and to prove himself worthy of her love and approval. Augusta, now in her 60s, was beginning to show signs of declining health. The years of controlling her family through fear and manipulation had taken their toll, but she remained as domineering as ever. She continued to preach about the evil of women and the corruption of the world, not knowing that her teachings were creating a psychological time bomb in her devoted son's mind. For Ed, Augusta was not just his mother. She was his entire world. She was the only person who had ever shown him love, the only voice that mattered, the only source of meaning in his existence. He had never formed relationships with other women because Augusta had taught him that all other women were evil. He had never developed independence because Augusta had convinced him that the world outside was too dangerous. He had never questioned her teachings because she had made herself the sole source of truth in his life. This total psychological dependence meant that Ed's entire sense of self was wrapped up in his relationship with Augusta. He existed only as her son, her protector, her devoted servant. His identity, his purpose, his understanding of right and wrong all flowed from her teachings and her presence. Without Augusta, Ed would have no idea who he was or how to function in the world. The tragedy of Ed Gein was not just that he would eventually become a killer and grave robber. The real tragedy was that by 1944, he had already been destroyed as a functioning human being. Years of abuse, isolation, and psychological manipulation had turned him into something that was neither truly adult nor truly independent. He was a middle-aged man with the emotional development of a disturbed child, completely dependent on a woman whose own psychology was deeply twisted. As 1944 turned into 1945, Ed settled into what he believed would be his permanent life, caring for his aging mother on their isolated farm, protecting her from the evil world outside, and living only for her approval and affection. He had no way of knowing that Augusta's death was approaching, and no ability to imagine what would happen to him when the center of his universe was suddenly removed. The foundation of Ed's entire existence was built on Augusta's presence and control. When that foundation was destroyed, the structure of his personality would collapse completely, leaving behind something that was no longer recognizably human. But in those final months of Augusta's life, Ed still believed he was living exactly as God and his mother intended. He was wrong, but he would not discover his mistake until it was far too late. The stroke came without warning on a cold December day in 1944. Augusta Gein, the woman who had controlled every aspect of her son's life for nearly 4 decades, suddenly found herself helpless and dependent on the very person she had worked so hard to dominate. The stroke left her partially paralyzed and struggling with speech, but her mind remained sharp enough to understand what was happening to her. For Ed, seeing his mother, the strongest, most powerful person in his world, reduced to a frail, sick woman was devastating. Augusta had always been his rock, his source of strength and guidance. She was supposed to be invincible, protected by her righteousness and her faith. The sight of her struggling to speak, unable to care for herself, shattered Ed's understanding of how the world worked. Ed threw himself into caring for Augusta with the same obsessive devotion he had always shown her. He helped her eat, assisted her with personal care, and never left her side unless absolutely necessary. He read to her from the Bible just as she had read to him, selecting the same dark passages about death and divine judgment that had shaped his childhood. He talked to her constantly, even when she couldn't respond clearly, telling her about his day and asking for her guidance. But caring for an invalid mother was beyond Ed's capabilities. He had never learned basic life skills like cooking nutritious meals or maintaining proper hygiene, having always depended on Augusta for these things. The farmhouse, never particularly clean, began to deteriorate rapidly. Dirty dishes piled up, laundry went unwashed, and the smell of sickness and neglect began to permeate the rooms. Augusta's condition gradually worsened over the winter months. The proud, domineering woman who had terrorized her family with her religious fanaticism was reduced to lying in bed, dependent on her psychologically damaged son for everything. She must have realized that her death was approaching, and perhaps she wondered what would happen to Ed when she was gone. But if she had any concerns about the monster she had created, she kept them to herself. The second stroke came in May 1945, just over a year after Henry's death. This one was massive and final, leaving Augusta unconscious and dying. Ed sat by her bedside for hours, holding her hand and begging her not to leave him. He promised to be a good son, to follow her teachings forever, to protect himself from the evil women and corrupting influences she had warned him about. Augusta Wilhelmine Gein died on May 29th, 1945, at the age of 67. For Ed, her death was not just the loss of a parent, it was the destruction of his entire universe. Everything he understood about himself, about right and wrong, about the purpose of existence, had come from Augusta. Without her, he was not just alone. He was nothing. The funeral was a small affair attended by a handful of neighbors and acquaintances from Plainfield. Ed stood at the graveside in Plainfield Cemetery, watching as the only person who had ever mattered to him was lowered into the ground. He showed little emotion publicly, but inside, his psychological foundation was crumbling. Returning to the empty farmhouse after the funeral, Ed was confronted with a reality he had never imagined. For the first time in his 38 years of life, he was completely alone. There was no one to tell him what to do, no one to seek approval from, no one to protect him from the evil world Augusta had taught him to fear. The silence in the house was deafening. Ed's initial response to his grief was to create a shrine to his mother's memory. He sealed off Augusta's bedroom exactly as she had left it, allowing no one to enter and touching nothing inside. Her clothes remained in the dresser, her personal items stayed on the nightstand, and her bed was left unmade from her final illness. Ed treated the room as a sacred space where Augusta's spirit might still reside. He also sealed off the parlor, the formal living room where Augusta had conducted her daily Bible readings and delivered her lectures about the evil of the world. The rest of the house, the kitchen, Ed's bedroom, and a few other rooms, became increasingly filthy and cluttered as Ed lost the ability to maintain even basic cleanliness. But Augusta's spaces remained pristine, protected from the decay that was consuming the rest of the house and Ed's mind. In the weeks and months following Augusta's death, Ed tried to continue living as she would have wanted. He did his farm chores, took occasional handyman jobs in town, and avoided contact with other people. But without Augusta's constant guidance and control, he began to drift psychologically. The structure that had defined his entire life was gone, and he had no idea how to create a new one. Ed later told psychiatrists that he felt a force building up inside him after his mother's death. This force was his own suppressed personality, trying to emerge after decades of domination by Augusta's will. But Ed had no healthy way to channel these emerging feelings. He had never learned to form normal relationships, never developed independent judgment, and never acquired the basic life skills needed for adult functioning. Instead, Ed began to withdraw even further from reality. He spent hours sitting in Augusta's sealed bedroom, talking to her as if she were still alive. He found comfort in handling her possessions, her clothes, her jewelry, her personal items. Sometimes he would dress in her clothing, feeling closer to her when he wore her dresses and undergarments. This behavior might have remained a private eccentricity if Ed's psychological problems had not run much deeper. The years of isolation, abuse, and twisted religious teaching had created fundamental distortions in his understanding of human relationships, particularly with women. Augusta had taught him that all women except herself were evil, corrupt beings who existed only to tempt men into sin. But Augusta had also been the only source of love and affection in his life. With Augusta gone, Ed was caught in an impossible psychological bind. He desperately needed the love and approval she had provided, but his conditioning told him that other women were dangerous and evil. His solution, though he did not consciously understand it at the time, would be to try to recreate Augusta herself. The transformation of Ed Gain from isolated eccentric to dangerous criminal began slowly, almost imperceptibly. At first, he simply spent more time in the cemetery where Augusta was buried. He would sit by her grave for hours, talking to her tombstone and begging for her guidance. Neighbors who saw him there assumed he was simply a devoted son mourning his mother. But Ed's visits to the cemetery gradually took on a different character. He began to notice other graves, particularly those of women who had been buried recently. He started reading obituaries in the local newspaper, paying attention to the deaths of middle-aged women who reminded him of Augusta. His interest in these other dead women was not morbid curiosity. It was the beginning of a plan his conscious mind had not yet formed. By 1947, 2 years after Augusta's death, Ed had made the transition from grieving son to active criminal. His first grave robbery was probably motivated by simple curiosity and the desire to be close to death, which had taken the most important person in his life. But as he became more comfortable with exhuming bodies, his activities took on a different purpose. Ed later confessed to robbing graves in 3 nearby cemeteries: Plainfield Cemetery, Spiritland Cemetery, and Hancock Cemetery. He claimed to have made as many as 40 visits to these graveyards between 1947 and 1952, though he said he often lost his nerve and reburied the bodies without taking anything. He admitted to successfully robbing 9 graves total, targeting middle-aged women who had been recently buried. The process Ed used for grave robbing was methodical and planned. He would read obituaries to identify potential targets, then wait for fresh burials when the bodies would be in better condition. He preferred women who had been buried alone, without husbands in adjacent graves, because these sites were less likely to be visited regularly by family members. Ed would arrive at the cemeteries late at night, usually accompanied by a local man named Gus who worked as a gravedigger. Having Gus's help made the physical work of exhumation much easier, and Gus's knowledge of the cemeteries helped Ed identify the best targets. After digging up a coffin, Ed would remove the parts of the body he wanted, then carefully rebury the rest to avoid detection. Initially, Ed took relatively small items, strips of skin, breasts, genitalia, and sometimes skulls. He told himself these were simply trophies or keepsakes, but his real motivation was more complex. The body parts allowed him to feel close to women who reminded him of Augusta, while avoiding the dangers that Augusta had taught him were inherent in relationships with living women. Ed's activities were facilitated by his isolation and the rural nature of the area around Plainfield. The cemeteries were small and rarely patrolled, making nighttime visits relatively safe. The nearest neighbors to his farm were miles away, so Ed could work on his projects without fear of discovery. And his reputation as a harmless eccentric meant that no one suspected him of any criminal activity. But Ed's grave robbing was not just about collecting trophies. As he became more confident in his activities, he began using the human remains for increasingly disturbing purposes. He was not content simply to possess pieces of dead women. He wanted to recreate the experience of being with Augusta herself. Ed began fashioning items from the human remains that allowed him to feel closer to his mother. He made lampshades from human skin, carefully tanned and preserved. He created bowls from human skulls, using them for eating just as he and Augusta had shared meals together. He crafted a belt studded with human nipples and made chair coverings from human skin. Most disturbing of all, Ed created what he called a woman's suit, a vest made from the preserved torso of a female corpse, complete with breasts and female genitalia. He would wear this grotesque garment around the farmhouse, pretending to be a woman and imagining himself as Augusta. This behavior represented the complete breakdown of Ed's psychological boundaries between himself and his mother. Ed also preserved and mounted the faces of 9 women on his walls, treating them like hunting trophies. When visitors to his home occasionally commented on these macabre decorations, Ed claimed they were wartime souvenirs from a cousin who had served in the Pacific during World War II. This lie was accepted because Ed was known to be strange but harmless. The farmhouse itself became a reflection of Ed's deteriorating mental state. The areas that had once been Augusta's domain remained sealed and preserved, but the rest of the house descended into squalor. Garbage, old newspapers, and crime magazines were stacked everywhere. The smell of decomposition from Ed's projects mixed with the general odor of neglect and decay. Ed's reading habits during this period revealed his growing obsession with death and violence. He collected crime magazines, books about Nazi medical experiments, anatomy texts, and anything related to death or atrocities. He was particularly fascinated by stories of cannibalism and headhunting, which fed his fantasies about what could be done with human remains. Despite all this disturbing activity, Ed managed to maintain a public facade of normalcy. He continued to work as a handyman for local families, and many people in Plainfield considered him odd but harmless. He was known to be reliable for farm work and small repairs, and some families even trusted him to babysit their children. His customers found him socially awkward and prone to inappropriate laughter, but nobody suspected the horrors occurring at his isolated farmhouse. Ed's ability to maintain this double life was helped by the social conventions of 1940s rural Wisconsin. People minded their own business, eccentric behavior was tolerated, and someone like Ed, a middle-aged bachelor living alone after his mother's death, was not unusual enough to attract suspicion. His isolation was seen as grief rather than criminal behavior. But Ed's psychological deterioration continued throughout the late 1940s and early 1950s. The human remains he collected were not providing the emotional satisfaction he sought. The dead bodies, no matter how carefully preserved, could not recreate the living relationship he had lost with Augusta. The woman's suit and facial masks allowed him to play act at being a woman, but they could not fill the void left by his mother's death. By the early 1950s, Ed was becoming increasingly frustrated with the limitations of grave robbing. The bodies he exhumed were often decomposed despite being recently buried, and the process of digging up graves was physically demanding and risky. More importantly, the dead women he collected could not provide the approval and interaction he craved. Ed's criminal activities might have continued indefinitely as grave robbing if not for a significant change in his situation. In the mid-1950s, his partner Gus was placed in a nursing home and could no longer assist with the physical work of exhumation. Without help, Ed found grave robbing much more difficult and risky. The loss of Gus's assistance, combined with Ed's growing frustration with lifeless body parts, pushed him toward a terrible decision. If he could not find satisfaction with dead women, perhaps he would need to create his own corpses. The psychological barriers that had kept Ed from actual murder were breaking down, worn away by years of isolation, obsession, and increasingly violent fantasies. Ed Gein was about to take the final step from grave robber to killer. The harmless eccentric who babysat children and did odd jobs for his neighbors was preparing to commit acts of violence that would shock the world and inspire generations of horror fiction. The death of Augusta Gein in 1945 had created a monster, and that monster was finally ready to kill. Mary Hogan had run her tavern in Pine Grove, Wisconsin for years, serving drinks to farmers and workers from the surrounding area. She was 51 years old in 1954, a stocky, matronly woman who reminded Ed Gein of his mother in both appearance and personality. Mary was strong-willed and independent, exactly the kind of woman Augusta had taught Ed to fear and despise. Ed had been a regular customer at Mary's tavern for some time, though he rarely drank alcohol. Instead, he would sit quietly at the bar, nursing a soft drink and watching Mary work. Other customers found Ed's behavior odd. He would stare at Mary intently and sometimes make inappropriate comments about her appearance. But Mary was used to dealing with eccentric customers and tolerated Ed's presence. To Ed, Mary Hogan represented both an opportunity and a problem. She resembled Augusta enough to trigger his obsessive feelings, but she was also a living woman who could reject him, judge him, or report his strange behavior to authorities. The years of grave robbing had not satisfied Ed's psychological needs because dead bodies could not provide the interaction he craved. But living women posed the dangers Augusta had warned him about. By December 1954, Ed had reached a psychological breaking point. His grave robbing activities were becoming more difficult without Gus's assistance, and the decomposed bodies he exhumed were increasingly unsatisfying. He needed fresh human remains to work with, and he needed the psychological satisfaction of controlling a woman who reminded him of his mother. December 8th, 1954, was a cold winter evening in Pine Grove. Mary was working alone at the tavern, as she often did during weekday evenings when business was slow. Ed had been watching the tavern for several days, noting Mary's routine and waiting for the right opportunity. When he saw that Mary was alone and preparing to close, he made his move. Ed entered the tavern carrying a .32 caliber pistol. He had probably been carrying the weapon for some time, working up the courage to use it. Mary greeted him as she had dozens of times before, not sensing any danger from the quiet, awkward man she knew as a harmless, regular customer. As Mary began cleaning up and preparing to close the tavern, Ed waited for the last customers to leave. When they were finally alone, he approached the bar where Mary was working. She looked up at him and said something about being ready to close for the night. Those were likely the last words Mary Hogan ever spoke. Ed raised the pistol and shot Mary in the head at close range. The .32 caliber bullet killed her instantly, and she collapsed behind the bar without making a sound. For Ed, the moment of killing was probably both terrifying and exhilarating. He had finally taken complete control over a woman who reminded him of his mother. But Ed's planning extended beyond the murder itself. Before entering the tavern, he had positioned a sled outside the back door. After shooting Mary, he dragged her body from behind the bar and pulled it outside to the sled. The process was physically difficult. Mary was a substantial woman, and Ed was not particularly strong, but his adrenaline and determination kept him going. The trip back to Ed's farm took several hours. He had to pull the sled through snow and rough terrain, avoiding roads where he might be seen. By the time he reached his farmhouse, it was very late, and he was exhausted. But his work was just beginning. Ed brought Mary's body into the farmhouse and began the process of dismembering and preserving it. He had learned these skills from years of working with animal carcasses and exhumed human remains. He removed Mary's head, which he preserved by removing the skin and creating another one of his grotesque face masks. The rest of her body was carved up systematically, with useful parts being preserved and the remainder being disposed of. The next morning, authorities in Pine Grove discovered that Mary's tavern had been the scene of a violent crime. The front door was unlocked, money was missing from the cash register, and there was blood behind the bar. A bullet cartridge from a .32 caliber pistol was found on the floor, indicating that Mary had been shot. But there was no sign of Mary herself. The initial investigation was hampered by the rural location and limited resources of local law enforcement. Police found overturned furniture and the pool of blood behind the bar, but they had no witnesses and no immediate suspects. Mary was known to keep significant cash at the tavern, so robbery seemed like the most likely motive. Without Mary's body, authorities could not even be certain she was dead rather than kidnapped. Missing person reports were filed, and the investigation continued sporadically for months, but with no physical evidence or witnesses, the case quickly went cold. Ed had committed the perfect crime, at least from a legal standpoint. But for Ed personally, Mary Hogan's murder marked a significant escalation in his criminal behavior and psychological deterioration. Killing a living person was qualitatively different from robbing graves, both in terms of the risk involved and the psychological satisfaction it provided. Mary's murder gave Ed a sense of power and control he had never experienced before. More importantly, Mary's fresh remains provided Ed with raw materials that were far superior to the decomposed bodies he had been exhuming. Her skin was intact and could be properly preserved, her skull could be fashioned into a perfect bowl, and her face could be turned into a realistic mask. Ed had finally found a reliable source for the human remains he needed for his projects. The months following Mary's murder saw Ed's craftwork reach new levels of sophistication and horror. He used her skin to create clothing and accessories, her bones to make tools and decorations, and her skull to make eating utensils. Most disturbing of all, he preserved Mary's face as a mask that he would wear while pretending to be a woman. Ed's neighbors and customers noticed some changes in his behavior after December 1954, but they attributed these to natural eccentricity rather than criminal activity. He seemed more confident and animated, occasionally making crude jokes about women disappearing or staying overnight with him. These comments were dismissed as Ed's typical inappropriate humor rather than confessions to murder. The success of Mary Hogan's murder, from Ed's perspective, created a template for future crimes. He had learned that he could kill a woman, dispose of the body, and avoid detection by law enforcement. More importantly, he had discovered that fresh human remains provided far greater satisfaction than grave robbing ever had. But Ed's psychological needs were not permanently satisfied by one murder. The same obsessive drives that had led him to rob graves were still operating, made even stronger by the success of his first killing. Mary Hogan's remains could be fashioned into useful items and preserved for his fantasies, but they could not recreate the living relationship he had lost when Augusta died. Ed spent the next 3 years after Mary's murder continuing his double life as both community handyman and secret killer. He maintained his public facade of harmless eccentricity while privately working with Mary's remains and planning his next crime. The farmhouse became even more cluttered and foul-smelling as Ed's collection of human artifacts grew. During this period, Ed also continued reading his crime magazines and anatomy books, feeding his fantasies about what could be done with human bodies. He was particularly fascinated by stories of sex change operations, imagining that he could somehow transform himself into Augusta through the use of preserved body parts. His woman suit became more elaborate as he added pieces from Mary Hogan to the original creation made from grave-robbed remains. Ed's mental state during the mid-1950s was a mixture of satisfaction and growing frustration. He was pleased with his success in killing Mary and avoiding detection, but he was also aware that his needs were not being permanently met. The human remains, no matter how well preserved, could not provide the approval and love he sought. They were objects, not relationships. By 1957, Ed was ready to kill again. Mary Hogan's murder had given him confidence in his ability to commit crime without being caught, and her remains had been worked into various projects over the intervening years. He needed fresh materials for his crafts, and he needed the psychological satisfaction of controlling another woman who reminded him of his mother. This time, Ed would not choose his victim from among strangers at a distant tavern. Instead, he would target someone much closer to home, someone whose disappearance would immediately draw the attention of local law enforcement. Ed Gein was about to make the mistake that would finally expose his crimes to the world and create one of the most notorious criminal cases in American history. The careful planning and methodical approach that had made Mary Hogan's murder a perfect crime would be abandoned in favor of a more impulsive attack. And this time, Ed would leave behind evidence that would lead investigators directly to his farmhouse of horrors. By November 1957, Ed Gein had been living with the remains of Mary Hogan for nearly 3 years. Her skull had been turned into a soup bowl, her face preserved as a mask, and her skin incorporated into his growing collection of human artifacts. But the psychological satisfaction Ed had gained from Mary's murder was fading, and his need for fresh human remains was growing stronger. Bernice Warden's was 58 years old and had been running the Plainfield hardware store since her husband's death in 1931. She was a well-known and well-respected member of the community, a strong-willed woman who had successfully managed a business for over 2 decades. To Ed, Bernice represented the same type of authoritative female figure that Mary Hogan had been, someone who reminded him of his mother. Bernice's son Frank worked as a deputy sheriff for Washara County. This family connection to law enforcement should have made Bernice too dangerous a target for Ed to consider. But by November 1957, Ed's judgment was so impaired by years of isolation and psychological deterioration that he was no longer thinking clearly about the consequences of his actions. Ed had been a customer at Warden's hardware store for years, purchasing supplies for his farm and odd job work. Bernice knew him as Ed Gein, the quiet bachelor who lived on the old Gein farm outside town. Like most people in Plainfield, she found Ed somewhat odd but essentially harmless. She had no reason to fear him or suspect him of any criminal activity. In the days leading up to November 16, 1957, Ed began planning Bernice's murder with the same methodical approach he had used for Mary Hogan. He visited the hardware store several times, observing Bernice's routine and noting when she was likely to be alone. He also struck up conversations with both Bernice and Frank, gathering information about their schedules. During one of these conversations, Frank mentioned that he would be going deer hunting on Saturday, November 16th, the opening day of Wisconsin's gun deer season. Frank's absence would leave Bernice alone at the store for most of the day, creating the perfect opportunity for Ed to act. The timing was also advantageous because the opening day of deer season was a major event in rural Wisconsin, meaning most people would be in the woods rather than in town. Ed told Frank and Bernice that he would return to the store on Saturday to purchase a gallon of antifreeze for his truck. This seemingly innocent statement actually served multiple purposes. It gave Ed a legitimate reason to be at the store. It allowed him to test whether anyone was paying attention to his activities, and it provided cover for his real intentions. November 16, 1957. Dawned cold and overcast, typical weather for a Wisconsin autumn. Frank Warden's left early that morning for his hunting trip, confident that his mother could handle the store alone as she had done countless times before. Bernice opened the store at her usual time and settled in for what she expected to be a quiet day serving customers who needed last-minute supplies for hunting or other weekend activities. Ed arrived at the hardware store sometime in the late morning. The exact time is unclear, but witnesses later remembered seeing his 1949 Ford sedan parked near the store around midday. Ed entered the store through the front door, which set off the small bell that alerted Bernice to customers' arrivals. Bernice greeted Ed normally and asked how she could help him. Ed mentioned that he wanted to buy antifreeze, and Bernice began preparing the sale. She filled out a sales slip by hand, writing Ed's name and the item he was purchasing. This sales slip would later become crucial evidence in the investigation of her disappearance. As Bernice worked on the paperwork, Ed moved toward the back of the store where firearms were displayed. The hardware store carried rifles and shotguns for local hunters, and Ed was familiar with the inventory from his previous visits. He selected a .22 caliber rifle from the display and found ammunition to go with it. What happened next occurred very quickly. Ed loaded the rifle and approached Bernice, who was still working at the counter near the front of the store. Before she could react or even understand what was happening, Ed shot her in the head at close range. The .22 caliber bullet killed Bernice instantly, and she collapsed behind the counter. Unlike the Mary Hogan murder, which had been carefully planned and executed in the evening when no witnesses were likely, Bernice Worden's killing was more impulsive and risky. Ed had committed murder in broad daylight in the middle of town, leaving multiple pieces of evidence behind. But his psychological needs had overcome his caution, and he was driven by compulsions he could no longer control. After shooting Bernice, Ed's first priority was getting her body out of the store. He dragged her corpse through the store and out the back door, where his truck was parked. The process left a trail of blood from the front counter to the back exit, creating obvious evidence that a violent crime had occurred. Ed loaded Bernice's body into his truck and drove back to his farm. The trip took only a few minutes since the store was relatively close to his property. Once at the farmhouse, Ed brought Bernice's body to the shed he used as a summer kitchen, where he had more room to work than inside the cramped house. Before leaving the hardware store, Ed had also stolen the cash register, which contained about $41. This theft was probably an afterthought rather than a primary motive, since Ed had never shown much interest in money and had killed Mary Hogan without taking significant cash. But the missing register would become another important clue for investigators. Back at his farm, Ed immediately began the process of butchering Bernice's body. He hung her corpse upside down from the rafters of the summer kitchen, just as he would have dressed a deer carcass. Using knives and other tools, he slit Bernice's body from sternum to pelvis, removing her internal organs just as he had done with animal carcasses and Mary Hogan's remains. Ed also decapitated Bernice, preserving her head for later use. He placed the head in a burlap sack and stored it inside the farmhouse. Some of Bernice's organs, including her heart, were brought into the main house, where Ed placed them in containers and even put her heart in a pot on the stove. The butchering process took several hours, during which Ed worked systematically to preserve the parts of Bernice's body that he found useful. Her skin would be used for crafts, her bones for tools, and her organs for his increasingly bizarre purposes. The remainder of her body was disposed of in ways that would not be discovered for years. That evening, Frank Worden's returned from his hunting trip and went to check on his mother at the hardware store. When he arrived, he found the store locked and apparently deserted. Frank had a key to the store and let himself in, immediately noticing that something was wrong. The first thing Frank observed was that the cash register was missing. This was alarming because the register was heavy and valuable, not something that would be easy to steal without being noticed. As Frank looked around more carefully, he discovered a pool of blood behind the front counter and a blood trail leading toward the back of the store. Frank also found the sales slip his mother had been writing when Ed arrived. The slip was made out to Ed Gain for 1 gallon of antifreeze, exactly what Ed had told Frank and Bernice he would be purchasing. This physical evidence immediately made Ed the prime suspect in whatever had happened to Bernice. Frank immediately called for assistance from his fellow law enforcement officers. Sheriff Arthur Schley and other deputies responded quickly, and an investigation began immediately. The blood evidence, the missing cash register, and the sales slip made it clear that a violent crime had occurred and that Bernice Worden's was either seriously injured or dead. The investigation moved quickly because Frank Worden's law enforcement connections ensured that the case received immediate attention. Unlike Mary Hogan's disappearance 3 years earlier, which had been handled by rural authorities with limited resources, Bernice's case involved multiple law enforcement agencies and experienced investigators. Ed became the immediate focus of the investigation when Frank told investigators about the sales slip and Ed's promise to return for antifreeze. Ed was known to be eccentric, but he had never been suspected of any serious criminal activity. However, the physical evidence pointing to him was impossible to ignore. Law enforcement officers drove to Ed's farm that evening to question him about Bernice's disappearance. When they arrived, they found Ed's truck parked in the yard, but Ed himself was not at home. The officers knocked on the door of the farmhouse and called out, but received no response. While waiting for Ed to return, the officers began looking around the property. The farm was obviously neglected, with broken-down outbuildings and equipment scattered around the yard. The farmhouse itself looked rundown and poorly maintained, consistent with what neighbors had said about Ed's increasingly eccentric lifestyle. Sheriff Arthur Schley decided to check the outbuildings while waiting for Ed to come home. He approached the shed that Ed used as a summer kitchen and peered inside with his flashlight. What he saw would haunt him for the rest of his life. "My God," "There she is," Schley shouted as his flashlight beam revealed Bernice Warden's body hanging upside down from the ceiling of the shed. The corpse had been gutted and dressed exactly like a deer carcass, suspended by the ankles with a rod pushed through the tendons. The sight was so horrific that even experienced law enforcement officers were shocked and sickened. Captain Lloyd Scofoester of the Green Lake County Sheriff's Department later described what the officers found. There was a body hanging in the woodshed by the ankles. Tendons in the ankles had been cut, and a rod had been placed through them. The body was drawn up in the air. The discovery of Bernice's body confirmed that Ed Gain was not just a murderer, but someone whose crimes went far beyond simple killing. The methodical way her body had been butchered and displayed suggested that Ed had experience with this type of activity and that he derived some kind of satisfaction from the process. But the horror was just beginning. As investigators began searching the farmhouse itself, they discovered that Ed's crimes extended far beyond the murder of Bernice Wardens. The house was filled with human remains, crafted into everyday items and decorative objects in ways that defied belief. The initial search of the farmhouse revealed skulls that had been made into bowls, lampshades fashioned from human skin, a belt made from human nipples, and chairs upholstered with preserved human flesh. There were soup bowls made from the tops of human skulls, wastepaper baskets crafted from skin, and a shoebox filled with female genitalia. Most disturbing of all was the discovery of what Ed called his woman's suit, a vest made from the preserved torso of a female corpse, complete with breasts and female genitalia. This grotesque garment allowed Ed to literally wear the body parts of dead women, fulfilling his twisted fantasy of becoming a woman like his mother. Investigators also found faces that had been carefully removed from skulls and preserved as masks. These faces had been tanned and treated to maintain their appearance, creating realistic-looking masks that Ed could wear to transform his appearance. 9 of these face masks were found hanging on the walls like hunting trophies. The search also revealed the preserved head of Mary Hogan, solving the mystery of her disappearance 3 years earlier. Mary's face had been turned into one of Ed's masks, and her skull had been fashioned into a bowl. This discovery linked Ed to at least 2 murders and suggested that his criminal career had been ongoing for years. As investigators continued searching the farmhouse, they found evidence that Ed had been collecting human remains for nearly a decade. Some items appear to be made from relatively fresh bodies, while others showed signs of age and deterioration. The sheer quantity of human artifacts suggested that Ed had either been very busy as a grave robber or had committed more murders than the 2 he would eventually confess to. The physical evidence found in Ed's house painted a picture of someone whose psychological problems had led to increasingly bizarre and violent behavior. The careful preservation of human remains, the crafting of everyday items from body parts, and the creation of the woman's suit all suggested someone with a severe mental illness that had been developing unchecked for years. Meanwhile, Ed himself was still missing, having been away from the farm when officers arrived. A manhunt began immediately, with law enforcement agencies across central Wisconsin searching for the 51-year-old farmer who had become the prime suspect in one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever encountered. Ed was eventually found at a neighbor's house, where he had been eating dinner and acting normally. When officers approached him and told him he was under arrest for Bernice Warden's murder, Ed initially claimed innocence. "I had nothing to do with it," he told Frank Wardens when confronted about his mother's disappearance. But faced with the overwhelming physical evidence found at his farmhouse, Ed's denials quickly crumbled. Under questioning at the Waushara County Jail, he eventually confessed not only to murdering Bernice Wardens, but also to killing Mary Hogan 3 years earlier. He also admitted to years of grave robbing and to creating the horrific collection of human artifacts found in his home. Ed's confessions revealed the full scope of his criminal activity over the previous decade. He claimed to have robbed as many as 40 graves between 1947 and 1952, though he said he often lost his nerve and reburied bodies without taking anything. He admitted to successfully robbing 9 graves total and to fashioning the body parts into the items found by investigators. The discovery of Ed Gain's crimes sent shockwaves through the small community of Plainfield and captured national attention. The sheer horror of what had been found in his farmhouse was unlike anything in the experience of most law enforcement officers. The methodical nature of his crimes and the bizarre uses he had made of human remains signs suggested a level of psychological disturbance that was almost beyond comprehension. News of Ed's arrest and the discovery of his House of Horrors quickly spread beyond Wisconsin. Reporters from around the country converged on Plainfield to cover the story, and the small farming community found itself thrust into an unwanted spotlight. The name Ed Gein became synonymous with some of the most disturbing crimes in American history. But even as investigators cataloged the evidence and reporters wrote their stories, important questions remained unanswered. How had Ed managed to carry out his crimes for so long without detection? Were there other victims beyond Mary Hogan and Bernice Warden's? And most importantly, what kind of psychological forces had created such a monster in the quiet farmland of central Wisconsin? The answers to these questions would emerge slowly as psychiatrists examined Ed and investigators continued their work. But the immediate impact of November 16, 1957, was clear. One of the most notorious criminal cases in American history had been exposed, and the name Ed Gein would forever be associated with horrors that most people could barely imagine. The interrogation of Ed Gein began almost immediately after his arrest on November 16, 1957. Waushara County District Attorney Earl Killeen took charge of the questioning, hoping to get a full confession and understand the scope of Ed's crimes. What they discovered was even more disturbing than the physical evidence found at the farmhouse. Ed's initial reaction to his arrest was denial and confusion. When first confronted about Bernice Warden's disappearance, he claimed to know nothing about it. "I had nothing to do with it," he told Deputy Frank Warden's when arrested. But this facade of innocence could not be maintained when investigators described what they had found at his farm. The interrogation took place at the Waushara County Jail in Wautoma. Ed was placed in a small cell and questioned for hours by District Attorney Killeen, Sheriff Arthur Schley, and other investigators. The questioning was intense and sometimes brutal, as law enforcement officers struggled to understand how someone could commit such horrific crimes. As the questioning continued, Ed's denials began to break down. When confronted with the physical evidence, Bernice Warden's body in a shed, the sales slip with his name, the human artifacts in his house, Ed could no longer maintain his innocence. His psychological defenses crumbled, and he began to reveal the true scope of his criminal activities. At one point during the interrogation, Ed made a chilling gesture that revealed his mental state. He curled his hands like claws and told investigators, "I've been killing for 7 years." This statement suggested that Ed's criminal career had begun around 1950, though he would later confess to starting his grave robbing activities in 1947. When asked specifically about Bernice Warden's murder, Ed made what District Attorney Killeen called a partial admission. Ed told investigators that he could have killed Mrs. Warden's, but added, "I can't remember." This claim of memory loss would become a recurring theme in Ed's confessions and would later play a crucial role in his legal defense. Ed's confession to Mary Hogan's murder came more easily. Perhaps because 3 years had passed since that crime, Ed was more willing to admit his involvement. He described shooting Mary at her tavern and dragging her body back to his farm on a sled. He also admitted to preserving parts of her body and fashioning them into various items found in his house. But it was Ed's admissions about grave robbing that truly shocked investigators. He claimed to have visited local cemeteries as many as 40 times between 1947 and 1952, exhuming the bodies of recently buried women. Ed said he often lost his nerve and reburied bodies without taking anything, but he successfully robbed 9 graves total. Ed's description of his grave robbing activities was methodical and detailed. He explained how he would read obituaries to identify potential targets, preferring middle-aged women who reminded him of his mother. He would wait for fresh burials when bodies would be in better condition, then visit cemeteries at night to avoid detection. The grave robbing had been facilitated by a local man named Gus, who worked as a gravedigger and helped Ed with the physical work of exhumation. Having Gus's assistance made the process much easier and provided Ed with inside knowledge about cemetery layouts and burial practices. When Gus was placed in a nursing home in the mid-1950s, Ed's grave robbing activities became more difficult, eventually leading him to murder as an alternative source of human remains. Ed's confessions also revealed the extent of his psychological problems. He told investigators that he felt a force building up inside him after his mother's death in 1945. This force drove him to seek out human remains and to engage in increasingly bizarre behavior with the body parts he collected. Most disturbing of all were Ed's admissions about what he did with the human remains. He described in detail how he fashioned lampshades from human skin, made bowls from skulls, and created his woman's suit from preserved female torsos. He also admitted to wearing the skin of dead women and pretending to be a woman himself. These confessions revealed that Ed's crimes were not motivated by typical criminal desires like money or sexual gratification. Instead, they were driven by a profound psychological disturbance related to his relationship with his mother and his understanding of gender and identity. Ed was trying to recreate his mother through the use of human remains and to transform himself into the woman he believed Augusta wanted him to be. The interrogation also revealed Ed's claims about other potential crimes. He suggested that he might have been involved in additional murders and disappearances, but investigators were never able to confirm these claims. Some evidence suggested that Ed might have killed 2 men who hired him as a hunting guide in 1952, but these cases were never solved. During the questioning, Sheriff Arthur Schley became increasingly frustrated with Ed's calm demeanor and apparent lack of remorse. At one point, Schley subjected Ed to a brutal physical assault, banging his head repeatedly against a brick wall. This assault was witnessed by other officers, but was not immediately reported, reflecting the intense emotions Ed's crimes had generated among law enforcement personnel. Schley's assault on Ed had serious legal consequences. The beating rendered Ed's confession inadmissible in court, potentially jeopardizing the prosecution's case. However, the physical evidence found at Ed's farmhouse was so overwhelming that the confession was not strictly necessary for conviction. As news of Ed's arrest and confession spread, the small community of Plainfield found itself under siege from reporters and curiosity seekers. The farmhouse where Ed had committed his crimes became a macabre tourist attraction, with thousands of people driving by to see the House of Horrors for themselves. The media coverage of Ed's case was unprecedented for a crime in rural Wisconsin. Newspapers across the country ran stories about the Butcher of Plainfield and the horrific discoveries made at his farm. The details of Ed's crimes were so disturbing that many publications struggled with how much information to include in their coverage. Local residents were shocked to learn that someone they had known for years as a harmless eccentric was actually a killer and grave robber. Many people in Plainfield had hired Ed for handyman work or had trusted him to babysit their children. The revelation that he had been living among them while committing such crimes was deeply traumatic for the entire community. The investigation also revealed how Ed had managed to avoid detection for so long. His reputation as a harmless, if odd, bachelor had provided perfect cover for his criminal activities. The isolation of his farm meant that he could work on his projects without fear of discovery, and his skill at maintaining a public facade of normalcy had fooled everyone who knew him. Ed's customers and neighbors began to recall disturbing incidents that they had previously dismissed as harmless eccentricity. His inappropriate jokes about women staying overnight with him, his strange laughter at inappropriate times, and his intense interest in news about missing women all took on new significance in light of his crimes. The physical evidence found at Ed's farmhouse was carefully cataloged and analyzed by investigators. The sheer quantity of human remains suggested that Ed had been collecting body parts for nearly a decade. Some items were made from relatively fresh remains, while others showed signs of age and deterioration. Investigators found evidence of at least 15 different individuals among the remains in Ed's house. This number included the confirmed victims Mary Hogan and Bernice Wardens, but also suggested that Ed had robbed more graves than he had confessed to. The identity of most of these individuals was never determined, as Ed had kept no records of his activities. The human artifacts found in Ed's house were photographed and documented as evidence. The images of skulls made into bowls, lampshades crafted from human skin, and the woman's suit made from preserved body parts became some of the most disturbing crime scene photographs ever taken. These images were carefully controlled to prevent them from being published in newspapers or magazines. As the investigation continued, psychiatrists were brought in to evaluate Ed's mental state. Initial examinations revealed severe psychological problems that had been developing for years. Ed's obsession with his mother, his confused understanding of gender and sexuality, and his complete break from reality all pointed to serious mental illness. The psychiatric evaluations also revealed the extent to which Ed's crimes were related to his relationship with his mother. His grave robbing and murders were attempts to recreate Augusta through the use of human remains. His woman's suit and face masks were part of his fantasy of actually becoming his mother, the only woman he had ever loved or trusted. Ed's behavior during his imprisonment was generally cooperative and docile. He seemed almost relieved that his secret life had been exposed and showed little resistance to the investigation. This cooperation was consistent with his lifelong pattern of seeking approval from authority figures, even when those figures were prosecuting him for horrible crimes. The legal process began moving forward as prosecutors prepared their case against Ed. The evidence was overwhelming. The physical remains found at his farmhouse, his confessions to multiple crimes, and the testimony of witnesses who had seen him at the crime scenes. The only real question was whether Ed was mentally competent to stand trial. But even as the legal system began to process Ed's case, important questions remained unanswered. How many people had Ed actually killed? Were there other crime scenes or burial sites that had not been discovered? And most importantly, how could such a monster have been created in the quiet farmland of Wisconsin? The answers to some of these questions would emerge during Ed's psychiatric evaluation and trial, but others would remain mysteries, lost in the twisted mind of a man whose crimes had shocked the world and whose story would inspire decades of horror fiction and psychological analysis. The small community of Plainfield would never be the same after November 1957. The revelation that Ed Gein had been living among them while committing unspeakable crimes shattered their sense of safety and normalcy. The name of their town would forever be associated with one of the most notorious criminals in American history. Following his arrest and confession, Ed Gein was subjected to extensive psychiatric evaluation to determine his mental state and fitness to stand trial. The psychiatrists who examined him found a man whose mind had been shattered by years of abuse, isolation, and psychological manipulation. Their findings would reveal the complex mental processes that had created one of America's most notorious criminals. Dr. Edward F. Kelleher, the state psychiatrist assigned to Ed's case, conducted the initial evaluation. What he found was a man who lived in a fantasy world where the boundaries between life and death, self and other, male and female, had completely broken down. Ed's crimes were not the result of typical criminal motivation, but rather the product of severe mental illness that had been developing since childhood. The psychiatric evaluation revealed that Ed suffered from what would today be diagnosed as schizophrenia. This mental illness was characterized by delusions, hallucinations, and a complete break from reality. Ed's delusions centered around his mother and his belief that he could bring her back to life through the use of human remains. Ed told psychiatrists that he heard Augusta's voice speaking to him, especially when he was working with the human artifacts he had created. These auditory hallucinations provided him with guidance and approval for his actions, recreating the controlling relationship he had lost when Augusta died. In Ed's mind, his mother was still alive and still directing his behavior through these voices. The evaluation also revealed Ed's confused understanding of gender and sexuality. Augusta's teachings about the evil nature of women had created deep conflicts in Ed's mind about his own identity. He was simultaneously attracted to women who reminded him of his mother and terrified of the corruption Augusta had taught him they represented. Ed's solution to this conflict was his woman's suit and face masks, which allowed him to literally become a woman. By wearing the preserved skin and body parts of dead women, Ed could experience being female without the dangers Augusta had warned him about. Dead women could not reject him, corrupt him, or report his behavior to others. The psychiatrists discovered that Ed's grave robbing and murders were part of an elaborate fantasy in which he was trying to recreate Augusta. He selected victims who resembled his mother in age and appearance, then preserved their remains in ways that would allow him to maintain a relationship with them. In Ed's delusional mind, these women were not really dead. They were transformed versions of Augusta who could provide the love and guidance he desperately needed. Ed's description of his crimes revealed the extent of his psychological disturbance. He claimed to be in a dazed state when he committed murders and robbed graves, suggesting that he dissociated from reality during his criminal activities. This dissociation allowed him to commit horrific acts without experiencing the normal emotional responses of guilt or remorse. The psychiatric evaluation also uncovered Ed's obsession with death, and anatomy. His collection of crime magazines, books about Nazi medical experiments, and anatomy texts had fed his fantasies about what could be done with human bodies. Ed was particularly fascinated by stories of cannibalism and headhunting, which provided him with ideas for his own projects. However, psychiatrists found no evidence that Ed had engaged in cannibalism himself. Despite rumors and speculation, Ed consistently denied eating human flesh, and no physical evidence of cannibalism was found at his farmhouse. His interest in human remains was focused on preservation and transformation rather than consumption. Ed's relationship with his mother was identified as the central factor in his psychological development. Augusta's domineering personality, religious fanaticism, and hatred of women had created in Ed an overwhelming emotional bond that persisted long after her death. Ed's entire sense of identity was built around being Augusta's devoted son, and her death had left him psychologically adrift. The evaluation revealed that Ed had never developed normal adult relationships or independence. At 51 years old, he had the emotional maturity of a child who had never been allowed to grow up. His crimes were attempts to recreate the only relationship that had ever mattered to him, using the only methods his damaged mind could conceive. Psychiatrists also discovered that Ed's crimes followed a specific pattern related to his psychological needs. He targeted women who reminded him of Augusta, killed them quickly and efficiently, then spent extensive time working with their remains. This process allowed him to maintain control over women who might otherwise reject him, while also providing the raw materials for his fantasies about becoming a woman himself. The timing of Ed's criminal escalation was also significant. His grave robbing began in 1947, 2 years after Augusta's death, suggesting that it took time for his psychological defenses to completely break down. His first murder occurred in 1954, 7 years after he began robbing graves, indicating that his needs were escalating and that dead bodies alone were no longer sufficient. Ed's ability to maintain a facade of normalcy while committing such crimes was another focus of psychiatric analysis. The doctors found that Ed had developed sophisticated mechanisms for compartmentalizing his behavior, allowing him to function as a handyman and community member while secretly engaging in horrific activities at his farmhouse. This compartmentalization was facilitated by Ed's isolation and the rural nature of his environment. The farmhouse was far enough from neighbors that Ed could work on his projects without fear of discovery, and his reputation as a harmless eccentric provided cover for any unusual behavior that might be observed. The psychiatric evaluation also addressed the question of Ed's dangerousness and potential for rehabilitation. While Ed had committed terrible crimes, psychiatrists found that his violence was specifically directed toward recreating his relationship with his mother. He was not a random killer who posed a general threat to society, but rather someone whose crimes served very specific psychological needs. Ed's cooperative behavior during his evaluation and imprisonment suggested that he was not inherently violent or antisocial. Once his secret activities were exposed, and he was removed from the environment that had enabled his fantasies, Ed showed no signs of wanting to harm anyone. He seemed almost relieved that his double life was over and that he no longer had to maintain his elaborate deceptions. The psychiatrist's findings raised important questions about Ed's legal responsibility for his crimes. While he had clearly committed murder and grave robbing, his severe mental illness suggested that he might not have been legally sane at the time of his crimes. The evaluation would play a crucial role in determining whether Ed would face trial or be committed to a mental institution. The psychiatric reports also provided insights into how Ed's crimes might have been prevented. Early intervention for his mental health problems, removal from Augusta's destructive influence, or simply normal social contact during his development might have prevented the escalation that led to murder. But by the time Ed's crimes were discovered, the damage to his psyche was irreversible. Ed's case became a landmark in the study of criminal psychology. His crimes provided researchers with unique insights into the relationship between childhood trauma, mental illness, and violent behavior. The detailed documentation of his psychological state and criminal activities became valuable resources for understanding how such monsters are created. The evaluation also revealed the extent to which Ed's crimes were driven by his need for human connection rather than typical criminal motives. He was not seeking money, power, or sexual gratification in the conventional sense. Instead, he was trying to recreate the only loving relationship he had ever known, using methods that his damaged mind saw as logical and necessary. Ed's ability to live with the human remains he collected also provided insights into his psychological state. He showed no revulsion or distress when handling decomposed body parts, suggesting that his normal emotional responses had been completely suppressed. The items he created from human remains were not seen by him as grotesque or disturbing, but rather as treasured possessions that connected him to the women he idealized. The psychiatric evaluation concluded that Ed was suffering from chronic schizophrenia and was not competent to stand trial at the time of his examination. His break from reality was too complete for him to understand the charges against him or to participate meaningfully in his own defense. The recommendation was that Ed be committed to a mental institution for treatment rather than prosecution. This finding was consistent with the legal standards of the time, which recognized that severely mentally ill defendants could not be held fully responsible for their crimes. Ed's case became an important precedent in the application of the insanity defense, demonstrating how profound mental illness could render someone legally incompetent despite their ability to plan and carry out complex crimes. The psychiatric evaluation of Ed Gein provided crucial insights into one of the most disturbing criminal cases in American history. It revealed a man whose mind had been destroyed by childhood trauma and whose crimes were desperate attempts to recreate a lost relationship. While Ed's actions were horrific and inexcusable, the evaluation showed that they were the product of mental illness rather than pure evil. Understanding Ed's psychology would prove important not just for his legal case, but also for the broader study of criminal behavior and mental illness. His story became a cautionary tale about the dangers of child abuse, isolation, and untreated mental health problems. It also demonstrated how society's failure to recognize and address mental illness could lead to tragic consequences for everyone involved. On January 16, 1958, Ed Gein was committed to the Central State Hospital for the Criminally Insane in Waupun, Wisconsin. The psychiatric evaluation had determined that he was not competent to stand trial due to his schizophrenia and complete break from reality. For nearly a decade, Ed would remain in the mental health system while doctors attempted to treat his condition and restore him to competency. The decision to commit Ed to a mental institution rather than proceeding immediately to trial was controversial in the community. Many residents of Plainfield and the victims' families felt that Ed should face the full consequences of his crimes regardless of his mental state. They saw the insanity finding as a way for Ed to escape the punishment he deserved. However, the legal system of the 1950s recognized that defendants who could not understand the charges against them or participate in their own defense could not receive a fair trial. Ed's complete disconnection from reality made it impossible for him to work with attorneys or comprehend the legal proceedings. Treatment was necessary before justice could be served. Life at Central State Hospital was a dramatic change from Ed's isolated existence on the farm. For the first time in decades, he was surrounded by other people and had a structured daily routine. The hospital provided regular meals, clean living conditions, and medical care, luxuries Ed had not experienced since his mother's death. Ed adapted well to institutional life, becoming what staff described as a model patient. He was cooperative with treatment, followed rules without complaint, and got along reasonably well with other patients. He seemed almost relieved to be free from the burden of maintaining his double life and managing his elaborate fantasies. The hospital environment also provided Ed with activities and stimulation he had lacked on the farm. He participated in occupational therapy, learning crafts like stone polishing and rug making. He was an avid reader and enjoyed regular conversations with psychiatrists and staff members. He even developed an interest in ham radios and was allowed to purchase equipment with money he earned from his work. Ed's treatment included regular psychiatric sessions aimed at helping him understand his condition and develop healthier coping mechanisms. However, the depth of his psychological problems made progress slow and difficult. His delusions about his mother and his confused understanding of gender and identity were deeply ingrained and resistant to change. The psychiatric staff worked to help Ed distinguish between reality and fantasy, teaching him that the voices he heard were hallucinations rather than actual communication from his deceased mother. They also addressed his obsession with becoming a woman, helping him understand that his woman suit and face masks were symptoms of mental illness rather than legitimate expressions of identity. Despite these efforts, Ed's fundamental personality remained largely unchanged during his hospitalization. He continued to idealize his mother and to see his crimes as attempts to honor her memory rather than acts of violence against innocent people. His capacity for remorse or empathy remained severely limited. Meanwhile, the legal system waited for Ed to become competent enough to face trial. The charges against him remained active: first-degree murder in the death of Bernice Wardens, as well as potential charges related to Mary Hogan's murder and his grave robbing activities. Prosecutors were determined to see Ed face justice once his mental state improved. The decade Ed spent in the mental hospital saw significant changes in the community of Plainfield. The initial media frenzy died down, but the town remained forever marked by the association with Ed's crimes. The farmhouse where Ed had committed his horrors became a morbid tourist attraction until it burned down in March 1958, allegedly due to arson by locals who wanted to erase the reminder of what had happened there. Ed's personal belongings and the evidence from his crimes were eventually sold at public auction. His car was purchased by a showman who toured it around Wisconsin as the Ghoul car, making a profit from the public's fascination with Ed's story. This commercialization of his crimes added another layer of trauma for the victims' families and the Plainfield community. The investigation into Ed's crimes continued even while he was hospitalized. Authorities worked to identify the human remains found in his farmhouse and to determine if he had committed additional murders beyond those he had confessed to. Some remains belonged to Mary Hogan and Bernice Wardens, but others were never identified. Police also investigated Ed's possible connection to other unsolved disappearances in central Wisconsin. Two men who had hired Ed as a hunting guide in 1952 had vanished without a trace, and some investigators suspected Ed might have been involved. However, no conclusive evidence linking Ed to these cases was ever found. The remains of unidentified victims found in Ed's house were eventually buried in unmarked graves purchased by the state of Wisconsin. This anonymous burial reflected the difficulty of identifying people who had been dead for years and whose remains had been severely altered by Ed's activities. By the mid-1960s, Ed's mental condition had stabilized somewhat, though he remained severely mentally ill. The combination of medication, therapy, and the structured hospital environment had helped him develop better contact with reality, even if his fundamental personality problems remained unchanged. In 1968, nearly 11 years after his arrest, psychiatrists finally declared Ed competent to stand trial. This determination was based on his improved ability to understand the charges against him and to work with his attorneys, even though his mental illness persisted. The legal system could now proceed with a prosecution that had been delayed for over a decade. The trial of Ed Gein began on November 7, 1968, in Waushara County Court. Judge Robert H. Golmar presided over proceedings that drew national media attention. The case had already become legendary in the annals of American crime, and the trial provided an opportunity for the public to finally see justice served. Ed was represented by public defenders who faced the challenging task of defending a client whose guilt was never seriously in question. The physical evidence against Ed was overwhelming: the human remains found in his house, his detailed confessions, and the testimony of witnesses who had seen him at the crime scenes. The only viable defense was to argue that Ed was not legally responsible for his actions due to mental illness. The prosecution was led by District Attorney Earl Killeen, who had been involved in Ed's case since the initial arrest. Killeen faced the challenge of proving not just that Ed had committed the crimes, but that he was legally sane at the time and therefore responsible for his actions. This required convincing the jury that Ed's mental illness did not excuse his criminal behavior. The trial focused primarily on the murder of Bernice Wardens, as prosecutors decided to try Ed for only one killing to streamline the proceedings. The evidence in Warden's case was the strongest and most recent, making it the best choice for securing a conviction. The Mary Hogan murder and grave robbing charges could be pursued later, if necessary. 7 witnesses testified during the trial, including law enforcement officers who had discovered the crime scene and laboratory technicians who had analyzed the physical evidence. Their testimony painted a detailed picture of Ed's crimes and the horrific discoveries made at his farmhouse. The evidence was so overwhelming that the trial lasted only 1 week. Ed's behavior during the trial was generally calm and cooperative. He showed little emotion as witnesses described his crimes and the evidence against him. This apparent lack of remorse or concern reinforced the prosecution's argument that Ed was aware of his actions and their consequences. The defense argued that Ed's severe mental illness made him not guilty by reason of insanity. They presented psychiatric testimony about his schizophrenia, his obsession with his mother, and his complete break from reality. The defense contended that Ed's crimes were the product of delusions and hallucinations rather than rational criminal planning. The jury deliberated for several hours before reaching their verdict. On November 14, 1968, Ed Gein was found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Bernice Wardens. However, the jury also found that Ed had been legally insane at the time of the crime, which meant he would not face the death penalty or life in prison. Instead of being sentenced to prison, Ed was remanded to the state mental health system. He was returned to Central State Hospital, where he would remain for the rest of his life. This outcome satisfied neither those who wanted Ed executed for his crimes, nor those who believed he was too mentally ill to be held responsible. The families of Ed's victims were deeply disappointed by the trial's outcome. They felt that justice had not been served and that Ed had escaped the punishment he deserved. The legal finding of insanity seemed to them like an excuse that allowed Ed to avoid the consequences of his actions. However, mental health professionals generally supported the verdict. Ed's severe schizophrenia and the obvious connection between his mental illness and his crimes made the insanity defense appropriate in their view. Executing or imprisoning someone in Ed's mental condition would not serve the purposes of justice or public safety. The trial marked the end of the legal proceedings in Ed's case, but not the end of public fascination with his story. His crimes had already begun to influence popular culture, inspiring books, movies, and countless retellings of his horrific acts. The trial provided additional details that would fuel this cultural impact for decades to come. Ed's conviction also established important legal precedents regarding the insanity defense and the treatment of mentally ill defendants. His case demonstrated that severe mental illness could render someone legally incompetent even when they were capable of planning and carrying out complex crimes. This understanding would influence how similar cases were handled in the future. Following his conviction, Ed was transferred back to Central State Hospital, where he would spend his remaining years. The brief period of public attention during his trial gave way to obscurity as Ed returned to the structured routine of institutional life. He would live quietly in the mental health system for another 16 years, largely forgotten by the public, but never forgetting the crimes that had defined his life. The trial of Ed Gein represented both an end and a beginning. It concluded the legal process that had begun with his arrest in 1957, providing some measure of closure for the victims' families and the community of Plainfield. But it also marked the beginning of Ed's transformation from notorious criminal to cultural icon, as his story began to inspire the horror fiction that would make him famous around the world. Even before Ed Gein's trial concluded in 1968, his crimes had begun to capture the imagination of writers, filmmakers, and the general public. The horrific details of his case, the human skin lampshades, the skull bowls, the woman's suit made from preserved corpses, were unlike anything in the annals of American crime. These elements would inspire some of the most iconic horror fiction of the 20th century. The first major work inspired by Ed's crimes came from author Robert Bloch, who lived in Wisconsin and followed the case closely. Bloch was already an established horror writer, but Ed's story provided him with material that was more disturbing than anything he had previously imagined. In 1959, just 2 years after Ed's arrest, Bloch published his novel, Psycho. Psycho was not a direct retelling of Ed's story, but it captured the essential elements that made his case so terrifying. The novel's protagonist, Norman Bates, was a quiet, seemingly harmless man who lived with his domineering mother and ran a small motel. Like Ed, Norman had an unhealthy obsession with his mother and struggled with his sexual and gender identity. The parallels between Norman Bates and Ed Gein were unmistakable to anyone familiar with the case. Both men were isolated bachelors who lived with controlling mothers. Both had problems relating to women, and both were driven to murder by their psychological problems. Most importantly, both kept their victims' remains and engaged in behaviors that blurred the lines between life and death. male and female. Bloch's novel became the basis for Alfred Hitchcock's 1960 film, Psycho, which brought Ed's story to a mass audience for the first time. Hitchcock's masterpiece translated Ed's crimes into compelling cinema, creating one of the most influential horror films ever made. The movie's shower scene, Norman's relationship with his mother, and the revelation about his cross-dressing all drew directly from the details of Ed's case. Anthony Perkins, who played Norman Bates in Hitchcock's film, understood the connection to Ed Gein and used it to inform his performance. Perkins studied Ed's case and incorporated elements of his personality into his portrayal of Norman. The result was a character who was both sympathetic and terrifying, much like the public's conflicted response to Ed himself. Psycho was hugely successful and established many of the conventions that would define horror cinema for decades to come. The idea of the quiet, harmless-seeming killer who harbored dark secrets became a staple of the genre. The connection between childhood trauma, maternal domination, and violent behavior became a common theme in horror fiction. But Ed's influence on popular culture extended far beyond Psycho. In 1974, director Tobe Hooper released The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which drew even more directly from Ed's crimes. The film's villain, Leatherface, wore masks made from human skin and lived in a house filled with furniture made from human remains, directly mirroring Ed's activities. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre was more explicit than Psycho in its depiction of the horrors inspired by Ed's case. The film showed characters being butchered and their remains being fashioned into household items, bringing Ed's crimes to vivid life on screen. The movie's visceral impact helped establish the slasher subgenre of horror films. The character of Leatherface became an icon of horror cinema, and actor Gunnar Hansen drew inspiration from Ed's story in creating the role. Like Ed, Leatherface was portrayed as someone whose crimes were driven by mental illness and family dysfunction rather than pure evil. This psychological dimension added depth to what might otherwise have been a simple monster movie. Ed's influence reached its peak with the 1991 film, The Silence of the Lambs, which won the Academy Award for Best Picture. The movie's villain, Buffalo Bill, was directly inspired by Ed's crimes, particularly his practice of skinning women and fashioning their remains into clothing. Buffalo Bill's attempt to create a woman's suit from his victims was taken almost directly from Ed's case. Thomas Harris, who wrote the novel that became The Silence of the Lambs, acknowledged his debt to Ed's story. The character of Buffalo Bill combined elements from Ed's case with those of other serial killers, but Ed's influence was unmistakable. The idea of a killer who collected women's skin to create clothing was Ed's unique contribution to the pantheon of fictional monsters. Ted Levine, who played Buffalo Bill in the film, studied Ed's case as part of his preparation for the role. Levine incorporated Ed's mannerisms and psychological profile into his performance, creating a character who was both terrifying and pitiable. The performance helped make The Silence of the Lambs one of the most successful horror films ever made. Beyond these major films, Ed's story inspired countless other works of fiction, from novels to television shows to comic books. His crimes provided a template for fictional killers and established many of the tropes that define modern horror. The quiet, unassuming killer who harbors dark secrets became a standard character type, appearing in everything from Halloween to American Psycho. Ed's influence was not limited to fiction. His case became a landmark in the study of criminal psychology and abnormal behavior. Criminologists, psychiatrists, and law enforcement professionals studied his crimes to better understand the development of serial killers and the relationship between mental illness and violence. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, which developed psychological profiling techniques for catching serial killers, drew extensively from Ed's case. His crimes provided insights into the motivations and methods of sexually motivated killers, helping law enforcement develop better strategies for investigation and prevention. Ed's story also influenced other real-life killers who saw him as a role model or inspiration. Jeffrey Dahmer, one of America's most notorious serial killers, was known to have studied Ed's case and incorporated elements of his methods into his own crimes. This disturbing legacy showed how Ed's influence extended beyond fiction into real-world violence. The commercialization of Ed's story began almost immediately after his arrest. His car was sold at auction and toured as a sideshow attraction. His personal belongings were sold to collectors, and his crimes became the subject of countless books and articles. This commercialization troubled many people, who who felt that its victims were being exploited for entertainment and profit. The town of Plainfield struggled with its association with Ed's crimes. On one hand, the notoriety brought unwanted attention and tourism to their small community. On the other hand, some residents recognized that Ed's story had put their town on the map and could potentially benefit local businesses. This conflict between shame and economic opportunity persisted for decades. Ed's grave in Plainfield Cemetery became a macabre tourist attraction. Visitors would come to see where the notorious killer was buried, often vandalizing the tombstone or taking pieces as souvenirs. The grave marker was eventually stolen in 2000 and later recovered near Seattle, highlighting the continued fascination with Ed's story. The psychological impact of Ed's crimes on popular culture cannot be overstated. His case helped establish the modern understanding of serial killers as complex individuals driven by psychological problems rather than simple evil. This more nuanced view influenced how fictional killers were portrayed and how real ones were studied and prosecuted. Ed's story also tapped into deep-seated fears about rural America and the secrets that might lurk beneath its peaceful surface. The idea that someone like Ed could live undetected in a small farming community for decades challenged assumptions about safety and community bonds. This theme would recur in countless horror stories set in rural or suburban settings. The gender dynamics of Ed's crimes also resonated with changing attitudes about masculinity and femininity in mid-20th century America. Ed's attempt to become a woman through the use of preserved body parts reflected anxieties about gender roles and sexual identity that were becoming more prominent in American culture. The enduring popularity of stories inspired by Ed's crimes demonstrated the public's fascination with extreme criminal behavior. People were simultaneously horrified and intrigued by the details of his case, creating a market for increasingly graphic depictions of violence and perversion in entertainment media. Ed's influence on horror fiction also reflected broader changes in American culture during the 1960s and 1970s. The old Gothic traditions of horror, with their emphasis on supernatural monsters and foreign villains, were giving way to more realistic depictions of homegrown American evil. Ed's story showed that the most terrifying monsters were not vampires or werewolves, but ordinary-seeming people living next door. The psychological complexity of Ed's crimes also appealed to audiences who were becoming more sophisticated about mental health issues. The connection between his childhood trauma, his relationship with his mother, and his violent behavior provided a compelling narrative that explained how monsters were made rather than simply born. As the decades passed, Ed's story continued to inspire new works of fiction and new generations of horror fans. Each retelling added new elements or interpretations, but the core elements from his actual crimes remained constant. The human skin lampshades, the skull bowls, and the woman's suit became iconic images that define the outer limits of human depravity. The transformation of Ed Gein from obscure Wisconsin farmer to cultural icon was one of the most remarkable aspects of his story. His crimes were so extreme and so psychologically complex that they transcended their local origins to become part of America's shared cultural mythology. Ed had become not just a criminal, but a symbol of the darkness that could lurk beneath the surface of ordinary life. This cultural transformation ensured that Ed's story would outlive the man himself. Even as he lived quietly in mental institutions, largely forgotten by the public, his crimes continued to inspire new works of fiction and new examinations of criminal behavior. Ed Gein had achieved a kind of immortality, though not the kind he had sought when he tried to recreate his mother through the use of human remains. After his conviction and return to the mental health system in 1968, Ed Gein settled into what would be the final phase of his life. He was initially housed at Central State Hospital for the Criminally Insane in Waupun, Wisconsin, the same institution where he had spent the previous decade awaiting trial. The hospital environment had become familiar to him, and he adapted easily to returning to the structured routine he had known. Ed's daily life in the mental hospital was remarkably peaceful compared to the chaos and horror of his earlier years. He woke each morning to the sound of institutional bells, ate regular meals in the hospital cafeteria, and participated in various therapeutic activities designed to help manage his mental illness. For someone who had lived in increasing squalor and isolation on his farm, the clean, organized environment of the hospital was probably a relief. The staff at Central State found Ed to be a model patient who caused no trouble and required minimal supervision. He followed rules without complaint, took his prescribed medications regularly, and got along reasonably well with other patients. His violent crimes seemed to be behind him, contained by the hospital environment and his advancing age. Ed's daily routine included participation in occupational therapy, where he learned various crafts and skills. He was particularly good at stone polishing and rug making, activities that allowed him to work with his hands in constructive rather than destructive ways. These activities also provided him with a sense of accomplishment and purpose that had been lacking in his life since his mother's death. Reading remained one of Ed's primary interests during his hospitalization. He was an avid reader who consumed books, magazines, and newspapers voraciously. However, his reading material was now carefully supervised to avoid content that might trigger his violent fantasies or reinforce his delusions. The crime magazines and anatomy texts that had fed his obsessions were replaced with more benign fiction and educational materials. Ed also developed an interest in ham radio operation while at the hospital. This hobby allowed him to communicate with people around the world without revealing his identity or criminal history. The staff encouraged this interest because it provided Ed with positive social interaction and helped him maintain contact with the outside world in a controlled way. The psychiatric treatment Ed received during these years was aimed at managing his symptoms rather than curing his underlying mental illness. His schizophrenia was controlled through medication that reduced his hallucinations and delusions, but his fundamental personality problems remained largely unchanged. He continued to idealize his mother and to see his crimes as attempts to honor her memory rather than acts of violence against innocent people. Regular sessions with psychiatrists helped Ed maintain better contact with reality, but he never developed genuine remorse for his crimes or empathy for his victims. His emotional responses remained shallow and self-centered, focused on his own needs and desires rather than the pain he had caused others. This lack of insight into his behavior was consistent with his severe personality disorders. Ed's physical health began to decline as he entered his 70s. Years of poor nutrition and neglect during his time on the farm, combined with the natural aging process, took their toll on his body. He developed various health problems that required increasing medical attention, but he remained mentally stable under the hospital's care. In 1978, Ed was transferred to the Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison, Wisconsin. This facility was a minimum security institution that housed patients who were considered less dangerous and more stable than those at Central State. The transfer reflected Ed's improved mental condition and his status as a long-term patient who posed little threat to others. Life at Mendota was somewhat more relaxed than at Central State, with fewer restrictions and more opportunities for social interaction. Ed continued his reading and craft activities, and he was able to move around the facility with minimal supervision. He had become an elderly man whose violent past seemed increasingly distant from his current reality. The transfer to Mendota also brought Ed closer to Madison, Wisconsin's capital city, where he had access to better medical care as his health continued to deteriorate. The facility staff was experienced in caring for elderly psychiatric patients and was equipped to handle the complex medical needs that often accompanied long-term mental illness. During his years at Mendota, Ed occasionally received visitors, though these were rare. Most of his family members were long dead, and he had never maintained friendships that survived his imprisonment. The few people who visited him were usually researchers, journalists, or others interested in his case rather than personal acquaintances. Ed's attitude toward these visitors was generally cooperative and even friendly. He seemed to enjoy the attention and the opportunity to talk about his life, though he remained largely unrepentant about his crimes. He would discuss his activities matter-of-factly, as if they were simply interesting stories rather than horrific acts of violence. The psychiatric staff noted that Ed showed little awareness of how his crimes had affected others or of the cultural impact his story had achieved. He knew that books and movies had been made about his case, but he seemed to view this fame with detached curiosity rather than pride or shame. His emotional responses remained as shallow and self-centered as they had always been. As the 1980s began, Ed's health problems became more serious. He developed respiratory issues that would eventually prove fatal, and his overall physical condition declined significantly. The years of institutional life had kept him stable mentally, but they could not stop the natural aging process that was slowly killing him. Ed's medical care during his final years was complicated by his advanced age and his history of mental illness. The medications used to control his psychiatric symptoms sometimes conflicted with treatments for his physical problems, requiring careful monitoring and adjustment by the hospital's medical staff. Despite his declining health, Ed remained mentally stable until near the end of his life. His hallucinations and delusions were well controlled by medication, and he maintained reasonably good contact with reality. He understood where he was and why he was there, even if he never fully grasped the enormity of what he had done. In early 1984, Ed's respiratory problems became critical. He was moved to the hospital's medical unit for intensive care, but his condition continued to deteriorate. The combination of his advanced age, his various health problems, and his weakened constitution made recovery unlikely. Ed Gein died on July 26, 1984, at 7:45 in the morning. He was 77 years old and had spent the last 27 years of his life in mental institutions. The cause of death was respiratory failure, probably caused by the lung problems that had been developing for several years. Ed's death attracted little public attention at the time. He had been largely forgotten by the media and the general public, remembered mainly by horror fans and criminology researchers who were interested in his case. His passing marked the end of one of the most notorious criminal careers in American history. The question of what to do with Ed's body created some controversy. His crimes had made him infamous, but he was also a human being who deserved a proper burial. After some discussion, it was decided that he would be buried in Plainfield Cemetery, the same cemetery where he had robbed graves decades earlier. Ed was buried in an unmarked grave between his mother Augusta and his brother Henry. This arrangement seemed fitting, as his entire life had been dominated by his relationships with these family members. In death, he was finally reunited with the people who had shaped his psychological development. The funeral was a small, private affair attended only by a few officials and clergy members. There were no mourners in the traditional sense. Ed had outlived anyone who might have cared about him personally. His death was simply the final chapter in a story that had begun decades earlier with his birth into a dysfunctional family. Ed's grave eventually became a tourist attraction for people interested in his crimes. Visitors would come to see where the notorious killer was buried, often taking pictures or leaving small mementos. This continued interest in his story demonstrated that Ed's cultural impact had outlived the man himself. The tombstone marking Ed's grave became a target for vandalism and souvenir hunters. People would chip pieces off the marker or scratch their names into it, forcing cemetery officials to replace it several times. In 2000, the entire tombstone was stolen and later recovered near Seattle, highlighting the persistent fascination with Ed's story. Ed's death also raised questions about his legacy and the lessons that could be learned from his case. Mental health professionals studied his case to better understand the development of severe personality disorders and the relationship between childhood trauma and adult violence. His story became a cautionary tale about the importance of recognizing and treating mental illness before it led to tragedy. The cultural impact of Ed's crimes continued to grow even after his death. New books, movies, and television shows drew inspiration from his story, introducing his case to new generations of horror fans. His transformation from obscure Wisconsin farmer to cultural icon was complete. Ed's death also marked the end of an era in American criminal history. He belonged to a time when serial killers were less understood and less common than they would later become. His case had helped establish many of the concepts and techniques that would be used to study and catch serial killers in future decades. Looking back on Ed's life, it was clear that his story was both unique and representative of broader problems in American society. His specific crimes were extraordinary in their horror, but the factors that created him, child abuse, mental illness, social isolation, and family dysfunction, were unfortunately common. His case demonstrated how these problems could combine to create a monster when left untreated. Ed Gein had lived for 77 years, but his impact on American culture would far outlive his physical existence. His crimes had inspired some of the most influential horror fiction of the 20th century and had helped shape the modern understanding of serial killers and criminal psychology. In death, as in life, Ed Gein remained a figure of fascination and horror for anyone who encountered his story. The small cemetery in Plainfield, Wisconsin, where Ed was buried became the final resting place of one of America's most notorious criminals. But it was also the resting place of a deeply damaged human being whose life had been shaped by forces beyond his control. His story was a reminder that monsters are made, not born, and that society has a responsibility to recognize and address the conditions that create them. Ed Gein died on July 26, 1984, but his story was far from over. In the years since his death, his crimes have continued to fascinate and horrify new generations, ensuring that his name remains synonymous with some of the most disturbing acts in American criminal history. The quiet farmer who lived in isolation on a Wisconsin farm had become an enduring symbol of the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface of ordinary life. The immediate aftermath of Ed's death was relatively quiet. Few people attended his funeral, and his passing received minimal media coverage. He had been largely forgotten by the general public, remembered mainly by criminology researchers and horror enthusiasts who studied his case. But this obscurity would not last long. As the 1980s and 1990s progressed, interest in Ed's story began to revive. New books about his crimes were published, documentaries explored his psychological profile, and his influence on popular culture became more widely recognized. The horror films inspired by his case, Psycho, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and The Silence of the Lambs, remained popular and influential, introducing his story to new audiences. The academic study of Ed's case also continued to evolve. Criminologists and psychiatrists used his crimes to better understand the development of serial killers and the relationship between childhood trauma and adult violence. His case became a landmark in the field of criminal psychology, providing insights that helped law enforcement develop better techniques for catching and understanding violent criminals. Ed's influence on other real-life killers became increasingly apparent as more serial killers were caught and studied. Jeffrey Dahmer, Dennis Nilsen, and other notorious murderers showed clear influences from Ed's methods and motivations. This disturbing legacy demonstrated that Ed's impact extended beyond fiction into the real world of criminal behavior. The commercialization of Ed's story also continued after his death. His crimes inspired countless books, movies, documentaries, and other media products. Tourist attractions related to his case drew visitors to Wisconsin, and collectors paid high prices for items associated with his story. This commercial exploitation troubled many people who felt that the victims of his crimes were being dishonored by the profit-making ventures. The town of Plainfield continued to struggle with its association with Ed's crimes. While some residents embraced the notoriety as a potential source of tourism revenue, others wished they could escape the connection entirely. The community remained divided about how to handle their unwanted fame and the continuing stream of curiosity seekers who visited the area. Ed's grave in Plainfield Cemetery became an increasingly popular destination for dark tourism. Visitors from around the world came to see where the notorious killer was buried, often leaving flowers, coins, or other mementos. The cemetery struggled with vandalism and theft, eventually having to replace Ed's tombstone multiple times. The psychological impact of Ed's crimes on popular culture continued to grow. His story had helped establish the modern conception of the serial killer as a complex individual driven by psychological problems rather than simple evil. This more nuanced understanding influenced how fictional killers were portrayed and how real ones were studied and prosecuted. The gender dynamics of Ed's crimes also remained relevant as society continued to grapple with issues of masculinity, femininity, and sexual identity. Ed's attempt to become a woman through the use of preserved body parts reflected